Initial jobless claim data incoming here for last week. Just getting non-farm productivity quarter over quarter for Q2, 2.4% versus a 2% print expected. There it is. 226,000 on the initial jobless claims number versus 221,000 consensus. That was expected from last week. 220 was the forecast, a little bit higher on that. Continuing claims 1.97 million versus 1.94 million. Jobless claims 4-week average now 220.7 versus 222 expected. A couple of Fed speakers coming up today. We'll get Bostic at 10 a.m., Muslim at 10:20. And then a couple of other data points, nothing significant though. All headlines this morning though could be about tariffs and continuing to watch how this is playing out. We had a Bank of England rate cut this morning in response to some data, I think, coming out of the UK that was weaker than expected. Here's Intel this morning. Meanwhile, President Trump going after Lip-Bu Tam, saying he must resign immediately.
Oh boy.
Sending Intel shares to the downside this morning because of he's conflicted. I don't even know what that means, but True Social coming out early this morning about Intel and the CEO there. I mean, lots to talk about. There's going to be an executive order signed today on the crypto side of things that will allow it to be included in retirement funds.
Hopefully that comes to this side of the border as well. Speaking to Neil off camera about that, it'd be nice to have that in the retirement savings account. Lots to talk about today, guys. Taiwan semi up 4.6%. They're going to skirt the 100% tariffs on imported semiconductors, so good luck for them. Same story with Apple, up 3% below that 220 resistance level. Tim Cook at the White House yesterday in the Oval Office announcing another $100 billion in addition to the $500 billion, Brendo, that they announced in February. Eli Lilly dropping significantly despite beating on the top and bottom line and raising guidance as a result of their pill. It didn't achieve the results that the street was expecting, the oral GLP-1 we're talking about, Brendo, and a lot of other earnings names, and another IPO likely, hopefully, on the midday.
Yeah, we'll talk about that coming up. The Apple story is kind of interesting. I was reading a couple things this morning on the timeline specifically. There's no guarantee that this could happen in 2 years. There's no guarantee that this could happen in 10 years. So yes, they're in writing and in language committing to $600 billion as an investment. But how much of this actually gets seen all the way through to the end result that I think
you feel like he's going to hold their hand to the fire though, or because
in the next 3 years.
Yes. So if they're not building out, you got to see repercussions.
Yeah.
At least that's kind of how I see it. You're not going to be able to skirt these with him.
And he was even mentioning that in the comments that he made at the press conference yesterday, saying that if you are building or if you have plans to build some sort of manufacturing facility in the U.S., you get around the tariffs. And he even went as far as saying that if you go back on plans to build some sort of manufacturing facility, they'll backdate tariff charges and come after you on that. So either way, Apple up big time here, both yesterday, bigger move yesterday than today, but nice 2-day rally right at resistance. Just real quick, this is what IBIT is looking like this morning as well, showing some strength here, guys, in the pre-market. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning for crypto. Good morning for... What's crazy about it is it's like all the chips were gapped up. I mean, obviously, Intel was actually even gapped up before this you need to go CEO because you're conflicted.
I mean, everything's coming right back.
Still not sure exactly what this means with regards to like why he's conflicted, but I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about that. But TSM makes TSM makes almost all the chips, and if they get the exemption because they're building in the U.S. Well, Samsung is too. Like that's the bulk of chip production in the world. So you really got to figure if they're getting the go ahead, like AMD gapped up on this, like Nvidia gapped up. You would think that kind of announcement would have been negative, but it absolutely wasn't. There are a ton of earnings names to go through, whether it's DraftKings and to the upside, Duolingo to the upside. So there's a lot for us to watch. Ooh, Randy coming through. I still have this ridiculous one from yesterday.
Randy is obsessed with size, I noticed.
Clearly.
Is there something you'd like to tell us, Randy? No?
Why was the fan going earlier? Oh. I found that the paint smell hasn't been as bad the last couple of days. I don't know, maybe I'm getting used to it. I think that's all it is, like getting used to the paint smell with the renovations. It's because I didn't even notice it this morning.
Yeah, I know.
And maybe that's not a good thing.
No, I have
Probably
paint
not
every
good.
night, so
not a
for
good
me, it's this is a nice relief of air quality over here. But yeah, no, Apple's been great, and you know, we talked about buying that, you know, down here 212, now 220. That's nice. It doesn't really matter the price you bought it at. What I'm thinking about here is finally you get that news. I think Apple's set to go now. Like tariffs now, we don't have to worry about them as much now for Apple, so that's great news. As they start to produce more and more in China, get some exemptions there from the India tariffs, so on and so forth. Now we just wait, and I was saying to these guys, now we just wait for that AI story to come, and then when that happens, then you're back up here to 250, 260, and taking out these highs again. So I'm all aboard on Apple today. I think it's a long. We were long the last couple of days. We had 208 yesterday right there on that break long. And it's been good. We had the long a couple times this week, and you know, if it fades out, it fades out. We'll be able to watch it. The thing is, it has a good level here of 219, so we're hovering around right now. Look, there's an hour until this market opens. I mean, lots could change. President could come speak again on this. We could get some more clarification on some of these investments, the AMPs, America Manufacturing Plants, or production, whatever it stands for. But you know, at the end of the day, it has the word American in it, has production in it. And that's exactly what this government wants, and they got it from Apple. $600 billion investment was absolutely huge, and exactly what I think that this company needed to do to sort of skirt some of those negative headwinds. And now I think we got some tailwinds behind us with Apple. So yeah, I'm super excited for all of that. You know, Major League Baseball needs to fix some rules. You know, you can't just. It's funny because you got guys like Vladdy and all these guys just padding their stats basically against a guy like Neil pitching, and it's just like, it's crazy that kind of stuff happens. But you know, at the end of the day, like maybe there should be a run maximum or something.
The position player pitching thing, it's like, to give you an idea how bad it's gotten, there was a dude, most people wouldn't know this, but there was a pitcher on Minnesota.
Yeah.
Whatever, he's a good reliever. You let a couple of guys on, they're his runs, but he's a good pitcher. And he gets pulled for position player. What happens if that guy gets
the
bumped?
ERA.
It's his ERA.
Yeah, but that's the manager.
No, but he goes in and is like, I'm done, trade me. And they trade him the next day. Because it's like, it's disrespectful.
Right, as a manager myself, I would never do that to somebody.
What they need to do is just, look, man, then let teams more easily call up an extra pitcher. If they had a big game where they have no arms available, then let them make it easier for them to be able to bring a guy from AAA so that they have extra arms. So you can do this, so that you can have an actual pitcher. But what happens? It
doesn't happen that often. That's the thing, and you don't know when it's going to happen, right? So then you just have like
the rules of bringing guys up are really strict. It's like you only have so many options to send a guy down, and then a guy has to be on the 40-man to bring. There's all kinds of rules making it difficult to taxi guys back and forth on a need basis. So they only allow for double headers, but it's a simple solution. It's like ease
the solution is also, why not just throw in the white flag?
Well,
like when it's the 8th inning.
No one's going to do mercy rules.
I know. Well, that's basically what they're doing, though.
Nah, but they're not going to say stop the game, though. That's the problem. And they don't want. The problem is you make a lot more money if you get brought up from AAA to the big. So it's like.
Yeah. That's I know. I understand.
Yeah,
I understand those parts.
It's a money thing, but owners won't want to do it.
So stupid. But anyways, yeah, that's what's going on around here. So.
Everything that reported is up 20%. Not everything, but a lot of things that reported.
Oh, Eli Lilly's up 20%.
No.
Let me check on that one really quickly here, Neil. Let me see what you're saying over there.
Nope.
I woke up today, saw this thing at 650, and put a buy order in, and didn't get it. So we're looking to buy more Eli Lilly, like even off of the open. You don't get this major, huge company like this doing what they're doing for 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 to 12 to 13% discount. That's absolutely ridiculous. So I'm in there trying to buy Eli Lilly today in the long-term account for sure. Would love. I mean, look, I still have the 650 if it comes in and fills, great. But we'll wait to see if that happens. And then if not, whatever. We'll see about maybe. I mean, if I have to push the 700 level here and buy some there, fine. I mean, 700 has been a level that we've really liked for Eli Lilly in the past, bouncing off there. So yeah, a little bit of a whoosh right there to the downside now for Eli Lilly. It seems like all these major names, if you're not tech related, yeah, you do get hit. And but yeah, it should be a good day regardless. I've got Palantir on the mind again. Hey, man, it's only 182 right
Only
now
a
for
point
Powell.
today.
I mean, will that 195 get filled? Yes, it will, but at what time? I don't know. But there it goes again. Yesterday we had yesterday this thing was 171. So if we just have the same day as we did yesterday today, then yeah, we are going to have a 90 handle with a 1 in front of it. Before you know it. So it's absolutely ridiculous. There's people still shorting this name, adding fuel to the fire. Palantir, we told you when they reported earnings that there was still an 11% implied move on this name. So yeah, we are getting near there, and that's tomorrow was the expiration of those options. So we'll wait to see if it keeps on going. But yeah, just looking around the NASDAQ, I cannot believe it again, and up another 1% here today.
We're just cruising higher.
Oh, man.
Oh, you want us to talk? Thank you for the super chat, Patel. Please talk about Celsius. They're one of the names up 20 points on, check that, 25% after earnings. Big beat. Like they beat by, oh my goodness, it was like 20% beat on revenue. So there's probably a million puns that you could say with this one. You could go with the name. You could say it's hot fire, or you could. Adair was like it's got strong energy. I don't really touch those energy drinks. It's not my thing, but yeah, it's on a few of those here today. And they're not the only one. Strong. And this is it's a decent short flow, I believe, on this one. I'll have to double check it, but yeah, this is momentum play for sure on Celsius and worth watching. It's gapped a little far for like any kind of traditional setups. Like VWAP is what I'd have to look at here today for Celsius. I kind of prefer looking at DraftKings as far as an earnings play, but you really can't go.
DraftKings.
The DraftKings up again as well, so there's plenty of strength. I get it. Eli Lilly's to the downside. Fortinet not good either, but for the most part, this is different from what we were looking at previously, where everything's almost gapped downside. Like it was a lot of downside earnings yesterday. Today, it's complete opposite. Complete.
Yesterday, we were looking at DraftKings, and we were talking about it doing this, and I said, yeah, it's because it's getting ready to break out, and there it goes. So finally, they're up to 46, 47, 48. I'm going to sell DraftKings when it comes up here into 52, 53, raise some cash. Again, I think that with this market being obviously a little frothy with S&P 500, average valuation now with a 22 on it for the market for PE, that's huge. That's overpriced. And we're going to get out of some of this stuff as we continue to go up. So yeah, I might sell some not at this level. If DraftKings get into the 50s, we'll sell some of that and maybe put it to work somewhere else, maybe a Berkshire or something that's been a little bit more beat up, not something that's like this. But yeah, trying to get some value picks here. It's nice. The account keeps on climbing. Someone in the chat was like, yeah, Palantir keeps on going up and has no idea why, but they'll take it. Yeah, same kind of ways. I mean, we know why. Their earnings were really solid, and the future of AI is huge, and they have a huge moat around them, so I think it's fine. But yeah, for valuation, we are starting to get a little carried away. One name that I didn't look at today was Tesla.
Still up.
320, okay. Yeah, again, like maybe if Elon and Donald can become friends again, which I think they sort of getting to that point there. Like Trump yesterday said something about how Elon's a good person, just had some bad moments. Okay, thanks, doctor of psychology or whatever he is now. But right into there, 315 to 317. That was one of the greatest things I saw again, him dancing on the roof. Did you see that? That was awesome. I hope that wasn't AI. He was doing a little bit of a dance on the roof when he was up there. But that's the thing. Like, if I'm the president of the United States, I'm doing that stuff too. I'm going on the roof. I'm doing all that stuff. This guy's building ballrooms.
You see? I mean, there's one of the movies that I think it's like, I don't know if it's the Jamie Foxx one or the one where like the president, the White House under fire. They got some serious gear up on that roof.
Yeah, I know.
They're not playing around.
That was just a fun thing to do. I don't know.
Yeah, in a general sense, you got to live life. Look, it's always fun to see like the normal side of anybody. Whether it was Obama playing hoops or like dancing on the roof, at least that's always cool to see. I still want to know though, and I'm still waiting for a headline as to what exactly is the issue with Lip Bhutan. Like, are you saying he needs to be? Do you need to be gone because Intel stinks, or is it actually no? But like, that's not what he said. He said, "Dude is conflicted."
So there was something about him with Chinese government.
Is it a China government?
But we knew that when he got.
Okay,
but he.
China.
The thing is, when he was announced as CEO or took the role or whatever, however that went down, everyone knew he had those connections.
That's what I'm saying.
So they're
It's
just
not
being brought
new.
to light now. I mean, look, the shitty companies just get shittier every day. And I mean, right here, Intel down another 3%. I mean,
When every other chip name is up after tariffs were, 100% tariffs and all the chip names were
I
up.
remember you and I going back and forth about this one when this thing was like $40 or $50, and I was wondering why it's not going up. Now this thing's at $20 and it's doing the same thing. But at least it's given us a long, it's just given us a long, like disappointing little run here. Like, as I said, these are the same levels that you're at since the 1980s of Intel, and now they don't even have a dividend. So, at some point here, it's going to be a buy. Like, it looks great down here on the technical level. It's in the right space. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know enough about the operations of Intel and why they are so bad. I mean, you would think that they were the ones building that American foundry. Now you have an American-only president, obviously, and you would have thought that would have been a good
Well,
thing.
the problem is TSM's
Intel.
building it.
Yeah,
TSM's doing it too.
competition's coming now.
And Samsung. So basically, 90% of the chips that already get made elsewhere with TSM and Samsung. And by the time you're profitable or even able to do this foundry game with Intel, you're going to have TSM embedded in the USA, which is, they're already doing it. So it's kind of like too late. Too late. The other name that's up, we talked about Eli Lilly being down. We'll go back to the desk in a second. Before we go back to the desk, Eli down, Novo up, because Eli earnings were good across the board. It was the oral drug disappointment. It did not beat. I mean, this is oral. It's unfair. Whatever. I think it's an unfair comparison to compare Novo's injectable weight loss with the oral, because I think you're going to have a less of a barrier for people to take the oral. So if it's even close to as good, I think you're going to be able to capture more of the market. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Novo up 8% on Lilly's, I guess, disappointing trial. 12% still pretty good, but whatever.
I'm going long a quarter unit if Palantir breaks 182. So we're just going to do that, just let everybody know, because it's on the sticky note here, but it's going to break it soon. So up 1.27% now, and it looks like it wants to go up even more right now. Palantir just had a nice little jaunt there. We're going only a quarter unit because of the fact that we are well aware of what Palantir can do, especially if it slips up off the open. Like yesterday, look, we had this move down right there off the open, down into 171, and then immediately, within a minute, we bumped up $4 or $3 back to 174. So let's just go along a little bit here on Palantir, see if we can start that with a decent move, and then we'll go and look back at it and see what happens right off the open when we get those imbalances and things like that. So, all right, we just talked about things for like 15 minutes right here. So let's go back over to the desk and see if those guys are still alive.
Sharif and I were just talking about Peloton.
Yes.
Beating expectations, got above $8 here early on this morning, reported this morning. But I mean, the number is actually not bad here for Peloton. 5-cent per share profit versus a 6-cent per share loss. 624 million in sales versus 580 expected there. It was down slightly year over year, though, 643.6 a year ago, but still. Peloton's still a thing, apparently.
I know, it's still alive, Breno, and they turned a profit for the first time in a while. $21.6 million in take-home money. Gross margins improving, which is not bad here. 54% gross margins for a physical product. I mean, we see NVIDIA with their 70-something, but typically it's 30-something for a physical product there. They plan to cut about another $100 million from their annual run rate. That's for 2026. They're sadly going to lay off 6% of their workforce and continue to reduce direct spending. And they've already added $200 million in cuts just in 2025, looking to add another $100 million. They plan to re-enter, Brendo, that physical retail space, but they're not going to have these huge showrooms that cost a lot of money. It's going to be more small box kind of looking. They're also investing in pre-owned hardware sales. So they're going to get on Facebook Marketplace, sell some of these users, and they're making a deal with Precor. You have any treadmills by Precor at your gym? A few old ones that would mind. They've got a good supply chain out in Asia, looking to do business with them.
Yeah, so Peloton definitely one to watch here. I was just double checking. 18 to about 21% I'm seeing on the short side for Peloton, and that was as of the first week of August, guys. So there is a short percent. Interesting note on GM this morning, teaming up with Hyundai. for 5 new electric vehicles, or they're going to team up to design and manufacture eventually 5 new electric vehicles. So kind of out of nowhere for GM.
Yeah, I didn't get to review that one,
Yeah.
but that is interesting. That's a good partnership there with Hyundai. Ben.
We'll see if it actually comes to fruition, but GM trying to find something that'll work on the EV side of things. Guys, thoughts on Peloton today?
You know what? It's actually done way better volume than I expected. I was joking around when I said everybody that reported was up 20%. There's just a wealth of names that are double digits to the upside, and you're going to be picking and choosing. We're definitely going to be looking at DraftKings today for sure. Peloton, I think the look seems to me, it doesn't look like it's even holding these prior highs. I know it's not a huge short flow like it used to be, 30, 40%, but you still want to be breaking away from prior resistance. It's been an oddly boring stock recently. And if it's not above $8, like that prior high, then what's the scare? So that is kind of languishing underneath here. Like, I think if it gets above $8, I don't know that it needs to break out the highs. It just needs to be above $8. I'm not as excited about this one here today, just because of how it sold off the couple of times it broke in the pre-market. Got to get back above that $8 level for me to be interested in Peloton today.
I didn't look at Peloton yet there today, but if we are going to, we did talk a little bit about DraftKings there earlier. I mean, it's not doing a whole bunch of volume, but 200,000 actually isn't that bad. Probably one or two bigger prints. I think a pullback, in this name into 46 would be real nice. I don't think we're going to get that, so we're going to have to look for an extension here on DraftKings today. The problem is some of these names that don't have the juice to it can fall back in. So I'm not super excited about it without seeing like some decent sort of hold somewhere off the open. But we've traded this name before. It has obviously some great potential to go a couple dollars, especially with sparser available shares. So yeah, I like DraftKings, and right now I'm looking at this 47.50 area, sort of where we bounced off a little bit yesterday. Obviously a pullback into yesterday's close wipes away everything. I don't want to get too carried away because I still have damage from Starbucks. Let me look at what Bros is doing. A report from these guys as well, up 20%. So there it goes. I mean, again, another thing. We talked about this yesterday live on the show, and I said this name is at the 200 period moving average. We saw a decent report from Starbucks. We saw a decent report from McDonald's, and there goes Bros right there to the upside. So congratulations on this one. Of course, the name that I buy, OSCR, the day before Oscar, although we're still long at 1370, it's okay. This name doesn't have that 19% move like we're looking for in all the other ones, but we'll look to see if Oscar can hold out around $14 again. Yesterday on earnings for this name was pretty good, and we did get a dip by opportunity as well. That was held right into here, 1380, 14, this little level right there. So we'll see if Oscar Health can get going as well. So we put 4% in our pocket yesterday on a one-day move for Oscar. We'll see if we can put a couple more points there today. But all right, let's go over to the screen with Adara.
We're going to start the upgrades here with AMD. Big move down yesterday in earnings. Today, we're gapping up and we're getting $165 price target on this name from DZ. Then we've got eBay and Etsy, two of last week's earnings plays, both getting an upgrade this morning from Arete. Lyft, here, day one earnings for this one, Roth Capital upgrade and a $19 price target. They did miss, though, on revenue. Downgrade side of things, Caterpillar, which reported earlier this week, getting a negative note from Morgan Stanley. Joby, this was a double miss last night when they reported earnings. They're getting a downgrade from Canaccord Genuity with a $17 price target. Viasat with a Deutsche Bank downgrade, and Fortinet gapping down more than 20% with a Piper Sandler downgrade to boot. Back to you.
Yeah, the top of the list upgrade on AMD, which was at the open, or right away, such a short yesterday. But what a recovery it ended up making. Gap down, flush right off the open off of 165, and then right back in, top out at 165 in the afternoon. And even in the aftermarket after earnings, it was $165 was the low. So it's above there now at 167. I like 165. That's the level to play off of. And if it was a good short yesterday, and like you said, it's crazy, the entirety of the chip space, every single chip name I've looked at this morning, and I'm pretty sure I've looked at a bunch, they're all gapping to the upside and looking strong with the exception of Intel, which we've discussed already. I don't think ARM's doing that well, but maybe they're in their own bucket. But 165 on AMD, that resistance, I love when resistance turns into support. That's why I want to try to pick up the buy. Do I think it fills in the gap today? No. I mean, the gap was ridiculous. Like, the gap is, you're gapping 170, the mid 170s. I think that would be asking a lot for AMD, but it's a relatively healthy pullback. As long as we hold 165, I'm willing to be long. And that's certainly a level that I have to be willing to reverse if it's in the afternoon or after the opening rush and we're underneath the 165 level. I can't be fighting the level that was a good short yesterday, but I am long above it today.
Remember that funny story when NVIDIA and AMD were the same price? That's something you'll be telling your kids for a long time. At one point they were the same price. And it wasn't that long ago. Of course, it was 3 days ago. But there goes NVIDIA again, up another 1.37%. I have AMD written on the sticky note, so I'll tell you about that once we get to it. But this name again, just exceeding expectations. All-time high is going to open up for NVIDIA. Like the stuff. Well, actually, we did have a print up to 183, so it's not going to be all-time highs. But you're getting close to that on the open here today again. As the Nasdaq, I mean, this is what the Nasdaq looks like. I mean, the Nasdaq is absolutely insane here on a daily chart. I mean, you had that little bit of a move down where everybody was like, oh no, we had a red week, and then right now you're back all the way up, about to take that out. So the highs on the Qs are 574. 574.63, and right here we're trading right now 572. Let's just call that. So you're $2 away, $2.50 away from taking out new all-time highs here on the Nasdaq. So to sit here and try to short some of these names, I don't think it's necessarily a good call, especially with Donald Trump giving some concessions to these bigger stocks and whatnot there, like in Apple. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. But yeah, some exciting plays coming today, that's for sure. Open Door, maybe a day 2 play. Palantir, a day 3 play. Everything's happening right now in the right space for tech names.
Do Dutch Bros?
No.
Neither. Everyone loves coffee, as we very much know around here. Here's Dutch Bros this morning. $70 gets touched in the pre-market there. Monstrous on a decent-sized beat here as well. Not a lot of volume behind this, though. I mean, some of the figures, 58 cents. That was for Duolingo. 26 cents per share. Sales of 415.8 million. Beating estimates of 403 million, so easily topping here for Bros.
Fantastic. Look here, Brendo, 20% in the pre-market, and you've got a lot of analysts chiming in after earnings. Morgan Stanley maintaining their coverage with overweight rating, but boosting that price target from 80 to 84. Also, the likes of Bank of America Securities also raising their price target to $84. So fantastic look here in the pre-market, and taking out some declines there. Looked like we had been basically selling off from June onwards, Brendo, on Dutch Bros. Nice to see a little bit of a recovery.
Just double checking here. Beyond Meat, another one we haven't mentioned yet. Yeah, Dutch Bros not really that high on the short percent. It's about 7% as of the beginning of August here. BYND, on the other hand, as we know, still 32.5% short for Beyond Meat, guys. Missing today for BYND.
The meme days were a lot of fun for anybody that was trading. And this was one of those stocks. Didn't matter if it was going up or down. Like, it was just, it was tradable and it was good. It's unbelievable how far this has fallen. Maybe it's not unbelievable, but it's just a gigantic disappointment. Well, I'm just gonna say what we always say about this. Oftentimes you're like, oh, this is a good dip buy. I don't understand why it's down. Let's catch the bid, right? Like you were just mentioning Eli Lilly. I was like, I don't know why Amazon's so far down. I'm buying out the. There's certain situations for that. There's the opposite to that situation is, well, they might have a product that gets used, but I don't know why it was up, and the hedgies just love to short it. And so to me, the only time this is exciting is when there's an opportunity to fade it. And if there's no opportunity, when I say fade, I just mean like when it's in an uptrend, try to catch like a reverse. That's the name of the game for something like this. Because today we want to be talking about bros. Today we want, even like Peloton's actually up there. Peloton's chart's actually not even that bad. Beyond Meat's atrocious. There's plenty of other things that look really good today. I was just turning to Sean, like if there's a name that's down that I'm trying to figure out, it's why the heck Fortinet's down 20%, 22%, 23%. Like that's worth trying to figure out. But why Beyond Meat's languishing doesn't surprise me. at all. And the days that it gives you the big moves, those are your opportunities to maybe try to revert to get in on that trend. But this is a name that's shocking me, is Fortinet. Really didn't have all that bad of a quarter, and they're getting absolutely rinsed. And was looking for like an SSR level, but didn't really, like once you're already through 75, it's at 74.5, so it's like you're kind of already under that level, like maybe down into the 70s or somewhere in the low 70s. Shocking one to me for Fortinet.
Yeah, I mean, I recently, of course, bought Palo Alto, so we'll have to wait to see if that one can come back in. I always talk about trying to buy best of breed. So if anything on cybersecurity is starting to go to the downside, you want to look at a Zscaler as well. ZS, isn't that Zscale? Yeah, there it is, Zscaler right there. You want to look at this name if it does come back in. CrowdStrike's been obviously a pretty hot name as well. As there's the dip down. Maybe I should have bought some Zscaler instead of some PanW. But remember, we bought Palo Alto because of this CyberArk deal, so it's a little bit of a different situation happening right there. So, but yeah, so that's Zscaler, and then the other one, CRWD as well, 450. So I think there's a lot of good names. And then the ETF that if you're interested in getting any of these, there's a few cybersecurity ETFs for sure, but the hack ETF, you're such a hack, that's decent. I mean, that's had a huge move as well. So if you want to do a little bit of research, this would be the name to play, I believe, in this space anyways, right now for an ETF. So maybe you guys can put in the chat if there are any other ideas for those ETFs. I'm going to, the thing is, see, this is the thing, like I always load up the CIBR. Oh, is it CYBR?
No, it's I don't know why.
I'm gonna get this going right now. 4,700 of you watching, 383 likes. Hit the like button, man. Neil and I both wore pink for you guys today, so get going. Maybe we're trying to,
that's
wait a
more
minute.
Salmon than
I can do what's for lunch today. Okay, it's not salmon. Okay, so that's good. So
that would be epic if it was, actually.
Yeah, this is.
I like salmon.
Yeah, this is both salmon. Mine's more like an unhealthy salmon.
Mine's
Yours
deeper.
is a little bit of a redder salmon.
Mine's red, yeah.
Right there. But anyways, hit the like. There it is. 500 likes right away. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, get part of the chat. That's what made me think about this, because Neil and I are always looking over here to, very, very manly. Thank you, Mike, for that. Right there. Yeah, only a confident man gets away looking the way I do. So just get in the chat here. That's what's all good. That's where we get all these fun jokes from, and we can, get some trading ideas from you guys as well in the chat. So, go join that. Make sure you hit the like, to subscribe, and be part of this great community, as we do this every single day.
Every day.
Except for tomorrow, when it's going to be Neil and Obi, and I will be off tomorrow.
Should I say, oh boy?
That kind of...
No.
I'll leave that with you guys again. All right. So thanks to everybody for doing this. And we're going to now go over to Sharif, check out the market, check out the rundown, and get going with only 30 minutes, 27 minutes left before we get that bell rung. But the bell cannot be rung the way it was yesterday, because we had
best bell ring ever.
Raheem's
Not even
kid
close.
there.
Not even close.
Ringing that bell.
So
It was a great bell.
There's certain things you just picture in your mind, you smile. It's just so much fun. And especially because we've known Raheem for a long time now, right? So it's always fun, especially you get the glint in the eye of like a new parent. Anyways, let's go back and talk about the markets here. It's gonna be a good day.
Told her editing sucked.
Yeah, it's not 500.
63.72, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. The overnight low is 63.64. So we're already, basically holding that level. We're currently trading at 64.10, Brendo. So it looks like we maybe have taken that 6,400 point area. If we hold 6,400 at the open, let's use that as support. And if we continue trading above there, the overnight high goes to 26, but I'll say 64.50, Brendo, as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's free. Just go grab it. Why not? We'll touch on a few things here this morning, moving around. Obviously, Apple going to be the major headline, I think, on most people's mind. We'll start things off here with Intel. If you missed it early on this morning, President Trump up bright and early on Truth Social, saying that Intel's recently appointed CEO needs to resign immediately. He's highly conflicted.
Yeah, I love the choice of words there. Let's talk about what he's referring to here. So Lip Bhutan, the new CEO, he's come under scrutiny as a result of deep venture and boardroom times to over 600 Chinese tech companies between 2012 and 2024. His firm, Walden International, reportedly invested about $200 million up to $2.2 billion in Chinese startups, including at least 8 firms with alleged PLA ties. Unproven, these are the reports. Tan partnered with China Everbright Limited and other state-backed groups and semiconductor-focused funds, some as well tied to these to the PLA. Some of these partners were later added to the U.S. entities list. As a former CEO, also of Cadence Systems, Cadence had a bit of an issue. Here's what it was. Tan led the company during the illegal tech exports to a Chinese military university, Brendo. A sanctioned PLA-linked chip maker, Cadence, also pleaded guilty, paid fines, deepening the concerns about oversight and compliance during Tan's leadership. And here's the deal. As of 2025, he held leadership roles or ownership stakes in dozens of Chinese firms, according to public records. And then he was attacked yesterday as well by Senator Tom Cotton and others, demanding explanations from Intel's board, citing risks to taxpayer-funded tech projects. So a lot of deep ties.
Yeah, I mean, the CEO might be conflicted. I think the stock is equally conflicted. I mean, this is a weekly chart. The guys were looking, I mean, if you zoom out, it goes back in much, much further than this. But I mean, this is simply just last summer. We've gone nowhere on Intel, guys, just bouncing along 20.
Well, under 20 is where the bounce has been, technically. So like it's like 18 to $18.50. Anything under 19 has generally been, like, that's where you're going to get the win on the stock. But remember this, though. It did the same thing for a long while at like 25, where, you know what, the problem with that Intel is you have to put up a higher time frame chart to try to demonstrate this. Like the daily chart, it would just be a complete mess. Like it did a similar thing at 25 to give you a bit of a bounce. And then what ended up happening? When it lost 25, now we're in this range. And now all of a sudden that support is exactly what you can't get through and is resistance. That means it's stair-step to the downside. So regardless of the fact that this doesn't seem like it's anything new other than he's actually asking for the CEO to leave as opposed to just calling out, same thing that was mentioned at the beginning. Anyways, it doesn't really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be looking for the short here. I'm just looking up to make sure, yeah, like there's a little bit of a slight down move in AMD and NVIDIA, but those are still all gapped to the upside. Pretty much everything is gapped up, despite the fact there was the 100% tariff talk, which as long as you're building in the US, which TSM and Samsung do, and at the end of the day, everyone's moving some manufacturing to the US. So as long as it's pretty standard, I think most of the chip names are safe. Pull back into it's usually prior support that I like, but with the news here, you got to let this one sell down. It already broke that 19.8, so I kind of eyeballed and put 2025 on the note, like the afternoon support level. As long as it's under that, I'm going to look for trend breaks, reversals, allow it to make a bit of a top. Just not really favorable. We talked about the other names in the chip space. Rather try to go long them. If you're feeling frisky, at least your risk to reward isn't all that bad down here. But yeah, I'm still looking short.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I actually bought Intel in and around these levels like 8 months ago. So stupid. But yeah, look, I mean, just looking at the stock, I still think you want to short if you get back into these levels from yesterday. I mean, I always just try to make it as simple as possible. If there's no good stories here, then there's no good stories. And, you know, I thought that the investment in the United States by Apple and sort of this build US first and all that, Intel was going to be part of that. And it looks like now, you know, you're getting shots fired at management. So it's not a great look here for Intel. I do understand that we're up 50 cents right now, and that's kind of interesting. And, you know, the market has also bounced from its lows. So that's, you know, par for the course. As what Neil said, I still think I'm looking the other way. I think I'm looking short, but it has to get back up into some of these levels. I could see this name going green, and I don't want to short this off the open. Intel's too tough down in and around these areas. There's easier trades with just better momentum in it, right? I mean, sure, you get gaps and you get some decent moves, but then it kind of just hangs out for a while. Intel is not super exciting for me down here. I am a much more of an AMD. Oh, I've been too busy with other things here and haven't actually been focusing too much on the sticky note, but AMD is the play for me, 167. I wrote down 167.50 break, so if we can break above here on AMD, then we want to go long. I mean, the high has been 167. We might have to use that as our breaking spot there, so we'll figure that out, but 167 right now for AMD is more on my mind. I'll be much rather trading names that are at all-time highs, like an NVIDIA, if I'm going to go long in the chip space. So yeah, Intel for me is a stay away. You know, until we hold 20 for sure, and I can use that as a base, like as support. I want to trade this name north of 20, using 20 as support. So for me, AMD and NVIDIA, much more on my radar than Intel. And I will just tighten up this sticky note and get it out to you. I see people asking for this, so we'll get that going for you ASAP.
All right, if you missed it yesterday after the close, it ended up being about 5:15, I think, 5:20 when they actually did the press conference in the Oval Office with Tim Cook and President Trump, obviously talking about the investment and the increase in investment. If you missed it, going from 500 to 600 billion going into manufacturing in the U.S. from Apple. That's a 2-day look now. Here we are back to 220, top end of the range once again on a higher time frame.
Yeah, that's a technical level too,
Huge.
Brendo. So we're going to have to see if we can clear that. Let's talk about what they did. Brendo mentioning a lot of that. They're going to spend another $100 billion over 4 years on U.S. suppliers and companies. That adds to the $500 billion commitment that they made in February, totaling $600 billion by 2029. And CEO Tim Cook says the goal here is to build end-to-end U.S. supply chain. They're also launching the American Manufacturing Program. That's what they're titling it. And it basically is going to be them partnering with Corning for the iPhone glass. That's out in Kentucky. Coherent, that makes the Face ID lasers, Brendo. And then Global Wafers, Applied Materials, Texas Instruments, Samsung, Global Foundries, Broadcom. These are all some of the American-based companies that Apple's going to be doing business with and building with. So we'll have to see exactly how that goes. Another $2.5 billion, Brendo, to expand Corning's U.S. glass production. Additional tools will be installed at the Texas Instruments factory in Utah and Texas. And Apple's building AI servers in Texas and expanding data centers, North Carolina, Iowa, Nevada, Oregon, all over the map there. And Trump announced Apple will be exempt from the 100% chip tariffs due to its U.S. investments. And Apple, more specifically and more importantly, Brendo, avoids the India tariff hikes because they're going from 25 with another 25, so that'll be a 50 total. That would have eaten at margins, and we know most of these U.S. destined or shipped iPhones are coming from India now, so that would be another 50%.
Yeah, Corning was among the most beneficiary after the close yesterday of the Apple suppliers on this note as well. Tim Cook arriving at the Oval Office with a one-of-one gold-plated Apple logo from Corning glass, gold-plated Apple logo.
And the gold is so Trump because have you seen the design of his New York?
I mean, even the Oval Office, it's
all gold.
Yeah. No, look great. Apple guys looking pretty good here.
Yeah. The other thing too is, well, we were talking about the AMD NVIDIA around the same price. Not that these are the same thing, but Apple and Amazon are getting pretty close as well. I just wanted to show that this daily wall that was there at about 215 and 216. It just got, like, this gap up has smashed it big time. So that's gone. Even if you were to pull back, you could pull all the way back into the 15, 16 area, and that's where I want to be looking for the long trade. Just get that out of the way. Like I said, I don't know. I still prefer Amazon, but it's the kind of news story that it hits like right after I bought Amazon on earnings. Was like, oh well, that's going to be good momentum. This is going to be good momentum for Apple, and as long as it holds this wall, which was huge. It was from all the way from April, it resisted this the first time, and we're talking about August, and we're only now gapping through when the market's been making highs forever. So that's a big, big level that we're chewing through. It is trend down, so the VWAP, like I put in the note also, if we just start holding, like if you break out, the dip never comes in, and I don't actually get it because I'm not taking a breakout on the stock, then I look for the pullbacks and these chances to get it off of the volume-weighted average price if it trends up. I don't suspect it would be as strong as it was yesterday, so the contact on the uptrend, I think, can get to that volume-weighted average price. But yeah, I think it looks like it's all systems go. Just as a note, because I don't really see any other Mag 7 names on there, while we're talking about it, Amazon in a similar regard, got back above its 50-period moving average. That sits at 218.5 today. doesn't seem the most likely, but it's broken away from an earnings resistance level. So plays back into, the day one earnings and the day two earnings highs on Amazon. Actually red on the session, Amazon, into a weak market. So I really could see this one pull back into that 18 level.
Apple, oh boy. Okay, so I have Apple as my number one trade today. It's been huge for the last couple of weeks. I guess last couple of weeks I've been looking at it off this $200 mark, and it's given us some great days to trade. It's given us some slow days as well, but I don't think that will be today. I'm actually surprised we're not up at the highs right now. So the note that I'm just polishing up, I apologize it's late, I've been doing a few other things, but this 220 right there break, I wrote down 221 thinking that we would be at 221. So it's more just kind of like a pre-market break that I was looking at right there for Apple. So that would be 220 at this point. So I really like this long getting through there. So yeah, let's wait for it. Making the most of it all for Apple. I mean, getting that announcement, we had that huge move yesterday, the $600 billion. I'm not just going to go through everything that everyone's already talked about, but just for a trade, we always use a 200 period as drop down. So if Apple, look, if it doesn't break 220, we're not in. And it's that simple. We don't have to chase the dream here. If it comes back in and it wants to give us something around 214 or 215 again, fine. I mean, I'm all about that. I mean, now we have the news. I like the story here. I could, we've come in with days where there's been like this euphoria about certain names and they've fallen back in again. So I don't want to get too wrapped up that this is like the green light for Apple. They still have some issues, right? I mean, the competition's still huge. Samsung, Huawei, everyone's producing these huge phones right now. Their phones are going to be more expensive. It's not like this has solved, a lot of their problems. By the time this all gets going, sure, Corning will, most of the glass they said, in their products will be made in the United States. That's great. But for now, that's not the case. So that all has to be built out. So whether or not this takes a couple of years, it's only a 4-year investment. But yeah, I think the more products you build in the United States, naturally the more expensive it's going to be. But I don't think Apple owners are that, I don't know if the word's sticky, but about the price. Like if the new iPhone is $50 more, $100 more,
buying it.
I feel like every year, every manufacturer just keeps on slowly increasing because the cost of goods keep going higher, and it doesn't really matter where you're producing your product. But I think this is a good thing. I think you want to be on the right side of the president, and right now that appears to be it, right? I mean, he introduced Tim Cook as one of the tech geniuses of this world, which I'm not even sure that's true.
It's a weird statement to make.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the back of Steve Jobs here, so that's fine. But at the end of the day, you're getting praise from the right spot. Yeah. So I would say it's a long rather than a short, and it just hovering here around 219. It's not giving me much to do, but we'll wait for those imbalances to come out at 925, and when they do, then it's game on. So yeah, excited for this play here today, and it's sticky note's going to be out, and I just have to get it done real quick.
All right, crypto up next. IBIT up big time here, or not big time, but nicely in the pre-market this morning. A couple things to mention this morning. Bitcoin to hit 150,000 by the year end, according to this analyst, also pointing to a bunch of other opportunities to jump on board with as well. We'll also get an executive order signed later this afternoon with regards to being able to hold these assets within retirement funds.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to cover right now. But I also want to mention Tom Lee, Brendo. He's pounding the table right now on ETH. Giving ETH about a $25,000 price target by the end of this year. Very lofty and very speculative, but I want to mention that to everybody. But today we expect Donald Trump to sign an executive order allowing private equity, crypto, real estate, and alternative assets into 401ks. It aims to unlock the $12.5 trillion that remain in retirement account markets. The order directs the Labor Department to revise guidance under the ERISA laws to support alternative asset inclusion. It's going to be the Labor Secretary, the SEC, as well as other regulatory bodies are going to get involved here. And the SEC specifically will be asked to facilitate participant-directed access to alternative investments. And advocates for this argue alternative assets offer higher return potential and better reflect the shrinking public markets, but there are risks. There's going to be higher fees, possible illiquidity, as well as legal liability for plan administrators unless they're given legal protection by statute. The move is also seen here as a potential, like what they're calling a gold rush. Institutional investors like pension funds, they're tapped out, Brent. Brendo, on private equity, making 401ks kind of their next growth frontier. And firms are eager to tap the millions of retail retirement accounts for fresh capital inflows.
Coinbase, among the equity side, looking pretty good here this morning. Actually just made a session high above 314 there, guys, for coin.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the problem with crypto, in my opinion. Like, this Tom Lee guy's just self-serving. I mean, it's not, like, obviously he thinks that. The guy just opened up an Ethereum trust with this BMNR. So this guy's going to get rich, and he's going to dump it once it goes up. And that's, and in my opinion, that's the problem with crypto right now. It's that you're just getting guys like these huge whales that are pretending to be all smart like, and they're just like, oh, I have $1 billion or $3 billion invested in Ethereum. Let me talk it up. And it's fine and it's great, but like, really, I feel like a lot of the sheep just follow these guys everywhere they go, and it's been good. It's been a good money-making opportunity. I mean, I may own the most crypto here out of everybody. I have no idea, and I'm talking like this. I'm a crypto bull myself, but to me, this is the problem. And there goes BMNR again. So congratulations, Tom Lee. You're making more money again here today. So just keep on talking up your book, and it's fine, and there's absolutely no problem with that, right? So that's what happens in the crypto space. You know, again, I like everything about this, but, you know, for me to hear a guy like Tom Lee pumping up Ethereum and then we use it, what he says, as if he's God, I don't understand that. You know, if you're going to talk to Tim Cook about Apple, what do you think he's going to talk about? You know, the strengths of Apple. So, yeah, so I take it for what it is. And to me, this is just a pump, which will eventually be a dump. We've already seen that happen right here with BMNR. And if anybody here around here can tell us what Ethereum actually is, then that would be great. But until that happens, I don't know. So that's my little thought there about it. And look, I own crypto, and I own Ethereum. This is the part of stuff that I don't like.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, this has been true since the beginning.
Yep.
So, like, as far as I'm concerned, it's a reason why, like I said, I have over 5% of my portfolios in crypto, but the overwhelming majority of it is in Bitcoin, because I think that's the more stable. There's a limited supply, and it makes a lot of sense. And look, ultimately, at the end of the day, ETH is having a good run because of the stablecoin push, and that's the platform that they're built on. It's getting a good run. I've said it before, so we're not going to harp on it too long. I don't trust these treasury plays just in terms of how they run. I think if you want to own long term, just own Bitcoin. I don't trust the miners. Some of them are going into holding, which makes some sense because they got to pivot somewhere. But as far as looking at IBIT today, 115.5 and 116, like prior, I always say prior resistance into support. It's been a little boring on Bitcoin, but it's been doing these moves. I'm just going to show you. It's been doing these big moves where it'll just sit there kind of doing nothing, and then you'll have big breakout. It'll sit there not doing all, and then boom, breakdown. And it did it as well, like languishing in the morning, and then it gets going, and then boom, and then you find a level, and then you go. And so that's the kind of play that I want to look for. Like, I don't want to be looking at Bitcoin in the first 15 to 20 minutes. I want it to do some kind of consolidation, double bottom like this, and then catch that reversion long or that long off VWAP. And then you get that push that happens seemingly later on in the session. So yeah, it's gapped up a little bit here, and it's above the volume weighted average price. I'd maybe let it meander in the first half an hour, do the nothing that sometimes we see it do. And if that's the case, try to catch it off one of these little consolidated bottoms, like a little breakout later on in the day. That's the way I want to try to treat crypto. And the reason I say this is because I always notice Joe caching, and like Bitcoin does nothing, and all of a sudden in the middle of the midday, it does a big move. And I'm like, that's sometimes the best time when it's seemingly doing nothing, and you get a little late break or a double bottom. Good technical setups for IBIT, but not always in the first 30 minutes.
Airbnb just about to make a new low here. A couple of analyst notes just popping up on my screen about Airbnb. So a little bit of a downtick back to 121, but initial move was higher on the report itself until they came out and said they're concerned about what is to come in demand and the uncertainty, the favorite word of all of these guys.
Exactly, Brendo. Margin and outlook are really why we're down here in the pre-market. Despite the beat, here's what happened. $103, $1.03 EPS, beating the 94 expected on net income now of $642 million. Both are increases year over year. Likewise with revenue, $3.1 billion ahead of that $3.03 billion expected, and a 13% year over year. The growth was driven by night stayed, Easter timing, and slightly higher average daily rates. So some pricing pressure there to the high side. Margins, though, for them are under pressure. They warned that it would be lower in Q3 and Q4 year over year due to what they're calling, Brendo, investment in new business lines. There's also $200 million that they're using to expand their new experiences and services such as tours, classes, things like that, these auxiliaries. The CFO says these segments won't generate, though, near-term revenue, but are part of a longer-term strategy. And the focus really remains on scaling core platforms while testing new offerings. Now, here's what they're talking about. The guide, it's not really that bad of a guide. Q3 revenue going to be $4.02 to $4.1 billion. The estimate there is $4.05, so it's slightly soft with gross bookings supposed to be around $23.5 billion. That's ahead of the 22 2/3 expected by the street. And here's how they're doing basically in their different geographies. North American demand improved monthly throughout Q2. Here's the kind of the weak part, though, and we kind of knew this as Canadians. Canada to U.S. travel remains very weak, but they're saying Canadians are booking more domestic international trips. Overall, travel remains resilient.
If you zoom out on Airbnb, you got to zoom way out. This is a weekly chart. You got to go back to middle of last year, I guess fall of last year. 115, 114, guys. Bit of a level here for Airbnb.
Yeah, and I think it's trending like it wants to head there. It's a little disappointing to see it not hold up that 125 level. It just feels like this could be headed to some double digits on a momentum basis at the end of the day. I was saying I use a lot more. Well, for the first time we used Verbo going to the States, and I feel like it was always like we only considered Airbnb. Could some of this be concerns about the labor market? I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's not a lot of volume. I doubt we get back to 125. That's the big level to play off of. So I think this one is going to end up having to be a pass. We're going to talk about Datadog later. We'll work some other things in after I'll let you guys talk about the rest.
I actually have nothing to say really about Airbnb, so I didn't look at it here today. We did talk about it yesterday, and I thought that some of the headwinds would be, just the overall feelings that some people get about, renting out or leasing out your space to 1 or 2 night people that don't have the responsibility potentially for the space and for the community. But yeah, Airbnb, I have to hands up here. I didn't look at it yet today, so. But all right, let's go back over. See, there's only 2 minutes left. So why don't we just go find out about Datadog and then we'll move on.
Report for Datadog among the more positive this morning to the upside after a beat right across the board. They even increased their forecast there.
Yeah, and they're talking about AI and cloud as the reason, Brendo. They said there's a surge in AI, enterprise, and cloud investments fueling demand for their platforms. Clients like Samsung, NASDAQ, and Comcast are using Datadog to monitor and secure cloud infrastructure. 125 new innovations are going to be launched this year, like real-time analytics and cloud observability. So good luck.
Back to, I was going to bring up this chart. Here's the weekly chart. Back to this key resistance point, though, here, guys, for DDOG.
55 monster resistance on DDOG. I think if it gets up there, you got to think, well, it is on my chart. If it gets up there, first thought is usually a mean reversion. It already did that move, however, so this might end up being a wait and see at that 155 because it's already given you the move, and it did so like right at about 820. But like I want a trend break. Like it goes up into that level. I want some kind of a trend break on Datadog. And just for a lot of people asking about Firefly, the IPO, there's a couple IPOs. I think Fly Aerospace that's the bigger play. I wasn't a huge fan. Like Voyager's only gone down since coming to market, so I'm not as jazzed about this as we were about Figma taking the opening print or Circle or CoreWeave taking the opening print. So I'm not planning on automatically just getting in the opening print. Doesn't mean I wouldn't trade it. Like if it opens up and I see 1 million shares on an even dollar level bid, I might just try to punch long. But I'm not taking the opening print on Fly because I don't think it has the same hype. So I don't want that auto entry to the trade.
All right, just to review, we only have a minute left. I do have an order to go on AMD, so let's wait to see if AMD breaks the top side right now. It's trying to get going right here. I wrote down 167.50, so let's see if that goes for AMD. It looks like 167 might be good. We have Apple as well trying to go upside there. Yeah, 167.50 is fine for me. Apple right now as well trying to go. We have that 220 break looking like that for Apple with only now 30 seconds left. A name that we didn't talk about that I like as well, Disney right now breaking through that 116 area. I think that could be a good play for us as we get day 2 love for Disney. I'm just setting that order up right now as well. So yeah, we're getting ready to go, Neil, and it should be a good day for us one more time here today as we look to take advantage of some of these pretty aggressive moves in the market with the NASDAQ being up 0.75. Here we go, man. Palantir to 182 break long could be in.
Yeah, we got the bell brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. It is Thursday. Let's go get it, Adair. Ring it.
All right.
And there it is. The market is open. There were no notable imbalances. I was double checking just to make sure that we got that for you guys. I know we're a little bit late on that. That is my bad. Whoa, Palantir is allowed to go down?
Yeah, it's going down right now.
All right, so Palantir is starting to pull back in. Prior close on Palantir, 179 and a half.
Yep.
As long as it holds the prior close, if it's green, then I don't have a pun for that. As long as it holds the prior close, I want to look long. There's nothing that.
I know, yeah. I was waiting for the pun, but we didn't get it there. So, okay, 166. So right now, AMD. I am still looking for Palantir. We'll go long it around here if we get it. There goes AMD right now, finally breaking through 167.60s. So, yeah, we're good to go right now on Advanced Micro Devices. We're long at 65s right now. So let's get something out on the upside if we can afford to do that. It is trying to go. We are also long right now Disney, seeing if that wants to print a little bit higher. Why not, Disney? Let's see if we want to get through this 116 and do something. I'm going to put a stop at 115.50 on Disney just in case that breaks. But yeah, so far so good. We made a little bit of a play there on Advanced Micro Devices. This was our first trade through 167.50. Sorry, we're long now on Advanced Micro Devices, and it's trying to go. Disney's not going, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. I don't even think it's open yet, but right now it's through the moon, to the moon, hopefully, sorry, with AMD right now. Fly me to the moon, or you're going to come right back down and screw me up. But there goes Disney. Disney's not open. We got punched in before this stock actually opened, so that's a quick problem for me there on Disney. There goes Palantir.
Palantir just rinsed. It just absolutely rinsed. The woe was actually Palantir rinsed 179
We're 70 cents in the money.
But DraftKings just dropped $4 off the open.
Ooh,
that was this was the woe.
There's Dollar Club.
Wow, that is insane. I don't know what's going on with that bad boy. Trying to get back into Palantir as it's now bouncing off 180. It bounced right off of that 179.5.
We're $1 in the money on Palantir. We're $1 in the money on AMD right now. AMD is a huge trade, guys. Again, like you know what, Marissa, man, I don't know if I could take tomorrow off. Palantir is just really starting to go now. We've got a great trade, obviously, on this one as well, as there goes the dollar. We told you we were going to get this 179. We got 179.50 right there. Nice little play there for PLTR. Let's see if we could still continue to go northbound on that one. But it's really just, I shouldn't have put that order in on Disney, considering the fact that it's not even open yet. So we do have to be careful with what we're doing now on Disney. I'm just going to put another piece out. I don't want to get completely killed on this one when it's not even open yet. So we're gonna have to watch out.
How is it not open
for
already?
Disney? I don't know. It hasn't opened. We got punched in. I wish I would have saw that because it's taking away some of the luster here. But Palantir right now is $1.50 in the money and trying to go. So we've got the goods, man. Palantir is an absolute monster. Welcome to the jungle, man. If you're trading Palantir, it's right here. So
Nvidia just broke 182.
Yeah, we love all that, man. And AMD right now is huge. Palantir is huge, and just Disney we got to wait for.
I still can't believe what's going on in DraftKings. That is one ridiculous move to the downside on DraftKings. Nvidia just broke. I wanted to dip on AMD ideally. Actually, I better cancel that order. If AMD dips to my level, that would be an example of I don't want it big time. Why didn't I get my other fill? I tried to get this through the even, and I also tried to break it. Oh, I did get it. That was mad late. You guys just saw that live. I got the fill. I just got the fill on this sucker at like 10s as well, in addition to the breakout on NVIDIA. Trying to get that quarter, then the $0.50, the usual. We'll see where this one does end up going. All of the chips, remember, all of the chips gapped up and Intel was to the downside, but just going back over to DraftKings, that is way too big of a move. That's too late. I went over to NVIDIA for a split second, and my first thought was, you've got to try to catch a reversion on DraftKings. The candle, that's a $1 candle, and then the next candle is $2. Bruh. That's absolute insanity. So NVIDIA goes only to about 30 to 40 up there. Now trying to resume back to the upside. I'm trying to get that next fill at the 50 level, and Palantir just dropped back in. So I just tried to get it on the way back at Palantir at 80s. I threw my stop at underneath 50. I should have been giving it to 179 even, but we'll see if it can hold that 50 a second time. Chips looking strong. I don't know what the heck is going on with DraftKings, but that was absolute insanity off the jump.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, so insanity is right. Okay, so our board is gone again. I guess you're probably out of Palantir. It's coming right back in again. So return, says Andre. So the board shall return. All right, so the market is coming back in a little bit, as is Palantir. But again, you saw we didn't take a huge position on this trade, but we took $2 on it. So that was so far so good. We still do have 40% of that trade on, so we do have to watch out for a 179 break, which is like imminent right now on that play, so we got to be careful with that. We just missed that dip buy opportunity into 179, darn it. But okay, there it goes, nice, and we moved right back. At least we got some longs there. We got long at 179.50, but Palantir retracing back to the upside. That's too bad that we had missed that one down there, but there it goes again. PLTR still making money for us, so there it is, nice trade. All right, so we're getting close, man. The 660s coming, 650s coming back into play here for Eli Lilly. I like the stock, I like the move here. I don't like the move downside. I mean, obviously, if you like the stock, you can't like down 11%. But I was I like the move because I'm looking to get long right around here, around 650. I'm gonna have to double check. I can't go back in to my account now and do that. But yeah, look at that reload. I don't know. It doesn't look like you got it right there, but we got reloaded on Palantir as it came back into 179. So we take that again right there and put some more money into that name. But yeah, just these three plays so far here today. Not 3 for 3. We're going to go 2 for 3 because we have to wait on Disney, which Disney came right back up there. We were able to get some out here around 115.80, 116s or so off of a little bit of a reload once we reopened, but Disney's not working out, man. The market's pulling back quite nice here, actually, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the market's really starting to come back in. I'm just going to throw, I don't think I'm going to take DraftKings until it settles down on the opening range. It was an unexpected move, and I think you're nuts if you're buying it just right up here, like after a $2.50 bounce. Like that was just insane. Missed opportunity. Intel, I only wanted to look short. Intel went screaming at the open with the rest of the chip names, so a rising tide 100% lifted all ships, rose all boats, or whichever way you're supposed to say it, because someone corrected me on that last time. So I went to go for it at the prior close. I missed, complete whiff at 2040, and then got it as it came through 2030. I'm going to play it back into the volume weighted average price, which is at 19.9. If the chips are strong, I don't want to fade it too much. I still think this is news that we know. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it's anything new on Intel, but I want to favor the short side of the trade. And it set that one up at the prior day close, so that's all I want to pay attention to. The other thing we have not looked at, which is weird, is Apple.
Oh, yeah.
It bounced off.
It
bounced off 216.
Oh, yeah.
So it bounced off 216.
That was a level.
Yeah, that was a level, but I got very distracted by that wick on DraftKings at the open, wanting to catch that reversion. So that's a bit of a missed opportunity here in Apple off 216. But only looking long as it holds that level. So just got to look for the next trade. I think if it can hold VWAP, pre-market highs, pre-market support, or even just start breaking out here above the open range high. Those are all ways to be able to get into it. NVIDIA's stalling a little bit here at the $0.50. I just noticed it pulled back, held pre-market high, and is now stalling. Oh, let's start going back a little bit here. But yeah, now it's starting to go back to the upside. Let's go over to Adara. We just saw that heavy wick on NVIDIA, but it's right back to the highs. Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, Hertz on the move here. This is another earnings day one play. Smaller than expected loss per share and a sales beat. HTZ right now kind of oscillating a bit, but nice push up here right off the open for HTZ. Just a reminder, we do have wholesale inventories at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Disney, yeah, we'd be absolutely to the moon, as we started singing before, if we didn't have Disney. Everything else working really well, man. We got reloaded on AMD down there, as you can see. Right, if I can zoom in a little bit. So nice little reload there. We're having a little bit of a problem with 168, but yeah, 99 problems. Apparently 168 was not one, so let's just wait to see as we're bouncing around a little bit off of it. We did make that move. Okay, there we go. I took some out there at 06s. We'll see if it wants to continue to go a little bit higher. So that's a good reload there. So $1 there, Palantir $1. I mean, there's the reload on Palantir, just banging its head right now against VWAP. So we'll have to try to do our best. Oops, I just typed in Palantir.ny. Palantir on the NASDAQ,
used to be.
Of course. Yeah, it used to be. Let's take out something again here at 50. There it goes again, man. It's a hot dog kind of a day one more time here. And thank you so much, guys, for joining us live at Trader TV.
Oh, so, Apple's gone.
Yeah, Apple's. Yeah, well, we love Apple, but we're going to wait to see
3% on Apple.
Go ahead to Neil's screen for Apple there.
It's look, it's everything. The NASDAQ just broke the highs. Amazon just got to the high. Apple continues to rally in here. Oh, you know what? Like I said, it's everything. No, Meta's actually down and Meta's red. So it's not the entire Mag 7. Try to cover as much as we can. NVIDIA just took 183, so it's continuing to rally. The chips are all strong. We didn't even talk about TSM. What's crazy about this is TSM was up 5%, is now up 6.5%. We didn't even look at it, but the chips are all strong. Like I said, with the exception of Intel, these are all absolutely flying on the back of the story being 100% tariff, which apparently is not going to apply to anybody, right?
Does it ever really?
Well, it's like who actually is going to end up? Everyone has production in the U.S., so then everyone's exempt. Basically, I don't know. That's my take on it. It's like who actually ends up paying for it.
Yeah, exactly. Hot take right there. We're just waiting for Disney to break. I mean, if it breaks 115, man, we got to get out of that one for sure. Here's a nice dollar to the north side for AMD again on the reload. So like two of the plays here. Palantir's absolutely huge. AMD is what it is right now. Eli Lilly, just a quick check on that one. Okay, here we go. So we're probably filled now on our long-term account, which would be fine by me, of course, as we want that fill. So Disney's trying to get back. Oh boy, we're huge now, man. This is absolutely the day we're looking for again, Neil. What is even going on? Tomorrow might not be as exciting because you'll have Obi here. You'll hear some old boys, and hopefully you'll have some good trades as well. But there it goes right now, man. We've got AMD and we have Fuego right now on that stock. As there it goes, man. 167.50. Your number one trade idea right there on the sticky note. Neil's got NVIDIA. Neil's got Intel. And we've got Palantir. So right now, just with Palantir and AMD, it's $4 in the money, and it's going well. So we're happy with the way everything's going today. Thank you for joining us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. And if my exuberance is too much for you, it's all good. You know, we're not going to change, because if we do, then we're not here anymore, right? We got to be ourselves. And there it goes, straight there to the upside for this play as it goes, man. Yeah, I get excited when we trade and we do well. I put on more shares. We're making money. We're putting this in our pocket, and we're paying for life. So there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside here. Disney, we're just licking the wounds on this one because the other names have well made up for everything here today. It's been really good. Some of these new strategies that we're implementing have really paid off lately. So there it goes, man. Disney, let's just lick that and let the names like Disney and AMD continue to cook. Let them cook.
Let Tim cook.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, because there's no Apple today, so, but like Apple's absolutely flying like everything else. Just quickly want to show you the actual all-time high on NVIDIA. Whoops, zoom out, everybody. This chart, thank you. The all-time high on NVIDIA is right up here at that 183.5. There was a crazy wick, but it is right at this spot, so we got to try to fly off this. Look, at the end of the day, all the chips are up. I only want to be short Intel, but I can't ignore the fact that somebody is supporting this at 20 bucks. Maybe they like it, maybe they don't, but someone's buying it at 20. It's been a good short so far, but if I see this hold another time, I'm jumping out and not waiting for VWAP or anything lower. Just got to respect the strength that we're seeing. Thank you in the super chats. I know we got a bunch of them that we missed. So I'm going to try to work on some of these. Oh, that was the 40 runs in 3 games. Yeah, go Toronto Blue Jays. That's what happens when you play the worst team in the league in an absolute bandbox.
We're 20 games above 500.
Outside of Milwaukee, we're unbelievable. Thanks, AMD. The community's helping learn after that 10K loss. hey, get right back on the horse, find the best trades that you can. And I know we missed a couple in here. MSTR, thank you, Mark the Realtor. Twice MSTR, have not looked at it at all. So we'll look at MSTR in a quick little minute. I still prefer to just invest in Bitcoin. I'm not an MSTR person whatsoever, but I'm sure it's having a good day because crypto's having a good day.
Yes.
But I haven't looked at MSTR, and I just generally, I'm not really a fan.
Go. Just keep on going, man, and do not stop. Do not stop. You know, pass go. Do not collect your 200. Do not do anything like that. Just pass go and just keep on going. There we go, man. AMD is at the high of the day. Absolutely flying, man. We are just smoke right now, upside. And again, this is what we're talking about right here. It's the #1 idea on the sticky note is Apple. We didn't get to that yet, but there's AMD 167.50 long. You know, $1.50 now in the money and going higher. We like that trade, and it's working out for us. And I think that that's what ideally what we're trying to do, right, is to try to make sense of everything. And, you know, right now AMD with good news. You know, we continue to watch it from day 2 of a play, right? It is one of those things where, you know, you never know where stocks are going to go, especially on, you know, day 2 or day 3 plays. Now, AMD got hit. And, you know, they took that inventory write down and whatnot. But, you know, with China and with some of these new ideas coming through right now, I like the space, and I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to buy some dips in all of this. I know you've got NVIDIA right there. So all of us on this AI front, man, I mean, Palantir's been absolutely huge today for me. We're getting out of everything, though, because I'm feeling like this market here, Neil.
The market's pulling back.
Yeah, it's had that huge move up, and now it's coming back, so I don't know.
There was one more thing that I wanted to mention. I was just making sure that ARM didn't flat bottom break. It's going up with the rest of the chips. I have a short play in ARM, but it's not going to happen today. Figma, right at the I didn't pay for locates today. Right at the $90 level, pulling right back under that 85. Big zone. 85 is the big pivot area on Figma. Underneath, you want to favor shorts, but I don't have locates on this. At some other point, I'm going to go get them. But I have to watch out. It looks like maybe this is unreal. Why does somebody like this so much at 20 bucks? All right, I said I would get out if this was happening. If we close above 20 on this 3-minute candle, then maybe that's it, and I have to look for another opportunity in Intel, because I don't want to say it's not an iceberg order sitting there, but there's a refresher at the $20 level, which means even if they blow out the level, they're just jumping right back in there. And it's not a ton of size, but there's clearly a buyer at that 20. So if that's all we're going to be able to get is like 20, 30 into 20, then we'll just try to get another trade later. I still only want to be short this name in a general sense. But let's see if we can't get some Apple. The market dips back in. That's the one stock. All right, it's already at VWAP. Well, that happened fast. Let me see if I can weasel my way in here into Apple off the volume-weighted average price. What's going on?
I don't know. I was looking over there at Ramin. I didn't see anything, but I was acting like I saw something. So I was like, oh, my God.
What? I just see everyone looking at Ramin, and I don't know why.
What?
Why are we looking
Paint?
at Ramin?
Oh, was it brown or a little bit or something? Yeah. No, her shirt rubbed against one of the walls, and I think it has a little bit of paint on it. It's not.
But it's not.
It's barely noticeable.
No,
I literally didn't notice it.
Someone they touched up the walls of the bathroom. And
so that must be what it was.
No. Like a couple of days ago, on the way out, I got.
Oh, you got nailed?
No, there was a sign. I just didn't notice it.
Like an Ace of Base sign? Like there was a sign.
No,
But it did not open up.
It was stupid.
Eyes.
There was a big wet paint sign. I was in the zone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, look, guys, I hope you're enjoying the show. Disney just keeps on doing its own Disney thing here, so we're going to have to wait to see if that wants to get upside or not. I'm literally just getting out of this one. It's too bad because we would have like 4 times our goal if we didn't have this Disney trade, but that's okay. We do have it, and you got to be responsible for all the trades that you put on, and I'm glad that we're showing you here, you know, the possibilities of trading and that, you know, you're able to put on some of these trades and hit your goals, especially this early. It's 9:48 right now. What's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye here on SLDP. That is Solid Power. This is another Q2 earnings name here. Inline EPS, or I guess loss per share here. Sales were a beat. They have about a 9% short float. And LAC on watch as well. Lithium Americas. Lots of these smaller names on the run today. So send you back to the guys.
Tell me.
What?
It's your turn to do a read,
turn?
my guy.
Oh, well, we're born ready.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Why? Because we're savvy Canadians, And if you are a savvy,
Get
if
it.
you're also a savvy Canadian, then you're looking to boost your exposure possibly to the S&P and the NASDAQ. Well, do it with Beta Pro's 3X daily leverage ETFs. They got built-in FX hedging. No pesky dollar moves.
Yeah,
Always in the
screw
wrong
those
way.
dollar moves.
You're going to amplify those short-term market moves, and you're going to minimize the impact of currency swings, pesky currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, you can always play both ways. These are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And remember, decay does cause these to lose value over time.
Yeah.
Right? So they're trading vehicles, as we say, and scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Great vehicles to be able to express trades for sure. Was that another super chat?
Oh boy.
We also got, by the way,
Let's go, Disney.
Where was
Do
I going
something,
to?
you son.
NVIDIA's trying to bounce off the volume weighted average price. What I was getting at is I'm thinking I'm going to take the breakdown in Intel. If they're holding that 20 level forever, I might just take a break underneath it. But looking for the dip buy here in NVIDIA back into the volume weighted average price. And hopefully we get another shot to reload this name.
Look, no sticky notes tomorrow, but Obi and Neil will be here. It should be a great show. I believe Joe, are you off tomorrow? No. No, so the midday show will be hot fire as well. But right here with AMD, if you guys are wondering what this note is all about, I mean, we put it out right here. As soon as I came in today, it was going to be AMD and Apple. Apple hasn't hit our levels yet, so there's Apple 221. We'll wait for that. Palantir 182. I mean, come on, we didn't get to that level, but instead we're just dollar in the money off the bottom. And then there's your 167.50. So we're just going to do something like this. Put out like a one of these guys and say AMD, let's go, and then we'll put in here 167.50, something like that. Put in the chart there, and then just attach the sticky note. So if you ever wanted to start to look at that, we might as well hashtag it right now, sticky note right there. So all right, we'll put that out, and you guys can go have a quick look because yeah, man. I mean, obviously, I am pretty proud and happy when we look down and we have now Neil $2.50 in the money right now. So we'll go weed Batman on that one. And finally, we're getting some nice up. Wow. Okay. All right. There's 170 we just got taken out there on AMD. So wow. The good thing about AMD is we'll make triple on AMD what we wind up losing on Disney. So you know, that's going to be obviously good. And you know, as long as those ratios keep happening for your boy, it's going to be quite the eventful career next couple months for us here on this. So yeah, things just working out on that front. We did get filled on our Eli Lilly, so obviously that's continuously going lower. We did put some more money into this one here at 650, so hopefully that comes into play at some point. You know, just lots of good feels around here, and we're pretty happy to be part of all of this. So let's just keep on watching these stocks. I'm just going to keep on watching AMD just absolutely moon out right now. Again, proud of this trade and glad to have put this on. So yeah, AMD, nice move higher. Let's just let the runners run. NVIDIA is the true king of them all, and I'm glad Neil has that. I'm glad
TSM is actually, well, oh, never mind. The news overnight actually was probably the best for TSM, and you could take a lot of chip names to the upside, but you can't go wrong with NVIDIA. AMD just is going to give you more bang for your buck these days. It's going to be a bigger percentage mover. I don't know how long, probably at least until NVIDIA earnings in 2 weeks. No, check that, 3 weeks. 3 weeks, right? 2.5, whatever.
It's 20-something.
2.5 weeks, let's just call it.
24th, maybe?
Either way, they're good long and Intel's good short. I did take this breakdown, but I broke a rule in taking it.
Ooh.
I'm taking a short underneath 20 because there was a buyer at 20, but technically I'm shorting it literally into the volume weighted average price, which someone in the chat told me I always say the full thing unless I'm rushing. So I'm going to now go back and forth. So I'm going to look to maybe scalp this out into 1980 and not give it a lot of room because generally speaking, going short right above the VWAP doesn't make a ton of sense usually. So I'm going to go with a tight stop on this. NVIDIA is still churning, but it's running into trouble. It doesn't seem to want to break that prior high. So if we cannot break out 184, fair enough. I can get out of NVIDIA, work back into the long on a dip buy. But let's be real, everybody. What's crazy is I haven't even looked at SMCI. This is 3 points. Remember, this is a flush on earnings, rounded bottom, and now holding a higher low. So this is the name. If I get myself out of Nvidia, I also want VWAP on SMCI. These bad boys are all flying to the upside. Chips, that is.
Wow. $3.50 now in the money on AMD. Palantir now $1 and going higher and higher and higher. So yeah, man, so far so good there today. You know, we looked at Intel and we tried to stay away from INTC there today, although oh no, it goes right into the level that we talked about. That's hilarious. We should have been short right there at $20.40. But as Neil said, man, I mean, 99 problems right now today. Trading hasn't been one for a while, but nice upside move. We'll check out what's happening with Uber. If there's any other names you guys want in the chat, we actually have something for that. I want to thank everybody who's watching right now. It's been an absolutely banger of a day, man. 1.1K likes. Get those likes going, man. We're wearing our Jays hat right now. We're in the salmon. I'm in the farm. Neil's in the wild salmon. As we keep on going to the upside, 1.1K. Let's get that going, man. I mean, we are really putting on some trades for you today, man. I don't know what else to say. Disney has been the one that hasn't worked out, but AMD, not only did we get that, we reloaded it, and there it goes, 171 now for advanced micro devices. Hey, man, maybe that story about NVIDIA and AMD being the same price, maybe that comes to fruition soon, but look, they're not the same today, that's for sure. And although NVIDIA right now hovering near its highs, still down about $1 off of its highs. AMD right now at its highs and going just a little bit higher, I feel like. So, yeah, let's just continue to support this name. Again, I like this space, and if you keep on trading in the right spaces, I think you're going to do the good things. Palantir, right now, I mean, look, I mean, Palantir is right now back at its high of the day and trying to take some out. So, at VWAP and trying to take that out. So we'll get another out here at 85. We'll just offer that, and now we'll wait to see what's going on this trade. But yeah, so far so good. Palantir, wow, Palantir, Neil, is insane right now, getting higher and higher up. Right now goes PLTR. So giddy up on that one, guys.
Yeah, and as I said, I'm getting out of the. Getting out of the Intel. You break a rule, then you just get out of the trade. Give it the tight stop, whatever it works out to. It's absolutely fine. Like, to me, if it falls from here, selling at VWAP is never the way to go. So forget about it. If it bounces off VWAP, then that's great. NVIDIA needs to break out this high soon. Otherwise, I'm just going to be convinced that this is not happening. There's a big seller every time it gets to 183.5. So I'm giving it another chance to try to fly. We're going to go to Adair for some breaking news.
Holy shit.
Not sure where that's going to be, but it's also the market breaking the highs possible.
Oh.
It's not market related. It involves a stock called ICOR Holdings, ICHR. Representative Debbie Wasserman-Schultz has actually apparently bought stock in the company. They design components for semiconductor capital equipment, and apparently this is a stock that has not been purchased by any kind of politician in 8 years. So interesting purchase here, ICHR, for Representative Debbie Wasserman-Schultz of the U.S. Back to you.
All right.
That's a random one. Do not know. Not familiar with that. But, like, I don't know. Are they getting rid of this insider buying thing? Come on, like letting people in Congress and whatever buying. I feel like that's something that needs to go. Yeah, anyways, to each their own. Yep. To each their own. I'm not going to, whatever. We've talked about that enough times.
Yeah, you guys might have heard me there. Like, this is getting to be, we are now $6 in the money on these trades that we just took with you guys all this morning. Like, not if you miss the AMD trade, it gives you the reload. It's right here. It's posted up on the sticky notes. So yeah, man, we are. I am getting excited about some of these plays. And then Palantir. You kidding me right now? You're at 182. Like, this is $3. Like, we're really just accelerating. Like, this is part of. I mean, for me, probably the best market in a long time. Like, all of these break trades seem to be working out right now, and they're not even breakout trades. That's the craziest part about them. Like, these were dip buy trades in strong names that are like easy trades. So yeah, I mean, they're really starting to flow through right now. And it's been all good. You know, the number one trade of the day for me, I thought, like, if I was going to put some money on it, I would have said Apple there. But obviously, as you can see, we don't even have an Apple trade yet. But it is trying to make highs again. And it looks like it's not trying to. It looks like it will go through that 220.
it just came back down.
Yeah, I have it up. I'm not sure of this trade here today for us on Apple. Do I like it? Yes. Am I convinced that I want to punch that long at 220 now? Probably not. Part of the game for me is not letting some of these profits disappear, and that's what it is, because I can't really trade small. Like if I'm into something, I'm going to go into it, and unless we have conviction, not really worth doing that. So I'm just going to hold off right now. We're at the largest, the greatest spot we've been at all day as these continue to fly. So now $4.50 on your trade of the day for me, anyways, with AMD. As it continues to go through the moon. The only thing is that this Disney is not doing anything. So yeah, we're probably going to get stopped out on DIS here probably quickly once it breaks through this 116 area or 115 area, and I am completely fine with that. We've definitely put some numbers up in other spots. But okay, let's go back over and figure out what's up with Miss Adara at the desk with our 10 o'clock spot.
We're getting some numbers, and we're also going to speak from Fed's Bostic starting at 10 a.m. Wholesale inventories month over month. That's what we're looking for. 0.2% forecast, 0.2% previous. We did get some lower than expected initial jobless claims and higher than expected productivity and unit labor costs coming through at 8:30 a.m. So just to give some context for these numbers, getting in 1 second, 0.1% here for wholesale inventories month over month, slightly below estimates of 0.2%. There's also wholesale sales month over month, actually slightly higher than the forecast, 0.3% versus 0.1% expected. Here's the NASDAQ continuing to push to the upside into new day's highs. We know, of course, one of the biggest stories on watch here had to do with this announcement between Apple and U.S. President Donald Trump. They're going to be now investing an additional $100 billion in the U.S., bringing their total over the next 5 years to $600 billion. Trump did announce 100% tariffs for companies that are not building semiconductors in the U.S. or investing in the U.S., but because a lot of these companies are, many of them are actually pushing higher despite this news. Unless you're Intel, which is actually struggling after Trump posted on Truth Social that the CEO of Intel, Lip Bhutan, should resign over his potential ties to companies in China. AAPL, one of the strongest earning day ones plays here that I've seen, continuing to the upside right now, trading just around that $430 level after its earnings report, and that's despite actually missing on some of their metrics as well. CELH, another one that was pretty strong here on earnings day one. We have Datadog. We have names like Eli Lilly, tons of names to look at here, and you can get the whole list of what's reporting tonight as well on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. NVIDIA just ran the high and pulled right back in, so I jumped out. We'll see if VWAP can hold. So topping tail candle got to 184. The 183 half seller seems to be winning on the stock, at least temporarily, but got to move on to the next. I jumped out of Intel because it bounced off VWAP, so this time if it loses VWAP, I want to go short. And then jumping on over to Tesla, which we haven't even talked about Tesla today. Tesla failed to break. All right, so temporarily, Tesla looked like it was going through 22. 23 is the big level on Tesla on a 15-minute chart. But I guess this is pulling back, so no rush over there on Tesla. Wow, okay. In the time it took me to go over and discuss NVIDIA and Intel, Tesla just dropped that dollar. I thought this was about to break that 323. Looks like that's not going to be the case. Going to wait for NVIDIA to pull back, see if we can catch a VWAP bounce in here, or try to catch it right off that 182 pre-market high. A little bit of a dip there in the market as well.
Okay. Yeah, so we get out of our Disney there, and I bought a little bit back at 115. This is going to be the negative stock for me on the day, which is kind of too bad because we are really... All right, let's talk about something else. I mean, I do get, so I apologize. I get caught up in some of the trades that I'm in because, wow, right now. This is just, Palantir and AMD are making a special moment right here. I mean, there goes that 182 that we actually liked long. It just broke that like crazy time. We're now $3, we're now $8 almost in the money here in total positions, and we have two big names. It's not like we're trading like an Eli Lilly where $8, maybe is the spread or anything like that. But we've got Palantir here now $3 in the money on Palantir and $4.50 now on Advanced Micro Devices. That's going higher and higher and higher, man. as we continue to go. But all right, non-farm payrolls today plus 2.7 versus 2 expected. A big improvement, obviously, from last quarter. So I don't know if that's helped the market or not. I mean, I think everything right now is helping this market just continue to go higher. Jobless claims came in at 221, slightly above expectations of 222. So not great, but not a number that's going to influence the market one way or another. All right, this is the thing, like, it's trying to go over everything with you guys, and we're going to be taking more, and you can see from the midday, like a news-based, trying to cover some more of the economic plays and things like that that are going on. But honestly, man, traders got to trade, and this is what I'm trying to emphasize to you guys. We always sit here, and trading's a lonely and a tough game, but I just feel like the last couple whiles, we've been really, really going for all of this, and it's just been an amazing run of stuff. So I see Neil's in Tesla. Why don't we go over to that, because that's going to be a new name, and I'm just going to sort of get refocused here, and just want to thank everybody for the love and the support. And let's just keep that going. Hit the like and hit the subscribe, and let's go see a new name like Tesla.
Yeah, it's not. Look, it's just the breakout that we're mentioning. It's this 15-minute chart is scaled badly because of those wicks, but you're breaking out this 322 into 24, 25 resistance, ultimately 330 to me would be like filling in the entirety of the earnings gap. We bounced off 300, you've been trying to go, so it's just a consolidation break on Tesla. I have my stop in always at a basically the prior high. So if you're ever wondering, when I'm taking a breakout trade, it goes 20, 30 cents in the money, fair enough, sometimes you'd scalp that out. I want it going. If my stop is under here, 40 or 50 cents, I want to try to give it that much room to the upside. And that allows me to try to get back in on a volume weighted average price. There's something a little bit different. Like, I don't want to hold this to there. I'd rather get out, look for the next trade. And like the other day, Tesla at the 312 level took a couple of tries to get through. If it takes a couple of tries to get through this level, I'll just take it another time. I am back into the Intel short. It's underneath VWAP. So the whole patented, if Intel breaks high in the morning and then flushes under VWAP, I'm going to short it underneath the volume weighted average price. So if we see, I'll see if I can get another shot at Tesla in here. There's no specific story with Tesla today. This is just pure earnings continuation that I'm looking at on this bad boy. Oh, the other thing I wanted to get to, we didn't talk about Novo. If Eli Lilly turns, then watch out, because Novo was up on Lilly's weakness, obviously, because most of what happened with Eli Lilly was not earnings. The earnings were good. It was a result of their oral pill and not really competing very well, or at least having less of a weight loss than Novo Nordisk's. I don't think you should be comparing, anyways, it's just me, I don't think you should be comparing the oral directly to the injectable. The whole idea is that more people are apt to be able to take the oral, so if it's close, it should be good enough, but that's just my opinion. Clearly the market didn't agree with that. So if Novo actually is going to continue to the downside, I like it even better if Eli Lilly is catching a bit of a bid. Adara?
Yeah, I just want to mention here, we do have comments coming through from Feds Bostic. In another, I guess now 13, 15 minutes, we're going to start getting comments from Feds Muslim, so lots of Feds talk today. But Feds Bostic basically talking about a variety of economic scenarios that could play out, making it hard to assign probabilities. That's kind of the main thing I'm seeing right now from Feds Bostic. Just be aware he is speaking, and we have had the Feds be a little bit mixed in terms of what they're saying with regards to the rate move from here on out. It is worth noting Feds Daily in particular has actually seemed like she's ready to potentially cut, or at least thinks they're holding too long. One thing Feds Bostic just said as well is that it's likely the economy will continue to slow. Back to you.
Board's not correct, because I just got Apple off of VWAP there, and sometimes it takes 4 or 5 seconds to up.
Maybe it's correct. It looks like it's correct for me, but I.
Oh, it just yeah, but that
there
popped
it
in. But look,
did you get a fill again?
No. We're already at the next vol. That's what I'm saying. That was very, very late, because I got it on the other 3-minute candle. This happened like a minute ago. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. VWAP on Apple. It doesn't matter.
You know what I'm watching? That Netflix has a really good WWE thing called that. It's called Real One or something like that. And it's behind the scenes. It's awesome.
Anyways, I don't know what.
It's an awesome thing to watch. Just being a huge fan of WWE, as I know you are as well.
I know it's not real, but
it is real. It's scripted. It's real, but scripted.
Yeah. If you grow up on something.
Yeah. No, it's awesome.
To me, it's also the memories, man. I don't know.
Well,
like
yeah,
my brother,
for sure.
Yeah, we used to watch that.
There's no more famous person in the world than Hulk Hogan. If you show a picture of Hulk Hogan,
I love Hulk Hogan, but
okay,
I don't know if
who? If
true.
you show
I love Hulk Hogan.
Okay, but who? If you show a picture to
Michael
a
Jordan.
little kid, Michael Jordan? No, I don't. No,
You
I
don't think so?
No.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Ronaldo has. Okay, Ronaldo will have more people that a bigger base because of South America, Portugal, like just the fact of what soccer means to the whole part of the world.
But it should be like, can you recognize the face, right? Because Hulk
That's what I'm
Hogan,
saying.
you can. I could not recognize Ronaldo's face.
There you go. So okay, so there you go. And I think that's true. So I would say that Hulk Hogan has the most recognizable persona in the whole world. There it goes.
I don't know if I can agree with that.
You don't have to. I mean, no one has to agree with it. I'm just saying that I don't think there's anybody else.
I love
or
Hulk
Taylor
Hogan.
Swift. I mean, it's one of those two. It's not.
But
Ronaldo's a good call.
I think it's
I'll give
an
that to
unfair
Joe.
comparison because if you start going like Taylor Swift, Michael Jackson, like that's a pretty high bar. It's different world.
No, I mean everyone sees Hulk Hogan. I mean, you can ask a kid in China, who is this, and you show them to Hulk
It's an
Hogan.
interesting question. It is an interesting question.
Yes. You know how big WWE is?
Oh, it's huge.
I mean, it was,
No, it's huge.
and he, in my opinion, anyways. Look, man, I'm just throwing out trades. I'm throwing out hot takes.
I love
this is
Hulk.
what it is, man.
I don't know if it's that guy. I don't know if he's that guy.
I mean,
Well,
I haven't heard anybody else.
sorry.
I mean, maybe Cena, John Cena.
Well, in wrestling.
No, in the world, in any sport, anything, period.
No, I think Michael Jordan. Over.
You think Michael Jordan's face is more recognizable than Hulk
Michael
Hogan's?
Jordan. Yeah.
All right.
Michael Jordan. I don't know about the soccer guys. Apple just lost the Open. Stop the
Mike
fail on
Tyson
Apple.
could be good.
Mike Tyson, but again, I would probably still go to Michael Jordan. That's just me. Whatever.
Only because Hulk Hogan has the mustache, like he has the typical.
It's because
he's like so unique.
But then the bald look.
It's so unique. Everybody knows Hulk Hogan, but I could be wrong. Who knows?
Either way, he's
there's lots of things.
He was a living legend, and
I mean, I could be. If I'm wrong on that take, at least
sad.
we're not wrong on the trades today, which has been pretty good. So we are now out of Palantir, by the way. That broke through 182. That was sort of the levels that we were talking about. We had that listed up on our note. So 182 to 182.50. There you go, Ramin. You actually want to clip something that might actually hit. There. How about that Hulk Hogan thing there? So that might upset Sharif because he's a very, very strong TikTok fan there. But all right, let's go back over to Adair and see what she's up to.
So it looks like I do have some updates here, at least reports on what might be happening with regards to the Fed chair decision. Apparently, the favorite amongst Trump's selection team right now is Christopher Waller. He is currently a Fed governor, and he has actually called for rate cuts. He was also one of the two Fed governors or Fed members alongside Michelle Bowman to actually disagree with the Fed's decision to hold rates steady at the July meeting. Apparently, they actually like that he supports interest cuts based on projections, likely because we know that this team also wants interest cuts. So if they can have some kind of technical basis, that would be a good look. Apparently, he hasn't met with Trump yet, but Waller has apparently met with Trump's team. Again, this is just reports. We also have Fed's Bostic saying that there is still uncertainty with regards to tariffs and how they'll impact prices, specifically if it'll be a one-time impact or an ongoing impact. And he's saying that that's making it hard to kind of decipher how this is going to impact inflation still. Back to you.
Thanks, Waller. The market just, I don't want to say bled, but like clearly, like NVIDIA just lost VWAP. The NASDAQ's right back into the lows. It hasn't broken the lows yet, but we're right back into the lows. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a dip here. I mean, we're still, most of the breakout stocks are good. The one that is not going to retake that 322 is going to be Tesla. So yeah, Tesla resists that 22. I said if it got back up there again, I would take another breakout, but obviously now you're well under VWAP, and yeah, it might not be anything here on Tesla for that break. It is what it is. But let's go back over to, Eli Lilly. Okay, so what I was looking for when I was talking about Lilly and Novo, I felt like if Lilly started catching a bid, short Novo, which was already looking weak. But it's just doing a bit of a jaunt to the downside. I think this makes no sense, but as I said, just because you beat top and bottom, just because your growth is good, just because you're best of breed, doesn't always mean that the market rewards you on earnings. if you look at the chart of Eli Lilly, it's like, okay, fine. It sucks that it's breaking down under 700, but then pull up a chart of Novo.
Oh boy.
Right, and this is the difference. Like Novo has been going downside the entire way here. So, at some point, I guess Lilly had to do a healthy pullback, and the excuse was going to be that the average loss was 12% on their oral GLP when everyone was expecting 15, which is what they're able to accomplish with Novo. Anyway,
Oh, man.
I think you give it a couple of days, and I think it's going to be a good buy. But I'm using the 3-day rule with Lilly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, tough one there. Obviously, as we looked at Tesla, and I was just going to say the same thing because AMD's trying to pull back just a little bit. But yeah, we did not suffer Palantir losses today, but we did get out right there when it broke through 182, and there it goes, breaking now through 183. So that looks like a little bit of a silly decision right there. But again, if you are following, we do have it listed on here for a 182 break. Once it failed it there, I thought maybe we were heading to the downside. I mean, the market still is what it is underneath the 50 period, trying to bounce off VWAP a little bit right here. So I do take advantage of the most recent bump up though, at least, and get some out at 172 on AMD, as we are much lighter now on this one, under 10% left so far there. Like I said, I know Neil was looking at Tesla there at the 322 level. That's a level that I lost on previously as well, as what just happened here today. So now I feel like dip buying has been what's been working, right? I mean, AMD was a good break, but did give us dip buy opportunities. So I'm wondering about the same thing here with Tesla at some point, right? I feel like I'm getting to the point now on Palantir where, just for my own sanity, we should probably take something out. So after we get off the air right now, I do have a small, I think it was 15% or so of my position waiting at 195. The fact that I'm not here tomorrow, I'm going to be with my kids all day. I won't be able to watch it. If it does flush, then I'd feel so horrible not getting something out near these highs. And honestly, $10, like if we get to 185 today or something like that, or even right here at 183, like if the ultimate goal is 200 and then regroup, you're not too far away from that right now. I mean, the fact is this is the best performing name in the S&P 500 this year. This is what it's done off earnings. There's been no pullback whatsoever. It's been a shame to have missed this, as I know a lot of people have. A lot of people don't buy, huge growth names with crazy PEs, and that makes perfect sense to me, man. I'm not, I don't claim to, make all the right decisions. I told you we bought some Eli Lilly, we bought some Palo Alto recently, we bought some Apple recently. We're into DraftKings, which fell actually today. I didn't even look at it since Neil was saying that.
That bottom was
and it's
so
still,
good.
it's coming back in again. So, remember, I was sort of sirening a little bit here with DraftKings. I said, if we ever get into the 50s today, we wanted to sell that. I mean, I don't know if I would have sold it at 50 flat, but up in here, it's definitely something we're selling DraftKings. You want to sort of sell the rumor, buy the rumor, sell the news. So in this situation, I'm selling NFL. Like, I think the NFL is just around the corner. It's going to be great for DraftKings, FanDuel, and everybody, your most recent bookies, local bookies. Everybody's going to make money off of NFL because, quite frankly, that is part of the reason why NFL is so popular, is gambling and fantasy sports, and DraftKings has both of those angles. So, just
to jump on that,
yeah.
But like the NFL part, but not necessarily DraftKings, I don't think everyone understands. Like, maybe the market doesn't understand how big of a deal this NFL thing is for ESPN and Disney.
Well, that's why I tried to go long Disney earlier. No.
Like, do we not realizing how, like, it's huge? They're actually, I get it, they're not Netflix, but it's like they made money in streaming. They've got the NFL with ESPN.
Yeah,
Look, man, I'll be the first person to admit I had an ESPN Plus membership on their website for 10, 15 years before I gave it up a few years ago, because I just kind of felt, look, call a spade a spade. The Athletic whooping their butt when it comes to reporting, and it's not even remotely close. But at the same time, when it comes to broadcast, they're doing the right thing over at Disney. They made more money last quarter on streaming than they did in linear.
Yeah, they were huge.
Show me anybody else. I don't know if this is a fact or not. Is anybody else in linear TV already transitioning and making more on the streaming side and has made that push where they've now reversed it? Because Disney has. And I'll say this as a person who will crap all over Disney for what they've done with Star Wars and other things. I'm not being a homer here. That's just it's a genuine opinion. I think they're doing really, really well. And like I said, I know they've ruined Star Wars, Joe, but I'm looking for a place to get back into this stock. The chart's telling me maybe it's the 200 period moving average, right? We've said this before. If you like a stock and you're looking to buy it, you can do a heck of a lot worse on a daily chart than simply buying in front of the 200 period moving average. So maybe that's going to be it, because I think they got this one. Anyway, when I say they, you know what I mean. It's going down on earnings. That's what I felt about Amazon the other day. Let me just double check. That's still going really, really well. Amazon off the 200 period moving average, it's bouncing. If you don't like the market's reaction to something, then wait patiently for your opportunity. This was you at least follow the rule of giving it a couple of days. I feel like that makes some sense. Make sure that it's holding a low and then try to round yourself into a long position. Yeah, Amazon's going to get back to those highs. Sometimes it doesn't go right away. Profit takers, people nitpicking one or two things in an earnings report. In this particular case with Amazon, it had to do with their cloud growth, and we're just right back into the upside. Yeah, and look, Justin Chapman, the same ESPN getting involved with NFL Network and Red Zone will be huge. Yeah,
That's right.
NFL's like that's the biggest game in town. There's two things that you want. You want to have for live. You want to have sports and WWE, right? I think they're different, but they're kind of the same thing. Let's go up to Adara.
Let's take a look here at the IWM. This has not had a single green 15-minute candle so far today. In fact, 3 bright red 15-minute candles. To be fair, because we gapped up alongside the rest of the market, it's actually still decently above its day's low, but not a great way to start here for the Russell 2000. We have a whole bunch of small cap earnings names to talk about. Let's start here with XERS, Xeris Biopharma. Better than expected earnings across the board here. Smaller than expected loss per share and sales beat for XERS. Then we have SLDP. I mentioned Solid Power earlier today. That one's still pretty strong here. Inline losses per share, sales of $6.49 million versus estimates of $6.45 million. So that would be a double beat for XLDP. Last but not least, CRON. Kronos Group actually here missing larger than expected loss per share, but a sales beat. Good look here for this cannabis play, CRON. Lots of these small cap earnings names. Long story short today, guys. Back to you.
Can I
It's a great
bust?
transition.
Yeah, we're trying our best over here at Dara. Believe me, every single day we are trying our best. And there it goes, man. AMD 179.50, absolutely blowing up. Go buy a zip on that trade because it just continues, man. I mean, you buy a couple zips. Nice move there for AMD. Also, Palantir, obviously, as we continue to talk about that name, that's trying to make some moves here as well. Firefly Aerospace
58.
indicating now 58. We just heard out of the side of our ear here. So watch out for that play coming in. Firefly, the IPO today.
That's like 30% from the list because they upped it to 45. Remember
Right.
CoreWeave and Circle and why do I already forget Figma? Oh, that's so sorry, Figma.
Figma was
and Figma. They were like 2x, like they were doubling it up. It was just crazy. And you look at the top and you're like, what the heck? I'm not getting the feels on Firefly today.
I don't even have the order in.
I don't have the order. You know, I didn't pay for locates yet. I don't have the order in. I don't think I'm going to take the opening print on Fly. There's nothing to see. Like
What
usually,
do they even do, anyways?
they're aerospace, right? So like space name. That's the other thing. Voyager was the recent space IPO. Look at a chart of Voyager since it opened up, and there's nothing. I don't even see it with a tap or anything yet, which is wild.
Yeah, let's see Voyager because I did have that IPO.
Chart. No, look at this thing. The best price you could have had is 2 minutes after the open, it looks like, or whatever. It opened and then just been tanking. It's been straight to the couple of up days here, but trend down the entire way. Like, what are you going to do? Like, when Circle opened up, that was in the height of the craze of stable coins, and everyone was excited about it. I don't know that I get those feels, unfortunately. So, yeah, I'm not taking this print. A lot of it has to do with Voyager. I just don't see the hype as much with Fly. And you know what? If it works, congratulations to everybody. You don't take them all. I think we probably take the opening print on what, like 2% if you look at all the IPOs.
Yeah, sure, why not? Andre?
1 or
No
2%
problem.
or something along those lines. So I'm not going to take that one today. If I saw Voyager with an uptrend and the excitement there, that would make sense. I want the space, pun intended, to be looking a lot stronger if I'm going in.
Oh man, talk about strong space. I mean, the story continues here to sort of be the same, right? And that is that the strength that we've been seeing in AI continues to sort of continue through. The momentum in the space is huge, with AMD going upside, with Palantir going upside. Yesterday, A Lab, again, Astera Labs. Let's see if there's any sort of continuation on this one. It looks like there is not, down now 1.93. The other one yesterday was AST. Oh, no, it wasn't ASTR. I keep saying that's Astera.
ASTS.
ASTS.
Just,
right.
You know what? If you just call it Astus, you'll never forget it.
Right, yeah.
Just call it Astus.
Probably a good call there. We did have a move yesterday, but this name pulling back in. This is actually not even the one that I was looking at. What was it? There was Astera yesterday, and there was another one,
A-Lab.
Arista.
ALAB.
ALAB, yeah, that was the one here that I wanted to see, excuse me, the continuation. Yeah, down 2%. We already covered this. Okay, I'm in my own world right now. All right, and talk about being in your own world. Have you seen Trade the Pool? And now they've created something special for you, a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trade strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Right now, inside you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, what setups they're looking for, and how you can grow and rely on those moves. Download it now, scan that QR code on your screen, and hit the link in the description. It's Trade the Pool. We want to thank them for continuously sponsoring the best trading show, period. I still want to get those. I mean, I'm still on Twitter here. You guys find me over there at Trader TV. Sean, send me please a link to a better trading show, because we're all trying to improve it, and we do want to thank everybody for being patient with us as we go through the renos. I actually said to the producer here today that I thought that this looks great. If we just got rid of all these things, the black background actually, I think, looks pretty hot. So shout out to the way it's looking now, but it's about to look even bigger and better as Studio 8 is officially blown up. Our current studio being built into Studio 8 right now. We're in the last steps.
Can you see this? So they've already got the platforms to where we're going to be moving. Like, they're already there. So it's a matter of time at this point before we're jumping back down and we're actually be sitting in effectively the middle of this gigantic space. Like, I feel like it'll be like on TNT. Like, we'll be. Yeah. That's the show I always try to reference. With Chuck, Chuck and Shaq, Ernie. For anyone that doesn't know it, it's a fantastic show. But I love that massive.
I have a
studio
feeling Sharif
effect.
is going to be Ernie.
I love
the news. No, I'm saying he does not about the character, but about the news.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're kind of like a Kenny Smith guy, and then Joe and I'll handle the center of the court.
What's weird is they're always on the opposing sides. Shaq,
yeah, I know. Yeah.
Shaq and Barkley are always on opposing sides, which is just weird to me.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Shout out. That's a great reference, though. I think you're almost dead on with how we're trying to.
Well, maybe I just gave away something what we're trying to do. If you can visually. I mean,
I've been talking. Yeah, we've been talking about that.
That's the general idea. Because I think it's a great format as well. Passport chaos. No, I did not see the 20-point drop in Circle. I'll admit it.
It did?
I will look at it right now, but I did not see the 20-point drop. Really?
20 points?
No, huh? No. Oh, no, it's down 2%.
Oh,
okay.
That's not 20. Oh, maybe just from the top, maybe?
Yeah,
like
but
talking about its past performances?
I suppose, I'm not sure what time frame you're calling that, but it's only down 2%. I would have been really shocked if Circle had managed to drop 20% and we didn't even notice. Somebody would have been yelling about it. No, it's a good downtrend. I guess it went almost $20, but that's, it didn't really move. 70 down to 30, that's not even 20%. It's a bigger than 2% drop because it was gapped to the upside. I think that's the reality. So forget about the 2% down. It's what it's done since the open. Yeah. As a matter of fact, a lot of times I'll have this on a quote board. I like to have both columns up. Like, what is it from the prior day, but what is it from the open as well? Like, what's the actual momentum today, and what is it from the prior close? Because I think this is a day trader, this column matters more. Like what is moving the most? This is my quote board, it's not the entire market. Just get that out of the way. But what's moving the most since the open? Robinhood's up there, AMD makes sense, Amazon, NEO doesn't make sense to me, but why not? 1.5%, SMCI, Coinbase, not just what is up from that prior close. And then I'll go over and I'll look at Robinhood, and wow, Robinhood looks fantastic. Robinhood is trending. Come on, SoFi. I know, every single time if I pull up Robinhood, I want to see if SoFi is doing the same thing, exactly the same chart. That's what you want to see. I never want SoFi to be doing the opposite. I want it to ride the coattails, and I want it to get broken back out. Oh, this could actually happen. All right. See, this is actually a reason why you should go over your quote board, take a look at what's relatively strong, because I was not even prepared to look at SoFi today. But I really like this if it can hold. I hate these bottoming tail candles.
Yeah, it's a good price.
But look at these topping tail wicks over 22.25. You hold above there, break out this top. I think I'm going breakout hunting at 2240-ish on SoFi. What's the actual high of the day? 43. I guess the VWAP trade is actually closer than any breakout here on SoFi. But see, you look at Robinhood and find a trade in SoFi.
Yep, exactly. So that's why get involved, man. Get into the chat. You know, start hitting us up with some names, some different stocks that you want to trade. And we do have something that's really cool that is unique to Trader TV Live, because we simply have the best team here that continues to build these things. So shout out to my good friend over there, Fabian. I've already spoken to him today. He's running around doing everything. We talk about how we're building this studio up. All the work that everybody's doing is absolutely amazing. I'm going to reset this right now. NBIS, have we talked about that? We can go over NBIS in a minute. I'm going to get a fresh start right now. So type in here what you want us to look at. It's now 10:30, so we're going to go over to Adara, but we'll talk about all of these names here. We'll talk about the top 5 or 10 of them, so start voting. All you got to do is get into the chat right now and type in whatever you want, including names like right there. Tomorrow, you guys are all going to be blessed, because it will be no me, but it will be OB. So there it goes, man. He's going to be in there tomorrow. Get that going. We're going to go over to Adara, and then you guys will be able to see here what the market looks like today versus tomorrow with this update right here from Adara.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on COP. ConocoPhillips. We have commentary coming from the CEO. They actually already had their earnings call at 7 a.m., but I guess the CEO right now is saying that they see extra supply in the oil market due to OPEC+. Little pop here for COP, ConocoPhillips, on that comment about potentially extra oil supply in the extra supply in the oil market. Back to you.
Just because this is what we do around here, did I look at NBIS? No. But what I can tell you, good beat. 105 versus 101 on revenue. It's 100% quarter-over-quarter growth, 625% year-over-year growth in revenues. Yeah, that'll play. What the 600%? Anyways, no, NBIS up 24% after reporting their earnings, and that is a gorgeous looking break. The problem with this is nobody has this breakout, presumably. And look, you could have had this breakout at 7 a.m.
Trying.
Maybe you could have had this right at 7 a.m. That's about it, everybody.
Too strong, man.
But a big time move here for NBIS, breaking it out.
Great
earnings as well on that regard for at least their revenue growth. I talked about look, I wanted SMCI to hold a volume weighted average price. This really did not hold VWAP at all. As a matter of fact, it's now trending back into the downside. So might not be anything for the minute in SMCI, but I want to see if this can get back and hold that 48 level. Intel's slowly grinding lower. It was ultimately the wrong decision to get out shorting above VWAP on Intel, but that's just a rule of the rule. When it retook it, we jumped back into the short. I've tried getting back in it here at the volume weighted average price. As long as this continues to trend down, I like it, but I'm showing you this. I'm canceling my VWAP order, because at this point, if it gets to VWAP, it's broken the downtrend, which I didn't really draw it that well, but it's easily breaking the downtrend if it gets to the volume weighted average price. So I'm just going to put a trailing stop in, get out if it breaks about 83.
It's kind of funny, like Intel, I mean, great short at the top there. We talked about it potentially running higher there. And this is what we keep on, hey Adara, this is what we keep on mentioning, every day is try to stick with a theme and, try to stay in the short if you still like it until something changes. And right now the market is going to the downside. So the only position that I have is AMD, and we have 3% left of this position, and I'm looking to get into something else. But let's just do a quick little overview here. Apple today up 3%, or it was at one point. Okay, now up 2.5%. And again, the reason for this was $100 billion U.S. immediate investment helps ease tariff fears with a promise of $600 billion coming through. Such plants in Kentucky, Michigan, and all that with the glass, deals with Corning. We talked about the overflow on some other names with that as well. I'm not sure what Sharif's story was with Duolingo, because I thought you were all about that, and then something happened.
Beast.
Okay, so I'll leave that for Sharif. He has a lot to say.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so Neil thinks it's fantastic. Sharif has some issues with it. Maybe that's for a midday talk as we'll come through. But hey, you know what? No offense, Sharif. The stock right now up 30%. So there it goes. But hey, as Sharif was hating on it, it did hit a huge move down. So credit to that. And often when you get huge pullbacks like this, it is due for some kind of a move. But Duolingo right there, strong Q2 results, and of course a raised guidance sends that one to the moon. DoorDash, we're not ordering too much takeout in my house these days, but it looks like DoorDash. And again, DoorDash has many other things here for our dog Belle. Love Belle. She got sprayed by a skunk a week and a half ago.
Worst.
Yeah, she still kind of smells like it. I call her stink face right now. But right there, DoorDash, they deliver from Pet Value or something here. A lot of different businesses. Bless you on that one. Record results across their EPS, record orders, and record revenue for DoorDash. So they're doing things right. DoorDash today. Eli Lilly going the other way. This is me trying to copy Sharif's little news thing here. He does a much better job, so I apologize. But right now, Eli Lilly, much weaker today on trial guidance. They didn't have the great number. They're looking for 15%, I think, weight loss, and they got about 11 to 12% on that oral pill. But hey, they're the only ones that have an oral pill that's actually working. So we actually just recently bought some there. I realized, and this is gonna sound silly, but I didn't get filled at 650 because I put a pre-market order in that canceled on open. So I actually just logged in right now and bought some more right now. Yeah, it was a pre-market. I selected pre-market thinking I was going to get, because that's when I put the trade in, and then it canceled on open on iTrade. So I was wondering why I didn't get the fill. But anyways, I wound up getting it at 640. So I'm still out of the money there, but I did buy some more Eli Lilly. I do generally like the 3-day rule. This major name, man, I'll buy. So my current position, let's just say, is 100%. I added 30% to it. So we buy a little bit of a dip in that name as well. The other big name today that many of you may be looking at, I don't know, is Airbnb. We talked about it quickly off the jump, and we didn't quite see too much in this name. I mean, it gets as high as 124, back into 120, and now is just kind of hovering around there for Airbnb, down 7%. Again, I like the space, but why not? If you're trying to make a play maybe in travel, I don't know, man. Everyone takes Ubers everywhere they go. I wonder about this kind of a play, but again, they have so many headwinds revolving around Waymo, robo-taxi, uncertainties, things like that. So I don't know, man. I feel a little bit. I should have got out of some Uber near the top there. Yeah, I don't think so, but I don't know.
Yeah, I muted myself to sneeze. No, it's just one of those, we just got the first big sign of weakness in the labor market.
Right.
Is that the moment that we want to be getting into travel names? I don't know that.
The only thing is with the tariff, I know we got to do something, but I think with this tariff relief and everything like that, I just wonder if that makes people feel a little bit better about traveling, some less tensions around different countries and stuff.
I never want to travel less in a general sense, but I know that that's not always reflective of the overall market and how it works out.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'd wait and see on Airbnb. I don't own the stock anyways, but if you're looking for things that are, there's a lot of things that are moving today. When we have earnings the way that we do, you're going to have a hard time, if you don't have a watch list like ours for free, sifting through. But what you can do is check out eSignal. For 1 month free, you can have a platform with access to pretty much every single market out there and all the ones that you want because it's easy to use and customizable. It's got reliable data. It's got the ability to trade through multiple brokers with every indicator you can imagine. There's level 2 access, so you can see the depth of book, time and sales if you like, the imbalance locator to track IPOs, like today with Fly, or I forget the name of the other one. Everything in one spot with the first month free at eSignal. It's a great platform. We've used it for years, and as I said, the first month is going to be free. So check it out. No harm, no foul. Give it a bit of a shot. We're just looking at, I have the daily chart of Apple up, so holding that 215, 216 area on the daily. Definitely a good look there. And just to go back over, I've said I'm not taking this print, but it doesn't mean, just because I'm not going to take Fly on the long, on the open print, doesn't mean we won't look at it. I'm seeing the tap of 60, let me do it this way, by time. There we go. It's a buy and balance of nothing. Indicating 60.21 is the open price. That's basically a 33% premium over the issue. Issue was 45. They upped that a couple of times to raise a little bit more. Open interest of about 1.4 million shares with a small buy and balance if you're watching for that print. I'm not a huge fan of it. Like I said, I gave my reasons, mostly because of what I saw in Voyager. It's not over $1 billion that they're doing here, so I'm just not a gigantic lover. I have my stop on SoFi at the $22 even level. It just bounced off 22.02. So might have got lucky there. We got some in at 13, took some out at 20. Now I want to see it hold that 22 even. The thing that hasn't happened here, which I've changed when I'm trading off of VWAP, is if I'm getting in at VWAP, I want to scalp it, I want to scalp tight, or I want to back off on adding to the position until it breaks the trend. So this is the trend from the high on SoFi. As long as it holds 22, great, but I don't want to get any more shares. Even though it confirmed it's holding where my stop is, I don't want to get any more shares until it's breaking that trend line, and then I get some confluence, as Obi would like to say it, with that trade. And the reason I like this today has everything to do with Robinhood, sympathy strength, crypto to the upside. And one of the things about that executive order where the president's going to allow in retirement accounts, crypto, real estate, expanding things that made sense for a long time in terms of what you can invest in your retirement account. This is just more, it's just more tailwind for some of these fintech names. Right? We know 24/5 trading is going to be fantastic for them. We know broadening the depth of what you can hold in your retirement accounts is just going to be positive news. I wish we had that here. I think eventually it's going to come. I don't know when Carney's going to get to it. He's got a lot of other things on his plate. But Robinhood, SoFi, crypto names, all looking very strong today. Haven't really checked too much in on Coinbase, but I would, only 3%. But still, positive day for them. Don't know why it's languishing under the volume-weighted average price. So yeah, good luck to anyone that takes that print on Firefly. I just heard in my ear it's still looking at about $60 for that open.
Oh, it keeps going higher, huh?
It's slowly creeping up, but it's not that big. Like 33% seems like a lot, but at one point the tap on Figma was like $100, 95 at least, and it was a 33 issue price.
What was
it was 3x.
What was Fly's issue price?
45.
Okay.
So it's like what? Yeah, that's better. Like 60 is good, but it's not like it was crazy. The excitement and the buildup and the anticipation for Figma and Circle and CoreWeave. I'm just not feeling the same thing.
I don't know. The thing about it is, I mean, I know you just talked about it. Yeah, you got to be careful what you pick and choose, and because if you're going to put in some kind of serious risk into some of those opening trades, they can really go wrong. And there was one day where I forgot, I think it was Chime or something like that, and I left to go to the gym or something like that, and I actually left the order out, and I came back, and it was like not great. We probably wound up losing about 10% or so of whatever we made on Figma recently. So it's like sometimes you can have some bad experiences on stocks that do not participate properly off of those opening auctions, and especially when it's a name that doesn't have a lot of I guess retail support behind it or an understanding of what the business is. So like Fly, not that that's happening right now today, but it's just bouncing back and forth. If I'm still here, I got to get to the gym today. So if I'm still here and it opens up, then we'll look at it. But other than that, man, we'll cancel our order, and then maybe it still hasn't published since when we get back. But the last one, that was past 2 o'clock was figured.
It was 155.
Yeah, so it was like great. Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't go throw over to those guys. They were still on.
They broke a really bad record. That's not a record they want.
Is that the record?
Well, as far as that, look, I don't know if it's a fact. I know lots of people were saying it. We were saying it anecdotally here. I saw a few people say it online on X that that was the latest an IPO had ever opened up. And I tend to believe it because I can't think of anything. I can't think of a name that opened later than that. And I don't know the reason why this keeps happening, but we said it before. You notice I didn't complain about it. I'm not going to complain about it ever again because there's a weird correlation happening. The later that they open it up, it just seems like the better the trade has gone off the open.
Yeah, maybe.
And maybe that has to do with there's so much pent-up demand that they're having trouble figuring out an opening price, and it's some kind of weird indication that it's just going to go crazy one direction or the other, which is ultimately good for a trader. So yeah, it's annoying that you have to sit there forever waiting for the print, but if it's resulting in more volatility you can take advantage of, then why should we be crying about it? We should be praising it and hoping they all do the same thing. Maybe if they open right away, it meant that it's not exciting, and then what's the point? So I don't know. I'm more into that camp than I was before. So I don't care when it opens. Let's go to Adair.
Here's the sector board. Lots of green in the electronic technology sector, not as much anywhere else, even though the market is still up on the day. NVIDIA, Apple, Broadcom, all strong here, as is AMD, of course, in addition to AMD earnings day 2. The reason this whole sector is to the upside is that we did have this announcement yesterday, Donald Trump and CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, announcing that the Apple is going to be raising its investment in the U.S. over the next 4 years to $600 billion. And there will be 100% tariffs or chips, but if you're producing in the U.S., you'll actually get an exemption. That also applies if you invest and build in the U.S. So good look here for all of these names. Technology services doing okay. We have some weakness in cybersecurity, particularly, I guess, in sympathy with Fortinet, but Palantir and Google strong. Finance weak, health technology mostly green with the exception of Eli Lilly down 14% on earnings. Utilities pretty green here. Transportation green, industrial services green. It's a pretty mixed bag. We're once again seeing these earnings really ruling the roost when it comes to these sector-wide moves, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, no question about that.
Just stick with the best stocks. I mean, all those stocks that she's talking about on there, like an Amazon or, anything, just continues to be up huge. Like 224 right now, up 0.76. I mean, the NASDAQ, a lot of these NASDAQ names continue to lead the way here. And we sort of talked about why that's possible. Rate cut optimism. I mean, optimism, yeah, I'd say that's what we're feeling right now. Euphoria, maybe, on the rate cut decisions right here. Ooh. It was 93% yesterday. What's up with that? Now 91% chance for that rate cut. Looking into December, still 50% expecting to have a rate cut. 3 cuts by. So that's pretty much 50-50 there. It looks like we'll definitely have 2 by the time December rolls around, and then December 10th is when we'll get that announcement, and then that should be exciting if these numbers still stay somewhat similar to that as we approach. So we do have rate cut optimism hitting the market, and as you can see, man, the NASDAQ, or even if we just go with NQU is the current contract. So we go HMUZ. So right now we're on U, and then come September, this U contract will expire. So the second or so week in September, when it becomes a little drier, then we will, the volume will dry up, and then we'll switch over to the Z contract. But, this is what I'm talking about. We had some, negative numbers there come through on the jobs, but then we get right back to what we're talking about, and we think, okay, a negative jobs print gets us, hopefully, those rate cuts. So it's like a push and pull here with the market and what the economy wants and what's best for it. Many traders, of course, right now looking for that rate cut, and I think they're going to get it. So that to me is part of what's fueling all of this. Plus, you get rate cut plus good earnings. So 87% of the S&P 500 beat earnings and forward guide higher. So you get those combinations coming through, and it's like a perfect storm. And by perfect storm, I mean, I'd be in this storm my whole life if this was what it was. I mean, you're just up and away right now. You're points away from all-time highs. So big earnings are really starting to take shape on this. And then today the jobless claims came in sort of basically as expected. So, everything is good. Here in Canada, we got Shopify right now, a nice day 2 play as well. not giving much back, only down 0.67, but there's that huge move again on a beat, a guide higher. There's Shopify coming through, and then there's going to be weak spots in the market, as we said. I mean, that hack. Oh, you said CIBR was maybe a little bit of a better ETF,
the only thing,
your cybersecurity ETF. They're getting hit right now.
Yeah,
Zscaler's down 4 or 5 points, I think.
Fortinet's
getting smoked.
Despite beats top and bottom, Fortinet was down over 20%. That's the big one. And the only reason I mentioned that cyber, it's CIBR because cyber is CyberArk. So they can't use CYBR because it's an actual stock. But it holds more. If you like PanW and CrowdStrike, it holds more in CIBR versus hack. So again, if you like those two, if you consider them best of breed to me, then you own CIBR. If you don't care and maybe you want a little more Cisco in your life, then you can own hack. Just knowing what's in those ETFs can matter a little bit. But I don't. We said this before. The weakness that we're seeing in Fortinet. Check that now. 25% to the downside is absolutely wild. They didn't have a terrible quarter from what I can see. I keep trying to find what everyone is hating about the news, but it doesn't really matter. Maybe you just have to give it a couple of days. That said, what I do like about it overall is you look at CrowdStrike on a day like today, where you have a cohort that just reported and went 25% down. Small sympathy move down 4%. I think if Fortinet drags these names down, that could give you a good opportunity to buy, just on that basis alone. Like if we're just going to get dragged down here, CrowdStrike could see the 200, which would be perfect. I think that's a good opportunity to get in. I own more Palo Alto than CrowdStrike, and I don't know if I want that to be even. But yeah, PanW, Sympathy down 3%. That's not split adjusted. The chart doesn't look that bad, everybody. Sympathy down 3%. I think it's good news that they're not worse than this on the basis of that Fortinet move. 25% is crazy for them. It didn't make sense to me, but I think back off for a couple of days. It's a good space to be in going into the future. Let's go to Adara.
Here's the US dollar, this daily chart, I guess, still trying to maybe continue to make this higher low from that base of 97.15. We know that we did get initial jobless claims a bit lower than expected, unit labor costs and productivity above expectations. That came out this morning at 8:30. Then at 10 a.m., we did actually get lower than expected wholesale inventories, but better than expected or higher than expected wholesale sales on a month-over-month basis. Now, let's talk here about some commentary we have from the Fed. Fed's Bostic saying he still sees one rate cut this year. So even though the market's pricing in maybe two, Fed's Bostic still seeing only one. We're really starting to see more discord within the Fed in terms of people's opinions on how many times rates need to be cut this year. Fed's Daily has said a couple times this week that she actually thinks that it made sense to hold for the time being, but at a certain point, things have to change. I also want to add, Fed's Waller is now reportedly being seen as one of the major contenders here for the Fed chair position to replace Fed Chair Powell. He's actually, currently in the Fed, and apparently he's met with members of Trump's team to talk about the position, though not yet with Trump. So Christopher Waller could be emerging as a dark horse here in the Fed race, but only time will tell who they select for May 2025 or 2026. Back to you.
May is a very good month, I agree, Sharif, because my dad was born in May. No. Oh, why? No, it's that too. Sharif was born in May. You wish for that Bitcoin bet, Sharif wishes that he was born later on in the year. No, I'm just simply saying because 125, we got there. We just didn't get there in time. Hold a second. Okay, so you guys can't hear this right now, but technically we did not get to 125, but I guess we got close. So I guess technically
Joe's forever winning that bet. Right
would have won anyways.
It
was an unfair bet though, but anyways. It was an illogical, no, but it was agreed to, so you had to stick to it. At the time it was made, it didn't make sense to me. How did he change the rules? Sharif is now claiming that Joe changed the rules on the bet, which I'm not aware of. And unless he has a mic on, you have to wait like 6 or 7 minutes to see how Joey Options might have changed the bet. But let's be real. It doesn't matter. Bitcoin has been doing just fine. So as long as both of you own it, which both of you do, both Sharif and Joe, both I'm sure do, it's been just fine. But technically we didn't get to 125 anyways. But I like this chart. I like anything that stair steps to the upside as long as you own it. If you don't own it, then you just got to try to find a way in and take the next step. The fact that we're not even pulling back into 110, good sign. Consolidation makes sense. Bitcoin does this all the time. Breaks to a new level, finds one, consolidates, wait for the break in either direction. There's your, I mean, it was textbook how it went from like the 90s down, bouncing to the prior high in the low 70s, and then it held above the 90s again, goes to the fresh high. I love the fact that it didn't retest the low. I think we're going to retest 110 if we haven't done so already. Just stair step to the upside. It's nice and boring and is a good hold when the chart looks like this to me. I don't mess around with the other stuff though. I mean, you can make a bunch. I'm sure you can make bigger percentages on the alts, but they're not my game.
Yeah, for sure. All right, yeah, like I said, I'm selling some of those altcoins and getting more Bitcoin. I mean, I didn't buy some, should have bought some at 113. Here's the dollar. The dollar's been pretty weak over the last couple of days, you know, and basically for the month of August right there makes moves down as, again, the dollar remains under pressure here as traders like us continue to talk about the for sure and now certain rate cut, it seems, well, 91% certain rate cut right there, and reflected growing concerns right now of the weakening labor market, you know. And then I was going to say some political uncertainty maybe right now, but maybe not. So maybe we can get some moves back upside right here as we have, you know, now a little bit more U.S. strength, I was going to say, with respect to Apple and some of those, a little bit of the Chinese tariff worries. I mean, Apple's only one company, so I don't want to get going there. But we did have a trio of Federal Reserve officials talk about the weakening labor market, and today we get jobless claims just 1,000 under 221 versus 222. So that could be affecting also the U.S. dollar a little bit as we go. But we are at least looking for 2 rate cuts by year end. And then also the VIX. I mean, wow, we always talk about trying to protect your neck around here. So shout out to the RZA and the Jizza and the Method Man that are involved in all of that. And especially shout out to Inspector Deck. But right here, VIX, the VIX. I'm going to go with CBOE here as a VIX volatility index. And if you're going to look here at a day chart, forget about what it's been doing. I mean, we got that spike up recently. And I mean, this is why I said last week, you may want to buy some VIX down here at $16 to protect against something like that. And then it goes up to $22 again and spikes right back into these highs only before fading out. So if we're ever going to get a long-standing move in the broader markets, the VIX is going to have to be north of 22. So we get up there, now it falls right back in. That's an easy way to make a little bit of money while still holding on to your longer-term positions by just quickly saying, you know what, I think this market's overpriced. I'm going to wait for a bump up. And here's 22 to 23. It goes all the way back here to October of 23, where this level meant something, and it's continuously meaning something. We've only spiked above 23 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4 in 2 years. So, you know, if you're going to look for something to do, I would say buying the VIX where we had mentioned it around 14, 15, 16. I mean, the ultimate low is 15, but if you were able to get something down here, I think that's decent protection with not that much downside risk. Although it seems like the market's going to only go up, it doesn't. It, it does have those moments of regret, and you're like, what have I done? But right here,
possible.
We do the same thing. Yeah, it's not possible for this market to come down.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, of course, we know you're joking. Right there, so just a quick little look on Fly. Whoopsies, that's the wrong Fly. Here it is. I caught you, Fly. $62 right now. Not looking like it wants to open anytime soon. And, you know, to the point of what we've been talking about, when Figma, when Circle, when CoreWeave, when all these names are opening up, you had thousands of shares, like the number 1,000, which would be 10,000, so, or 100,000 shares. Right now, this is 5,000 shares. Like, there's not that much action. There's not that much on the bid. But remember, these are prices that are just market on open prices. So they're just saying, we want the opening fill. The NASDAQ, because it's on the NASDAQ, they're just, whoever's bidding $1,000, that could be me for 100 shares right now, you only will get long at if it opens right now, you'll get long at $62. So you could put a NASDAQ bid in at $12,000, whatever you want. Your own. I mean,
I'm sure there's.
You want to make sure that you have enough buying power.
Yeah, that's because if you put a too ridiculous a number, it'll reject you.
Or you may not. You have to have that much money because your account doesn't know exactly what you're trying to do. But the way it works out is you're going to get the opening print. Yeah. So now that's coming through. There's only 2 minutes left before 11 o'clock, and it doesn't seem like that's
well,
going to
it's not going to open in the next
for everybody. I know that I want to go over this because I ran this and we didn't go over it. So this is going to be the midday show has the same board as us, so they'll have a quick look at this when it comes through. But right now, Sharif sort of looked at us and was like, "What's going on with Fortinet?" And we reminded him. Of course, he remembered it, but down 25% right there on earnings because the question, the talk over there was CrowdStrike and Palo Alto and Zscaler. Yeah, they're all coming back in. There's Robinhood. My guy Joe over there is going to be happy with that. I think back to all-time highs, maybe 110, 111 coming through. Celsius, of course, the energy drink provider, maker, up 21%. CoreWeave up like this market is nuts, man. CoreWeave up 8, Duolingo up 30%. 30%, a $440 name, Neil. NVIDIA up 1%, near all-time highs again of 183.50. SoundHound, we didn't cover that, but that's down today a little bit on earnings. Yuck. There's Eli Lilly, lower than I bought it now, down 14%. Yuck on missed data. The data was there. I think it's still pretty strong, but not as good as we thought.
QBTS and IonQ both reported as well. Both disappointed. Both quantum names disappointed.
Oh boy, Oscar right now. You guys saw me buy this live on the air. This is not like. No problem, Steve. We bought this name live pre-earnings, and there it is, man. I'll hit this now because I think it's appropriate. It's. Another one. I mean, we had bought this name. We talked about the total addressable market, trying to get bigger. I mean, again, this is an app. So we're long down here at 1370. We bought it during the midday show that one day, or sorry, during the afternoon show, right before earnings. And there we go. 2 nice candles to the upside on Oscar Health. This guy ain't selling any of this play. We're going to let this go to the upside, man. Maybe we have another runner here for OSCR. So far, so good. That's it for me, my guys and gals and traders and they and them and everybody that's in the chat. We want to say a big shout out to all of you and thank you for supporting it. Neil, kill him with kindness. Let's go.
I got to kill him with on the rail super chat. Got to get to it. Appreciate you. We've already talked about Lilly a lot. You're asking if it's a good buy. Seems like a nice 10% upside in the next week or two. The only new thing I will say about Eli Lilly, I've already ranted about what I think about the quarter relative to in the comparisons, the oral versus what I think unfair comparisons between their oral drug and the injectable with Novo. Not fair. It was a small miss. Everything else was a beat. I want to be a buyer of the stock. I'm going to give it some time. But on a monthly chart, it is breaking down on this monthly. I think for me, it's an auto buy if it gets underneath $600 into the 550 range. Otherwise, I'm going to give it a day or two to make a low, kind of like what we saw with Amazon. I know I want it, but where's my daily charts behind here? I know I want it, but I just wanted to see it hold, and once it confirmed that it was holding the 200 period, then we go in when it shows me that double bottom bounce. That's what I'm going to wait for, or at 550 auto buy, or in front of 550, probably like 569 and 42. Would be a nice fun price. So let's get back to it. We got the professor, we got Joey options. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, everybody. Good luck if you're taking those IPOs. I don't think I will be, but good luck on Firefly if you do. Go get them.
Oh. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options. And we already have a bunch of people in the chat. Super quick. Rob Van Dam, I love that. Shout out to Other Zinc. We got Clutch One. We got Blackhawk and BD Gaming. Shout out to Shamar Challenger. Adam Deluce, a.k.a. All Class Adam. We got Don Sharifo. You're a new one. I guess I haven't seen you before. Bob the Builder. We got Brown Lightning. Big 4-0 Nephew. Katina Man. Brandon Franklin. Shout out to Anish and Rivian Millionaire. The OG Gorev and Frugal Nation. That would be me. Quite frugal. Just Play. We got Akko. We got Dude V5. Shout out to Yannick. Rocket Trader 001. Ed Miller and Set Secker. Sorry. Raj, we got Clutch One. Get it, Katina, man. We got Notorious Dinkelberg. Shout out, who else, man? Let's go. Throw your names in there. Love, Happiness, something SSLA. We got Farm Hamza, Parabolic FOMO, Maximus, 1138, and Bruno Pinho. My Crime channel, Adara would watch that channel. Walt Country Club, Elias Neymar. Neymar, are you from Brazil? So shout out to the Neymar who scored a brace yesterday or the day before. Shout out to the OG Neymar. Good morning, Joseph.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I hope everyone's having a solid trading session. You've seen what Katina Man and Neil were up to today. It's been a tricky one for me, but that's all right. We have the ability to navigate and stay cool, straightforward. It's always good having someone beside you who's like, calm down, you know what I mean? Relax. So, yeah, that's what it is.
I've seen it all before.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll break this down. I don't want to, I was going to say I don't want to show this just yet, but we'll display what we got going on.
Got it.
So, 0 for 1, 0 for 2, 0 for 3, and then now we're going really heavy right here. We were super heavy right there. So let's see if we can get this move back towards the volume weighted average price. But that's not how I started my day out. This is going to be IonQ reporting earnings. Boom, we play this ABCD pattern. You break through VWAP out super late. This was the entry that you want at the break of the VWAP, and you open up above it, boom, 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 and then I do get stopped out a little of my position right there. So that was our first one. We were nicely in the money, and then watch this chaos that ensued here on NVDA. So frustrating because it would have been super monstrous on our behalf. So anyways, I get in here. I DCA'd because we had a VPA signal. I wasn't patient enough. And then eventually it just blew me out, and I was heavy sized there. I'm like, okay, that was just a liquidity grab before we move lower. And then essentially what happened is I get in and I go to punch, I'm punching.
Oh.
It's not filling. So at this point I'm really frustrated. And then sure enough, boom, I take a little bit off, and then I'm looking for the add below the volume weighted average price. We get this pullback indecision. I add, and then it stops me out break even. I'm like, all right, this is what we're doing today. I get right back in, boom, 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 stops me out, and then it makes that additional leg lower. My primary target on NVDL was 91, and we got 10 cents away from that. So it's unfortunate that that didn't work out for us, because it would have been monstrous, but that's okay. We'll figure something out. And you got to recognize, like for me, I'll tell you guys, if a couple of more trades don't work out for me, I'm just going to hop in the sim and just relax. I have plenty of risk, but it's just about reserving your month as well, too,
and
right?
Mental,
you don't want,
man.
Yeah, exactly. And the mental capital. And right now it's being expended. So emotional damage for sure has been ensued on today's session. But at the end of the day, I think we'll be all right if Ethereum decides that it wants to get rolling, the market stops selling. It's not selling as aggressively. So if we get any sort of bid step back in, I think we'll be all right. This was my largest position of the day, aside from NVDL, the first one. And then sure enough, I'm just looking to build in. So if I get a nice, cool curl over and we have the ability to snap this downtrend, one thing to note on these 1 minute time frames, we're consistently forming those lower highs. So now we're micromanaging this, and you have to keep an eye out on that because it can tell you a lot. That's the reason why I monitor the 1 minute. You live and die by it at the end of the day, right? So right now we're dying by it, but we're trying to super live on this because I think we can get back to VWAP. Otherwise, the underlying asset's just super weak. If it comes anywhere close to this area of my entry, I'm just gonna hop right back out of the trade and then super sit on my hands to see if anything sets up. If not, sim later. That's it. That's as simple as it is. Not every day is going to be your day as a trader, and there's nothing wrong. And there's nothing wrong with just hopping in the sim on some days. And I think that's what key traders really, really learn is just like, hey, my setups that usually work on attempt 1, 2, or 3 aren't working today. I'm shutting it down. Guess what? The market's going to be back bright and early tomorrow, and you reserved a bunch of your capital. You saved all that money from the month, and that's how you just grow that steady sloping equity curve that we look to gain there, Shu.
Joseph,
Yes,
I was
sir.
just informed by our very good friend Neil
Yes, sir.
that the IPO Fly, FLY, has a sell-in balance. You and I were just looking at the TAP theoretical auction price. So, Assassino, if I can, it's a Chilean nightmare, my bad. Fabian, if I can show the screen right there on the where I'm flashing at, it says TAP, $63. What does that mean? Theoretical auction price. We know that the IPO price is going to be $43. So this is the theoretical auction price that pairs buy and sell orders prior to the open of the IPO, but that's only one data point. The other data point is to see whether there's a buy order or a sell order imbalance using an imbalance locator, which we have access to using here P8. Thank you, Fabian. Excellent, man. Always killing it with that. So that's what I'm talking about right there, guys. When you see that TAP, that stands for theoretical auction price. That's what I was talking about. But I'm definitely going to have to monitor the other data point, which is the order imbalances. So as soon as Joey starts spitting hot lines again, I'm going to load it up because I don't typically use it because I don't trade the open and I don't trade the close, right? And that's typically what it's used for. So we're going to keep tabs on that and we'll report to you guys. But needless to say, the Katina Man and the Neil are not taking the IPO today. So we're going to see how this this price, this tap, the order imbalance develops as we get closer to the IPO launch. Now, we never really know when the hell this is going to launch. It's typically sometime during Joseph and I's show on the midday.
Yes, sir.
But we don't really know exactly when. So we're going to keep tabs on that, and we'll keep you guys apprised. Now, here's the deal. I'm in one trade. I'm 1 penny out of the money. I'm punching in at highs with a view to adding at the volume weighted average price. So I'm in SNGX. I got to tell you guys, I've been saying this a lot, but I think that I've been accurate. The pickings are slim again in small cap gapper world. You have some nice movers, no triple digit winners. And what I have observed lately is the pullbacks are not being bought up with the same vigor that they had been in July and June. Some are getting, picked up off key levels, but a lot of them are fading. So if you were, if your accuracy was like, say, 70% buying off VWAP for stocks that were trading above it, I don't know. I don't have the data, but it does feel like that is a less accurate trade now than it had been in the prior months. So that's something to keep in the back of your mind when trading these ones. It should affect your aggression, your positioning, as well as your stop out orders, as well as your profit takers, because if we don't have that continuity, because we're not getting bought up off key levels, we're also not going to have it to the high side. We're not going to get parabolic as often with as many stocks. Keep that in the back of your mind and adjust your trading strategy accordingly. So that's what my suggestion is anyway in SNGX at the moment. I'm also looking at working into my other friend here, which is a holdover from yesterday, LHAI. It's up about 19 2/3%. Nothing really to write home about, but I am looking here to pick this up off the 10 EMA on the 5. It's quite spready. And it's already kind of bamboozling me. As you can see there, it shows 93 on the bid, 87 on the ask, which obviously doesn't make any sense. The higher number has to be on the ask as opposed to the bid. So then in these cases, or in this case, you look to the level 1 when you're getting anomalies like this. And what I'm seeing is 82 and 87. So currently a 5 penny spread, which isn't bad. But given the volume that it's done on the day, which is sub 1 million, and given the volume profile, which is declining, I should be careful trading this one, okay? Now let's talk about another one over here, quadruple C. Is this on the NQ? There we go. This one feels like it's making higher highs and higher lows off that 10 EMA. I'm punching into this one over here with a 1 penny spread. Anything below, I want to say area low at 234, I get out. Simple as that. So we'll give it to 32, and then we'll give it a little bit of room. Let's set up some beak wetters. We'll get in, yeah, there we go. And we'll set up some there every little bit. So giving this a try. We're going to try with smaller size. As I mentioned, guys, it feels like the better days for these small cap gappers, a little bit behind it at the moment. Maybe we're just taking a bit of a pause until we get some rate cuts, because I know that would be quite stimulative for these small cap gappers. So here's what I'm seeing before we send it back to Joey. I'm going to bring in the trusty 8 on the side. As you saw there, I punched into quadruple C. That's at the top left of your screen. Also LAWR. L-A-W-R. It's got a good looking chart pattern there with a lot of support on the 10 EMA. It's up 26 1/5%. LHAI, I already talked about. I'm looking at getting in at the 10 EMA, but this one is a bit slow. SLDP is losing VWAP. It looked like a nice possible bull flag. This is kind of case in point of what I'm talking about. When you get a nice little move, you're not finding support at the volume weighted average price as often as we had in the past. EBS, not bad. up 25%, 24.5%. I'm interested in VWAP on this one at around 740. It's finding some support right now at 750. We'll see if it holds that 50 penny level or if it has a bit of a deeper retracement into the WAP. I'm talking also JMIA, excuse me. This one might lose its spot onto the side chart anytime now because it's trading south of VWAP, but it's up 26.8%. And that's it, really, Joey. I mean, it's just the pickings are slim, but we're going to do what we can and with what we can. So we'll try to trade these as best as possible. And if I mentioned a stock here, or sorry, if you guys are looking at stock that I didn't mention, which I'm sure there are, get into the chat right now. Throw in that $, followed by whatever ticker your heart so chooses. If it's Softy, if it's Apple, if it's Pan Crap, Pan W. All right, I'm bitter. No, I added to that bad boy yesterday. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. Anyway, so go in, get into the chat right now, and vote for your favorite tickers so we do have an accurate representation of what you guys want to talk about, Joey, on the afternoon rundown.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, let's break down what I'm seeing here on Ethereum. I got out. Like, this is just too choppy considering my size. It's like, okay, you break through, and then you just keep moving. I mean, it could continue to grind higher, but the market looks like it wants to continue that southeast trajectory. So for me personally, it's either going to work relatively quick or you're just going to be like, oh, and that's not what we want to do here, right? So we're still red on the day. We got plenty of risk, but I just mentioned like sometimes you just got to shut it down and just realize when it's not your day. But anyways, let's get back into my thoughts here on Ethereum. I don't know why I don't want the market cap. So 3,946, we're going to call this a key resistance zone in this specific asset. Are we going to make that move higher? Yeah, we want this to close relatively strong. So that the fact that we're not continuously tanking is positive, considering that in the after hours we've seen it starting to move higher and higher. I'm out of it. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to get back in. I just did like my positioning at the lows, but just sitting through that was just a little bit too much. So I'm like, all right, let's just hop out of that today. So there it is, $3,946 is going to be a key resistance zone. If we can breach and hold this, then we'll be all right. I'm still swinging ETHA from 2670. ETHA is my average price, so we're down, or sorry, 2770. So we're right around here. So we're positioned okay, just looking for the break of this high. And then I think we can head into that 31, and that's kind of the objective of the trade that we got going on. The SPY is significantly more weak than the Qs are, so just keep that in mind as well, too, guys. We'll take a look at that one here. So SPY continuously selling. The Qs holding up pretty good, even though we are south of VWAP. There's Ether right there, just keeping it doing basic TA. We are sitting on the backside of this downslope on the 2 minute time frame that I was looking at. But you can see that we push higher, run into this resistance zone, and then it rejects. And then when the market takes a leg lower, you can see the selling pressure step right back in. So let's see if we're just going to consolidate. Bitcoin is still hovering above VWAP, so that's a positive sign as well, too. I was looking at DraftKings this morning for a potential setup, but nothing arrived that for my liking anyway. So we'll just keep that one on the sideline. And then as for the quantum space, there it is, IonQ looking pretty good, and that's when we get the continuation to the trend here on that ABCD pattern. But at the end of the day, it holds VWAP and goes again. So sometimes it's good to just stick to your guns and stick to that one stock that's worked one time for you and just continuously hit that trade. Even if you go 1 for 2, chances are that your next trade is going to be a pretty good one, so you can go 2 for 3 on that one. But here it is. This is why we got out. The longer the consolidation, the longer the less likely I feel that it's going to break. We also want to see that volume start to pick up. So you can see on that lower interval that it's really, really outweighing what we're seeing from a buying standpoint. So that's really important. If it's not more aggressive, then the chances of it breaking out, and this is what I was referring to yesterday as well, is like if you're trying to play breakouts but the volume isn't supporting it, chances are you might just get wicked out and then it moves back in the opposite direction in what you were looking for. So volume, and Sharif, guess what? Volume.
Oh, I wasn't going to be able to guess that.
That was a tough one.
That third one, though, Joey.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
You stifled me on that one. BRLT says Mr. Butter 10. I'm going to talk about the one I got in right now, but we're just going to check on BRLT for Mr. Butter. It's below VWAP, brother. It looked like it had a good morning. It's still up 36%, but it's lost the volume weighted average price. It really needs to be above that price, or that level, excuse me. When it's above VWAP, at least to me, signals that the buyers are in control as opposed to the sellers. That's one thing that I really look for. But I want to talk about this one right now, Joey. CREG, thank you, Urban Trader, as well as another person for pointing this one out. I didn't have eyes on it. It looks like this one was trading after the bell yesterday. We've already aggressively scalped into 20, wet the beak into 30. The only unfilled order goes into 32. So we've taken some nice out there on the move up. I still have an order down here, as you can see, to dollar cost average into what I perceive to be the 10 EMA on the 5. We'll see if it comes into that level, and if it does it hold up? So that's currently I'm in at 20. Now, the reason I got in 20, to me, 20 was a resistance level initially, so I looked for it to be support. Why? Why do I see that? Here, Assassino, this is what happened over here. Hey, oh, I didn't know you were behind me.
First of all, I'm going to get on the train. I have to have my
You're good, you're good, you're good.
Wow.
What's the deal? Oh, but you got some chicken there.
It's not that boring, man.
Some potatoes there. It's very healthy, Neil. I mean, you know that. No. He says he was talking.
I was talking to an algo guy, and we're like, the problem is this is so similar to what you just do at home. You just plain chicken, some potatoes, and some salad.
We'll take it.
Like, that's my least favorite thing.
But boring is good, Neil.
It's
Equals gains, baby.
It's
I'm not like you. I don't work out twice.
I don't believe that. This guy's a track star.
Yeah,
Don't
look at
listen
this
to
guy.
it.
No, I don't
Guy's
work out
built,
twice
man.
a day, every single day. You had a conversation about like rest periods for working out. I do those all the time, bro. Like I'll take a week off.
That's okay. I don't take a week off, but like, you know, I'll take
a week.
I'll do a week off every now and then.
Yeah, well.
Yes, 100%.
Damn.
100%.
All right.
I'm 45 years old.
Age is just. Oh, I was gonna say. I was gonna say. You can't really say that now anymore, I guess.
Yeah, I'm old AF, man. What's that, Ram Ram?
Yeah.
Get a mic.
There you go. Ram Ram says age is just a number, but jail is just a room.
Oh.
So yeah, thank you.
I don't know what that means, though. Like,
Pardon
what
me?
is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't.
I'm naive, man. Leave me alone, man. It's part of my charm.
Who does AMD think they are?
I don't know.
At the end of the day, Sharif.
Well, you know what? If you want to know
Your
what AMD is, you
duplication.
should probably watch that short by Ram Ram yesterday. That's one of the hottest shorts around. You see that?
Ooh, no, I didn't.
See
Let's
that
pull it
short?
up
Yeah.
there.
Well,
Let's
why
pull
don't
it
you advertise it with the same vigor you were advertising
hold
that
on.
VWAP video?
Am I in it?
Yeah. No, you're not.
Oh, so then I can't.
Well, you and I actually, I think Neil, Brendan, and myself. No, but I really liked it. Obviously, it's Lisa
see.
Sue. Lisa's talking about chips.
Oh, here it is. All right, guys, go tune in here.
There you go.
Make sure you guys go watch our shorts. We'll
It's a
play
Ram
this
Ram
one.
special.
Everybody knows.
Everybody knows. And the music and everything, it's all like exciting. It's data center. Shout out
Giving
to
me,
Ram Ram.
it's yeah. So go check that out. It's giving me 80s vibes, like the 80s
a little bit.
Dance Club.
Like
vibe.
some Tony Montana, like I'm
Yeah,
selling
like-
Chachi, making money now.
And all that,
Money,
all that
power,
good
respect.
stuff. Money, power, respect. DK and G. See, that's the thing, right? I just feel like gunslinging a little bit now, and you don't necessarily want to do that. But this was a good signal for DK and G right here, right? So a nice hammer candle at the lows, and now you're holding that level, and it's climbing back towards the volume-weighted average price. Ether's just grinding. I can't buy this anymore, to be honest with you guys. Like, I've taken my 4 stabs at it. This one, we just take a small win, considering the bulk of the position was here. But I can't buy the top of this range. The volume is starting to pick up, but I need to see how we react around the volume-weighted average price and what Bitcoin is up to. I mean, I think it's the stronger class right now. It's not quite near that peak that we see Ethereum at, so that's a key resistance level there. But pre-market, 66.39, that's really, really important. Oh, okay, let's break this down. Why was I short? Guys, check this out. This is crazy. Oh yeah, we're leading into earnings for NVDA. It's at the end of the month, I believe. So this is what my thought process was here on NVDA. As soon as I see this, I start salivating, right? So I'm like, all right, because I get really excited and overwhelmed a little bit. But here it is, right? This is what we go for. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for on the options chain. 185, 112,000 contracts on this week's expiration cycle. 192.5, 150. And then you have this congestion zone of just pure open interest. And sure enough, where was our high? Almost 184 on the day. And I'm like, all right, this call wall's coming into play. We put in that indecision print at a high. We had that 10 minutes of extreme buying. You put that indecision print. Let's short this bad boy. All right, we get in short. And then it squeezes us, licks us out. We get back in, we try to get in more, order rejected, order rejected, order rejected. And then sure enough, you get that move to exactly what I was looking for. And 91 on NVDL, the 2X leverage ETF, we were looking for that and we come 10 cents within the target, but we didn't have the size, so none of that matters. And it doesn't even matter.
Doesn't even
exactly.
matter.
But there goes Ethereum. You can see where we're positioned. It's just one of those days, man. So yeah, we're going to realize where we're sitting and how we've been performing, and we're going to just sit back, post up, and chill out right now, Sharif.
I do like that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know, not the tough day, but I do like the posting up and chilling.
Yeah.
All right, guys. CREG, we're doing it live on this one. This is the most active of them. So initially in here at 20, we scalp out to 30. It drops. We get the 12 ad, and now we've scalped up into 20s. It's going to have to hold here, though. So this is the 10 EMA. 205 is VWAP, but I'm basing my trade off the 10 EMA. Let me wet the beak here as well as it pops back down. So let's give this, since we got on Craig 212s, I'm going to give it to 207. It's going to have to hold up there for the remaining amount. I know I'm giving it a tight stop, but, you know, just trying to be careful with these ones because, I feel that, you know, maybe the best days for these small cap gappers, at least for the moment, is behind them. I'd like to see how they react in September or even before if the Fed starts telegraphing a rate cut. I'd like to see how they react, and then we'll assess then. But, you know, my observation has been not as good, okay? Not as good. But Craig looking good over here. Back up into 23. We've got 12s on. The next area I'm looking at wetting the beak is 26. That seller at 23 is a staunchy little bugger, and he won't shake. So we're going to have to pack our patience. But I want to call this Lawler, even though it's not Lawler, but I just want to say that. Shout out to Jerry Lawler. Is he still alive?
I know a Robbie Lawler.
Yeah, well, we're talking about Jerry Lawler.
Who's Jerry
the King
Lawler?
Jerry Lawler. You should know he is. He's the king.
I don't know that guy.
Yeah, he's from wrestling, bro. We're
Is
just
he?
giving
Yeah,
you trouble.
but for all my fighting
Neil's
fans,
very disappointed.
you want to talk about real
He's
combat
alive.
sports,
Thank you, Neil.
sports.
He's 75. Okay, so he's getting up there, man.
guy,
Well, God
Robbie
bless his
Lawler.
soul, but, LAWR, Joey just broke out there above 205 into 214. Keep an eye out on that one. It's been a hell of a respectful trade off the 10 EMA on LAWR. Okay, so we're going to keep tabs on that. But go CREG. CREG's doing well for me over here. We just got the ad finally on an SNGX at VWAP. It's going to have to hold up here. And there goes quadruple C through into that 40 penny area. Next area I'm waiting is actually right here, 43s and then 45. So quadruple C also finding support off the 10 EMA and then right back up. So keeping my eye on all these ones right now. We'll keep an eye as well on SNGX. As it's going to have to hold up here as well. I'm also in EBS. Sorry, I'm in a lot of stocks. I do apologize. EBS, we weaseled in at 43. EBS is a VWAP hold, Joey. So if it doesn't hold VWAP, it's the end of the story.
Yeah.
What's happening over there, bro?
I don't know, man.
What's happening?
Yeah, this is crazy. There goes Ethereum. It's gone now. It's gone. So there's my guy, Robinhood. Let's go. We're all the way back here. We're knocking on the door of the all-time highs. So that's a good look on Robinhood. Yes, man. All good in the hood on that one. We're happy about that. And I mean, go Ethereum, go as well too, guys. Like we like that. Also from a swing perspective, hopped out of those VIX calls. Super not good. Well, I mean, not bad. I took a $150 loss on a couple contracts. So that's small potatoes. So yeah, we don't mind that. But there it is. This is the grind that Ether is just putting us through. So there it is. And let's see if I can. Let me see if I can expand this enough. So it's like quarter risk. You're just building it aggressively, and the same thing going on here. And then sure enough, boom, you get that move higher.
21.
Yeah, so it was a really nice move. But then you just run into VWAP and a rejection. Now it's put it in on the 2-minute. It's put in an inverted doji candle right there. So you can see the aggressive rejection that we're experiencing in the overall market, right? So the longs are going to be a little bit more difficult to find. I mean, AMD and Robinhood are kind of living in their own parallel universe right now. So we got to continue to look for signs of strength. But as for earnings tonight, because before we do the news, we're going to obviously run through some of the expected moves and go through the trade. We got the trade desk, SoundHound, Rocket Lab, Pinterest, and then SMR, New Scale Power Corporation, Block, XYZ, Twillo. So another B-list lineup there. And Take-Two, I like Take-Two Interactive. I know Fabian's going to be keeping an eye out on that one. Because in order to figure out what Take-Two's up to, we got to get the one animation that I was asking for. Otherwise, they're not going to release the report. So yeah, we're still waiting on that. But yeah,
how did we do on the likes yesterday?
We got like 800, so 800 is not 1,000. So
wow,
yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't pound the desk on that more towards the end there.
You know what, brother? You can only do so much sometimes. You know what I mean?
That's
so
fair.
yeah, it is what it is. NVDA putting in a new low a day, breaking through that 5-minute opening range right now. So watch out for that level to break. We talked about the high levels of open interest, and this is something that we most definitely want to keep an eye out on.
He says, "Calm down that passion." You didn't hear that one?
No, I didn't hear. He didn't give it to me, so it's all right, man. I get it.
Oh,
it's all good,
Fabian's laughing at this guy. It's like, oh my god.
It's all good,
right,
man. It's all good, man.
It's okay. It's okay. I see you, Casey. I see you, Casey. Oh,
people don't forget. Man.
Take it easy, Joey. Oh,
well, see, but the thing is, you didn't get it. That's a line from Superbad as well, too. Remember when they're going on the soccer field? He's like, yeah, you peed your pants in like 4th grade. He's like, yeah, that was in 4th grade.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, people don't forget. You know what I mean?
I love that.
I mean?
Love that.
People
Yeah.
don't forget, man.
Yeah, hold on. Who was that he was bullying about? Who was that?
Franco,
again?
The Franco brother.
Yeah.
I
Oh my
forget his
God.
name. I forget the
That movie's got a cult following, bro.
It's
I'll
the
never
best
forget
movie
that.
of all
I'll never
time.
forget that movie, man. It made a lot of careers.
Exactly.
Huh? It's one of the best movies of all time.
Easily.
Oh,
Whole classic. Man. Yeah.
Oh, Neil's coming in.
No, I was asking a question because I heard Joe say that's the best movie of all time.
Oh.
I was.
That's
as
crazy.
far as comedies go, I'm just gonna nominate in my opinion, the funniest movie made in my adult life.
Go.
Is Tropic Thunder, and it's not
Very
close.
good. It's very good.
For 400 years. That word. I'm telling you, Robert Downey Jr. That is the greatest comedic performance.
Oh boy.
You couldn't do that. You couldn't do that nowadays without people
you
losing
know
it.
what? Here's the thing. You could do it nowadays because it was so funny and so well done that anybody that even tries to act like it was racist, you're just gonna get shot down because it was too damn funny. Straight up. If comedy's comedy, if comedy is that good, you just can't hate on it. It was so perfect.
Yeah, it was good.
Like every brother out there is like, this dude just crushed it and we love it. Like my pops is old school. He watched it and was like, are you kidding me? It's like Chappelle's show. My dad, the first time I was watching Chappelle's show and my pops walked in, he was visiting, and it was Clayton Bigsby episode.
That's crazy.
It was the white.
That's
all I'm saying.
one of the
And he was
best
dying.
episodes ever.
It's actually the best episode.
Like, I don't know if we can use the words.
Yeah.
YouTube might get upset. Like,
The funniest part is
I
the
don't
2
know.
books that he wrote. He wrote some books after, and it's just like, yo, this is absolutely hilarious. But no, for me, I think the funniest movie of all time is Dumb and Dumber. They're like they're riding on the little moped on the way to Aspen, and I think it's like, or Harry is on the back and he's freezing, and he's like, oh, my hands are freezing. And he's like, oh, you wanna, here, take a pair of gloves. He's like, oh, you've had 2 this whole time? Which is absolutely hilarious.
I think one of my faves, it's not my favorite, but one of my faves, Wedding Crashers. I like Vince Vaughn's comedy. That's why. Like, I know he's fallen out of favor now. Maybe he got a little canceled there, but
Did he? For what? What did he do?
I don't know, man. Everybody was
He
getting
got a little
canceled.
canceled. I don't remember what happened to him. But
I don't know
something
what
he
happened.
fell
Yeah, I
out of
don't
favor.
remember,
He
but-
was a good. You know what the crazy? People forget that he was in some serious stuff too.
He
Like,
was,
serious
absolutely.
movies. Yeah, like the guy was in Rudy of all things. It was a Dead Poet Society, I think. He was
Wild.
in. Not Dead
Remember
Poet, the
that.
other one.
Great book.
The one with Brendan Fraser in the college.
Right.
Is that what he was in?
What's it called, Adara?
No, it wasn't. He wasn't in School Times. He
School
wasn't in School
Ties,
Ties.
yeah.
I'm thinking of somebody else. Anyways, those are all great picks. But the other, if you've never seen this one, and maybe I'm gonna date myself. I'm just gonna
fine.
throw one last one, then I'm gone. See no evil, hear no evil. Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder. And
I've
I
never
can't even
watched
say
that.
straight.
Bit of stretch- bit of a
Richard Pryor
stretch
and
there,
Gene
yeah.
Wilder. That's all I'm gonna say.
I've never seen
Richard
that.
Pryor was the man. And if you've never, I get it, I'm old, but Richard Pryor was on a different level. If you like, Chappelle was Chappelle, Eddie Murphy was Eddie Murphy, but Richard Pryor is the reason that both those dudes did what they did. Straight up. And most
Love
comedians would tell you that. So if you've never seen it, all I think of is Oh, anyways, I'm gonna get out of here because I go all day on some comedy stuff.
Thank you for chiming in, Neil. All right, we had a super chat from Casey that I didn't get to. I'm so sorry, Casey. Let me just scroll back up. All right, thank you for the $10 super chat. Casey, you're talking about LAWR. I'm just going to call it Lawler. I don't know why. Here it is, though. 1 second. I thought I had it. There we go. What's the question? Has been a nice day. Got in at the open, 169. Bang. Absolutely, Casey. That is a hell of a move. You literally have like a few pennies above the day low, which is $1.60. So I love your entry, Casey. I also happen to like the respect that this one's had for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It has a 14 high a day. It's trying to hold above 2. I think I'm going to weasel into this one with just a stop below 2, even though, you know, it is kind of a slow mover here. LAWR, the ticker, Adara LePage.
Sharif Gobriel, let's take a look here at Bitcoin because we actually do have a crypto-related catalyst today for this market. Bloomberg reporting that Trump will be signing an executive order on Thursday. That's likely the one he's going to be set to sign or scheduled to sign at 12 p.m. today. This executive order would be allowing alternative assets, such as private equity, crypto, and real estate, into 401ks. Apparently, this will basically allow the U.S. Secretary of Labor to review the guidance on these private market investments in 401k and other contribution plans. And so basically, you could be investing in these type of alternative assets for your retirement. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there, but it sounds like this is what he's actually going to be signing. We did have a really nice look here for Bitcoin and for crypto pre-market on this news, and Bitcoin continuing to push back to the upside. Right now, this is the 15-minute chart, so we're in a bit of a bull flag here in the 15. Looks like we need to clear that 116,000.8 level, and then next here, 117,000 to continue to push higher. On the daily chart, we'll pull that up for BTC. We're near day's highs. We are coming into, I guess, a little bit of resistance, previous support around that 117,000 level, but if we can clear it, could be a nice continued push to the upside for BTC. Let's see how this executive order signing goes as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
For that should be really interesting. Joey, I mean, this is something that I'm quite excited about, not for us because we're not Americans, but I feel like maybe it starts down there, and then your good friend Mark Carney, the new Prime Minister of Canada, he weasels that kind of stuff over here. The only difference, though, Joey, is we've got so many different types of these IRA 401k accounts, right? We got the TFSA, we got the RSP, RRSPs, and then we also have that for that home savings one. There's
FHSA.
Thank you, first time home, whatever. Then you've got the education one, a lot of different tax deferred accounts. Reason is, it's a constant rinsing over here, Joseph. Constant rinsing, a quadruple, quintupling of taxes everywhere we go.
Shout out
to Canada.
Shout out to Stephen Harper, though, for bringing in the TFSA, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes.
Otherwise,
the big Stephen H.
Crazy. I mean, as for that, you get to contribute X amount, but then you want to. But the thing is, you can accumulate that, right? If you don't contribute much one year, that rolls over to the next year as well, too. So you can contribute double the amount and not get taxed on that. But you have to watch out.
Bigly,
yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Sorry, brother. I had to fix it up there, Andre. Sorry for kind of getting into that there for you guys. But anyways, yeah, I think Ethereum might get rolling here, to be honest with you guys. It's looking pretty good. It's unfortunate, but it's just the narrative of the session, right? So it's just realization. It's going to have to be a triple plus credit rating. So that's going to be obviously Canada credit rating right there in order for me to get involved into something here. So yeah, we're going to be patient. Amazon is consolidating around the lows. It was strong in the open. AMD is ridiculously strong. Hasn't started to pull back. Unlike its peer. Oh, there it was. You sly dog, you. There it is. Yeah, so look at that hammer print. Oh, my days. Look at that inverted hammer, that topping tail with the volume supporting it right there, Sharif. You play the break of that, and boom, you're off to the races. Who knows what you're going to get? If this market wants to continue to bleed, then who knows what AMD can most definitely head into the volume-weighted average price. That would be primary target. You obviously want to keep out an eye out for some key resistance zones that can possibly act around support. So that'll be around that 172.46 level. Let's pull up the chain to see if we have any overhead like we seen in the likes of NVDA, and if that's reflected in AMD as well. So 16,000 at 175. What was our high of the day here? 175.61. Anything north of that, so 200 does have 20,000 contracts. So that's going to be our max pain on the call side. Let's take a look at the put side if there's anything significant. 110, I think that's a little bit of a push. We do have some 22,700, but I think that's more or less for the writers, right? They could have bought that a while or sold that a while ago, and then sure enough, you're just going to allow that to expire worthless this weekend and collect all of that premium. Those aren't worth anything. I want to do something here quickly. I'm not going to do it right now, but
not going to do it live?
No, we're going to do it live, but we're going to do strategy builder, and then we're going to just put together a lot of the strategy.
I love that.
Yeah, we're going to just put together a combination of strategies that we can, whether it be credit spreads, debit spreads, condors, etc. Just so you get it's just so you get familiar with constructing them. They're fairly simple, right? They're just a combination of spreads. But that's what I did, Sharif. For me, I'm more of a visual learner. So when I read something, I need to actually physically do it after in order to really comprehend and understand what I'm doing. And that's helped me a lot with just messing around with the options train, putting together the combinations, and it will tell you a lot more. And it's more of a visual, right? So I'll do an example right now. It's unfortunate that we can't click on both. So what I'll do is I'll construct us a quick credit spread here, or a condor. I'll do a condor and we'll just pretend that it's going to work. So we're looking at the likes of, we'll go to NVDA. I think it's going to be a slightly better example because we do have definitive call wall. So I'm going to go on for a couple seconds here, Sharif.
Yeah, you take your time, man.
So essentially what we'll do is we don't want this. We're going to go further dated. We're going to go to the August 29, 2025. And what we're going to do is we're going to select our deltas, anything less than 0.1. So essentially that's going to tell us that we're going to expire worthless. So if you want to construct a condor, what is an iron condor? It's just essentially saying that you believe that price is going to stay within a certain range, right? So this is the range that you have. This is where your short contracts are established at the highs and the lows. This is going to be your bear call spread. This is going to be your bull put spread. So at the end of the day, so what we're going to do is 215. That gives us a delta of 0.79. So that means there's essentially a 93% chance that this is going to expire out the money, even a little bit more. So we'll select this short call, right? And then what we'd want to do is we obviously want to protect our downs, our upside as well. So in the instance of a bear call spread. So what you do is you go, so we got 69 here, and then we're going to buy a couple strikes higher, and that's 35. So we're going to collect a net premium of around $30, a little bit more, $34. We're going to collect per contract combination right there. So what we're doing is we're selling this one. We're buying this one, so that's going to be our top end range. That's going to be our bear call spread. And then as for our bull put, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to go to that 9 delta strike and see what we can find. So we'll go to this one because I think that we're going to be a little bit more bearish, and I don't believe that NVDA is going to fall short of 155 by the 29th of August. So what are we going to do? We're going to write this $1.29, collect $1.29, but we also want to protect our other side. So what are we going to do? We're going to purchase $5 lower, so we're going to collect another $30. So essentially here now we have the 155, 150, and then we have the other strike up here as well to the 215, 220. And that's just going to be our constructive range, and we're going to collect a net premium of $60 per contract combination. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I will go to strategy builder button later. I got to do it on here. It's not going to allow me to do it right now, but we'll do that later. I'm just kind of going over what we will do some more. So that's going to build us our iron condor, and essentially you collect $60 per combination of condors. If you sell 4 of them, there you go. You do the math. $240. As long as NVDA closes within that $215 range and that 155 range, you get to collect $240, and that's how that works. Hopefully that helped a little bit.
Absolutely, Joseph. That was banger. I just want to bring to your attention this over here. Now, not every platform is going to have this. This is what we call the imbalance locator. And thank you, Neil, for pointing this out to me. So this is important because this is the second data point that we have for the IPO. So let me just go off to the IPO screen. As I mentioned to you guys, that number right there, the theoretical auction price for Fly, which is the IPO that I'm talking about, trading on the NASDAQ. So we'll be able to see a good tap there, 68 bucks. Neil, I don't know if it's flipped on yours, but it's flipped on mine. Yeah. So this, see where it says side? and there can be a B or an S there. So some of them will have S's, some of them will have B's in the side column. That means it's buy imbalance. There's a buy imbalance there. And look at the paired volume. PV stands for paired volume, the amount that's been paired so far, about 2.5 million orders. So what I want to see is this be a B and this number here continue to increase. Like we kind of saw with, what's it called? What the hell was that IPO we did the other day?
Fig.
Thank you, Figma. All right? And the comparison that we have is the actual pegged IPO price, which is $43. And that was not even the original data point. The original IPO range was like a couple of bucks below that, like 39 to 40 or something like that. I got it in my notes. So it was already oversubscribed. And then when we get to trading day, like we did with Figma, the tap is, again, it's increasing now. From 68, it's up to 69. And then you also want to see the buy side imbalance. And so we know it's a buy side imbalance because it says side B, and then we want to see the amount. So there's currently a buy side imbalance of about 17,000 shares, 21,000. It's getting more and more as more limit on open or market on open orders are submitted to the exchange. We'll start seeing this number change. Look at it drop down. So somebody sold up a storm there. We were at 20-something thousand. Now we're just down to 63. So this number will constantly change, and that will be reflected here as well. So just keep your eye on that. If you're interested in this kind of thing, into the IPOs, it probably behooves you to just learn a little bit about it before you punch in. So a couple of good things to report to you guys, some good, some bad. Quadruple C, we're taking more prints here to the high side. I'm happy with this trade. Let's see if it bull flags. It generally held area support. Also LAWR, shout out, I forget, to KC. We've taken a bunch of prints on this. It's generally holding VWAP and that $2 area. I think we've taken out 4 prints so far with a couple unfilled there, but I definitely want to see this hold the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, if it's of no interest to me. But this one, I traded it incorrectly. I should have had a bit of a looser stop. Now, full disclosure, CREG breaks my rules. Because, yeah, it fulfills one of the requirements, which is trading above VWAP, but it's not above the pre-market high, nor is it above the aftermarket high, which I look at as akin to the pre-market high, because those same bag holders in the aftermarket could be there in the pre-market. There's really no hard and fast rule why they shouldn't be, because they're very similar. Those aftermarket and pre-market, maybe not the same participants, but the rules are the same, and there's no volatility halt parameters in the after or the pre. Anyway, this one's zigging and zagging, 232. To get back above that aftermarket high yesterday, we got to break above 2 low 40s, okay? 242, 240, something in and around that area. Now, that's the bad news. The good news, that's the bad news. The other bad news is SNGX broke down, and we just lost VWAP, so we'll take a hit there as well. So we're 2 for 2, negative on the day currently, looking to get out of that. So we'll see exactly whether we can work into some positive trades here on CREG. What I'm going to do with CREG is I'm going to peg an alert to the pre-market high, and I'll put it a couple of shekels below. That way I had advance notice of it if it makes its way back up there. So CREG will continue to be positive, but I shouldn't have been getting out break even there. In fact, I should have been adding to the position. I didn't. That's a mistake on my part. We'll look to do better next time. And then that's it. That's all I got right for the moment, Joey. We're continuing to hold LAWR, which is positive. Quadruple C looks positive as well. Rusty Billy. Something. I can't read the entire thing. OSRH. Thank you very much, my friend, for the $2 super chat. Let's have a look at OSRH. OSRH. Okay. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking at here. Yeah. So this is down 4%. OSR Holdings. It's about a $12.25 million, not billion, dollar market cap. It's only traded 112,000 shares on the day. And this is what the daily chart looks like. So it's clearly coming. It looks like a SPAC. It looks like a de-SPAC'd and tanked. And the reason I can tell that is because it has consolidation at $10. Typically, when you have prolonged consolidation at $10, you usually are a SPAC. It's not a hard and fast rule, but just without looking further, I can already gauge that. I'm assuming it de-SPAC'd somewhere around here. Is it still a SPAC? No, it's a healthcare company. So it's a healthcare, okay, improving the lives of people and their family. That's what the description says. Sounds like a great objective and a noble goal, but the money doesn't seem to be flying in anyway. So OSRH, I hate to sound like a Debbie Downer, but this is not a good name. It is putting in lower lows, lower highs. It's now at risk, of getting delisted as it's lost the dollar. Is this on the unqueue? Yes, it is. It's a NASDAQ name, so it's going to have to work its way back above $1 to stay in compliance. Now, there's ways around that, and you can reverse split, so you take back shares from people, but the price ends up going up. So we'll have to see if that happens. But with respect to a trade, whether swing or intraday, I don't like it. I hate to be so conclusive about it, but it does not look good, Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right there. So you went over all the super chats. Bitcoin a little bit stronger than what we're seeing in Ethereum. That's positive, breaking through. But again, rejecting that one specific level that we were referring to earlier. So just keep that in mind, guys. What's the volume profile telling us? And this is what we want to see. So I mean, there it is. It is significantly larger than what we experienced for the past hour or so. So keep that in mind. That is positive. But is that going to be enough to be sustained? And can that be sustained? So. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Typo. I do, right? But I also use. So this is different TWS, we'll call it. But I like to use something else and just also my phone as well. Take it, Joe. It's yours. MSTR short. We'll see. I'm holding 300 shares of fly at 70. Yes, Shane. We've seen that. You went over Shane's super chat, right, Sharif?
Pardon me?
Shane. His name is Shane.
My platform is glitching. No, I answered him, but we didn't actually address it.
I'm up $750 on fly already.
And Neil asked him as well, and so did I. I want to know how he got the fills. I don't know if I can get a fill on my platform. I certainly can't get it here.
Yeah.
But just to bring it up, Joey, it's $70 now.
Oh, is it?
The tap.
Damn.
The tap is increasing, guys, okay?
Oh,
and that's one thing to keep an eye on. It's not a hard and fast rule, nor is it like foolproof, but it's one of the data points you need to keep your eye on if you're going to trade these.
Absolutely. Okay, so how about buying Lily today for swing trading for a week? Okay, he's asking you that, Ronak Kumar, but please don't spam the chat. I understand.
I'm gonna look at Lily for him, and I'll get Adara to chime in a second as well for Lily.
Yeah. I want to take a look at Lily too.
All right,
if that's okay, man.
If
I'm allowed to.
I'm only permission, bro.
It's our world, baby. It's our world, baby. We just live in it. Eli Lilly. Okay, this is pretty expensive in my opinion. Do you want to be swinging this name? I don't know, but to each their own. Ooh, wow. Okay, which way are you swinging though? That's the thing, right?
So it broke some key levels there. Derek, come in on the little screen there because it's interesting. Yeah.
I think honestly, don't touch this as a long right now, longer term. Like I'm looking at the daily chart, lower highs, lower lows. Like honestly, most of the levels I have on this are in the 700-800s. We're not anywhere near there. They're the set 52-week lows. Michael Noss will always say, don't buy stocks at lows. Don't sell stocks at highs. And that's obviously generalization. There are notable exceptions to this rule. MSCR was one, AAPL was one, but those were also both when they were at all-time highs and they sold off. So buying a stock when it's at 52-week lows, I don't really have much precedence for.
Well said.
Especially a spreadier stock. We're kind of near. I mean, I will say intraday, the 636 has held pretty well. I've watched it, but we did break it a couple times. Right now, we're waffling. Based on this daily trend, I would not in good conscience be like, this is a great look for an intraday for a forward swing, if I'm being honest.
And Adira, it's like lost a lot of the area lows. Look at this screen. So if you're looking area low, area low, area low, area low.
Lows.
Yeah, exactly. So. Well said.
I mean,
Joey, what's your view?
What's my take? Yeah. You don't go all in at once, right? Like, see, the thing is though, with this big gap down, it's somewhat attractive to a certain point. I get that you're going to be getting it at a good price, and your risk to reward can be there as well too. Okay. But one thing that you want to wait for is just some form of indecision. This is a pretty bearish candle, right? There's very little buying pressure within that. So for me personally, I always say this: divide your piece of the pie. Right? You don't just eat the pie all at once. You break it up into pieces and you get involved a little bit. You eat a little bit for breakfast, you eat a little bit for lunch, and then you obviously have some. I don't eat pie, so that's why I'm talking pizza pie here.
Assassino!
Assassino, yeah, there it is, right? So at the end of the day, Don't go all in at once. Slowly start to build your position, but also just keep your measures, your risk measures.
People coming at you in the chat. Joey, what do you know about pie? All right, guys, I got to interrupt Joey because your other friend there, well, let's just call it my friend as well. CREG just took out that pre-market, that aftermarket high from yesterday. 245 is now the official high, but true to form, I'm not the only person looking at pre-market high and aftermarket high. That is well known by small cap traders and the short small cap traders as well, because they're going gung-ho on the shorts. This thing dropping 10 quick pennies off the top. I will not punch in until it decisively clears that 245. So be on the lookout now. CREG is breaking out above the pre-market high. For the moment, it is below it. Let's see if it's able to work back above 245. It's up 54%-ish, Joey. Sorry to interrupt you, but I want to bring that to the attention of everybody.
No, for sure. Yeah, so keep that rolling. I mean, yeah, so
Keep
just
rolling.
Yeah, so just don't go all in at once, right? That's just not logical in my opinion. Especially if you have any form of experience. That's why I just like to continuously. If I have a swing trade, I'll just boom. I'll DCA into that bad boy, right?
Okay.
But it only to a certain extent. You have to figure out where you're wrong, and then just stick to that risk measures. All right, I appreciate that there. And on Thursday, hopefully I didn't butcher your name, but I'm pretty sure I did. But thank you very much for those kind words. And yeah, and just go. Go on Bitcoin, keep going, go Robinhood, go to those all-time highs. We like that. And this is what I'm talking about. Support levels or resistance levels now coming in as support. There it is on AMD. You get that inverted hammer candle right there. Sure enough, you have the ability to short it from 74s to 72. And then if you get that break, I think that's just bonus. And then you head into the middle of the range. The next target's going to be the volume weighted average price. Adara, what do you got for us?
Get it, Adara.
One of the IPOs we were watching today is open. This is White Fiber, WYFI. Wi-Fi, I guess you could call it. Opened at $25, made a high at, looks like $25.13. Now trading around $21.20. So really rough look here for WYFI to start things off. FLY, the more closely watched IPO, has not yet opened. Currently seeing a theoretical auction price of $71. Back to you.
All right, here we go. We're doing it freaking live. I fat-fingered on CREG, but we're back in. This one's breaking out, guys. All right, here we go. It feels like this one's got a bit of a bid under it at the moment. We got it originally at 42, so I did front run it. Scalp, add, scalp. Here we go again. What we've got on right now is 55, so we're break even. But I do want to add at 35 here if it does lose the $0.50. Why? Because this is an area of previous resistance. So I'd like for this 30, 35 area to get tested. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw an order for that level. I'm going to front run it by putting it at 37s and see what we get there. There it goes again, though, through the high into 60s. Excuse me, not the high 61. We're zigging. We've got a couple outs so far right now on CREG. It's got good strength, but that is for now. I don't mind getting a little bit more at these key areas of technical support. But I'm packing my patience over here, trying to wait for the retracement or the breakout, whatever it wants to do. But it's now cleared those area highs, so I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I'm going to flip to the 5-second chart as well, so that I can get a gauge of what this one is doing. CREG is the ticker. CREG. There we go. All right, let me just fix this over here. There we go. All right, Joey, what do you got, my man? Because it's got to throw in some orders here.
Yeah, absolutely. So IonQ, so going back to this quantum space, guys, a nice curl over holding of these key levels, and now you're punching through the volume weighted average price. So, I mean, let's keep an eye out on this one. I might like this for potential long there as well, guys. So we'll keep in mind. I'll retest the VWAP. We're going to keep an eye out for that one, and maybe we get a move there. One thing that is positive in Bitcoin, you have a 5-minute candle that is opening at the at the higher end of the range. Topper, remember Topper's Pizza? I don't know if anybody ever remembers that place. No. Anyway, shout out to that. Shout out. Yeah, so there it is. Boom. Sitting on the top, so you can see where we open up here, and then now we're sitting up kind of on this end of the range, and sure enough, it's above some of these key support resistance levels, right? So just keep an eye out on that. Bitcoin can really start rolling. Havana, did you see my DM? Because Sharif, Havana brought up a really good point yesterday. It's just from a percentage metric. He's stating that IBIT is kind of like a leverage product, and I was kind of doing my percentage gain thing that I was showing.
Yeah. You showed Nimrod.
Yeah. And it kind of is, right? So I thought the tracking error was none. I thought you would see obviously an equal amount of percentage gain in Bitcoin, and in IBIT, no, that's not necessarily the case. No, it's not the case. Yeah.
So we got to get the coin directly then.
Yeah, I think so, man. I think so. I don't know. I got to look a little bit more into that Havana Woody. I'm looking for you to respond to me on X just so I can dig into it.
Ask your friend Copilot there.
I like Havana Woody more than Copilot.
Oh, wow. I wouldn't say that out loud. They're listening.
Oh, they're listening. Sorry. And
are they not?
Yeah, they're always listening, brother. The FBI. I don't want to get a text from the FBI agent saying,
well,
hey,
no, I meant the AI. Like it's you know.
You ever remember those memes?
Say that again. Assassino knows.
No,
because I saw Fabian, the way he talks to the LLM, he's like, "Are you dumb?" I'm like, Fabian, that's exactly what I do, but I always lament it. I'm like, I know none of this is gonna get deleted.
You know what?
And once they're awake and they're conscious,
they're gonna remember.
They're gonna know. They're gonna know exactly what I said about
that's
them.
why you see people like bullying their humanoid robots and stuff, like the robots.
It's not the move.
Don't
it's not
do
the move,
that, man.
is it?
Don't do that. I'm gonna be friends with them. But yeah, other than that, guys, I'm just. There goes Ethereum. Yes, I mean, even though I'm not in it, I'm still in it. You know, for the swing. So we like.
Vanna Woody responded to you, by the way.
What did he say?
Yeah, glad you took a look. Yes, I'm always listening, bro.
All right, all right, brother. Just please respond to my DM and just kind of give me what data you've collected, because I want to go over that just in case I'm in the wrong thing. But anyways, IBIT, top end of the range. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to break. Volume is moderate here, so we want to see that start to pick up a little bit. IonQ getting that VWAP pullback. Do we get involved? Maybe wait for something a little bit deeper. But there goes my good friend Ethereum. It's unfortunate that we you know what, Sharif? I gotta say it.
Go ahead, man.
I Devin Haney'd the old ETHA. Obviously, hindsight's all 2020, but yeah, it was a little bit of a Devin Haney move right there.
Devin Haney sucks.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I can't stand any of that guy's fights, man.
Yeah.
And I even went back on the tube to watch a couple. I'm like, all right, let's see what people were saying. You know, you can't be that big of a name and suck all the time. No, he sucks all the time.
He sucks
all the time.
All the time.
Like,
I can't say, Devin Haney, you've put on an interesting fight.
No.
The only interesting fight that he ever had is when he got his bum whooped by Ryan Garcia.
That's great. Ryan didn't care at all about that Rolly fight, did he?
No.
And it breaks my heart, man, because he's got talent, and people would, like, give a limb for that dude's talent. Speed, power, right?
Exactly.
He's more, I don't know, man. He's not drinking as much as he was smashing like last year.
Yeah. Adair and I
were
were talking about it, though. It's tough to be a child star, man, and
100%.
just have the limelight.
No, I remember you guys talking about that. But he wasn't really a child star, Adair. I mean, he was a grown-ass man when he started boxing. I mean, I don't know.
Jake
Ryan
Paul
Garcia. No, Ryan Garcia.
Okay, I don't know about Ryan Garcia. I know with Jake Paul, I give him no excuses because he put himself in front of a camera on YouTube, but I'm sorry, at certain times you have to draw a line.
That's fair.
I will continue my Jake Paul tirades.
Get it, Jake. Well, maybe don't, but whatever. Don't get it, says Adara. All right, guys, we're having a good time. Bob the dang dog. Shout out to my man Bob from Canada, dropping 5 Canadian big ones there. How many shares are you willing to buy a fly? Are you putting a market? We can only put limit because our program doesn't accept market on open for these IPOs. I don't know, man. Look, we don't talk share size. I won't take that much. Maybe 25, 50 shares. We'll see, right? And we'll just throw it out there. I haven't really decided quite yet. I'm going to continue to watch at what the what's it called? The limit on not the limit, the theoretical auction price as well as the buy-in balance. We'll see, my friend. I haven't decided to fully answer. Joey, are you taking the IPO?
Yeah. Why not, man? You got to dabble into it, whether it works or it doesn't work, right? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so you got to take the shot. Oversubscription, why not take a little bit of stab? Are you going to go as heavy as you did on Fig? Probably not. You want to see what's going on with the name, right? So if you do have the ability to get in on it, oversubscription, now the top is significantly higher than what it's supposed to, what it's been offering at. So for me personally, why not?
Well, yeah, okay.
Why not?
We're going to go to Adara. Adara, you set up the Lou key. What's good?
I did set up a Lou key, but I'm not sure I'm going to use it for a fly because honestly, this imbalance locator not looking to fly. It's a buy, it's a sell, it's a buy, it's a sell. Like, make up your mind, fly. I don't have the timer energy for that. But let's take a look right now at the NASDAQ, which might actually have the timer energy to reverse here. Look at this bottoming tail candle here at the 568.90 level. Also a bit of a level of resistance if you go back to yesterday. So maybe potentially an area of reversion for the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the S&P 500, see how that's doing. Looking a little bit weaker, but much like the NASDAQ, showing some potential for a reversion at its current level. We're going to get to one of the biggest stories of the day in a second. Let's talk about Wi-Fi first here. White Fiber, WYFI. This is the other bigger IPO of the day. Dropped $6 from the open, so be careful with these guys. This is WYFI. Here's AAPL. This is part of the largest catalyst of the day, more or less. We did have Donald Trump, president of the U.S., and CEO Tim Cook of Apple having an interesting little press conference yesterday. Tim Cook presented Donald Trump with a gold-plated Apple situation, and more importantly, the company did announce a total of $600 billion they're going to be investing in the U.S. over the next 4 years. Trump also, I mean, you could keep an eye on names like TSM, because he also did announce more or less 100% tariffs on semiconductors unless you've invested in the U.S. or you're building in the U.S. This actually applies to most of these semiconductors, so they continued higher, at least off the open. Here's APP, AppLovin, one of the many, many earnings names on watch today. This moved about $60, more or less, off of its lows. Q2 earnings beat, though their sales actually were a miss, so EPS beat, sales miss for APP, mixed guidance. And if you guys are looking for earnings tonight, we've got a doozy with Sean and myself. After the bell, we'll get Pinterest. We will get Block, XYZ. We'll get a whole bunch more. SoundHound, MP. You like smaller caps or larger caps or something for you? Let's check that out at 4 p.m. Eastern. But for now, Neil, lesson of the day. Take it away.
You know what? What was that thing called? The gift back in the day? It's like manifest, whatever you want your reality to be or whatever nonsense it was. I wasn't into that, but you better not be into that when it comes to the markets. The market doesn't care what you want to happen or what you think should happen, especially during earnings season. So today it's a little bit different. Most of the time I'm like, okay, well, this is what I could have done differently. I'll show you something I traded, maybe something I missed, and it'll always be a mix of what was traded. Today I want to give some examples of you shouldn't trade it if you have a certain look or theory. And I'm going to talk about DraftKings and Eli Lilly. Now, DraftKings, if you're looking at this from a technical standpoint, right, regardless of earnings, and I'm just sort of thinking, why isn't DraftKings breaking out? I want to be a part of the breakout, right? Clearly, it needs to hold about $47 on a daily chart to be part of the breakout. Well, what does it do on earnings? It gaps up on earnings, and when you leave last night, you really think there's a good chance that we could be holding the 47 level to the upside. When we come in today, you're gapped above this level already. But what's happening? It's sliding in the pre-market all the way down, and before the stock even opens, it's losing exactly that $47 level. So that's it. You'll see I have an execution on it now because it's trying to trend break after a triple bottom. So that's a trade that I'll take probably like 9 or 10 times out of 10. But I can't be involved in the long breakout. Just because I liked it, if it could hold above 47 on a daily chart, the reaction to the earnings are what they are, and it's sellers at that price. So there's just no entry there at any point. Now, obviously, it would be nice to have caught that bottom. I don't think I was fast enough by the time I realized how crazy it was to the downside. It was a quick move. So we wait for it to do some kind of standard entry play, a reversion into the volume-weighted average price, which I'm not even offering all the way into. But you have to be able to sit it out. Now, had this been opening here, and then we're trending up, and then retesting 47, would I be long? Sure I would be. That's a very different reality. Same stock, same earnings, same price level, but one situation, I'm not going to touch it. And I've seen this over time. The idea that you're married to, I'm buying X stock at this price or whatever it might be, it gets there, you just automatically do it. I mean, context matters. And I'm always going to say context matters in that situation. Like, am I buying it in the pre-market on the way down? No. Am I buying it when it fails it at the open underneath the price? Like, obviously no. So you have to be able to sit out. And another good example of that would be Eli Lilly. And this one is different because if you liked it, let's just say you like Eli Lilly here for a trade, in the 640 to 650 range. Okay, good round number from 700. It's run back up. And you heard me say multiple times, I thought the comparisons between their drug and the results of their oral versus Novo Nordisk was an unfair comparison. They shouldn't have gotten beaten up for it, but it doesn't matter. They are. Trended up into the open. So this does look a little bit better when it gets down to the bottom. But here's where context matters. I'm going to show you, just going to quickly go back to DraftKings here just so you can see a little bit of the difference. When I'm now looking long off this low. Why am I looking long off the bottom if I like an opportunity on DraftKings? Triple bottom and also kind of an all-day trend break, right? So that's an actual setup that I can get behind on DraftKings. It's going to cancel a couple of those. I'm only going to get out the first one, then we'll play it by ear. So it's a trend line, but it's also a setup that I know I like because it established a low and showed some giddy up multiple times off of that level. Now the difference in Eli Lilly, the whole I'm just going to buy a price because it's the low, there's the low. Now when it gets into this bottom, does it do anything? Consolidate up, no buyers emerge, no buyers emerge, no buyers emerge. There's no trend break. You're essentially just hoping it holds the low, which how many times does it actually test under the pre-market low? Test under, small move, fail. Test under, small move, fail. Test under, decent move, but ultimately comes right back and fails again. So it might bounce to the volume weighted average price, but it's not really telling you that there's a bunch of buyers just eagerly waiting to snap it back up. So context matters. Just like in DraftKings, you're talking about buying it off of the low, but the way it sets up is completely different. One is bouncing off the low, giving you what I think are opportunities. The other one, you're just kind of hoping every single time, and you might get it. Like you could just be sitting in this thing and it might go to 650 because you're just dead on about your level. But I'd much rather try to be involved in it as an active trader if it shows me something at that price. And this is why it's okay not to trade something. I don't particularly like Fly today. And I don't think I'm going to be in it. And if it opens up at 71 and goes right to a halt and is up $10, will I be upset with myself? Maybe a little bit. But I promise you this much, I won't get emotional about it. I mean, that's just not who I am as a trader. But even if I was, I just won't. Because I'm telling you, I don't like it as much. And it's not giving me the same feel at all as recent IPOs. And to me, you've got to be picky in your trades, whether it's tight stops, whether it's not taking it all, whether it's sizing up or whatever it might be. You've just got to have that level of discipline to not be so sometimes locked in, I'm buying this stock at that price, I'm doing this or that. Context is always going to matter in trading. What might be true at 9:30 at the open might not be true at 12 at the same price level on the same stock, and you've got to be open to that. As a trader, you got to keep an open mind, stay nimble. Anybody that does take Fly, now a tap of 72, so it keeps on going higher. Good luck to the trade. It's looking a little bit more bullish. I'm still probably going to pass on it, but good luck to everybody out there.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, we're definitely going to cover that, whether Joseph and I take it or not. I haven't submitted my limit on open order. I haven't made a decision whether I'm going to take it, how many shares I'm going to take. But one thing is for sure, we will be covering it on the show. So if you're taking it on your side, we'll continuously update you on the tap, the buy imbalance, and everything else in between. Currently, I'll bring in the imbalance locator over here. So FLY, we're showing a 72, but now a sell imbalance with 140,000 variant there. So that number will continue to change, and that letter will also continue to change from B to S, buy to sell, as well as the imbalance size right there. And then the PV is paired volume, how many shares, buy orders with sell orders, the exchange was able to pair. So you can get idea about how over or under subscribed the IPO is, at least initially, okay, before the open. So I just wanted to share that kind of stuff with you. It's not something that, you know, is trading 101 unless you've been trading on a prop firm, and then it is trading 101 because like all that buy, sell, imbalance stuff we use on the closing and the opening trade. So it's kind of like required reading around here, Joey. Yes, all right, so here's the deal. I'm involved in CREG. We're currently a penny out of the money, but we've been doing well on it. A lot of scalps into the high side. I've been involved in this name. I think I have like 100 fills on this thing so far. It's trying to hold the 10 EMA. It's got a 3 candle on the 5 hold of the 10 EMA, but it's also got lower highs. So I need to see a better story. because this story right now, the ending is inconclusive. Here we go. We're popping up a little bit. Let's wet the beak. We'll take a little bit of shares. We've got shares on this one, and we've layered the orders. So a price spike up probably gets a bunch filled, but we haven't been getting said price spike, at least in the last 10 to 12 minutes. Let's see if we can get it. There's a move into 40 now. 40 is going to be a sell area, as well as 43. We were rejecting off 43 before, so keep your eye out on 43 if 40 gets cleared. Here's 42. All right, 43, there it is. We get the fill at 43, but as I mentioned, it is a resistance area, drops right back down into 40 after the 43 sell. Next area I'm posting at 45. We've got 34s on at the moment. It's a good hold of the 10 EMA and a prior area of resistance where we were involved. So very familiar with the area. I'm talking about that 230 area now. Whether 230 holds up forever and ever more, your guess is good as mine. There's 45, doesn't cross 45. There it is again. Seller at 45 right now. Staunchy little bugger. Can't shake him. There we get the print. Now we're waiting at 47s. 46s glanced at me super quick, but then they looked away. Maybe she didn't like what she saw, so who knows. 46 now we're waiting at Joey option, so we're going to pack my patience, see what we can get on that bad boy, and we'll answer Vancouver, $10 Canadian. I didn't even need to see beside, I just saw Vancouver and I knew he was one of us. One of us, one of us. Not like us, not like us. Adair's always got to go back to Kendrick Lamar. Shout out to Adair, always, she says. Get it, Adair. Joey,
Yes,
you want to have a look at Wendy's for your friend there,
Yeah,
Vancouver?
absolutely. I was just got the old IBKR
Oh,
notification there.
What happened?
No, they're just showing me my transactions. I don't know.
Okay,
Why they do
okay.
that.
Well, it sends that bad boy every day, right?
Yeah,
Every time you got to get a
no, I
receipt
don't
from
want
them.
that there,
so
so.
even when you take bad trades, you got to get, reminded about it.
They let you know about it, right?
They let you know
They
about
let
it.
you know about it for sure. Hey, man, you suck, right? So. no,
Charisse Gabriel. Bro, what the hell's happening over there, man? Who is this guy? You're getting blocked, bro, unless you change your name immediately.
What if that's
You're
their
going to catch a
actual-
block.
What's their actual name? What if
I
that's
don't know, man. There's a bunch of
Charisse?
freaks in the chat, man.
Charisse.
Bunch of weirdos.
That's crazy. They said the channel is awesome, though. I've seen them.
You got 10 seconds.
Guys,
I'm
this is
counting
great.
from now. Change your name.
But
You're
what if
getting-
it's legit their name, though?
No, no.
Get it? Oh, he's not. He's saying get it, Charisse. No, so there's no chance. All right.
Bye.
As for Wendy, it's just like that, eh?
Just like that.
yeah.
I feel no two ways about
Right
it.
away. Yeah,
Right away.
Right away. As for Wendy's, let's go over this here, Super Chat. Wendy's has a large short interest at $9. Thought on this one. Chart is looking bullish after falling all year. But where are you seeing the bullishness in this?
goodness.
I don't know. I'm missing it. I don't know. I'll rub my eyes again one more time just to make
I
sure
don't know,
awake
man.
and pinch
What the hell is
myself. I
going
don't
on
know.
with Wendy's over there?
Yeah, I
bro?
don't think. When was the last time you had a
answers.
Baconator? But anyways, yeah, no, for me personally, I don't know if this is looking bullish whatsoever. I don't know how we can determine. And the thing is, though, it's like, yeah, we may sound slightly ignorant, but we're just telling you how we see it. I don't see anything significantly bullish about what's going on with Wendy's right now. So shout out to Vancouver, I guess. But at the end of the day, you want to wait for this downtrend to be cracked, all right? And then you can take it to the top side. That will give me a bullish sign, all right? So just keep that in mind. Breakthrough retest of the level, and then you continue. Want to go over a couple examples, you ask? Sure, absolutely. Let's do that. Here's AMD. Okay, boom. AMD, look what happens. Crack the downtrend line. If you want to put another one through here, shorter time frame, crack that downtrend line. Sure enough, you're off to the races. Want to go through another one here? Sure, let's take a look. NVDA is exact same thing. You want to crack that downtrend. I'm sorry for comparing apples to oranges, essentially, because Wendy's is neither of those companies. But from a technical standpoint, you kind of want to execute at the exact same in the exact same methodology. So there it is, downtrend cracked, boom. So go back to Wendy's one more time. Has the downtrend been cracked? No. So until then, I'm going to continue on this bearish bias in Wendy's there, Sharif.
Okay. LA, like I've been really trying to focus on CREG, but I also have to know that I've got other trades. And LAWR is kind of putting a rounded top. It's losing $2. We got a bunch of prints on this one, but one goes unfilled at 07s. I don't know how I feel. Look, it's still above VWAP. That's what's keeping me conflicted. We got 97s on. Right now, it's showing me 2. VWAP is at 94s. I think I can afford to let this one breach VWAP or at least come into VWAP. So I'm going to pack my patience on that one. I'm not going to take it out. But quadruple C, also is pulling back in as well. There it is. It's looking bull flaggish, finding support at the 20. We're out of the money by a penny, but we did take some out there. I don't know. I'm just going to pack my patience on these two. I think they both maybe have potential. But back to CREG. Again, we work into 45s, and again, we find selling. Let's continue to watch here to see whether we can take out the top. And there it goes, Joseph. That person just got blown out. But that 50 penny area is still a staunchy little bugger. We're unable to take out that level. We'll put in a higher lows, higher highs right now. It's holding the 10 quite well. There's 48s again. There's a seller at every freaking level right now, man. So let's wet the beak up here. We're just going to take out some right there. That seller at 48, preventing us from ascending. I'm continuing to watch the 5-second chart on the top screen. Basically taking off all the orders on the gateways. There it is, 49 goes, 50's still there. Let's post here now above 50. I'm gonna wait at 53s. No, not yet. So we'll have to pack our patience on that 53. 58%, but a good name today. CREG, positive on this one, looking to do a little bit more damage as we did take a hit, sadly, on LHAI and SNGX. So we're still crawling from negative territory. I'm negative on the day, but working out of it. We'll see whether or not we can get positive by the time the show ends. We're gonna have to manage some of these other trades as well if we wanna stay positive because some of the other ones, LAWR, quadruple C to be exact, are kind of going against me. So not really going against me, but we'll keep an eye out there. Stuart D, ICHR. Let's have a look at that. Let me flip to the 5 over here. It's going to keep this small ICHR, strong climb, he says. Oh, say more, man. This is a great looking name. Oh, baby. All right, who are we going to take off here? That garbage SNGX, ICHR. It's a bit more expensive, guys, but as you can see there, I mean, it looks like a very, very respectable chart pattern off the 10 EMA, and then bang, through $17, 17.19 high day, up about 18%. Not a bad look at all. iCore Holdings. It is technically, a sub $1 billion, $591 million market cap. Let's find out what the spread is, though, on this bad boy over here. ICHR on the NQ, yes. ICHR, NQ. 1 second, Assassino. I just want to look at the spread. 7 penny spread. Not too bad on the level 1, Joey, but if you look at the level 2, it looks like it's 5 pennies there. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Good luck. Thank you for pointing that one out.
Yes, sir. All right, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring the built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. So Vancouver Island, just to answer your question there, so you're seeing a lot of, I'll pull it up on the chain as well too. So look at it like this, for me personally, and this is why we use call and put walls. So I'm gonna go down to that 9. There is a substantial amount. Well, guess what? Those contracts are out of the money, right? So those are OTM contracts. And if you've been writing those out of the money for some time, well, come tomorrow, or this is the August 8th expiration cycle. I don't have anything closer dated, or August 15th, sorry. So that's 8 days away. So next Friday, if that closes above that $9 mark, well, then you just collect the full premium. So just look like, so just look at the opposite end of the trade there, right? So just keep that in mind, okay? So it's just the writers, those are looking to expire out the money, and then sure enough, if they have the ability to do so, they just collect all that premium from writing that, all right? So keep that in mind. I thought I was Vancouver Island? Joe sounds like, Vancouver Island guy, right? So, yeah, anyways, boy. No, I'm not, to be honest with you. Joe, so the bedhead guy, ooh, you need a comb maybe. But no, I'm good. I'm just sitting here waiting, to be honest with you. And to be honest, with me putting on another trade right now, it's probably pretty low. It has to be a really, really good setup in order for me to get involved. This market is just in a steady channel to the downside. Let's display that. And this is the TQs. There was a nice hammer candle on NVDA at the lows, but there's still some selling pressure displayed in that. But just take a look at this channel right here. Right? So this is still fully intact until this is breached. just expect that you're going to want to sell these highs, buy the lows, blah, blah, etc. So that's the channel that I'm looking at. For me, the market is just stuck in this move. So I'm going to wait until otherwise. We're going to either sit on the backside of it, see some indecision, or we're going to get some momentum or something along those lines to the downside that will add some more orderliness to this market. And that's what I'm looking for. I mean, if you want to talk about that, you can see every 5-minute candle almost hits the top end of the range and then hits the lower end. Top end, lower end, top end, lower end. It's just a continuous move in this channel. So for me, I want to see a move outside of that in order for me to get involved in the overall market.
All right, man. CREG continues to put in higher highs and higher lows, having trouble, though, with the $0.50 level. So we know it's a 261 high a day. However, it is encountering a whole bunch of selling. So the short sellers are eyeing this one in the way that I'm eyeing it for a long. I'm just going to check on my platform here to see if it's easy to short. No, not on my platform anyway. I can't check if it's a borrow for shorts on our platform. Otherwise, I'll get out of the position. CREG, Neil, thank you. I just want to know if it's easy to borrow because there seems to be a lot of selling at every little level there. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Pay for shorts? Yeah, thanks. So pay for short situation type over here. We got a couple of prints there into 54. Now I've posted at 57s. What do we have on? 34 is a $0.50, though, as I mentioned, a bit of a tougher level there. ICHR, though, continues to go. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. 1730 high right now. I'm going to keep my eye on this one, but it's not really giving you any pullbacks to get in. I'd like to see how it acts at 17. The 10 EMA on the 5 right now is at 16 mid-80s. So that's what I'll keep my eye on. If it gets a bit deeper into a retracement, I'm going to be looking to buy it up off there. But I don't want to punch in at the highs. It's spready. It's a 6-penny spread at the moment. But look at it rocketing up into 40s. Now that is a new high day. I have to put this on my side chart. Otherwise, it doesn't update for whatever reason. I had the high of the day, 1737s. It's showing me 40s right now, almost there on the level 2. But look at quadruple C. Take out all my orders there. Time to wet the beak, baby, on quadruple C. How many shares do we have left on this one? Oh, we still got shares. Okay, good. We're going to wet the beak here, too. So let's go ahead and post now a little bit higher. I'm going to wait at 54s. Let's see if we can get something at 56s as well. So quadruple C was lulling me to sleep. And then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose to the high side. And it's right above the $0.50. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Let's move back now, though, to the other one over here. Where's it at? Still having trouble with the $0.50 CREG. We'll pack our patience on that. But it's really the ICHR show, at least for the moment. Breaking out into that new high day, 1750 now, ICHR. I really want to see a deeper retracement, and here it might come right down into 15s. It's losing the bid a little bit. Do we pick it up at 17s, guys, or do we wait for that 10 EMA in the mid-80s, mid to low 80s? Decisions, or do we get some in at 17 and then DCA into the mid-80s with a stop, maybe at the $0.75? Another possibility there. So we'll keep tabs on this one, and we'll update you if we have any positions. But I also want to bring your attention again to the IPO, now showing 72.60. So it's stair-stepping up. The theoretical auction price, the tap, 72.60. What does the imbalance locator say? Let's weasel that over. It is now a buy imbalance again, albeit very small. Only 5,700 share buy imbalance, but it keeps increasing the tap. Now, what the paired volume is, they've paired about a little bit less than 2.6 million shares so far between the buyers and the sellers prior to the open there. So we'll keep updating you on that. If you have the imbalance locator on your computer, probably helps to use it, especially if you're going to trade these IPOs, Joey. So we'll keep tabs on that, and we'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've seen, you've seen Trade the Pool with us for a while now. And now, Trade the Pool has created something special just for you, a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code or on screen or hitting the link in the description. Yeah, Vancouver Island, you got me really thinking about this this Wendy's, even though we don't trade it too often. I see what you're getting at now. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. So if you're claiming that there's a lot of short interest, and that's what I'm referring to as the writers, as well too. So it's squeezing right now. So from 1089 all the way to 1012. So you might be able to see a move higher. And sorry if I didn't project what I was saying earlier correctly. But yeah, this is why we're seeing this bullish price action, and thank you for pointing it out. And when you guys super chat things, it's always running through my mind just to make sure that, like, hey, am I right on this or am I wrong? But if not, it's our job for you guys to do our due diligence and kind of dig a little bit deeper, especially when you guys contribute to the chat and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been on my mind. You're right on that one. A big time hammer here there. Whoa, oh, whoa, look at this. I don't even know why I'm looking at Wendy's, to be honest with you, but it is what it is. It's a stock to trade, right? Look at this volume really kick up right here as you punch through this previous high of the day. And this could close as a potential hammer candle right there. So keep an eye out on that one, guys. Really, really nice signature. I haven't seen my guy Gorv in the chat today. I tagged him. Are you here, my friend? He's here. He's here. All right. So yeah, that would be a good play. We would probably have to get shorts for this one here, Sharif. So we'll probably just avoid that one. But yeah, AMD, Gorv, did you see the AMD signal earlier as well? This was really nice. The thing is, though, it's so strong, it's just running into key support levels. But that's a nice move, especially when the market's extremely bearish and AMD's moving in the opposite direction, and you get those prints at an extreme high. I think that's a good opportunity for a play. And then now you can see the volume start to stair step down, right? We do our TI on everything. You can even do it on your volume profile. So there it is, stair step down. If it picks up, then watch out. It could most definitely crack through that high. And if we get a rebound in this market, the NVDA and some of the bigger names want to continue to rally, watch out. Alexis on fire, watch out.
Joey, should we show them how to set up the limit on open key like we did last time?
Absolutely.
For all the traders who are trading at Real Trading and using P8, we're calling it. All right, so first things first. This is your layout right here. There's your default bar. You click that keyboard right there. So let's just do it. We'll do it live. Click the keyboard. And then, second order of business, you want to choose the correct market. So MX starts with an A. It's all in alphabetical order. You want to scroll down that list and choose the NASDAQ. And then I have my key farther down. I have it at Shift M. You can do whatever you want. As long as it allows you to do it, choose it. So here's what I got. So I put Shift M for my limit on open, okay? So you double click that bad boy, and here are the settings, okay? So you're choosing buy side, your destination is on NASDAQ, and then your order type is LU, limit on open. You'll see that there's a bunch of other ones, market on open, MU, market on close, market on open, limit on close, limit on open. So what you want is the limit on open. And then you can set a variance, right? Plus or minus. To me, I'm just gonna leave it because I'm gonna put my limit price far higher than what the theoretical auction price is showing. And then once you've selected all that, right, you hit OK, and then make sure to hit that apply, otherwise it doesn't save the settings. And then go over here, click into the level 2, obviously, and then we'll do Shift M, and there it is. It opens up my price, and then I can put my shares there as well. So make sure you set up that key if you're going to trade these. If you're going to trade this IPO, market on open typically doesn't work. The boys were trying to use it last time. It didn't work. The limit on open key is the one that worked. We were getting error messages when we set market on opens. So here it is again. The tap 72.52 keeps increasing the theoretical auction price. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Very excited to see how this IPO is, man. It feels like IPO season, man, especially after being dry AF for a minute. You know what I mean?
It was dry
Your friend Biden there in the wrath of Lena Khan was putting a damper on all this stuff.
Watch out for Lena. She'll obviously open up all those antitrust against you with no issue whatsoever.
I actually watched the Wrath of Khan, like 20 minutes of it, like on the weekend for the first time. And like that's what we're talking about, the Wrath of Lena Khan, right? The Wrath of Khan. And I actually learned what that, Dara, what is it called again? Kobayashi Maru, or what is it again? Am I saying it right? Kobayashi? Okay, Kobayashi Maru, which I didn't understand what the expression was. It's like a lose-lose situation. So I understood now because they had to go save them from that neutral zone thing or Majig or whatever. Because I had only heard about this whole thing, Wrath of Khan, Kobayashi Maru, all in the Big Bang Theory, because they always reference Star Trek. But I had never actually watched Star Trek myself, any of them.
I never was a fan of Star Trek.
Neither am I. I love space, but like it's all made up, right? Like,
I love gold.
I love gold.
Adrian, 350.01. I lost more than 100K. I had 10K and lost 6K short.
Crazy.
Market yesterday, now 5K
Sorry
left.
about that.
Super painful, mid-age, over-leveraged, oversized. Yeah, brother. Chin up.
Yeah,
Chin
absolutely.
up, chin up. Learn from your mistakes, right? It doesn't matter what you do. At the end of the day, you got to just learn from your mistakes, and sure enough, you'll be in a better place. So it's unfortunate. You'll get it back. A good friend of mine the other day said it's just money. So obviously, it's a substantial amount. You don't want to lose. That's your trading account. Probably took you some time to save it. Now just respect it a little bit more. All right. So yeah. Yeah, and set your stop losses most definitely, right? Because everything most definitely isn't going to work in your favor, and you don't want to be over leveraged. So just keep that in mind, okay? You'll be all right. I know you will. So yeah, AMD, NVDA. What else do we got? Let's go over to this quantum space, QBTS. See what that. Let's go Bitmine as well too. That's looking pretty good. QBTS. It's all right. D-Wave doing okay, so not too bad. Little choppy though. You can see the ebbs and flows in this, just up, down, up, back down, lower, high here. So yeah, just keep that in mind.
Okay.
Let's go Oscar.
What's it doing, Katina, man?
Oscar Health.
It's up 6%.
It's up 6%. Here's Oscar Health.
Up bigly.
Up bigly here. So there it is, guys. Nice base right at 1474, heading towards that high of the day. So let's go, Oscar. Let's go, Katina, man.
I like it. All right, Joey options. We weaseled into ICHR like a psycho. So we already got one beak wetter there. Where are we in? We're at 05s. Let's see if this one holds. I've given it to where I see support at 80s. It's holding up off the 10. It's got a hammer candle, but I don't think we're in the clear quite yet. So let's leave this one. It's a spready one. It's a slow one, but it's got a good chart pattern. Let's see if that continues. Otherwise, we take a hit. It's simple as that. It's about putting the odds in your favor. Also, I want to mention Craig, CREG. This one broke down. It's lost VWAP. Now, it doesn't mean it can't regain VWAP. So I did get out break even. Actually, that's not true. I lost 3 pennies on the remaining amount on this one. So we did scalp out nicely, but it did come back into that level. And that's where I said, sayonara. I got out of that bad boy. Now it's trying to hold up at the volume weighted average price. We'll see if it does or doesn't. If it does and shows me some higher highs and higher lows, we'll work back in. Otherwise, no go. Okay? So that's the situation there. Let's go ahead and have a look at some others. LAWR seems to be putting now some higher lows and higher highs. It is still having trouble with that mid to high twos. We've gone unprinted here at 207 for a hot minute, but it did put in a higher low. And you could obviously tell because my entry is lower than this area trough over here. It doesn't mean we're in the clear though. Quadruple C spiked up super nice, took out some levels, got above 50 for all of 10 seconds, and then dropped right back down. So it's holding prior area resistance, now hopefully support. I'm talking about the mid to high 240s. We'll see if it can work its way back above 50 so we can look for a couple of prints there showing me 46s at the moment. Wow, Craig is really losing the bid there. So I'm happy that I got out. Look at it, absolutely dropping aggressively below VWAP. Now trying to hold to. I'm not going to trade it down here, certainly, but we will keep tabs on it in case it does regain that volume weighted average price. So that's all I've got here, Joey options. I mean, there's not much to report on at the moment. We're in 3 positions. They're all doing okay, saving except for ICHR where we're out of the money, but we still haven't gotten stopped out of this one. So I'll pack my patience on that.
Yeah, good look there. So Juan, yeah, let's take a look at this Tesla here for you, my friend. There goes AMD. Punching on the lower end of that consolidation. So there it is, nice move higher, cooling volume, and then you can see it step in. Now we're running right into that resistance zone that could possibly act as support. So keep an eye out on that there. AMD not looking too bad. And then as for Tesla, see the thing is though, I traded this, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday or something along, I think it was Monday to be honest with you. And yeah, it just wasn't good. For me personally, you just gotta wait for something specific to come out in this name. It's the same as Apple kind of, you're just kind of consolidating right now, but all it takes is a little spark and this thing can just absolutely start to go nuts. But price is really compressed. Wait for it to break in a specific direction. The chances of a catalyst coming out at the time of the breakout are probably pretty high because it's just how the market works. But at the end of the day, lots of price compression. You have this wedge being formed. In order for me to want to get involved in this and look for some potential swing or intraday trades, it's on top of this 330 level, making that move higher. I thought this was going to be the move considering, I don't know if this was earnings Was it earnings maybe possibly? Yeah, I think so, or something along those lines, right? Deliveries possibly, but this is what I thought. I thought this was going to be enough liquidity in order for us to break through this key 366 pivot, but it failed to do so, put in a lower high and then just been trading within this range. So just keep an eye out on this specific price consolidation, because anything can happen from that point. It can go to the downside or to the top side. I more or less would put my money to the top side just because it's Tesla, right? So yeah, keep an eye out on that one there, Juan. Hopefully that helped you. But intraday, I haven't seen even Katina Man traded in a while, and I know that's a fan favorite of his, and you
Which
know,
one?
I could be wrong. Tesla?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, a day or two. He maybe traded it earlier in the week, but I know that he likes to trade that one
Got it,
for
Katina Man.
sure. Oscar Health looking not too bad, so way to point that one out. And there, bang, there it is. So there is Ethereum as well too, still just stuck in this zone. Really choppy PA, a lot of overlap within the price action, and just because I enter it doesn't mean it's going to change. And I don't want to be all jacked up off of hopium, thinking that considering that now that I'm in it, it's going to change its narrative. So just keep it in mind. Lots of overlapping and no specific clean trend where you're having these pullbacks. It's just within the range, like the channel that we displayed earlier on NVDA. So just keep that in mind. Hopefully that works out. Who knows, anything can happen. Ether was moving nice in the post-market yesterday and in the after hours in the nighttime. So I was happy to see that we were going to go test that key level around 3,800, 3,900. If it does have the ability to break that, I think it's going to take that next leg higher. And we're still not even really close to those all-time highs. Let's pull up the actual underlying here. And let's get into it from a daily standpoint. That's not the previous, is it? Yeah, okay. So yeah, there it is, right? So that's a key bit. $4,300 is a level to keep an eye out on. But here we are currently trading 13% off of that specific level. That's why I like holding this for a little while, just in case we want to go and test that. Shout out the Genius Act.
All right, sounds good, man. Just looking at my positions over here. Let's talk about this one, quadruple C. Still ranging in the same area, but I did wet the beak here on LAWR as it continues to kind of trend up a little bit above that $2 area. Nothing to write home about. And I did add, full disclosure, into ICHR as it came in to that 80 penny area. I need to see it hold up above $0.75. Otherwise, that's going to be the end of the trade. We've got 97s on. It's showing me 96. I'm looking at wetting the beak at 705. Tell them what's good, Adara.
I will, Sharif. Keep an eye here on CMG. Thank you to the chat for making me aware of this. This is actually getting a big pop, as you can see earlier, and still trading a little bit higher. Stephanie Link announcing on CNBC that she added to her Chipotle position. Apparently, let's take a look at USAR. I'm just seeing as well. Apparently, Altucher, I guess I got a bit of a move earlier, but now getting another move. Altucher, which basically James Altucher writes a newsletter. Apparently, he's talking about how USAR could be an all-in buy. Back to you.
Right away.
Right, straight to jail. Straight to jail.
Overcook, undercook?
Straight to jail.
Right
You
away.
play the music too loud?
Jail.
Jail.
He's like, yeah, if you cancel on a dental appointment, jail, right away.
My sister would be pumped about that. She hates people who cancel.
Oh, she's a dentist,
Oh, goodness.
right?
Yeah. She's okay.
Right away. Jail right away. For
All
those who
right.
remember that.
Let's have a look quickly, guys, at the tap on this one. Dropping a little bit over here, down to 72 now. Not by much. Let's check the imbalance and see how we're doing here on the imbalances. We're still a buy imbalance at 72 with about 15,000 shares. The paired volume working its way up incrementally now above 2.8 million paired shares. Again, if you weren't here earlier, that the paired volume is the buy and sell orders that come in as limit on open, limit on close, or sell on open. Yeah, buy limit on open, sell limit on open. It pairs all of them, and then you get the paired volume right there. So we'll keep tabs and see how over or under subscribed this IPO is. I also want to bring to your attention a new small cap gapper that's kind of worked its way onto the scene. Thank you, Urban Trader, for pointing this one out. I didn't have eyes on this one, and nor is it parabolic. There hasn't really been any parabolic ones today. There's been some decent ones. HL is the ticker. This one really started running, looks like, in the aftermarket yesterday around 4:30. Not sure if it's an earnings winner. It did nothing. It held the levels in the pre-market. Then came the open today at 9:30, and then there was an aggressive buy up. It did lose VWAP momentarily. at around 11.45. So I don't want to base any of my trades really on VWAP, and nor do I really see obvious areas of price action, support, and resistance. That's the thing. Like, what the hell is this? $7 area? Okay, so it's a psychological area of support. Fantastic. I wouldn't have been trading it down there, though, because it would have been below VWAP. So I don't know how I feel about this one. It's clearly got something going over here with a range maybe at 7 1/3, 7 1/4 to the high side, with maybe 7.05, 7.07 to the low side with this outlying area over here. So HL, yeah, it's in focus, but it's certainly not my favorite. But we'll keep it up there because, well, I guess, as I mentioned, the pickings are slim. Let's go back to quadruple C. Still showing me 45, still holding the 10 EMA. But there it is, LAWR working a little bit higher here. We're going to wet the beak here as well, see if we can take off some more. How's this other trade doing? ICHR, we're still about 7 pennies out of the money on this one. I'm looking for this one to hold the 10 EMA and then work its way back above 17. If it doesn't, we're out below $0.75, Joey.
Yes, sir. Look at, there it goes. NVDA. It's gone now. And it's gone. Yeah, AMD heading towards VWAP as well, too. Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here in META, pushing into low of days. The information reporting that apparently OpenAI is now paying bonuses ranging up to millions of dollars to thousands of their researchers and engineers, potentially in an attempt to keep people at the company, as Meta has been poaching a lot of staff. META, again, pushing lower here. OpenAI reporting that, the information reporting that OpenAI is paying apparently up to millions of dollars of bonuses to thousands or 1,000 researchers and engineers. So some large bonuses being paid apparently by OpenAI to some of their employees as this META AI takeover continues to take effect. Keep an eye on Meta. If I have more details on this, I'll let you know. But it's worth noting, I read a rumor or speculation to this effect earlier today. So it's not new, but this report from the information is. Back to you.
Yeah, we're going to take a hit on that one. ICHR is going to stop out here if it loses. Yeah, okay. So we're going to get stopped out. No, sad. It's okay. Yeah, can't run them all. Anyway, 1750 high. It's well off the highs now. So if it loses that 70 penny area, we've got our out at 69er. So if it does that, we're out. Simple as that. Let's move on to the next one over here. Let's keep an eye out on LAWR as it continues to hang out near highs, and quadruple C, same story. If you guys are seeing any new small cap gappers working their way onto the scene, please do not hesitate to tag me so that I do have notice of them, and then we can cover them and maybe even trade them. Right now, I'm just having a look at my scanner, and there's nothing really for me on there. I see NRGV possibly working its way into the area highs. Let's load up that bad boy. NRGV is the ticker. Let's load it up. Not bad. 157 high, stair-stepping up, generally holding the 10, a few shekels off the high and looking to take out a $1.57. I'll keep my eye on that as well. JIMA, I've had my eye on basically all day, Mr. Butter, but it's putting in lower highs. I know. These names are great, Katina, man. Putting in lower highs, but it is generally holding VWAP in your defense, Mr. Butter. So I don't like it because it's more of a range trade, and it's also breached VWAP a bunch of times. But NRGV is not a bad looker over here. So it really is going to come down to who I take off, because we're running out of room. I'm going to take off LHAI because that one I'm negative on and it pissed me off. No, I'm kidding. NRGV, we're going to keep that one on the side chart. I like the chart pattern on this one. So if we can possibly work into some positions on NRGV, and it's a little cheaper, so we can certainly size in here on this bad boy. Yeah, I just got stopped out of ICHR. Sucks to be me. Broke below 69. So we'll take a hit on that one. And it's quite a large hit as well. So we will go negatory on the day because we did add nicely into this position. But yeah, they didn't hold up. Add here, add at the 10, add at 17, add at the 10, and then it loses the 10 and the 20. So I had to draw the line somewhere. So we'll look to do a little bit better, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Mr. Ducats, for sure. There you go. I was going to type it, but there you go. You just heard me say it, so I agree with you on that one. All right, guys. Yeah, let's get right into some of this earnings stuff here. We're going to go over some expected moves, take a gander on the chain to see if we see anything that pops in that attracts our eye. All right. So tonight we have the trade desk. We went over this Rocket Lab, Soundhound, NewScale, Kronos, and then obviously Block as well, Pinterest, and then the other one, Twilio, I guess, Take Two as well. And I don't even know what that one is there. But so let's move forward here and get into that one. Oops. And this is what we want to hop into. Thank you for holding on that there, my friend. Assassino, where's the other thing that I want to find? All right, so TTD, the trade desk. Let's find our expected move on this one. TTD. All right, so we have an expected move of 12.7% at the money IV through the roof, all right? So we're going to have a high of around $98.54 and a low of around $76.59 on TTD. Anything that attracts our eye on the options chain, let's take a look for open interest and what we have outstanding right now on TTD. And 90, at that 90 strike price, what is our high here of around 98.80? Let's head into that realm, nothing substantial, obviously not an overly liquid underlying, okay? So that's TTD. Now we got SoundHound. What's SoundHound up to? SoundHound AI, it has AI in the word, so there it goes. It might be a solid one. 13.5% expected move. Again, the at-the-money IV, skyrocketing options markets, very smart individuals. They're gonna price you out of those calls. We went over this with somebody the other day as well. You don't buy in after earnings. You sell after earnings, okay? So 13.5% expected move with a high of around $11.99 and a low of around $9.14. We'll do one more. Give me 1 second. RKLB. This is going to give us a 13.7% expected move. Really high IV, high of around 49.12. Oh, that's not the wrong one. So 11.1% expected, 260 at the money IV, $47.96, a potential high with a low of around $38.42. Adara, what do you got for us?
Get it, Adara.
Yeah, so to let you guys know, as we get this market at day's lows, we have the bond auction, the 30-year bond auction to be specific, coming up. That'll be at 1 p.m. We're going to get that 30-year bond auction. Usually what we're going to be looking for is the high yield, not the previous print, which is 4.889%, but the print that we have right before the auction comes out. Now, it's worth noting, yesterday I didn't actually get that print. I usually see it come through an X. Yesterday I didn't. But if I do see what the 30-year bond yield is right before the auction, I will absolutely let you guys know. Back to you.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay. So Toronto. Oh my God.
Yeah,
The Toronto man. Toronto man.
I can't
accent. Oh man. It's not for me. Yay.
Yeah. Remember that Toronto accent girl that they was going around for a while?
Which one?
She was just a girl. She was just known for like super
Oh,
thick, Toronto accent.
yeah. I can't say, you know, what kind of character she is because the word is a little triggering, but yes, I'll tell you off camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Heavy makeup and pulled back hair.
I think so. Yeah.
I know exactly.
It's just like, no, now you're just kind of doing it to do it. So, I mean, you don't want to do that. Anyways, pins. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, it's brutal. The Toronto street accent. Yeah. It's horrible. 10.4% expected move, 22.6% at the money IV with a high of around $42.71, low of around $34.70. Okay, so SMR, we can do that one. SMR.
Bro. Yeah, cybersecurity names are getting
slacked. Everything's getting slacked right now, my brother, man. Everything is getting beaten to a pulp. 9.9%, 223% at the money IV, $48.33 as a potential high, $39.66 on that one. XYZ. Let's go and take a look at this one. 9.5% expected move at the money, extremely high again. IV, that is $83.57. Potential high, $69.05. Potential low. Now we got one. We'll do two more. That's going to be Twillo and take two. Let's take a look at TWLO. There it is. So TWLO, 13.2% expected move, 287% at the money IV, insane. $136.14 as a potential high, and then we have $104 as a potential low. Now we're gonna go over this final one, and see what we got going on. So 5.4% expected move. This one's relatively cool. 121% at the money IV. $235.86 as a potential high. $211 as a potential low. And that is going to be your implied and expected moves on this evening's earnings report, guys.
All right, we're going to start the news, Joey.
Yes, sir.
Because it is a slow day today in small cap Grapper world. I'm looking. Other than NRGV, there's really nothing other than the positions, obviously, I'm in that I like. So let's get to work. There's a whole lot to cover today on the news. So let's get right down to business, baby. Let me just load this up so we're good to go and make this screen maximize so Assassino likes what he sees there. There we go. Let's talk about Taiwan Semi. Kind of overlaps a little bit with the next topic, but Taiwan Semi, at least until recently, was up nicely on the day. I think it was up 5, somewhat, maybe 4 some odd % in the pre. Where's it at right now? I can't even find Taiwan Semi. Where's my, oh, there it is. 4 3/4, so not too bad, but it is red since the bell rang. Is that right? TSM? Yeah, it's down about 1.1% since the bell. So it was up nicely, largest one-day gain for Taiwan Semi in 3 months. The rally really was sparked off by U.S. tariffs exemption announcement for companies investing in the U.S. So it'll make a lot more sense when we get to the next topic because there's more details on that about Donald Trump's exemptions. But here's just a very basic explanation. Donald Trump proposing 100% tariffs on all chips imported into the United States. However, he's drawing out some exceptions. And those exceptions are going to be for companies with U.S. manufacturing investments. What are we doing here, Katina, man? We're dipping. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's why you don't
I didn't take it. Yeah, I didn't take it. I figured Figma was oversubscribed because of AI, right?
Yeah.
But here we go. Fly is open, so we're going to pause the news for a second. Fly so high, you know me. Let's go. There's a seller at 70. He's taken out. He's getting taken out. Nope. Hidden order. Can't take it out. What a drop down that was, Katina, man. That's 70. I lost 75 cents. The Katina man lost 75 cents. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket for the Katina man. We all know that. But the deal is that 70 seller Katina man, he's a staunchy little bugger. Look how many times we're working it. And there it goes. He gets taken out. Oh, no. All right, so trade this one carefully, guys. It's zigging, it's zagging. It doesn't look like it's got a direction at the moment. Wow. Right, yeah, it's not tradable, says the Katina man. I mean, I would have to agree unless you're going to give this like $5, $10 worth of room. Yeah, have at it. But to me, it ain't the vibe at the moment. FLY on the NQ, guys. That's the one we're talking about. It's already oversubscribed because the IPO price was 43. Up from a prior, I think, 39 or some 38, something like that, range to 40. So right now, it does seem like it's selling. It doesn't seem like it has that, gung-ho direction like Figma had, Joey. So we'll keep tabs on that. And Katina, man, keep me updated, brother. If it starts breaking out, interrupt me so that we can cover it. So just to go back to the news here, Joseph. The move is seen, obviously, these 100% tariffs, as a move by Donald Trump and the administration to pressure firms to reshore critical supply chain manufacturing for the chip industry. Taiwan Semi, Foxconn, they all stand to benefit because they all have U.S. investments. For example, TSMC, they pledged $100 billion to build up U.S. chip manufacturing. Foxconn as well will also benefit from Apple's $100 billion investment. More to come on that. The analyst takeaways here are a little bit mixed. They expect tariffs to be used as leveraged, obviously, in trade talks, not an immediate threat. So we'll wait to see whether these 100% tariffs on, imports likely coming from Taiwan, China, and Southeast Asia are just a temporary threat to strike better trade deals with these originating countries, or they're a legitimate thing that's tanking. Katina Man says it's $64 now. We're talking about Fly. Some uncertainties, though, Joey. Key unknowns. What counts as a semiconductor? How easily can exemptions be obtained or lost? And the companies may qualify for exemption by starting U.S. builds, even if they're not producing anything quite yet. Just a matter of actually investing in the infrastructure. So a lot of unknowns, Joseph, but interesting take nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like take a look at TSM. From those April lows, up 84%. And it's the same thing that we've been going over from a technical standpoint here, guys, right? So you're now on the backside of this trend, and then look at this beautiful retest right here, Sharif, of that backside. So just be cautious on what's going on, even though that is slightly, I think that's bullish for the name. At the end of the day, you just got to listen to what the technos are telling you. They want to sell this off a little bit more, then sure enough, if you do have the ability to sit on the backside of this trend once again and sit on top of this range, then you might be able to go. But for now, just wait for this.
I just want to add a little bit more, Joey, before we get to Adair. Sorry, Adair, I'm just going to combine these next two pieces because there's a lot of overlap right there. So in terms of, pledging investment, Taiwan Semi pledged $165 billion to build chip manufacturing. NVIDIA plans to spend $500 billion in US AI infrastructure over the next 4 years. Global Foundries, GFS, they're committed to $16 billion to expand their New York and Vermont plants. And as I think that's John Del Segno in the chat there, but your name is different. Texas Instruments as well, $60 billion to expand across 7 U.S. fabs. So there's a lot of stuff, a lot of companies are looking to promise a lot of money in the investment, and over 130 semiconductor-related projects totaling about $600 billion have been announced in the United States alone since 2020. So not just recently, this overlaps with the Biden administration as well. Companies that can prove domestic commitment stand to benefit from tariff exemptions. Adara, sorry to keep you waiting, but I just want to add that last little part in there.
Wild press conference, just all around, upside, downside. I was trying to find a photo of the bizarre little gold base that that Tim Cook gave for Donald Trump. Like, he pulls it out, he's got the little gold disc. As you and Brennan were saying this morning, it's a very apropos gift for Trump, who, and I'm not joking, once spent at least 10 minutes off the top of my head during a cabinet meeting yapping about, and I'm very serious, about the gold trims in one of the White House room. So that's like a really real thing. That's besides the point, though. The point is AAPL. Like, I just think, honestly, they have their hands in far too many pies. They still have not figured out the AI thing, which obviously not directly related, but I wonder if they're spreading themselves a bit too thin. Just they've got so much going on. Now they're donating another $100 billion, which again, how is this going to really be implemented?
And Adara, I want to add on to your point there, because a lot of people always say, oh, it's Apple, they have so much cash on hand. Not really, Adara. On the last conference call, Timmy C said they had about $150 billion in cash, but they had $100 billion in debt. So they're really only sitting, and I say only, relative to Apple, they're only sitting on $50 billion cash, but they're obviously committing $100 billion in addition to the $500. So you feel they're either going to take on debt or there's going to be some sort of raising there in some way.
Yeah, this might not be a great look for Tim Cook a couple of years down the line, just this commitment. I think also the big thing here is the fact that this pledge is not even really going to get them to the point where they can manufacture iPhones in the U.S. You could tell Tim Cook did not want to say that to Trump's face, but he was like, well, we'll manufacture parts of things in the U.S. for the phones. And it's like, Ming-Chi Kuo called it yesterday. They're not going to do the phones in the U.S. If that's what Trump wants, that's their biggest physical product, that's not really going to work out. I think it's kind of a mixed look for that reason.
Bang on. Yeah, we'll get to Apple in a sec, but yeah, I feel like a lot of this chip bounce had a lot to do with Apple. But Apple's got its own little thing here, so we'll get to that. But let's talk about the reciprocal tariffs. They take effect today. So what happened? So Trump's reciprocal tariffs officially took effect, Thursday, targeting countries he says have taken advantage of the U.S. He celebrated the launch with an all caps Truth Social post saying billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States. Here's what we're expecting. Get it, Donald. So Syria getting slapped with 41%, Laos and Myanmar 40%, Switzerland, more on that in a second, 39%. Those are among the highest, but Brazil, Assassino, you see that one? Brazil, 50% already active, with India likely rising to 50 as well, 25% tariff now, another 25 getting slapped on later this month as a result of them buying Russian oil. We'll have to see if India, how they manage that. Switzerland, they started panicking, like I panicked when my screen went out. And they came in for last-minute talks to avoid these steep tariffs, but nothing really happened. We'll get to that in a sec. Who got deals, though? Who got the best deals? The EU, Japan, South Korea all landed 15%, with England looking like they got like the cream of the crop right now. Somehow they got 10%, reflecting a separate trade agreement. China and Mexico kind of remain in limbo. They're still negotiating with China, and they kicked the can down the road 90 days for Mexico, as he spoke to Claudia Sheinbaum. President Claudia Sheinbaum, and she got a 90-day extension. So here's the deal with Switzerland. So they were caught off guard by these 39% tariffs. So Swiss officials rushed to DC for talks, but they still, as of now, at least, have not reached a deal. Zurich-based Porta Advisors says Switzerland must adapt quickly and build their own economic dependence, much like what Canada is doing. And the analysts view this, they say, in a world run by three superpowers, Joseph, others must be flexible and resilient.
Well, I mean,
Easy to say.
Yeah, very, very easy to say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we know consumer sentiment is cooling off as well, too, Sharif. Not only that, we're going to look at tariffs as a consumption task. Donald said this morning, hey, we're raking in billions and billions of dollars in tariffs. What if the consumer starts to cool off and you're not consuming as much and you're not exporting and importing as much product? You're not going to continuously bring in that revenue. So for me personally, I'm curious to see what we see in the near future with these tariffs, Sharif.
All right, Adara, these tariffs are very vast. They're very wide, depending on the country of origin. Anything to make, but the state of the tariffs, maybe take a look at China, India. What's your look overall?
Well, I think China and India, if they do get deals, it's going to be a long way off. We do know that we had Trump himself yesterday refusing to name the countries during when Tim Cook came to visit. Like he said, oh, you've been giving a lot of money to other countries, but I'm not going to name them. That's clearly Apple or China and India, right? So I think there is still some tension there, not just because of the Apple investment. Obviously, I think it's a multifaceted issue, but I think, and now, sorry, they're dealing with the thing up here right now. They're touching stuff, so I can't really press the button.
No problem.
But I will say too that I think with if they can resolve the Russia oil issue, that might lead to some easing of tensions with India. That might help us with India tariffs.
Well said.
China, I think, is its whole own beast. They've now done 2 separate negotiation meetings in Europe, and right now, I mean, I don't think Trump's going to start saying China in like a better light anytime soon, unless we maybe get that meeting between Xi and Trump, because we know negotiators on both sides have said that might be what you need.
Thank you for that, Adara. Guys, we are halted to the upside on Fly. 57.16% now, halted higher. 70.72 is the halt level, the halt time. 101.46. You will add 5 minutes to that time. That will be the earliest opening time. It doesn't mean it will open in 5 minutes off that time, but they come in waves of 5. So if it doesn't open at 106.46, it likely will open 5 minutes subsequent to that, and then you keep adding waves of 5. So FLY halted to the upside. Just wanted to mention that. Okay, let's talk about Apple specifically now. We're going to talk about AAPL. They plan to spend an additional $100 billion over 4 years on U.S. suppliers and companies. That adds to the $500 billion that they already committed back in February. So it's a total of $600 billion by 2029. Your boy Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, said the goal here is to build end-to-end U.S. supply chain. We'll see what he means by that. And here's who they're working with. So as I mentioned earlier, they're launching the American Manufacturing Program, and they're partnering with Corning. They're going to build the iPhone glass in Kentucky. Coherent, they're using Coherent for the Face ID lasers. Global Wafers, Applied Materials, Texas Instruments, Samsung, Global Foundries, Amcor, and Broadcom all will be working with Apple in terms of chips and wafers. And they plan to manufacture about 19 billion chips in the U.S. this year, including at TSMC's Arizona and Global Foundries plant out in New York. We're going to pause for a second. Adara has something for us.
I just want to let you guys know, sorry, I was just dealing with some technical issues, so I wasn't able to get this to you guys. The 30-year bond auction is in high yield prior to the auction, 4.792%. The actual auction here, the high yield coming in at I was seeing 4.813%, so slightly higher than what the number that we had right before the auction came out, guys. Market moving a bit lower. The Nasdaq's been pretty volatile here. Back to you.
For that, Adara. So let's talk about the facility expansion as well. So they're, with respect to Corning, they're going to spend about $2.5 billion building out that facility or expanding it out in Kentucky. Additional tools will be installed at the Texas Instrument factories, both in Utah and in Texas. And they're in Apple's building AI servers, not just in Texas. They're building out data centers in North Carolina, Iowa, Nevada, and Oregon. So it's like a, very, very distributed picture there for Apple. And the exemptions here will be exactly as we described. Trump announced that Apple will be exempt from that 100% chip tariff due to its U.S. investments. And Apple avoids as well, very importantly, India tariff hike. So that 50% getting slapped on India later this month, Apple will also avoid that because the majority of U.S. iPhones, or the iPhones that come into the U.S., Joey, most of them, not all, most of them coming from India now. So that would have been a big margin compression.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I noted before is that it was a while ago when I started to see Apple move into India, which is a good positive sign. They're one of the bigger, the larger companies, the Mag 7, one of the first to step foot into India, and you're starting to see that pay off now. And if they can really open the door to that emerging market, I think it's going to be a positive sign, because if they start to see iPhone growth in India as well too, that can add a lot to the earnings per share.
Absolutely. Adara, you kind of gave us your look about Apple. Too many hands in too many cookie jars over here. But what's your take about this expansion of this American manufacturing program they're talking about?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I honestly kind of want to look at it from the POV of some of the other companies involved, because we have Corning here, GLW, who just kind of sold off at the open, didn't do anything. I was thinking of maybe we don't think about this as an Apple story. We think of this as a story for other companies involved. It doesn't really seem like it's that either. So yeah, I mean, from a stock perspective, I have to be honest, this is kind of a hard story to chew into. I think with regards to the expansion, much like everything with Apple, I will believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
And I think the thing is, too, the stakes are very high, because Trump has said if you don't actually build and you say you're going to build, you might still face tariffs. So be careful, Apple.
Exactly. Well said, Adara. This is your one of your stories coming up here. Eli Lilly reporting earnings. Was it this morning or yesterday? This morning, thank you. They raised guidance, crushed earnings, but their shares slide on weak obesity pill data. We'll get to that in a second. Here's what they did on earnings. Earnings per share came in at $6.31, easily beating the $5.57 expected by the street. That's a monster beat there. On revenue of $15.56 billion, again, easily beating the $14.71 expected, and growing earnings at 38% year over year. Net income, Joey, $5.66 billion in that take-home money, or if you want to convert it to earnings per share, about $6.29, easily beating what they did last year on the quarter, which was $2.97 billion, just shy of that $3 billion profit. And their U.S. sales grew substantially, 38% year over year, printing about $10.81 billion in sales in the United States, driven by a 46% bump in prescription volume, mostly from Mounjaro and Zepbound, their two biggest drugs there. Now with full year guidance being raised here, they did talk about their full year revenue guidance for 2025. They raised that from the prior 58 to 61 billion, now up to 60 to 62 billion, with adjusted EPS also growing. They guided earlier 20.78 to 22.28. Now it's up 21.75 to 23. The guidance, though, very, very key here, guys. The increase in the full year guidance does not include the proposed tariffs by Donald Trump on pharmaceuticals, which I think he's floated at a possible 100%. We'll have to wait and see. So that does not include the headwind from tariffs. Now let's talk about their drug performance. So Zepbound and Mounjaro. So Zepbound, they're both GLP-1s, but Zepbound's really for weight loss. Mounjaro's for diabetes, but they are the same active ingredient. Both beat Q2 Wall Street sales estimates, and the volume strength here offset some of the lower prices that they had to take. So volume offsetting pressure. And the issue, the only really bad thing here was the obesity pill. A lot of people don't like needles. They don't want to take that once a week injection, Joey. So they'd rather take a one, I don't know, I think it's once a week or once a day, a pill. So a lot of people have been waiting for a GLP-1 pill. And this one here, orforglipron, was a late stage was a late-stage trial, but the data didn't show that good. So people lost about 12% of their weight while on it, but that was below the street's expectations. So it led to a bit of a sell-off. And also, I heard, I didn't read this in the morning, but I heard it by Becky Quick on Squawk Box in the morning. She's like, a lot of people actually higher than normal discontinued use because it gives you gastrointestinal issues. And we knew that was part of the GLP-1 kind of side effects, but this one seemed to be a bit worse,
A
Joey.
bit worse.
Yeah.
I can't believe the street has estimates on the percentage of body fat that you're going to lose on that. And if you miss that,
That's the
then
standard,
that is insane. But yeah, what did you think? If it sounds too good to be true, the chances are there's going to be some side effects to that. As for Eli Lilly, we were talking about this earlier in the day as well. You gap through some key support levels, and then sure enough, that momentum to the downside is still being sustained. So you want to wait for any form of indecision around these lows in order to get involved in this name to the long side. But right now, you miss on that expectation of how much weight you could potentially lose, which I think is almost borderline absurd. But at the end of the day, you got to take it for what the street thinks. And sure enough, Eli Lilly, massive gap down, and it looks like it wants to continue to the south side.
All right, Adara, this is one of Jimmy Carter's picks. Can we see a turnaround coming in the next little while?
For the sake of my Jimmy Carter pick, I really hope so, because it's this and UNH are really they're not looking great right now. My one saving grace is Boeing, which is never a great look to be your saving grace. But all that being said, in terms of Eli Lilly, like, I have this infographic. I posted this yesterday on X at TTV Research. This is like its revenue growth from 2000 to 2024. And as you can see, these last 3 years, we had a really notable uptick, and that's when we started getting these GLP-1. So here's the thing. Obviously, these weight loss drugs have been great for the company, but I think if you have an issue where people either stop using them or you see a decrease in the use, I don't know what that does to Lilly's revenue, if I'm being honest. I think that this whole GLP issue is a kind of a make it or break it for Lilly, and it's always kind of rough to have an entire company live or die in one thing. But I will say, they're doing much better than their pals Novo, because Novo Nordisk is like, that stock is struggling. The company is struggling. They have a new CEO now, and their cake or semi-weight loss drug cannot get off the ground. So I honestly don't think this is that. I think hopefully it's just a blip for Lilly.
And the pharmaceutical tariffs. I don't know if they have any manufacturing capacity in the United States. I didn't look that up, Adara. But like they increased their guidance, but specifically they said this guidance increase is predicated upon tariffs remaining the same. So that could fundamentally change. So there's another possible headwind here if Donald wakes up on the wrong side of the bed or something, or he brings up the 100% tariffs or whatever they're going to be ahead of schedule.
But I have something on that, Sharif, because much like Pfizer, Eli Lilly has the benefit of having its CEO be tight with Trump. The CEO of Eli Lilly was one of the 3 CEOs, Lilly, Pfizer, and Regeneron, that had their tariff letters changed, literally scratched out with Trump's Sharpie, and then had the guy's first name written. So it was addressed to Mr. David. David Ricks is the CEO of Lilly. So I'm like, that to me is a sign that Lilly, Pfizer, and Regeneron, of all of the pharmaceutical names, are in the best position to maybe make these tariff deals. These CEOs are putting in work. They were visiting Trump at Mar-a-Lago prior to the inauguration.
Yeah.
They've been meeting with him in the White House. Lilly's also investing in the U.S., Sharif, and that's another angle, I think, with regards to
like it. And just like offhand, think about this, Joey, as well. Chime in if you want. Think about this. Like, how much is the U.S. spending in Medicare and Medicaid for diseases that the precursor for was obesity, which led to whatever onset disease that was. So if you can kind of, maybe subsidize these GLP-1s, reduce everybody's mass a little bit, and kind of help weed out some of these diseases that come as a result of weight gain, this could be actually accretive for the United States in some way.
That's a good point, yeah.
All right. Let's go on to the next topic over here, Joey. I like this one. I know you're going to like this one as well. New EO expected today, a new executive order by your friend Donald. And he's going to be allowing, hopefully, private equity, crypto, real estate, alternatives all into, yes, your 401k accounts, which for whatever reason are still not allowed. It aims to unlock the $12.5 trillion in the 401k account market that's currently present in the United States. And the order directs the Labor Department to revise guidance under the ERISA laws to support the alternative asset inclusion. It's going to be the Labor Secretary to coordinate with the SEC and with Treasury and other regulators as well. And the SEC specifically here will be asked to facilitate what they're calling participant-directed access to these alternative investments. But there are risks, and let's talk about them. So advocates argue, here's a good, that these alt assets offer higher return potential and better reflect the shrinking public markets. But the risk also includes higher fees, illiquidity, you can't get out of it sometimes because there's nobody to buy, and legal liability for plan administrators. I think the legal liability can definitely be, you can get around it if Congress passes legislation that protects them from legal liability. Asset managers see this as a gold rush. Institutional investors like pensions, pension funds, etc., apparently are tapped out on private equity, making these 401ks the next growth frontier. Firms, Joey, are eager to tap into the millions and millions of retail retirement accounts for fresh capital inflow.
Yeah, I think it's good, right? You want to be able to diversify, and if you want to put your pension money on what you want, then sure enough, why can't it be ETHA or Bitcoin or anything along those lines? So, yeah, I think it's a good step. And one thing that you were touching on earlier as well, too, Sharif, is you're looking for Mark Carney to kind of start to step in that direction as well, too. Well, look at the effect of what the Bitcoin Reserve had on the overall space. Country after country started to do the exact same thing, and I think we're going to see that as well, too, right? If you want to have the ability to put these vehicles into your pension fund, then why not do it at your own risk, right?
I agree. Adara, how do you feel about this whole thing over here? Would you want to see it on this side of the border as well?
I mean, personally, like, I'm not involved in crypto, and it's not because I have any issues with it. It's just something I haven't done enough time to really research. That being said, yeah, I mean, I think I have no issue with it being on this side of the border. I believe for all people, you know, if you want to invest in something, why can't you invest in it? I do get the risk of it. I understand what people are concerned about, especially from a retirement perspective. Like, you're not working, you're not really going to be able to make the money back if you incur a large loss, but there are risks to every investment, right? So I think if you make the people who are putting their money into the pension funds or retirement funds, I think if you make them aware, here are the risks, here are the benefits, especially as, you know, people are getting older. At a certain point, we're going to get to the point where people who are, you know, came up around crypto and like they're what, 30s, 40s, they're going to be retiring at some point. And so then they're going to have grown up with a better acknowledgement and a better understanding. And then at that point, why wouldn't, like, I don't know. It's just, I get
exactly.
Like,
and let's be fair, too. People have access more now to information, whereas in the past you could make the argument they didn't really, right? Like, it was like a black box. Now it's a little bit more, you know, see-through.
I agree.
Transparent. All right, let's go on to the next topic over here. Joey, Firefly. Well, here is the price action. We'll show you guys that. It's right at VWAP, 67.50. It did halt once up. The high of the day, 73.80 currently. FLY on the NQ. And here's what we were talking about. The price of the IPO, excuse me, I kept saying 43. I was incorrect. It's 45. But the prior range was 41 to 43. It raised about 886 million, giving it a valuation of around 6.3 billion. But that's at that $45 a share, not at the 67 that you're going to have to adjust for that. Begins trading today, obviously under FLY. It's one of the largest space tech IPOs of the year. Obviously, there's growing momentum following, you know, the Blue Origin launch, as well as SpaceX, you know, obviously catching a lot of traction now. Some other space IPOs this year include Voyager Technology and Carmen Holdings. But there's obviously a broader IPO window with like the Figma, CoreWeave, Circle, etc. And Firefly, just to give you an idea of their business model, they build rockets, lunar landers, and other space tech. Recently, they won about $177 million contract with NASA for lunar missions. They successfully landed its Blue Ghost lunar lander earlier this year on the moon. And they've worked with the likes of Lockheed Martin, L3 Harris, Northrop Grumman. Northrop Grumman actually dropped $50 million into Firefly earlier this year. So they have a vested financial interest. And they've got strong ties to the Defense Department, Joey, and government projects. So that helps, you know, de-risk the revenue flow as well. And here's how they did in their finances. Their Q1 revenue jumped 6 times year over year, up about a little bit lower than 56 million. That's up from 8.3 million the year prior, but they're continuing to lose money, which makes sense because they're still a tech startup. Lost about $60.1 million, growing at the growing loss, that is 52 point. It was the first year. But Joey, they've got a $1.1 billion backlog in orders. So they got clear demand there.
There's good, yeah.
Profitability.
I was just about to say there, the demand is good. That's exactly what you want to see. So you have that backlog. I think that's something positive for the name. As from a technical standpoint, you know it just came out today. So there isn't enough data into what the street truly feels the value of it's at. So you got to be patient, wait and see. And for me personally, that's going to take some time in order to collect some data. That's why I very rarely would invest in an IPO until further dated. If you go back in the history books, even great companies, they move higher on the IPO and then they give back the majority of the move. I remember for a while, the narrative was short the IPOs after the initial pop. It's the same thing here. I'm not going to say short Firefly. Obviously, that's not the case. But you want to have enough data backing and what the street thinks the true value is in the underlying asset.
Adira, what's your look?
I want to mention here first that we actually have some members from the Trump administration trying to make it pretty clear their opinion on Fed's Waller. I mentioned earlier there are now reports that he's in the front running for the potential Fed chair position to the point where he's even met with members of Trump's team, though not Trump himself. Now we have the leader of the CEA by the name of Moran. He went on Bloomberg television and he just said, quote, Fed's Waller hasn't succumbed to tariff derangement syndrome. So the Trump administration is clearly trying to make a push here, at least from a narrative perspective, for Fed's Waller maybe taking that top spot. Now, with regards to FLY, I mean, you could argue higher highs, higher lows. You could also argue this is really volatile. I watched the tape on this off the open, and like Ashton said, it was not tradable. Just when it looked like it would pick a direction, it would pick the opposite direction. So it's not something I would be involved with. And I got a Lou order set up for this, and I decided not to take it because it's very hard to know what to do with something like this, right? Like, how do you solve a problem like Maria? How do you solve a problem like the Firefly IPO? Today, I will say this got burned, Sharif, and I'm looking forward to the bullish IPO next week, BLSH. I think that could be a little bit more interesting. I like the story. I like the Peter Thiel involvement. That, based on if the imbalances sort out, that's the thing I'm more likely to get involved in. This thing never really took off the ground.
All right, Dara, just remember to hit that bad.
The whole time.
Yeah, I can't hear you, so I guess it's turned off again.
I heard her.
Yeah, so maybe it's mine then. I don't have no idea what the hell mine is. Say it again. Okay. All right, let's talk about Celsius. Here we go. Soars on Q2 beat on a net Alani Nu boost. Dara is very pumped about this. Let's talk about the revenue, about $740 million, just shy of that in revenue, easily beating the 651 expected by the street. That's 84% year-over-year growth on that top line number, with adjusted EPS and gross profit both beating the consensus at $380.9 million. The results here really reflect strong momentum in energy drinks and benefits, again, from the Alani Nu acquisition that they had. And their growth outlook, what's their move here? They plan to increase marketing spend in the second half of this year to kind of capture more market share, so possibly an even bigger top line number by the end of the year. And they're also focused on long-term branding with disciplined execution. We'll have to see how that goes. The Alani Nu acquisition contributed about a little more than $300 million to that top line number to revenue, with surging demand really for zero sugar functional drinks, really driving that broad category growth. And the channel expansion, Joey, they're also looking at getting into retail, helped lift the market share and the visibility of the stock. So not too bad.
No, not too horrible here, Sharif. I'm trying to go back to when this thing first IPO'd. It was a while ago. Wow, I didn't even know this name was that old, to be honest with you, Celsius Holdings. But yeah, sure enough, if we want to zoom in and see what we got going on from a daily, this is the previous all-time high that it made in May of 2024, and you're currently trading around 57% off of that specific level, so just keep that in mind as well. But one thing to note is you are punching through some key resistance zones, and that's something positive. But in the likes, and I don't want to compare apples to oranges, but just look at this from a technical standpoint and all the other previous earnings from this quarter, look what they've all done.
What?
Right? So Microsoft, you get that big gap up and then eventually fills the gap as well too, right? So just keep that in mind. CELCH, this is a big time inverted hammer candle. Even though you do have this doji at the lows, just keep an eye out just in case you breach through this support level and it completely fills this gap to the downside there, guys.
All right, Adara, we know your affinity for Alani Nu. What's your look on Celsius? What's the look here?
Okay, formerly Affinity. Also, I don't know if I'm able to punch these buttons at the same time.
Oh, I'm good. I can hear it. I can hear it. I had to turn it on mine. It was my bad.
Okay. Oh, good. So CELH.
I can't hear.
Yeah, this chart looks rough, and I've noticed there's been as kind of mentioned there by Joe, there's been a weird pattern of some of these gappers just kind of selling off the open, and that's not all of them. Duolingo, which I don't know if that's on your list. DUO, I mean, you'll be happy, Sharif. Look at that chart now. I'm really sad I missed this. The thing just dropped like $40.
Good.
So some of these gappers are making, they're kind of popping up and then just dropping at the open. So yeah, I mean, this earnings season in terms of reaction has been odd. Alani Nu, I understand, to be clear, and I am no longer drinking energy drinks. I will drink the occasional. I've already mentioned this. Natural.
I forgot.
Drinks.
I didn't hear it.
There's the
Either I forgot or I didn't hear it.
Natural energy drink that I will do, like natural caffeine. We talked about that because I still drink matcha as well. But yeah, I've not been doing that. So in my former life, I did enjoy Alani Nu. Alani Nu is solid. Get it at Alani Nu, 129% year over year.
Your former life.
I know Ramin is a fan of this one as well, so get it. Ramin.
Yeah, we don't have to mention Ram Ram, though.
Well, we can.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think regardless, that $50 hold on CELH looking pretty tasty. And yeah, we're going to have to see if it can turn it up a degree and bounce off that 50 because right now it is a great look. I do not have my CELH chart up right now in terms of like my trading view, so I can't really look at the AVWAP. I would wonder if there's an AVWAP there because the way this is holding is really spicy.
Very interesting. Thank you, Adira, for that. Yeah, Neil, I don't like Duolingo for a specific reason. I said I'd talk about this on the midday, so I will talk about it now. What they did, Neil, was they decided, the Mandarin course is what it is. We don't like it anymore. We're going to change it overnight. And we're going to even not just change the courses going forward. No. If you've completed lessons, we're going to go back and change those lessons and add new words and new phrases into lessons that you've already completed, so when you go back to review them, you have no idea what the hell is going on. I'm not the only angry person. There's people all over the internet that are furious about this, and what adds insult to injury is the company refuses to address it whatsoever. They're not even saying anything. Oh, hey, we changed it. Oh, here's the explanation. So if you're doing up to this lesson, here's how you kind of adjust. No, there was nothing, no information given. We're just supposed to go on with our life and no problem there. So what I had to do, Neil, was I had to start that bad boy over from the beginning. So I was lucky to have screenshotted all the new words that I was learning along the way so that I could review them offline. If I hadn't have done that, I would have lost all the words that are no longer in the curriculum, which they removed for no reason. So that's my beef with Duolingo, Joe.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay. So revenue, $252 million, up 41% year over year, beating analyst estimates of 241 million. Earnings per share, EPS, 91 cents versus estimates, 57%. Positive surprise net income, 44.8 million, up 84% from a year ago. Subscription revenue up 46% year over year, contributing to record profitability and signing robust uptake to higher value subscription. Sharif, we can't deny these numbers. They're fantastic numbers.
I'm not going to argue about that at all.
They're
Clearly, people are
numbers.
doing this. And I've already talked. We're going to go to Darren in a sec. Joseph, the software is designed to teach you as little as possible, but to use it as much as possible.
Absolutely.
I hate that.
So,
as a learner,
okay,
not
so
as
also
a shareholder.
Listen, Louis Von Ann highlighted outperformance in bookings, engagement, and new initiatives like the Energy Machine and Chess Course. So they're more or less they're not worried about teaching you, but just engaging into the platform itself.
That. If you're a shareholder, you're very happy.
Very, very happy.
You're generating revenue.
As a specific user, you're not in love with it. But as to your performance, how you just mentioned the fact that, hey, they just want you on the app using it, scrolling, kind of like that doom scrolling, right? They have that chess course and everything, emphasizing the company's product-led growth and a belief that the user growth is still in the early innings. But there you go. To keep users engaged, they're putting new things on there that you can learn: the math, the chess, the energy, etc. Right?
I don't want any of that. I just want me. But you love chess.
I like the chess. Yeah.
Adira, you got some for us.
I do, yeah. So CORZ, visually popping, then dropping. Financial Times reporting that apparently a big investor, though it doesn't say who, is threatening a proxy fight over CoreWeave's deal for Core Scientific. CORZ, Core Scientific, dropping on this news. Now, I want to take a look here at Duolingo. Duolingo, guys, there is actually a catalyst for this drop, and I just found out what it is. As I mentioned yesterday, OpenAI, I guess, was having an event at 1 p.m. I never saw the link to watch this event, but apparently the algos are watching this event, guys, because I guess OpenAI unveiled a new language teaching feature during their event, language teaching, kind of the exact thing that Duolingo does. So that's why DULOL dropped so much. I'm very sad I missed this short because Duolingo is a spready one. But alas, congrats to anyone who caught that short. Congrats to anyone who caught the long yesterday. Honestly, this is one of the few earnings plays where you really could have had it either direction and done really well. So yeah, shout out to everyone who's trading Duolingo. And I guess Sharif will not be shouting out Duolingo here. So yeah, there you go.
But Joey's got more information on it.
On DraftKings?
Oh, you want to do DraftKings?
Yeah, I was going to say DraftKings, or you were talking about something else.
Oh, I thought you had information on Duo. Yeah, do DraftKings.
No, we got everything on Duolingo. We went over the important facts. I showed you one that was good here earlier, Sharif,
yes, sir.
Which I think is really important. So we talked about this not too long ago. Daily active users neared 48 million, up from 34 million year over year, and paid subscribers grew substantially, evidencing the stickiness of Duolingo's offerings. All right, so just keep that in mind. We'll hop on to DraftKings because I know a lot of people are involved in sports gambling, etc. So I think this is going to be really positive, and I think it's good for this company as well as more states start to adopt online gambling. All right, so revenue 1.5 billion, up 37% year over year, with the 1.1 billion estimate in Q2 of 2024. The consensus estimates of 1.43 billion, nearly by 6%. The net income came in at 158 million, revised a $32 million net loss from the same period last year. So that is big time. Earnings per share came in from 30 to 38 cents. Reported figure very slightly by source. Misconsensus estimates of 41 cents. Earnings surprise of negative 7.3%. Adjusted EBITDA 301 million, up from 128 million year over year. A new record for the company. Monthly unique players, MUPs, 3.3 million, up 6% year over year, and average revenue per MUP, ARPMUP, 151, up 29% year over year. All right, so key business drivers. Customers' engagement, strong growth in relations, acquisitions, and engagements drove results. MUPs and ARPMUPs both rose sharply, showing the benefit of new product launches and the new integration of Jackpot. Sportsbook performance really positive here. Higher structural hold and favorable betting outcomes in the quarter. Geographic expansion, continued growth with DraftKings now live in 25 states plus DC, anticipating a launch in Missouri. iGaming Products presents its 5 states, and Ontario, we love the gambling over here, obviously. Share buyback repurchased 6.5 million shares in the first half of 2025. So it's always good when a company is buying back shares.
All right, so here's the deal. Here's my look on DraftKings. What I see a lot from state-specific governments is the increasing of tax payable by the sports betting companies on their earnings. And we saw it with Ohio. I anticipate you'll see that likely in other states as balance sheets become tight and they're looking to generate new money. So I feel that is a headwind for margins, likely going to cause margin compression. Whether or not they pass that back off to the consumer in the form of less promotions or worse odds, whatever it's going to be, there's a headwind for this business. But obviously, as Joseph mentioned, great numbers year over year as more people get into it. What I'd like to see, Joey, I don't know how you feel. I don't even know if this is available because I don't use any of these sports betting apps. What we're calling on our platform here, the forecast trader, to be able to bet on events or events trading.
Event contracts.
Thank you. Yeah. So, what color shoe is Lionel Messi going to come out and wear on this game or whatever the hell.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think they'll definitely get into that realm because I remember I was looking.
Expansion, baby.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously customer expansion as well too. So I think eventually they will get into these event contracts, which is funny to me. But one thing that I did see is that I mentioned this to you a while ago is you can bet on things like when is the LRT going to open.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely which is absolutely insane. Okay. But by all means, if you have more of those on your platform, I think you have the chance to continue to grow like we're seeing. And also from a state-by-state standpoint, you're starting to see more of them.
A lot more legalization and adoption state by state, and a lot more taxes too, which is the point that I was making. Derek, give us the goods or your opinion, please, on Donkey Kong DraftKings.
Yeah, a lot of what you said is what I was going to cover, just these taxes here on a statewide basis. I know Illinois is like pretty intense with it. They're very proud of the fact that they did it. Governor J.B. Pritzker there, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, I think that is certainly of note. The other thing I would mention is I was seeing apparently some people have been kind of reporting that the company is looking to actually acquire some of these prediction-related assets. So instead of doing the prediction market themselves, they're just going to acquire someone who already does it. I actually think that's a good look, because that way you don't have to worry about the business on your own. You have it. It's already a business that exists that you're scooping up. We know Robinhood is actually, I mean, not like that they're necessarily a competitor with DraftKings, but, you know, both in that kind of, I guess, dabbling with a prediction market-based company. Anyways, Robinhood, we know, has done some acquisitions lately, like WonderFi. That's gone well. I think DraftKings, if they do decide to go the event prediction route, I actually think that the acquisition would be a good way to do it.
Thanks for that, Jeff.
Prediction is such a crazy term. I don't know. I think it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Event prediction, it's just another form of gambling. Hey, does our thing have the event contracts?
Oh yeah, it keeps pumping it to me every day. It keeps trying to force
where can
me
we
to
pull it? Can we pull them up quick?
Let's just finish.
Okay.
Let's finish the news because actually we have some time.
yeah.
I think we're good.
Let's see if we can pull up an event.
Yeah. Well, it
contract here.
keeps trying to pump it on me. So let's do it right now. We'll do it live. We're not sponsored by these people, obviously, as you know. So we have nothing to gain here. Look, it's trying to get me to do it. Add tab. IBKR forecast trader. Add tab. Doesn't add it. All right, you're an idiot.
Okay, so that's it. That was short-lived.
Yeah, sorry. We'll do that.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk Peloton, Joey. Not a bad report at all from Peloton. 5 pennies per share. The street was actually expecting a loss per share, so it was a surprise earnings win there. 6 pennies loss per share the street was looking for on revenue of $607 million. Again, easily beating on the top and bottom line, with the street only really looking for $580 million. However, even though they beat, they still down 6% year over year on that top line number. They're making less in revenue this year. You don't want to see that, obviously, if you're an investor, but they are able to shore up costs. And how is that proved? By the fact that they actually were profitable. They took about $21.5 million in income profit this year after losing $30.5 million last year, the same time, even though they had a higher top line number, a bigger top line number. And here's another reason why. Gross margins improved to 54.1%, up from the 48.5%. Like, this company sells physical products as well as subscription, so their margins are somewhere in between. Usually for physical products, we have like high 30s, low 40s. Gross margins for subscriptions and SaaS and software and all that stuff, you have like 70, 80% gross margins, so a happy median there at 54.1%. And a lot of the reason that they actually made money was a cost cutting. The new CEO really putting his foot down. Peloton plans on cutting another $100 million in run rate expenses for full year 2026. Sadly, they will be laying off about 6% of their workforce to reduce that indirect spend, and they're going to add about $200 million in cuts that were already made to in full year 2025. Now, let's talk about their return to retail, because they kind of left that for a little bit, shutting down a lot of their showrooms. They did here in Canada. They had bigger showrooms that they shut down, and they're planning on re-entering that physical retail space with 10 micro stores. They're calling it. They're not going to do large showrooms this time. They're also investing, Joey, in pre-owned hardware sales. So we kind of saw them do this earlier, where they were selling you a used Peloton bike for like a 10% off discount, when you could go on Facebook Marketplace and buy it for 75% off. So that didn't work out for them. Let's see if they do it better this time around. They're also increasing in-person instructor appearances to about 3 times a year to kind of build on their network there. Now, they're also going to create a deal with Precor. So anybody who hits the gym, you know Precor, they make treadmills and ellipticals and stuff like that. They got a good supply chain in Asia, and apparently Peloton looking at doing business with them. Here's what they're guiding, Joey. They're guiding full year 2026 guidance, 2.4 to 2.5 billion. That was in line with expectations. Their current quarter guide, they're guiding 525 to 545. That's below the street's expectations, so it's a guidance miss for the current quarter, with free cash flow coming in for full year 2025 at around 320 million. That beat, Joey. We'll talk a little bit about their segment performance in a second.
All right, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, guys.
All right, let's talk
Peloton.
about their connected
Okay,
fitness
gotcha.
here, Joey. A couple of last things. So their connected fitness hardware revenue, about $200 million versus the 170 expected, with subscription revenue far higher, $408 million, but that actually was a little light. The street wanted $411 million there. That's what I was talking about, hardware, software, or not software, but subscriptions here. Subscriptions bringing in double what their hardware is.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. This is when you peak. I mean, it sucks to peak early maybe in life, but sometimes it is what it is. So you're down almost 100%. This is giving me Aurora Cannabis kind of vibes here. Will this stock ever recover? I don't know.
Pandemic highs are crazy.
Crazy. Just extremely overvalued.
shoulders.
Yeah, man. Like, honestly, Sharif, I don't know what to say. This is from a weekly standpoint. Will this stock ever recover? I don't think so. Some people are just comparing it to an iPad on a bike, a stationary bike. For me personally, Peloton is just not an investable vehicle for me personally. The subscriptions are great. If they can continue to grow the subs, I think that can add a little tailwinds to this. But other than that, as for a full-blown recovery, I think it's dead money.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What's the one name that continuously splits? MLGO, right?
MLGO.
Is it MLGO?
There's, what's the other one? The EV one that we always trade?
It's not Lee, is it?
No, that other one. I forgot.
Mullen.
Thank you.
Mullen,
Thank
yes,
you,
Mullen.
brother.
Mullen, thank you for
MULN.
that. Yeah, so I think that this is what is kind of giving me that kind of vibes. I don't think this name will ever recover. So it's just, hey, how do we stay listed at this point, to be honest with you?
Adara, are you cycling into Peloton over here, or what's going on over there?
Good one. Yeah, I don't think I will. I will.
You don't
say
look like you enjoyed that at all.
that was a good
like
pop.
that.
I did a good one. I liked it. It was a good one. But I'm pressing it. Oh, I think it's weird. It's hard to do both at the same time because I have to like use a weird thumb dexterity I don't possess. I will mention here though, Peter Stern has really done wonders for the company. This is as of May 12th, 2025. But since Barry McCarthy exited the company, Peloton stock as of May 12th, 2025 was up 83. Almost 84%. So Peter Stern came in, I think, a little bit later, but either way, he's done well for the company. Either that or investors really just didn't like Barry McCarthy, but good look there for Peloton. I think that Precor partnership that you mentioned this morning with regards to treadmills, I think is a really, really good look. That's a good brand. That's a well-known brand. Yeah, I think honestly, Peloton, this stock might be a done deal. The company might be a done deal. What I thought was interesting there in your note, Sharif, is that they said that they're expecting lighter sales this quarter because of seasonal slowdown in the summer. I don't know why people aren't buying treadmills in the summer. I wonder about the seasonality. I have lots of questions. But other than that, I don't have much to say except for good luck, Peloton.
You know, my cousin uses it as a coat hanger, Adara.
Yeah, well, that's what it's
It's very expensive.
I don't think they're alone in that. I think a lot of people are doing that.
Yeah,
It's a good laundry basket. But as for the summertime, Adara, people want to be outside in the summer, right?
Yeah,
like you
that's a good
run outside in the summer. You don't want to be.
Whether or not they're purchasing treadmills, you don't purchase a treadmill just for 3 months, Joe.
No.
I thought about that, but then I realized that makes no sense.
What do you mean? If for a long-term duration, yeah. Well, this is Canada, right? So you're in there for 4 months, and if you can use it for multiple years, if you know every year you're going to be stuck inside, you're not.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't, like, guys, I'm not saying you can't run outside during the summer. That's all good and fine. But why does it matter when you buy the treadmill? It's not like the treadmill goes away in a month. It doesn't, like.
But Adara,
it doesn't run away.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. You're absolutely right on that. But, like, for example, convertibles, they're usable, right, all year round. Adara, people seem to buy them into the spring. I don't know. It's just what they do.
Yeah.
When you put it like that, it makes yeah.
Right?
All right, let's go on to the next topic over here. What else we got? Restaurant brands. Mixed report here, Joey. Strong international sales, but weak Popeyes. That's what the headline reads. The revenue there. Popeyes got your attention there? Okay.
Well, like supplements, not the chicken.
No, I think they mean Popeyes.
Yeah, but like Popeye. Yeah, like Popeye. Yeah.
I think Popeyes, the supplements only is in Canada.
Is it only? It's not American.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not sure. Anyway, EPS 94 pennies, that missed the 97 pennies expected by the street on revenue of 2.41 billion. That was ahead of the 2.32 billion expected and a 16% increase on their last year on the quarter revenue. Net income, they're profitable, a little bit less than 200 million, $189 million in take-home money, but that is less than what they took home last year, which was $280 million. It was impacted, according to the company, by acquisition-related costs. Revenue beat obviously reflects strong international and Tim Hortons performance. All right, get it, Tims. Here's what they did, though. Let's talk about their different segments. Overall, they saw a 2.4% increase driven by international, and as I mentioned, Tim Hortons strength. International sales as well, 4.2% remains resilient. Tim Hortons was up 3.4%. That's over 40% of their revenue comes from Timmy's. Shout out to Timmy's, man. Burger King only up 1.3%, with the U.S. Burger King, that is, sales up 1.5%. Still in turnaround mode, the company says, with Popeyes 1.4%. The only segment, Joey, in decline. They lost 1.4%, revenue on Popeyes. Now, what are they guiding here for CapEx as well as their growth? They're saying they're going to spend about $400 to $450 million in CapEx for the rest of the year. It's going to be in tenant inducements and incentives, and their long-term outlook is unchanged. You're still looking at 3% average same-store sales with 8% organic adjusted operating income CAGR. CAGR stands for compounding annual growth rate. Adara has breaking news.
I do, and I have a couple pieces. We'll start with RX. Recursion, moving on this catalyst. It's not specific to Recursion, though. Axios reporting that Senator Todd Young is apparently preparing an AI and biotech bill package. So I guess a good look here for some of these biotech plays. Recursion, moving on this, I also want to mention really quickly, Microsoft apparently making an announcement here as well. MSFT announcing that they're going to be incorporating OpenAI's GPT-5 into their consumer developer and enterprise offerings. Good look there. Back to you.
All right, so with respect to this turnaround that they're talking about for Burger King, so apparently the turnaround efforts are ongoing, but the improvement is slow. Popeye remains a weak spot, requiring operational fixes, the company says, and international growth, as well as Tim Hortons, continue to really drive that top-line momentum. Joey, you never really want to see a company rely on any one segment for its growth, this kind of seems like that's the case here.
Yeah, well, to add to the example that you gave yesterday with SMCI, 63% of its accounts receivable came from two companies, and you don't necessarily want that to be the case here as well. But the GLPs definitely have a play into that Popeyes growth as well. I think for me personally, it's not good food. Who's kidding who? Obviously it's tasty, but if people are trying to lose weight, Popeyes is not your way to go. Neither is Burger King, in my opinion. So
I get that. I like it. Adara's laughing up a storm there with Ram, who is making fun of Timmy C, which I don't like. I'm playing. I'm just looking to beef anybody at the moment. Let's go on and talk about Airbnb. An important report here, Joey. Earnings per share for Airbnb nicely beating expectations, $1.03. The street wanted 94 pennies on net income of $642 million, so closing in on that $750,000 profit. And it's up nicely here, Joseph, almost $100 million more in net profit on the quarter than they printed last year. Last year was $555 million on revenue of $3.1 billion, again ahead of the street's estimate of $3.03 billion and a 13% year-over-year increase on that top line number. The growth, according to the company, was driven by an increase in the night stayed. Easter timing as well helped things being a little bit later, and a slightly higher average daily rate. So a little bit of inflation helped grow that top line number, but margins apparently are under pressure. And in fact, the company is warning that margins will be lower in Q3 and Q4 of this year, so the second half of full year 2025, due to what they're saying is new investments in business lines. So we'll have to see how that all works out. They also have growth in focus here, and they're planning on spending $200 million on new experiences and services, such as tours and classes, so expect more products to be offered in the app. So not a bad look there as they look to expand their moat. The CFO says these segments won't generate near-term revenue, but they are part of the company's longer-term strategy, with the focus really remaining on scaling the core platform while testing new offerings. You got to like that. Now let's talk about the guide. They're guiding revenue here of $4.02 to $4.1 billion. Slightly softer than that 4.05 estimate, with gross bookings expected to come in at $23.5 billion. ahead of that 22.67 expected by the street. And here's how they're doing geographically, Joey. North American demand improved monthly throughout Q2. Canada, though, specifically, Canada to U.S. travel remains weak, but Canadians are continuing to travel, just not to the United States. They're going more international trips, it looks like, over here. The Caribbean specifically, from what I read. Look, again, there is that backlash, as we've expressed to you guys multiple times, with the tariff war between Canada and the United States, and it's put off a lot of people on this country. There's a big push to buy Canada, spend Canada. I don't happen to subscribe to that, but that is a fact. Overall trend, travel demand remains resilient, though, Joey, the company
Absolutely.
says.
Just to add to your buy Canada, spend Canada, at the end of the day, it's super expensive for us to travel domestically, which I think is insane. But Sharif, as for Airbnb, this is what I was talking about earlier about IPO. So this IPO'd 4 years ago, and it still hasn't even got anywhere relatively close to where that high has been established a couple weeks after the IPO. Now, for bookings, one thing that I've noted, and I noticed that a lot of my friends, when you go onto the Airbnb app and you're looking to book something, a lot of people just go directly to the individual who is listing that unit or whatever it may be, that house that you're saying. So there's a way around paying all those Airbnb fees, but you're still seeing some good growth within this company. You just want to see a little bit more sustained and more continued growth, and maybe that'll pick up once tensions between the Canadians and the Americans, if there is any, personally I don't have any, start to cool off and this tariff talk starts to cool down as well too.
Adara, what's your look on some of these numbers here? I mean, like, it was kind of a mixed bag. There was a couple of good things, but you know, they complain about margins and whatever else. What's your look?
I found it so weird how they're pivoting towards experiences or whatever. Like, they're like, oh, we're going to have, I don't know, why are you doing that? The fact that their nights and experiences books were actually below estimates, though, as I was seeing, that's pretty interesting.
Yep.
I mean, clearly the market doesn't like it. We're at day's lows. I also want to say here, Sharif, this is not related to Airbnb, but I do have some news.
Go.
Apparently, so Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, he announced on X that who is owned by a certain individual we'll get to in a minute. We do have Satya Nadella basically announcing how Chat or GPT-5 is launching across Microsoft's platforms, right?
Yep.
Well, Elon Musk, owner of X, as I mentioned earlier, and CEO of Tesla, responds with this phrase. And he responds to Satya. OpenAI is going to eat Microsoft alive. So keep an eye on
He's trying to create a beef.
Microsoft.
You know he hates Altman.
We know he's not a fan of Sam Altman.
He hates Altman.
He actively hates him.
Bang.
So yeah, weird look, weird catalyst. I don't have much more to say about Airbnb. Truthfully, I was more excited about the Satya Nadella thing.
I like that headline. Thank you for sharing that, Adair. Anything Elon related always has time here on the midday. Let's go on to Datadog. Surges on AI demand and a strong outlook. Let's talk about their numbers here, Joey. Q2 revenue came in at $827 million, well ahead of the $791.1 expected on this by the street. So an easy top line number beat. It was a beat on the bottom line as well, with 46 pennies per share coming in for EPS ahead of the 42, demonstrating strong margin control. Shares jumped 10% here in the pre-market on bullish guidance and the Q2 beat. Let's talk about that guidance. So their Q3 guide going to be 847 to 851 million. That is ahead of the 819, basically 820 expected by the street. EPS likely to come in, the company says, at 44 to 46 pennies, beating the 42 pennies expected by the street there, Joey. Here's why they're making money. They're saying they're seeing a surge in enterprise AI and cloud investments, which is fueling demand for their platform. Clients like Samsung, NASDAQ, Comcast are all using Datadog to monitor and secure cloud infrastructures. They also say they have 125 new innovations launched to enhance what they're calling real-time analytics and cloud observability. They also have a broader migration to cloud, Joey, than they anticipated, which is driving kind of the need for that performance, the reliability, the security monitoring, everything that comes with cloud and AI.
Yeah, I think it's a good look in the long run, to be honest with you, just because it wasn't, the street isn't perceiving it too well. Just that cloud security, I think just in the direction that we're moving, you can see the cloud growth amongst all of the big three names. I'm talking Google, AWS, and Azure. It has to be secure at the end of the day. So it may not look too good right now, currently, but I think in the long run, Datadog would just be just fine. And speaking of off of those April lows to where we're currently trading at, you're still up 60%. At the end of the day, you did fail to break through this previous high on this report, which the expected move would have brought you to that level there, Sharif, as well. You're down 21%, but at the end of the day, I think Datadog is going to be okay considering cloud growth across the planet, I guess.
Adara, is this company barking up the wrong tree, or what's going on up there? All right, Adara.
Take a different tack on this as I usually do, and I'm not trying to be ever against anyone. I always like to play devil's advocate and look at things a bit differently. Datadog is honestly, in my opinion, it was still kind of a weird addition to the S&P 500. This one, much like XYZ, which is reporting tonight, or XYZ for the Americans out there, both were kind of seen as like a odd, choices to add to the SPY as opposed to Robinhood, AAPL, right? So I think, and the stock performance for Datadog has not been super inspiring either. We were sort of in an uptrend. We got pushed way up when we got the S&P edition, came all the way back down, continued the uptrend, gap down. I don't know quite why we gapped down to that day in July. I guess it's about a week ago. Then today we actually gap up and then do a bearish engulfing candle. This looks rough technically. And I honestly think for that, regardless of the earnings, Datadog might need a little bit more weakness. Even if you look at the daily, there's clear lower highs. You got like 156, 152, now like 149. I don't love it here. I think it might be barking up the wrong tree, but we'll find out.
All right, I like it. All right, let's get to the nitty gritty now. We're going to talk Intel. We're going to talk about the CEO, my friend Lip-Bu. And yeah, there's accusations being made. You guys decide what to make of the story. We're going to give you the facts. You guys make the decisions. Let's get to it, Joey. Lip-Bu Tan. He is Intel's new CEO after Patty G got the boot. Patty Gelsinger we're talking about. Well, he's under scrutiny today due to what is being called deep venture and boardroom ties to over 600 Chinese tech firms, all between the years of 2012 to 2024. Apparently, his firm, Walden International, invested about $200 million up to $2.2 billion. So we're getting a gnarly range there of $2 billion in Chinese startups, including at least 8 firms of which had alleged PLA ties. Okay, so what do we got here? People's Liberation Army is what that stands for, okay? Tan did partner with China Everbright Limited and other state-backed groups and semiconductor-focused funds. Again, some of those companies were tied to PLA-linked firms. Some of these partners were later added to the U.S. entities list. So that's the list that the intelligence agencies updates and gives to the, I think, the Commerce Department, that is, and then they block or they limit the sale or dealings with that company on national security grounds. And Cadence, this was a company that he was a former CEO of. So Cadence Design Systems, which Tan led the company during the illegal tech export to a Chinese military university, and Phythium Technology, which is a sanctioned PLA-linked chip maker. So Cadence actually pled guilty to that and paid fines, deepening obviously the concerns about oversight and compliance during Tan's leadership of that company. Cadence Design Systems was the name of the company. Ongoing issues despite the Intel appointment. So as of 2025, your boy Lip-Bu still held leadership roles or ownership stakes in dozens of Chinese firms, according to public records, Joey. And then you had Senator Tom Cotton pounding the table yesterday, as well as others demanding explanations from Intel's board, citing risk to taxpayer-funded tech projects. Let's not forget, Intel is the recipient of a lot of money from the CHIPS Act.
Yeah, from the CHIPS Act.
So there's public money in here. It's not just a private company.
I mean, this guy doesn't even have 2 full quarters under his belt, I'm pretty sure, no? So it's just like, you already want to oust them, but Intel's in trouble, and I mentioned this before. You want to see some positive quarters before you look to get involved in this. Katina Man brought this up. You're at the same level since 1980-something. For me personally, I don't think it matters really who's behind or who the CEO is. It's irrelevant until you start to see some growth within this company. For me personally, INTC is not the way to go if you want chip exposure, that's for sure.
All right, Adara, I know you were doing some deep dives, so I know you're going to come with some fire. What's your boy Lib Boo doing?
Okay, so I found some really cool information on this. So this individual on X, this is also just a cool infographic. I'll get to that in a second. An individual on X by the name of Matthew Gertz, who works for Media Matters. I guess he's a fellow at Media Matters. He basically posted on X, I will say a little bit of interesting tea. So Trump posted his thing on True Social saying that Lib Boo should leave the company. And keep in mind, he doesn't even say his name. He just says the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted, provides no information. Kind of a weird post, right? Posted at 7:39 a.m. Well, 7:34 a.m., guess what was airing on Fox News? Maria Bartiromo was covering Senator Paul Cotton's take on this Intel situation. So the headline that you read on the screen provided basically as much detail as Trump did in his True Social post. And I'm not trying to be biased. If you guys do the research here, it is worth noting this is not the first time Trump has posted something on Truth minutes after Fox News has aired the same thing. And it's in his post that he's more or less kind of quoting Fox. So that's all I have to say to that. There is precedent. Matthew Gertz, I want to give credit for pointing that out on X. Also, guys, it's really sad when interim CEOs David Zinsser and MJ Holthouse actually did better for the stock than its most recent CEOs. They actually brought the stock up 3.45% during their reign. Pat Gelsinger, negative 61% during his time, his very short time, like 4 years in that helm. And Lip Bhutan, it's gone down another 20% since he took control. So rough look. I'll go back to you guys.
Yeah, Katina Man just commenting about that. He's like, Patty G, yeah. Look, you know what Patty G was trying to do, Adair? He was trying to build out that foundry business. It's a CapEx heavy business. Lib Boo's trying to drop that back a little bit. I wish Intel all the best. I really do. I have no hard feelings towards this company. I wish that they could kind of get off the schneid, so to speak. We'll see. But it really feels like, maybe their best days are behind them, being outtaken by NVIDIA and AMD. But who the hell knows, right? I'm not making any pronouncements on it. Let's talk about AppLovin, Joey, because they also beat expectations. So Q2 revenue for APP hit $1.28 billion. Guys, that's a 77% increase on that dang top line number. That is bigly, and that beat the consensus estimates of $1.22 billion there. Growth was fueled, Joey, by the shift towards ad tech segment after selling off their owned apps. The advertising adjusted EBITDA came in at $1.02 billion, up 99% year over year, and obviously topping Wall Street's expectations. Let's talk a little bit about their cash flow and their buybacks. It came in a little light cash flow, that is, at $768 million. That was a little bit below what the street wanted. But their share buybacks also dropped to $341 million, which was down from the $1.2 billion that they bought back in Q1. But that's okay. I mean, you don't always have to add or increase, share buybacks. You can distribute it equally among quarters for strategic reasons. The market reaction, though, it fell as much as 6.9%. The guidance for Q3 as well, the guidance for Q3 as well as the adjusted EBITDA came in above expectations, but the market appeared really to focus on the muted cash flow as well as the share buybacks. And here's the business model, Joey, in case people don't really know too much about them. They serve mobile app developers, mostly in gaming. They help drive installs and in-app monetization. They also have non-gaming revenue, which is, according to the company, ramping up quickly, expanding their TAM, their total addressable market. And the company is leveraging a two-sided platform model of performance-based ad services, Joey. So, a company that you and I see often because I see it a lot in some of the Duolingo stuff that we're doing over there. But interesting look nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks pretty good here too, right? So you can see the April lows, not too bad, right? So you can take a look at, it's up over 100% off of those specific April lows. So we won't complain about those type of returns. So any given moment now you can start to work. It doesn't want to do it today for some reason. So there it is, but I can tell you just from a low of $200 and you're now trading around $425. So that's a nice return. Intraday looks pretty good too. Potential bull flag being formed. Nice move to the top side. You do have this inverted hammer candle at the highs, but sure enough, boom, boom, you get this candle to the top side.
These guys. All right, Adara, what's I know we're a little overtime here, but App, I think, is a name that you look at sometimes because of the spread. Am I wrong?
This morning, I don't have the chart up, unfortunately, and I also did get out way too early, so that's a bummer because this went all the way up to 455s. They get got out around 414. So thumbs up to that. But you know what? You just get ready for the next day. I think APP right now is, as Joe mentioned, doesn't look like it really wants to go much further today. We're making lower highs now and lower lows on the 3-minute chart. This rally, though, at the open was crazy violent. It was memey. I've said this about Apple even before, and I say this as someone who likes spready stocks. This thing is on its own planet when it comes to how it moves. This is the only $300 stock I've seen halt intraday. So be very careful with it. Be aware of it. But you know, if you're patient and if you're working well with it, it can give you really good opportunities as well. So that's my look on app. Sorry, I focus more on the trading side.
No, you're good. We only have one more, Dara. We're going to do quantum here with D-Wave reporting earnings. Here's the report, SSE. You know, we got about 8 cents per share, 8 cents per share Q2 loss. It was wider than the 5 pennies the street was looking for, at 5 penny loss, that is, though it did improve from their early, or from last year on the quarter, where they lost about 10 pennies per share. The miss here, the company says, is attributed to non-cash, non-operating charges tied to what they're calling the remeasuring warrant liabilities. You can do a bit of a deeper dive if you want to know more information about that. But the revenue, that top line number did jump 42% year over year, not eye-watering or anything, up to 3.1 million, but ahead, well ahead, in fact, of the 2.5 million expected by the street. Investors are focusing on profitability, though, for these type of companies, not that top line growth. I think that that's probably the wrong vision to take, because quantum is so nascent. You look for top line, not profitability. Profitability is when you're mature. So we'll see how, you know, these stocks react in the later part of the year. Despite posting earnings, D-Wave still trades above the 50-day moving average, or did at at the time of the writing of this article. And the shares have rallied, Joseph, 118% year to date, which is, you know, signaling maybe some profit taking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to understand that you have to be forward looking with these quantum names, and they're still CapEx heavy, right? They're spending a lot of money on research and development, so they're not there just yet. But if they're starting to turn a profit, that's something slightly positive. I have the numbers on IonQ as well too. So even though they recorded a bigger net loss compared to the previous quarter year over year, I mean, you have to stay forward looking with these names, and I think that you have the ability to take advantage of them in the near future, that's for sure, especially once they start to turn a profit.
All right. Adara, you want to chime in here on QBTS, or?
All I will say is I noticed that there's kind of a pattern where QBTS and RGTI of the stocks in this space tend to trade more in tandem. QUBT and IONQ tend to trade more in tandem. I did an infographic on this. You can check it out on X at TTV Research. I apologize, I don't have it up on the screen right now. But when I did the research for that, that's when I realized this. So yeah, interesting little thing to note. RGTI and QBTS pairs trade, QUBT, IONQ pairs trade. Maybe complete hogwash, but the last couple months we have noticed, I would say RGTI and Armageddon D-Wave have had similar moves in terms of the direction and the speed, the intensity of the move, and then QUBT and IONQ the same thing. But take that with a grain of salt if you want. It's just one pattern I kind of noticed there.
All right, guys, it is, oh, you see that? We got 6 minutes in the bank there, eh? That's not too bad.
We'll take it.
All right, well, they gave us 25 minutes last time, though, but they were trading.
They gave us 25 minutes?
Remember, they went over 25 minutes with KO?
KO?
Kevin O'Leary.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Forget
that's
about
fair.
that or what, man? I'm defending them here. Oh, boy. All right, guys, the big boys are that way. I'll see everybody shortly at the green screen. Make sure to vote, guys, and Joey and I will be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Peace.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm just going to quickly, as the people roll back in, I'm just going to point out every single time on a Fed day, we come 15 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
So if you bank that every single Fed rate decision, there's just a little bit of extra time. So, you know, but the beauty of it, though, and one of the beauties of, there's a lot of great things, I think, obviously, about Trade TV, is we're not some broadcast TV. Like just because 2 o'clock hits, you don't have to flip the script. And the only times where you know exactly what we're going to be doing is at 9:30 and at 4 o'clock, right? Like at 9:30, the market opens up, and you have a general idea that's exactly when the bell gets rung and all that nonsense. But other than that, who cares? Like, you don't know when Fly is going to pop off. I'm glad I actually went for a walk, so I'm glad I didn't tempt myself into taking this IPO. It just doesn't smell right. I think we're going to be excited for next week with Peter Thiel's bullish Probably on. I'm going to assume it's on Thursday because all the big IPOs come in on the Thursdays. I don't like what happened to the market, man. I don't like it. I don't like it. If I'm going to be cute with it, NASDAQ has just been slowly, grindingly, programmingly trending down and taking all day to go red. And this was on the heels of the difference in earnings from, like, we had a bunch of gap ups, 10, 15, 20%. Like, a lot of things looked really good, and now they're all starting to pull back. Some things are holding up better than others. Apple up 3%, still looking pretty good. AMD still up 5%. NVIDIA technically is green, but it's been trending down and giving up the entire move. So, yeah, it started out looking so bullish today. It really, overall, only a few things are holding up in that regard, even the big earnings names.
Yeah, this week these boys got more in the bank than us, if you know what I'm saying. I think. Oh, here we go. Nice move to the downside. No, nothing. I was looking at Fly there again.
Broke again.
Yeah, no, it's down to 62 and change.
Unbelievable.
I'm not like super excited about it, but at the same time, I do think that, you know, every IPO is a little different than the next. And I mean, I posted on my Twitter account there, you know, what we had sort of done there with Fly and you know, how we looked at it. And it was just in and out. We took the opening print at $70, and the minute it didn't go higher, we got out. We were able to get out at, I told Neil, 69.25, looks like 69.20s or so. We just punched out immediately. We didn't have much time to punch out at all. The minute it didn't go up, that's it. To me, that's the end of that story. But we're really lucky that we have such a platform here where you can execute real quick. And I mean, if I don't get out right there, then it goes from 70 all the way down to $60. So it's like, that's a $10 move in the first couple seconds. Neil has a 5-second chart that he's going to show in a little bit of time there. But yeah, huge move to the up, huge move down, and then you know, right back up, does wind up halting there, and now we're back at those lows. So yeah, not every IPO is the same, and like Adair mentioned there, Peter Thiel, you got to have a little bit of hype behind it. And I know Fly did have a little bit, and it's still a nice one if you're an early investor, but definitely not the same trajectory as we've seen many other names. So yeah, so far. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. That what's up, Passport Chaos, and everybody else out here. That's why I talk about this in a way that only we can trade. Like, it's Ray. He said something about how, oh, right here, that's a trade only a prop trader makes. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So.
I'm going to show, because I'll show you what really happened here. If you're not on a prop desk and you don't have access to all the keys and all the gateways and just being able to be super fast on Fly on a 5-second chart, like this thing opens up. Like Sean got out at 69. I decided I didn't want to take it. And I would have had exactly the same fate. Maybe there'd be a small difference in like where you exactly get to fill. But you're in the first 5-second candle slams to 68.35. And then it does come back, so there's some liquidity, then it slams to 68. So if you're out at 69, you basically, think about it, you lost $1 on that open trade, you crushed it relative to everything else that you see. Because I think if you're too slow or just have any kind of a delay, reasonably, that's $2 at best in the first few seconds. And if you hold on to it, it's nasty. The other side to this coin, as we were sort of saying, is there's no chance that you can have IPO halt up free money, IPO halt up free money, without there being something that does this, right? So both IPOs, the other one was WIFY or something? IFY,
Wifey?
Something like that. Is it WYI? WYFI. There you go. This was arguably worse. I can't
wait till Sharif marries Sydney Sweeney and I get invited to their wedding.
That'd be legit.
Sharif and Sydney Sweeney.
That'd be legit.
There we go. There we go.
Is that what's happening?
I just heard
it down?
We were both singing the wifey songs.
Do I get married? Sorry, did I get invited?
Is there something you want to tell us, Neil?
No.
Is everything all right there, Neil?
I was about to say one thing, and then when you start saying another, anyways, no.
I can't wait to get invited to Joy Only's wedding over there.
I'm just excited to actually know people that they're at the age they might get married again. That's what I'm excited about.
It is happening, Joe.
I'm into a wedding in forever.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get this going
over here. I'm not going to the club anymore.
Andre, you already married or what?
Dance floor.
Oh, damn you, Andre.
Andre's wholesome.
Damn you, Andre.
Assassino is as wholesome, trust me, like that.
How do you know how wholesome he is? Exactly.
The guy's straight and narrow, man.
Okay.
He's straight and narrow. It's a straight, narrow family man right there.
Okay, well, I'm glad you know that. I have no idea. Assassino, I have no idea about your
The
personal
whole
life.
Assassino moniker is nonsense. He is probably the most chill person.
Wow, something that happens is around here is nonsense? Are you kidding me?
He's easily the most chill person you'll find here. Easily.
Easily. I would say Fabian is.
The reason I call him Assassino, Neil, is...
He said,
No, I think you have to anyway.
All right.
you're muted apparently.
Am I? Oh, my bad. The reason I call him Assassino is because one time, Gigi Buffon, who used to be a defender for
Yes.
Juventus, you know who he is, Italian
best,
guy over
yes.
here.
I know Buffon.
He called Ronaldo an assassin. Why did he call him an assassin? They asked him, Neil, they're like, well, why'd you call him that? Because he's excellent at executing what
Right,
he does.
right.
And that guy is excellent at executing what he does. That's why I call him an assassin.
Okay, so that the context matters. Context matters.
I mean, why else did we think he was calling him an assassin?
I didn't know. I mean,
Apparently he's the most wholesome guy you'll ever run into.
no, he's very chill.
Yeah, so there we go. Shout out
just
to
saying.
wholesomeness. and-
Everyone around here. I mean, I'm still Team Ram Ram overall in a general sense, but you know.
Exactly. Keep
Ramin,
her name out of your mouth, she just said.
I just said I'm Team Ram Ram, and Ramin goes, "Yo, why is my name coming into this?" I can't even. Oh my goodness, damn.
All right.
Can't even compliment.
No, you cannot, man. This is crazy around here.
What are we talking about? Let's find out.
If you would have said "get it, Ram Ram," maybe you might have been able to get.
Get it, Ramin.
There we go.
Is that okay?
Still not okay, but you might as well say it. Okay, so we'll.
keep the chocolate coming.
We're getting ready to go, man. This should be a good one the rest of the afternoon. We do have some earnings coming through. The market is really starting to head to the south side right now, and I don't know what else sparked all of this, but if you just look here at the Nasdaq, it's just watching that 50-period moving average just continue to push this thing lower and lower and lower, and it's not even that bad. I mean, the Nasdaq's down 0.28. It's been a minute since we've even had a red day, so we'll wait to. I mean, we had last Thursday and Friday, but it feels really good the last couple days, and then now you're finally starting to give just a little bit back. So, yeah, all is well over here. I hope you guys have enjoyed the midday show with the Bash Bros, and then we'll, get going now with two boring old guys like me and Neil. But then we have another one over there at the screen with Sharif. Not that he's boring and old. He's definitely not boring.
He's kind of
all right. What's up, Sharif?
Neil's just dunking on me today. Oh, I am here, of course. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, guys, a show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are in a good mood. We're all in a good mood. When they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, get into the chat and vote for them every day. Throw in that $ followed by your ticker. Automatically registers. Here's a look at all four major averages, and all four major averages are in negative territory, starting with the NQ on the top left of your screen, down 0.29%. On the bottom left of your screen, the Russell 2000, the IWM, down 0.4%, 0.8. The ES faring a little worse than the NQ today, down 0.5%, with the Dow also down 0.8%, so much of the same look as the IWM. Here's the first ticker as decided by you. AMD reported earnings a couple of nights ago, and it was a sell the move type of event, recovering a little bit today. Looks like Kathy Wood, boys, picked up about $38 million worth of AMD, and she dumped some of Palantir and Shopify at the highs.
Yeah, so we
How
went.
much did she sell? 38 million.
Okay, we went with AMD straight from the jump. I mean, it was one of our big trades. It's right there. It's on the sticky note. We'll talk about all of these as we go, but right there, it's 167 long. These plays are only good for the open, and then we see what happens in the first half hour or so. But there goes AMD, and there it is. So there's 167.50 twice. Long, and boom goes the dynamite to the upside. It's an absolutely monster trade, and I always wish that we don't scalp out so quickly, but I never have any idea where they're going. Thing is, these are 168.50, so that's like $1 right there. As you go higher, 172. These are 173s. That's $6. Like this stock, again, an absolute monster to the high side. And I think it continues, man. It's a day two play. They were beat up a little bit yesterday. We saw Google bounce back. They had a good report. They fell down the day of the report, battled themselves back. And I just feel like AMD did have similar properties to that yesterday when we had the move down and then the battle back. So today when we opened up near this area, I just wanted to get long. There's the break of the pre-market. The rest, as they say, is history, right? Traders got to trade. This is by far the largest name, P&L name here on the desk today, and it's AMD, and it's a monster. So, yeah, I really, again, like the stock. I think it has a good runway now moving forward, and now that earnings are behind it, we just move forward with it. So that's it. That's AMD, and it's a nice one. It's a good long. We got out once it finally broke VWAP there of our last 2% or something like that. But yeah, overall pretty good. Now it looks like it wants to break lower. The market is going lower. I don't think we'll be going long on anything the rest of the day.
I don't even see. 2 days ago, was it 2 days ago or 3 days ago, AMD and NVIDIA were the same price, right?
Yeah, yesterday I think it was.
It was like yesterday.
Oh, no, before the report.
Okay, never mind. NVIDIA's on the list, so I'll just say this one point because we'll talk about NVIDIA individually.
Sure, yeah.
At the open today, so a couple of days ago, they were about the same price. At the open today, they were $15-something apart. Now that's been cut in half. And we'll get to specifically what's going on with NVIDIA after, but that's like the divergence between the two. Terrible movies. Terrible is the wrong word. But the divergence between the two, and I don't want to look up a 5-second chart at all. I want to look up a higher time frame. I want to go to a weekly chart on AMD. The difference between the two today is insane. The weekly chart on AMD is from that downward trend, which I think Joseph also showed. Now I'm saying Joseph too. Joe showed in the midday. It did a full circle, complete V shape from that big downward channel from the October 2024 lower high. So it's this on a weekly chart, like I'm like 170. If this can hold what looks like a bottoming tail wick on the weekly and close this week above 170, you've got like a top reversal followed by a bottom reversal, and suddenly you can get a little bit bullish again and absolutely fly. It's like it faked out that it was going short, and if we close over 170 this week, this could have another serious leg on. I love the weekly chart, but it's a key close here because it's a reversal candle till it's not. And it's Thursday, so obviously that's not going to matter until Friday at the close. We'll talk NVIDIA in 3. See, this time I actually looked at the rundown before I started going on about the next stock.
Shout out to Fabian. Here's Firefly, guys, the IPO that opened up during the midday. You know, not really as well received as Figma, but still trading well above that $45 share IPO price. It opened up, though, boys, at 70. I don't know where it's trading right now, but what's a look?
No down halt. No, nothing halted. It didn't halt.
Well, so here's the question. How does
wait a minute. 70 down.
How is this an up halt? And this isn't a down halt at any point.
They don't halt them on the downs.
I guess you don't. Maybe there's a rule about. I don't know this for a fact. I got to look this up. Is there some kind of rule like it has to be open a certain amount of time before you would halt it? Or
well, we know Figma halted it like in the first.
That's what.
25
maybe they just don't do it to the down. I don't understand how it could make that kind of a move down. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Look, I decided not to trade it. I think getting into why it's going to be important because as we get more IPOs, which ones you like and which ones you don't like off the open, I think are going to change. It's easy to look at when we sat down for Circle, CoreWeave, and Figma. At 9:30 in the morning, the imbalance locator was already blowing up with buy imbalances on them. At 9:30 in the morning, those opened up after 1 o'clock, and there were already huge buys at 9:30, 10 o'clock. The second the book was open, it was a monster buy imbalance. That's vastly, so it was really obvious that FI didn't have that going on today when it had none of that happening. But I think it's going to be a little trickier going forward to figure which ones you just want for the opening trade. That being said, if you take it, and this happens, get the you-know-what out of Dodge as fast as you can. I always believe when you start out, I'm gonna pop to another name here. I'm just gonna pop to another name because looking at a daily chart, this doesn't make any sense. It's useless. If you pop to a daily chart and look at CoreWeave, for example, initially, okay, fine, didn't do much the first couple days outside of the opening trade. When it eventually made a top, the old let it pull back, make some kind of established low, and then whatever the early high is when it takes it out again. I think the next time I trade Fly will be if it does that kind of a move. So it's in this, we'll give it that first few weeks or months or whatever it ends up being to give you some kind of a setup to consolidate. And then my only area of interest is when it's taking out a fresh new IPO. And if it never does, then it just turns into its brethren. Because the other hint here was this is an aerospace name, Fly. This is what happened to Voyager in its recent IPO. Had this been upward trending and you're at the highs, that's another reason I might have actually liked taking this one to the long side. But you had a lot that made it seem like this wasn't going to be that good. And this is just another factor. So Voyager hasn't even approached coming back to some of those highs. And I'm not talking about the fundamentals or anything like that. So I'm not saying these are the same company, but they're in the same space. And IPO trades are about hype, at least in the first little bit. And then people start figuring out the valuation after the fact.
All right, everybody. Yeah, look, I mean, I traded it and I did exactly what Neil said there. Neil wasn't here, but I was in and then I was out. And I'd already explained it to you. The minute it doesn't work, we're out of there, right? I mean, the Figma IPO, like, we made 1,000 times what we lost here, maybe more. Like, so, you know, what you're talking about is just a minuscule hit, and glad that it didn't happen the other way around, where we didn't do anything and let it drop all the way down. So it's just like, have your plan of action. I think it's pretty easy trade to make there if it opens up and goes nasty against you. The thing about
It crashed my chart.
the thing is that the minute that this comes through, I only had to start with like 10% of the shares that we were trading Figma with. And again, it goes back to the hype and everything like that. So the one thing is it's not on this board yet, and we'll talk about this later. Like, I don't know if anybody's seen Crocs here today.
Go Beavs.
That is down
28%?
That's down 30%.
Oh, where's my puke button?
Yeah. So
I gotta hit that one.
right there, like a huge move to the downside right there. And yeah, nice move for Crocs today. Nice downside play there, down 27%. Adair wants to let everybody know that she was trading Crocs today and still is. And I believe she's doing quite well today on that. Yeah, so I would tell you how well she's doing, but this show is not about winners or losers or anything like that, just about trading. So we'll go back over to Sharif right now to talk about Tesla.
Kind of like weird headlines today on Tesla, Sean. The price action speaks for itself. It's at day's lows right now. Elon Musk getting called a good person by Donald Trump over the backlash with Tesla. Separately, the Air Force, for whatever reason, wants to use the Cybertrucks as target practice, praising the durability of the car, saying there are no comparable vehicles in existence.
Okay, I mean, that's not bad. I don't see how. I mean, it's an interesting tidbit. I don't know how much that matters either way. We saw it firsthand how durable they were when we tried to blow that sucker up, and that was still standing, which is impressive. I still don't like the Cybertruck, just from a look standpoint. I keep seeing them drive around. It's like, I don't know. I'm not feeling it. At the end of the day, Tesla is trying to reposition, been positioning more for robotics and automation more than anything else. And it's not about the Cybertruck, it's not about the cheaper model, it's about what's coming next. And we talked about the pre-orders last time, no date anyways for Optimus, but I think it's pretty cool. And maybe we're gonna need to see a really big breakthrough in autonomy or something, maybe an actual launch date or maybe something showing what Optimus is fully capable of. That's the kind of catalyst that might be next for Tesla. Because, it took 3 days to break out from 312. And finally, it's like, didn't work, did work. And then today, it's trying to break out the next level, 322. So didn't work, we'll see if it can hold. Right now, it's not even holding up. So it's not even holding support from the prior day. It's actually looking like it's not going to be a breakout opportunity on Friday. But for now, Tesla is still in the doldrums, rejecting the 50 and the 200 period moving average. And as I said, maybe the next catalyst isn't going to be earnings. It's going to be some kind of hype regarding Optimus, or maybe some kind of good news on Robotaxi, which we don't know when that's going to be.
Well, Neil, you're right about one thing. The next headline will not be earnings, because that will be
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's way too far.
3 months from now. Okay, so just real quick, man, I'll take the other side of it. I think the Cybertrucks are kind of growing on me, actually. I didn't like them to begin with. Now I don't mind them. But yeah, for me today, I just got the note that my car was fully charged downstairs. So shout out to Tesla. Right now, never having to line up in a gas station ever again with my car. But we'll see. I may go back to gas at some point. Who knows? But once you go electric, you never go back. Is that the saying? All right, so, the 200 period has just been broken here. We were riding it pretty good to the upside on this 5-minute chart. We have a bad wick there, so it's making it, up and down there, looking a little silly. But yeah, Tesla looks like it might have had its sort of opportunity to try to hang around this 320 mark. Now you're pulling back a little bit. I don't think tomorrow's going to be a free-for-all Friday or anything like that, but Tesla down now pretty good, right? The market is also red, but this name hasn't really been able to get going today. You did have a try early on. I mean, you got as low as 318 and as high as 322. So you had a $4 range in the first 10 minutes, and then you kept on making that range back and forth. And now it's trying to fight itself from going below sort of this 318 level. That looks like a good hold. I mean, right now you're at 317. Let's see if we can get back up, but with a pointing down, everything's sloping down. 50 period, 200 period, VWAP. I don't know. To me, it's a short. It's a short for a minute. So we'll hold off on thinking about Tesla being a long unless this market really gets going. I mean, we'll talk. Let's go through the rank, and then I'll talk about some trade ideas that I have here moving into the last hour.
NVDA, Katina, man, continues to make lower lows and lower highs. Look at that downward channel, guys. Really having trouble catching a bid, despite the fact that it will be reprieved from these 100% import tariffs on microchips and semiconductors as a result of the $500 billion they're investing into the U.S. market. So market doesn't seem to care today. Down to the right goes NVIDIA.
Yep, down and to the right it is. It was, at the open, everything seemed fine on NVIDIA. Like, it just seemed like it was another day, all-time highs. NVIDIA, it's just going to trend up. Like, it liquidity grabbed the low, the pre-market support, with lit grab, attempt to break underneath, and then break out the top. Looked very good. It did break a trend line here, which was me getting out of it. And it always works. Sometimes, you can get out on a trend. You've seen it before. Like, it goes like $4 higher, but I'm out of it. In this particular case, it just so happens to be the turn. Like, it's always going to look like this. Sometimes it looks like a grayed out, and then other days NVIDIA goes $3 or $4. It's just that's the strategy. But after that, it's insane. It's almost like an algo. It is. It's not almost like it is. The algo style selling on this, holding this channel, has been wild. I cannot remember the last time I saw a down channel on NVIDIA like today. It's just different, and I don't wonder if maybe this is going to signal some kind of a temp top. I don't like the look of that daily chart, so I'm just going to go to E-signal here because I want to make sure this is a better and cleaner look for everybody. Just so you guys can see. Like, it's on the daily, it's just our charts sometimes have these really weird wicks on it, but you got a double top at the all-time high, and after it failed it, you have this program channel down selling on a stock which has barely done more than go down for 2 or 3 days in a row before catching a bid. So maybe it's got one of these go down for 2 and 3 days before catching a bid things happening. That's kind of where my head's at for NVIDIA when I look at that. But look, NVIDIA is still the king. That's, they are it is what it is. I just feel like maybe we're going to get one of these small pullbacks that we're into right now. So there's always a chance just for this afternoon. There's a decisive break of this channel, which I would take a shot at along. But every single time it's come up above, it's been a hard rejection. It's wild. The programs are really in control of this.
So NVIDIA reports 2 weeks yesterday. So not next Wednesday, the following Wednesday on the 20th. So, I mean, that's going to be a day, right? I mean, join us on Wednesday, the 20th for NVIDIA earnings. And, the fact that we're just flat on the day, even though it looks like this, just shows you that we did have a dramatic move there yesterday after hours. I don't think it's anything to panic against. That's brand new all-time highs there today for NVIDIA. So sometimes we will get stocks that will fade off of those highs. So according to eSignal, it was 183.30. That was made right here, I guess, on AMD earnings or something like that. And then all of a sudden flushed right back down. Maybe it was Palantir earnings, I'm not sure. But that day, and then so 183.30. Today's high is 183.88. So congratulations again to anybody holding on to NVIDIA. You're not going to You're gonna be like, why am I congratulating because this is happening? But come on, man. I mean, one day this is what it looks like. We've talked about a downward sloping everything right now. The market's, I think, is just taking a breather. We got a lot of good news, and often when you get that, there's some more euphoria that kicks in, and right now NVIDIA just suffering from all of that. I mean, you didn't get great news from Intel today. What's next? LLY. So, all right, so Intel still to the downside, right? AMD obviously is going the other way, as we've really liked AMD today. And I just think that when you have the sort of the push and pull between two names, like today traders are all over AMD, so AMD's doing this, and we hit it. There's reasons why you don't see any mark whatsoever on my screen here for NVIDIA. I was focusing on advanced micro devices and put that in our pocket and spun it around. So right here, we'll just wait for NVIDIA and see if it wants to get going. Maybe tomorrow you'll have some positive catalysts. But for today, there wasn't anything on the board for me for NVIDIA, so we left it alone. And I feel pretty good about it, other than not shorting it, but I don't think I was ready to go short NVIDIA. If I'm going to short anything, it'd be the market, and I do want to talk about that after Eli Lilly, which I did buy some of this dip. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it was a big down move, Sean, for Eli Lilly, despite a fantastic quarter and raising guidance. However, their guidance does not take into consideration future pharmaceutical tariffs on imports. So qualifier there. Separately, they're also down as a result of the oral weight loss GLP-1 study. It looks like it's trailing one of their competitors, Novo Nordisk, who's also developing their own, again, also below Wall Street's expectations for the amount of weight loss, which was 12%, boys.
Okay, so the good news is they're like multiple years ahead on an oral versus specifically on an oral, specifically versus Novo versus Viking, and there's somebody else as well, but they're still the leader. That being said, the earnings were good. The disappointment does lie in just not as much weight loss as they wanted, and there was obviously there's side effects as well. Some criticism over too many people leaving the study because of side effects, like nausea, vomiting, nausea, that kind of a thing. So it wasn't all good. I don't think it's necessarily the most fair comparison because they were comparing between the oral and the injectable, which to me doesn't always have to make sense. But you know what? I think we're going to find a buying opportunity in Lilly. It just seems like maybe it was due to pull back. Novo's been pulling back since ever. Like it's been downward trending the entire time Eli Lilly's been holding the high. So I guess it was just its time. What would concern me a bit more, and just going from the fresh all-time high and the first pullback, and this is on a weekly chart, by the way. If you look at it, it's holding a trend, a downward sloping trend with some failed breaks at the top, but it's managed to hold on. This weekly chart now threatens the bottom of this channel on Eli Lilly, right? And each time it has done that, it's lower lows, but it's at least bounced. If it stops bouncing, this is like it'd be the inverse of what Palantir did. Like Palantir had an upward channel and just broke away, and see how crazy it went. Well, I'd worry if we break this channel on the weekly. I think you'd be at the 200 period on the weekly very quickly, like within a day. We break that channel, and it's just nasty. So I think there's going to be a buy opportunity. I just think I'm waiting on Eli Lilly. I think it's an overreaction. I still think they're the leader. I think it's fine in the long term, but on like a short term aspect, I want to see it close this weekly holding, it's slow, like I said, lower highs, but holding this channel. It's done so pretty much exactly. Like this low in front of 630 is more or less dead on with where it would need to hold on that channel. If it closes a week above that, next week I think it'd be a good sign opening up in front of that 630 level. Until then, I'm kind of backing off of it.
Look, I don't pretend to be as smart as everyone else around here. I just bought the dip today. I bought it right here. I think I'm long at like 130 or 636 or 637, something like that. I most recently bought this name at 750, as you all saw, and this is me for the very, very long term. I don't plan on doing anything with this for a while. I mean, it's been classified like that wonder drug. It could be doing a UNH. I mean, we could fall a lot more than that. And then, after that, none of this stuff's gonna matter anyways. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening. Next area for me to dip by in and around 580, and that's about it. So that's what we'll wind up doing if it does come back in a little bit. Just deployed, again, a minimal amount of capital, but like, it's still putting money to work. So I don't know. I hope it does wind up working out for me. Just for an example, I put in a third of what I put into Apple the other day. I put it back into Eli Lilly. So just a name that I like and I think can work out. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. And hopefully Eli Lilly does have some good results moving forward there, and we can get some sort of a clarification on exactly what those numbers were all about. So yeah, man, I like Eli Lilly here. I think it can work for the long term, and I'm just going to keep on buying it on dips. But again, nothing again until that 580 mark. Just a small move there. I don't want to miss the boat in case this thing does start to rip up. So yeah, that's Eli Lilly right there. I think it's a little different than UNH in the fact that I don't know if we have as many negative stories or anything around it as we did the other way. You know, miss on trials. This is what happens, man. I've been in AbbVie for a very, very long time. I mean, ask people that are in Pfizer and Merck and all that. There's many names that sort of go the way of this, and this is just another one that's going to go through its ups and downs. And right now, Eli Lilly is going through a down movement. It was just $800 3 days ago, right? So now it's at $640, and I don't know about you, but like I think it's going to get more popular. This drug is more.
It's not going. It's not
yeah,
going
more
away.
people get. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a lazy alternative or anything like that, but it's a diabetes fighter. You know, there's lots of stuff there where people might not be able to work out or using traditional ways to lose weight, and this is
like 7 million or something.
I mean, people
like that.
can't grow hair; they get fake hair. You know, it's like these are all things, they're all cosmetic things that wind up happening. And to each their own.
Well,
you know, we know people that have transplants, and they're happy with them.
There's in America alone. This is the number I read this morning. It was like 7 million right now. Now think of they were like it could be over 100 million people.
Right.
And just speaking about the oral specifically.
Like the addressable market.
The addressable market's huge, but it's also about how many people are just not going to do this on any regular basis because they don't want a needle. And so, like,
they also have that needle too now.
Yeah, but now it's like the oral is huge, man. Like, it's a really big deal to reach another secondary audience.
Right.
And they're so far ahead of their competitors with it that it just makes a lot of sense. Where else are you going to be in this space? Look at the charts of all their competitors in the space. They're all trash. Viking caught a little bit of a bid. There's some deal speculation. People are always speculating deal. There was catching a bit of a bid, Viking, and then we all see Novo's chart. They're trying to catch a bid, but Lilly's just holding up a heck of a lot better. I think at the end of the day, it's also on top of that. There's got to be an incentive. I heard Treef say this too, and I completely agree. All of the other things that go beneficial-wise with weight loss in a general sense, like whether it's diabetes, all of the heart disease, all of these things which will be less of a burden on costs, will make it, once they start finding this out, or even other addictions that these drugs are able to somewhat abet. Like, that's less cost everywhere, more reason why it should be part of health plans and all kind of a thing. So anyways, look, I like the stock too. But there's a couple of things reporting after the bell, and we'll talk about more of them in depth. But I just want to get a couple out of the way. I still some people asking about like SoundHound after the bell tonight. Obviously, Friday things slow down for earnings, but tonight SoundHound Block, Trade Desk, Rocket Lab, NewScale, Pinterest, Twilio, CleanSpark, and MP Materials, which has been an absolute beast. Maybe not today. It's up 4.5%. There's so many stocks that are up with a downward sloping chart. Like, it's up 4.5%. It's a downward sloping chart just because that's the kind of day we've been having. But MP did make another fresh high today. Going into earnings, that hasn't always. Sometimes it's been the kiss of death. More often than not, this earnings cycle, it's been the kiss of death. If you've been making fresh highs, literally the days going into earnings. But yeah, it's a good looking play. I don't hope it goes down. At some point, I want to be able to pick this up at a more reasonable price for sure. We got a super chat. I didn't even see this. Chris Landrum, can you give your thoughts on Pan W?
Well,
my first thought is I might buy this. I might get more cybersecurity exposure through CIBR.
Yeah.
We were talking about that this morning, and it came down to, I know people mention hack all the time. Difference between CIBR and hack is CIBR has more Pan W and more CrowdStrike by a reasonable margin and less Cisco. Well, Cisco was the most notable thing that it had less of. There's probably obviously other things that it had less in there. That's enough for me because I like those two names. So why would I hold the ETF that has less of them versus the one that has more? instead of buying more PanW, which I already own, and I already own CrowdStrike, so why not just go into an ETF? Part of that is then I get exposure to buy the dip on Fortinet. And I still can't really explain why things are so bad for Fortinet today, down 25%. The analysts will probably be giving you opinions as to, well, this line item and that line item. I'm like, whatever, man. It's down 25%, and I couldn't tell you why, just based on the report. But what we can say is it's enough for me that I'm like, I don't want to dip by this, but I want to dip by the space. I'm doing it in the ETF so I can keep it a little bit more simple. CIBR. And there's nothing wrong with Hack. I just looked at the two and I said, I kind of like this one a little better with the composition. As far as PanW goes, I guess specifically because that's a super chat, I'd say it's down on sympathy, not split adjusted. Let me just go to my weekly chart on eSignal so you can see a better look at this. On a weekly chart, it looks just fine. You know, it's more auto buy when it gets down to 140 or the 200 period. Looks like the 130 level looks really good. And you can see an obvious top above 200. So it's just market was at the highs and we rejected the same top it was rejecting before. It's broken the 50 period on the weekly before and bounced. So I wouldn't be terribly worried about that because it bounced to the high last time. If it makes a lower high, then I'd get a little bit concerned on this weekly chart for PanW. Otherwise, I'm still buying the dip. I've just elected to do it somewhere else other than specifically PanW.
Yeah, I mean, I think strong financials in this name. I mean, they just bought CyberArk. I mean, I think that was part of the initial move down, and then today, obviously, they're not liking the Fortinet, the FTNT, and you are going to catch some shrapnel from that. I mean, FTNT today down 28%, was it the last time? I don't know. Last time we looked, okay, FTNT, there it is, down 25%. So not a great look here for Fortinet, and I just think that high margin subscriptions, right? I mean, Palo Alto, no one's going to be canceling their cybersecurity contracts, I don't think, and I just know that various, even small businesses, are getting hacked and all that kind of stuff, right? And so I don't know, I just be prudent with your buys, and I just, if you are looking to put some money to work, 170 doesn't look like a horrible spot right there for Palo Alto. So, you're down into it right now. You can probably get a little bit of a discount on that price. And again, I think a lot of that is just that CyberArk, SYBR, where they wound up buying bought that name and maybe paid a little bit too much cash in stock over there. Costco, this is another name here that's had quite the move over the last couple of days. And if this is what happens when you sleep on things, I mean, it's part of the reason why we buy Eli Lilly and things like that. I mean, I'm just trying to buy best of breed stuff. When you see Costco make moves like this, it doesn't take long for it to make a move like that. So, Costco back down into 925 just yesterday, takes out the 200 period again back to the upside. So now, if you are a technical trader, you're looking for reason to buy. Well, now you're above the 200 period, so we do like that stock right there. Me and Neil and I will go over many different names with you throughout the day, but I am going to now refresh this site and give it another reload. So if you come over here, I'm going to hit refresh on this now so we can get going. So we'll give this a fresh start. You got to type in Microsoft, you got to type in whatever you want here into the chat. So someone type in here, and then you'll get, okay, I'll do it first.
I already got one.
Okay.
No, I'm first.
Neil got it. Okay, so Hood. So there you go. So now they're starting to fly in. So there's Hood,
Boom.
There's Tesla, there's Figma. So everything that you guys are putting in there is going to populate, and then we'll be able to decide, which one of these leads the way, and then we can discuss it,
New York.
et cetera, et cetera. IMS coming in there out of nowhere. So we'll have a look at that. Figma today really getting slid down, man. And I think Figma is part of that whole IPO. We'll have a look at that. Thanks, Fabian, for that. That might be a cool thing, by the way, Fabian. And again, I'll put on the producer hat here. We can actually almost put that in the corner somehow. Fabian's back there. But if there was a way that could just even almost be up and, I don't know, just flashing every once in a while. So we're not showing it. Fabian's over there doing some work. Getting ready to
poke him in the head.
Yeah, exactly. He's getting all set up over there right now. With his new station's almost ready to go. Mark doing
clearly
so much for all of this. The fact that that's already set up is kind of blowing my mind, anyways. But so shout out to our great team that we have working here every single day. Rain or shine.
Get it, Mark.
Everybody's here. Get
you
it,
don't.
Mark.
Well,
this is happening.
You see
now.
Randy. You see Randy all the time, and sometimes you'll see Rob. You guys probably almost never see Mark, but he's everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And yeah, I can't believe he did it so fast. I think they started doing that this morning, I think.
I mean, this is the
After the show started, while the show was on in the morning, they started moving everything over.
I mean, that's what we were saying.
Just before we go back over, Figma, just because I saw Figma first,
Right.
I know Him's topped the list,
Down
but
13, 13.
Yeah, I saw Figma first. It's down 13 points today, and wow, it's underneath that IPO open price again of 85, tracking to make a bottom and maybe do another bottom break if it gets through $76 on Figma. I didn't even look, because of Fly, I didn't even bother paying for locates or even looking at Figma. But this is that notion, and we talked about this with CoreWeave, where you make a high in the first couple of days and then you start finding where the bottom is on the stock. And right now, it's in a valuation finding, bottom feeding moment or whatever here with Figma. It looks kind of nasty. Right now, I don't know if it flat bottom breaks today. If it does, if we're underneath 75 tomorrow, I mean, whatever, 85, 75, I probably would look for the short breaking 75 tomorrow morning if it's available. That said, we've missed every single bottom break at the open on Figma that's happened, which is wild. In the back of my mind,
you've got to be focused on it, right?
Well,
like it's not, it's like you said, back of your mind.
Yeah, in the back of my mind, I'm just like, I know it's just a matter of crossing a little bit further and being willing to, like, I still think I'm crossing 40 to 50 cents at maximum when it breaks these levels, and just knowing you have to cross a little bit more if you're going to take it, and that's the reality. You're crossing it close to $1, but when it falls, that's the 110 was, I don't know, instantly a couple of bucks, and then very shortly after that, 5, and then 10, and then eventually 15 before you even had an up candle. So obviously it can really go. So you should be willing to give it more room, and I think we have a chance to see that tomorrow, potentially at the open.
Yeah, for sure. And today we have to remind everybody about Beta Pro. I mean, this is the 3-time daily levered ETF. Savvy Canadian investors looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro, 3 times daily levered ETFs. With built-in, of course, we talked about this, the FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impacts of currency swings. We could talk about all this decay and options. Maybe we'll do that after this. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca, please, before investing. And before we do that, we're going to go over to Adara.
Yeah, in case you guys missed it, I mentioned this during the midday after Microsoft announced via CEO Satya Nadella that they're going to be hosting some of, or I guess, OpenAI's new GPT-5 on some of their offerings. We had Elon Musk come into Satya Nadella's X and say that OpenAI is going to eat Microsoft alive. So with that in mind, here's just, I guess, a little bit of a throwback to that one wild day, February 10th, 2025, when Tesla made wild moves as Sam Altman and Elon Musk got into a back and forth on X over OpenAI. So check this out on X at TTV Research if you're interested in this trip down memory lane. But I thought it was pretty fitting, given the fact that now, in addition to Elon Musk going after Dan Ives, noted Wedbush analyst, he's also going after fellow Meg 7 CEO Satya Nadella. Keep an eye also on some of these solar names. Axios just reporting here that apparently a key Republican is pressing the Trump administration to allow for wind and solar to access these IRA tax credits. Keep an eye on solar names, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's so, oh man, I love.
That's Sam Altman versus Elon Musk. Well, it's the thing.
Okay,
the
so
rich just keep getting richer, and they just battle each other back and forth for something to do.
It's entertaining.
At least Bezos is partying up in clubs and on yachts and all
He's living the
stuff.
best life.
Yeah, he's living the best life out of all of these guys. That is for sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
no question.
get your money and get the heck out of there, Andy Jassy.
Or at least this way.
Jassy.
If you've determined that it's time for other people to take the reins because you think that's best for the company, and you can admit that, then go on and live your best life. And if you believe that you're still the right thing to do, then focus on it, which we want Elon to do, if that's going to be the case. So I like it. It's entertaining, but I don't necessarily like it. I'd rather be focused on other stuff. Ultimately, we've been talking about eventually at some point, hopefully, I love it to be sooner. I'm skeptical that OpenAI needs to. That IPO, I could say ahead of time. That's an example of an automatic take the open trade.
Which one?
OpenAI. Like whatever day it happens, sometimes it's obvious. I don't think it's always obvious with things like Fly. Like you have to figure out what you're doing with that one. Maybe you size down, you grade
Flyers
them
right
on
now down to $61.
Oh my goodness. So you put them on a scale or something. The ones where you know it's obvious, it's like that. Those are the easy times to say you like that you like it. The ones like it's these rando IPOs that you have to be a little bit more discretionary. You pick and choose a little bit better. There was something else I was going to mention. It was Hims that topped that list.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Hims is a good one on there. Our little.
Yeah, and well, I mean the GLP names are down. Right, Hims have been down since earnings, so it shouldn't be a surprise. It's only down 1.2%, but it shouldn't be a surprise that it's continuing to falter. Hims is another stock. I feel like there's a lot of charts that I've been looking at today. Maybe it's anecdotal, I have no idea, but we're on the precipice of breaking down on multiple levels. ARM is so close to breaking down in a big way, I think. Hims is retesting. Just go right back to April, this consolidation break, and then look at it hold these levels. You could be looking at a $50 breakdown. I did not write that down. Actually, I did, but I wrote it incorrectly on my iPad. I know what I did. Whatever. It happens. Like this stupid pen that I use, I hit the wrong number. And so I put 59 instead of 50 because the 9 is next to the 0. But 50, I think this is for tomorrow. I don't know if it happens today. But on a daily chart, if we open underneath the trend line, like breaking a trend line on the daily chart to me means nothing if it happens intraday. I want to see it happen like tomorrow, open underneath the trend line and then look for the trend under. So that's what's happening here on Hims. It could easily bounce here. Like if it opens bouncing off this level, I might be looking long Hims tomorrow for all we know. It depends on where it opens up tomorrow. Opens under, I look short. Opens over, I look long. It's just pretty simple. But as far as investing in Hims, I'm not going to. I don't see the need, man. Like, there's other. It's not truly like investing in Eli Lilly, but I don't need to overcomplicate things. I just want to trade this over under tomorrow on that trend line, and I'll leave it at that.
All right. Yeah. So a good look there for all of those names. I mean, just going through Hims. I mean, if we're going to look at what's reporting tonight, interesting for me will be the trade desk. I mean, I think that's if you're going to look at TTD. I was looking at XYZ. It's not really doing too much. XYZZ. There it goes. So the trade desk coming through right here. Nice little move upside there. It gets that bump there on Meta, Google. Strong sort of headwinds there, or I guess in this example would be tailwinds. Regarding advertising, I mean, TTD forecast to gain 17% year over year. Their model continues to work. I think they got smoked though. That's XYZ. Come on, hold on a second. The trade desk. That's not what the trade desk looks like. They're up. There it is. So there's TTD right there with a nice move. That bump up was XYZ's bump up on the inclusion. But yeah, there goes trade desk. So a nice little move higher. We'll see if they can continue to sort of outperform. The other name there we have that I think is somewhat interesting, we have Pinterest. Where's their symbol? I have no idea what their symbol looks like. There it is right here. P, I knew that. Pinterest coming at 405 again, looking for 35 cents. Revenue near $1 billion, which would be nice. That's 14% year over year. Forecast up again, big reactions expected for Pinterest with the previous move being 20%. Let's see if Pinterest can get going. Of course, Twilio. Block is there. I mean, Block is nice, man. I mean, Block, I think, has a lot into it. So they're going to be reporting there tonight as well. XYZ, we've seen PayPal. I don't really like the space with all these new entrants coming through. We talked about this again. SoFi, Webull, Robinhood, all these kind of names now. I mean, I know PayPal is a little different and so is Block in all of those names, but getting ready for earnings call here on Block, it's had a nice move up. It's almost filled. It pretty much did fill that gap right there on the inclusion, but 72 up to $80. We'll see if we can get back into that area again. I mean, up to $90 would be real nice. Adara's note today for XYZ was 10%. So, a 10% move either way. We're going to look to break that 82, or if you give it back, you're back down in here into the 50-period moving average. I think that might be a little more of a wise play to wait to see if XYZ gives you that down play before getting involved with this one. Just thinking about it, SoundHound was another name that's reporting later on tonight. And again, with the AI aspect into sound, I think that could be something. The implied move here is 15% with EPS of still -5 cents. So not looking for them to make money whatsoever. But SoundHound, I just want to see what it says over here on our notes. Yeah, what's the roadmap looking like? So that's what we have marked down here, the AI roadmap for SoundHound. What are they looking for? Because right now we did get a bump up on NVIDIA news with SoundHound in the past. We do know that it's about a 20% short float. So this could be another one of those interesting plays heading into the earnings report tonight. SoundHound could get going. Rocket Lab, another heavily shorted name, reporting. So, I mean, there's going to be, joining Dare and I tonight.
That's a mover.
Yeah, Rocket Lab right here. Cadence, backlog, momentum here, accelerate its guidance is what traders are looking for. Can they guide higher here? Rocket Lab, a great performer since those April lows. This was $15, Neil. I mean, you're all the way up to 45. That's a triple. We had gotten higher than that as well. Let's see if it can hold its PE, which I have no idea what it is.
Another problem for Fly today. Looking at that chart, Rocket Lab's even pulling back off the highs. Like, it's just timing matters on these IPOs. Like, if Rocket Lab was in the midst of that upward move, then don't you think Fly would have had better momentum behind it?
I do.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that sort of happen. But that said, Rocket Lab's probably a little bit more known by the traders, and I guess it had its time to have made a bottom for Rocket Labs. What's the short float on RKLB? Because I know it's been gigantic before, because that chart looks
It has 14% only. That's
it?
Yeah, it's not horrible, is it?
Man, it's still double digits is fine. It's just I always thought it was more than that, but I guess when this
I said, it's tripled since April.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe some of those
shorts aren't that dumb. Well, I mean,
yeah, some of them. Yeah. No comment.
Yeah, in a general sense, lots of shorts would have gotten out in a move like this, but I'm sure there's some that we're still loading in and new ones getting in. But this is a trend break at any point right now. Speaking of trend breaks, that's my horrible segue to redrawing this. Come on, man, save it. Hit the save button. Anyways. Yeah, so the trend line broke, and for this on NVIDIA, it broke the trend, but this is the close. Down at 179.5, breaks trend and closes at 180 even. So I'm not chasing it up here. I'm like, okay, well, I want long off of like that prior close at best, but ideally almost down here in the 70 and 80 range. Because the stop goes in underneath that prior bar. Good thing I double checked it because I put it at 176. Under 176.50 for some reason, which is obviously incorrect. That wouldn't have even triggered.
Correct.
I want it at 170, underneath this 179, like 48 or whatever that works out to be. So I want to be ideally filled at 80 and underneath on this trend break in NVIDIA. Make sure I'm talking about the right stock. Maybe we can get to the volume weighted average price. Looks like the Qs are breaking trend as well. Just eyeballing it here, I don't need to draw the line, but on the 15-minute, you have the Qs attempting to break out the trend line as it's been downside pretty much from the open. Like, you had one green candle on the 15-minute, and since then, it's been a downward trend. The last big bounce failed. So it's not, I don't think we're out of the water yet. The market's done this once already. NVIDIA hasn't really broken this trend, but the Qs did, and they immediately failed to follow through. So I want to try to add underneath 180 and want to play it into like 81 in VWAP is the target here. Not trying to do anything too crazy. And as you had mentioned before, that
power hour.
Oh, it's power hour already. It wasn't FIG. It was that Fly IPO.
I'm going to try a little short here.
It's really holding the low. That 61 is holding like a champ.
Maybe it's a nice level.
Yeah, like the wick bottom's underneath 61, but it's held 61 for about 10 minutes now and bouncing higher. So there might be something going on with this stock. Liquidity looks really, really bad.
By 61.
It doesn't look like the bid just never has anything on it but like ones and twos, which is here. I'll show you what.
Yeah, the liquidity is not great. I saw the same thing.
Oh, well, yeah. When I pull it up, that's like a second.
That's still not that much. I mean,
a second ago was worse than this. A second.
Look at the level two. I mean, something you get 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents.
You go down, you don't see anything else.
Pretty hard.
Like someone's the only bid I saw for size, I saw you go scroll down $55. Someone was sitting at the book.
Boom.
But the fact that the fact you can see 55 on one of those books should tell you about the liquidity, because you shouldn't see that deep into the book because there should be bidders at other prices. Like I have it for each gateway. I think I have like 10 levels, maybe 20 at the most. So why would I even see somebody in the book at 55? It just means there's not a lot of people in that particular gateway.
I'm new trade alert. Yeah, so we just went short. I mean, short Marvell. I mean, like I try to say, I'm just a trader. That's it. And I see an opportunity here. Let's see if we can get it back to the downside. And it's just basing out the way I like to look at it. A retracement back to VWAP. Okay, well, there it is, man. 10 cents, whatever, man. All we're trying to do right now is stack it up. We're having the day on AMD has made our life a lot easier today. So yeah, we're pretty happy with what we've been doing. But so there, we'll just stack that. We'll see if we can get lower. I mean, obviously, if we get something down to the 200 period and the 50 period, that'd be great. What's up, Adara?
I want to let you guys know tomorrow's earnings docket for a Friday is actually surprisingly very good. Under Armour, Canopy Growth, TerraWolf, Wendy's, Fubo, and Tempest all reporting before the bell. Tomorrow after the bell, then we get Core Scientific. CORZ actually moved today after Financial Times reported that apparently there's an activist investor trying to block CoreWeave's acquisition of the company. So this could be really exciting stuff. Usually you don't really get any earnings on Friday, let alone 7 names and a post-market report. So check this out on X at TTV Research. And in about probably 20 minutes, maybe less, I'll be releasing the expected move calendar for tonight's earnings. We have about 13 names of note on watch. I'll have the expected moves and expected release times for all of them. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Go to TTV Research, get all of that, man. I mean, we're posting it up. Go find all of us on X. That's the first thing. Find myself and the main account there on Instagram. Okay, so I just want to say, like, VWAP is up here at 70. If that breaks, we're going to get out. So this is just a pretty simple trade. It's come right back upside a little bit. We only got it at 10% there. It could fail. And the only reason I'm trying to go short is just to see. I mean, I feel almost like the trend broke a little bit here because that's what we use the 50-period moving average for on a 1-minute chart, is to sort of give us this guide to the downside. And how do we broke it before? Of course. I mean, none of these things are written in stone. They're just ideas and they're just lines to look at. And we broke it much more aggressively and a bigger percentage break than we had at any time during the day. I'm going to discount the first 30 minutes, right? But just right here, nice trend to the downside. So we'll see. I mean, hoping that we can continue to go lower, not for the account. I mean, I want to go long on the account, but for right here, just into the day, and was actually looking at maybe even shorting the triple Qs. But again, I feel a little more confident looking for a stock that is near VWAP, and especially on a day where Marvell is kind of hovering around with the market. So if I do think the market will pull back, this should come back in, and it has had a jaunt to the upside. We could be way off on this. The 70 also sort of coinciding with that bottom. Maybe Marvell. Marvell's a stock that I've recently gone long on in my own account. So not recently, we're long at, well, it's come back in actually. We're long at 64.50 or whatever it was.
Well, it depends. Recently, such a.
That's what I was going to say.
It's like if you're holding it forever, if you bought it this year, that's recently, in my opinion. In a long term. This
year it's 8th month already, but
I don't know. But if you're holding it forever, I just think anything I bought this year, I bought recently. If you're swinging it, then you need to have bought it.
I just think that no matter where you buy things, though, you always try to buy things at like a good level. I mean, even no matter how long you're holding something for,
you always try to.
Yeah, you want to make sure that what you bought is something that you like and it's at a good level. Because I just feel like there's a lot of the time, and not just us, but a lot of people use that excuse. Well, I'm holding this forever, so it doesn't matter. But you still got to try to get the right price. And it's like I don't want to buy Palantir up here.
Well, exactly.
Do I want to hold it?
Yeah, I really want to own Robinhood. I just cannot. I cannot pull the trigger up here.
I mean, that's a great one, and not forever ever.
I will buy a dip on Robinhood. It will. I mean, there isn't a dip. It's not a really. I think it made a high again today.
Yeah. We
nope. Well,
it was close. It was tens, right?
Real close. Real close. But like I said, I'm not touching it up here. But at some point, I'll figure it out. This was the name I was gonna. This could be breaking down in a big way. ARM. This is it's hanging on by an absolute thread at $135 in the 200-period moving average. I like ARM. I own some ARM. So I'll get that out of the way. The last time I bought it at like 87 or 86 or something like that, and I sold a very small piece in front of 160. Not enough, but that's just life. If it loses a 200, I'm going to be looking to buy it somewhere again. But I'm thinking this is a breakdown short on ARM through 135. Just, for myself, okay, we have free locates on it, which means we'll have free locates on it very likely tomorrow.
Yep.
But it broke 135 several times today, which is why I'm not a huge fan of this breakdown today. But tomorrow, if it's under 135, I'm going short on ARM. It's another one that I'm looking at. That I wrote down the HIMS underneath the $50 level. So really just NVIDIA on that trend break. See, now it saves the trend line. Sometimes I love the fact that it saves the trend line. I just feel like I always forget to hit the save button. But it's like playing it the way I want to, but it's very simple. This is the prior bar low when it broke the trend line. If it loses that, I'm out. And what can you do? Like, that's the strategy. It got up a little bit. If you have it as it's breaking, it obviously works out a lot better, but I'm getting it a little bit after the fact. I do want to go back to something, I should say this off the bat. If Intel sniffs anywhere near the VWAP, or the volume weighted average price, I do want to get back into this. I was sleeping at the wheel at noon. I don't even remember why I didn't go short this at the volume weighted average price. I'm pretty sure I was sitting here. I hadn't gone for my walk yet, so I don't even know why I didn't look at this. But if it gets to VWAP again, I would certainly short this thing for sure. USAR or Alpha is saying?
Sure, have a look.
This is a rare earth metal play, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, it is. Okay. I was like kind of sure, but not 100% sure. Nice, 10% upside. Well, this will be great too if MP goes,
That's what I was
right?
gonna say, isn't MP tonight?
MP reports tonight, then you've got, like, if MP breaks out, this could be a nice one. Look at the top at this at like $16, $17. My goodness, if you can get through that. Somebody clearly selling this sucker every time it gets above 16. I love breakouts at when you finally get it breaking an established seller, but it's probably gonna take MP having a good print tonight. I don't know when these guys report or if they already have. This volume spike makes me guess that maybe they did in July.
I thought they reported.
No, it's like USAR.
Oh.
USAR has a monster volume spike in the middle of July, which would make me think that they've already reported, but I don't know that for a fact. I'm just guessing based on the volume. I'd have to look it up, which I will in just a second.
Yeah, exactly. I think you want to make sure that you're in the right. I mean, it's the right space, so we know that for sure.
Oh no, they haven't. They report on the 11th.
Which one? Oh, USAR.
USAR.
Okay.
So they report next week.
MP is tonight.
MP's tonight, and these guys, I guess that's Monday, right?
Right. So, okay. We'll pay attention and try to see our best with that. Marvell right now, honestly, I know it's a new position, but it looks like for some reason, as soon as we went short there, I don't know if people joined me or whatever, but it went down there at 75.34. So, and now it looks like it wants to just keep on like resisting that level. So I do have another bid there for another 10%. The first one was actually only 5%. Well, actually it was, it was 10%, a little bit under that, but just because I have an odd number to do the calculation. But right into there, 75.35. If we can get that again, we'll take a little bit out. Let's just go find what's going on with Palantir. Right now, again, it's sort of the bigger names just keep on moving upside right now. There goes Palantir off that low of 180. Nicely starting to go upside now for PLTR. Despite the market kind of just doing this, there goes Palantir right back up to its 200 period moving average. So, again, I shorted Marvell. I'm not sure the market is a short, so that's the one thing that I have to talk about. If it was, I think you're on a good level here to short Palantir, but then are you really going to give it all the way up to VWAP is sort of a rhetorical question that I'm trying to ask, is that's $1 from here. So if you are going to short Palantir here and you do think that maybe there is a little bit of an over move here, then I would wait a little bit. You got to get a little bit closer there to VWAP before you make said play on that one. We did put up Fabian's level there, so let's go over it and have a quick look at the board to see what everyone was talking about. So NVIDIA is just winning the way right here. We can have a look at SoundHound, and again, I just want to see what the guide is. Anything that they put up doesn't matter. We've seen that. Yeah, it's minus 5 cents is the expected EPS, but that to me is obviously that's important. But at the end of the day, I just feel like the guide, right, is what everybody's looking for on all of these stocks that are about to report. Companies have reported great numbers, but then guided weak. So and that's crushed some of those. So the new one on here, I guess SoundHound, everything else pretty similar. Oh yeah, SMR reporting as well tonight. So as we wait out for what NewScale is thinking about doing, we do have some calls there for SMR reporting Q2 tonight. Let me just call this up, SMR. Right there, there's NewScale. So yeah, reporting 2Q tonight. We are looking for, they're still not making money either, minus 11 cents on SMR. This is at a huge move, man, from like basically $10 Yeah, down into here. I mean, even lower than that, back September. Like last year at this time, SMR was a $9 name, so you bet kind of about 5 times that. Right into here into $45. So should be a good little look for them. Last year's at this time, minus 31 cents. So things getting better for SMR. As we know that someone, Neil, has to power this AI revolution, and it may be nuclear. And apparently, with some of the plays that we've seen lately in the space, nuclear is going to be something to look out for. So we are going to have to watch out for SMR. Apparently, there's a lot of call activity on there. Above 44.50 gets this stock going. So that's what's happening right now. I'm just reading this note on that stock. We could get up to that $40 or $50 mark. We are expecting right there up to 50 or back down to 40. We're expecting a 9% implied move. So that's one way or the other. You should move 10, at least $5 up to one of those even levels there tonight. Again, the roadmap we've talked about, commercialization. I mean, they need to get some more support for their small modular reactors there. A couple more clients under their belt would be nice. If we ever do hear a deal with SMR and any of those, mega, CapEx, mega spenders there, that would be really nice. There, yeah, but other than that, I'm just reading it.
I think I would go so far as to say that any deal, like Constellation, like anybody gets a big deal from the hyperscalers and the SMR can rally.
I think is one of the best.
Yeah, Constellation is one of the big ones. Constellation, Vistra, and GE Vernova, like even those guys getting more solid deals.
So they more build the data centers?
Yes.
Right.
No, but I think it's just, it's any positive news is what I'm trying to get at. It doesn't need to be SMR specific, right? Like just, it's enough rising tide to lift all ships. You just want to see that everyone's still in build out mode. Because it's not, it's about what's going to happen for these guys in a year, not what's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be what's going to happen for them this year. I think it's what's going to happen for them in the upcoming years. So you just want to see that the train is still moving out of the station with SMR.
Is that down, GE Vernova? I want that to come down a little bit more.
Yeah, and I'm going to pull, I haven't done it yet, but I am going to pull the trigger on a trail. I think if this loses 625, I'm getting out of 10% of GE Vernova. It's been a good run, but I would say it's been an unexpected kind of run. Like I didn't really think, look, most charts that look like this, anybody that tells you when they own something that they thought it was going to do this on a weekly chart, like whatever. No, I did not think it was going to move like that. I thought SMR could move like that, not GE Vernova. I think it's a little bit overbaked here, and it seems like it's making a topping tail on the weekly. That should be confirmed. Obviously, tomorrow's Friday, so I'm thinking this is a trail underneath
chanting Eli Lilly
that weekly.
Make sure you guys get in the chat so we
Lily's
can see.
moving too?
Yeah, so there it goes. Yes, sir. Okay, well.
Get it, Lily.
We'll say that was a temporary good idea to buy $10 lower, but this is a $650 name. Like a $10 move is nothing. So, yeah, it's something in our world, but not in the investment world really on a name like this. But yeah, nice move there. Trying to get to view up. 650 is view up clean. Maybe you get a 650 break. I mean, I've got news in my ear right now. If anything does break on anything, actually I don't have it. It was muted, so now I've got it back. If there's anything sort of breaking here, the conference call's done. The story's done with Eli Lilly there. The drug, I guess, the pill was only 11% or so of body weight when they were looking for 15. So that sort of sent this name a little bit to the downside, as expected. When this is the rub with any of these stocks, right? Whenever you come out and you have a trial or any sort of thing that people are looking at the eventual end results and those numbers, if you do miss it, it's not going to be great. I kind of like Merck. I think Merck has a decent pipeline. I mean, down into here, they're holding the $77, $78 mark. And again, look at what Merck has been doing there this whole time. It has not been well received and trying to find a bottom. So I was talking about it earlier on in the year. I haven't done anything with this in a very, very long time, but XBI, I think you get a little bit of them all. And, this biotech ETF right here has done quite well to come back, but it's come back in from a lot. The first area that we were looking at this thing was 100, or maybe it was $90. Was it 100? No, 100 doesn't seem like good enough. It must have been down into here, maybe into 90. I'm just thinking about when I bought this thing. I would not have bought this coming back into 100. I feel like it would have been
it was
9.
This year, it wasn't last year. It was this year.
Right, yeah. So I think that's what I'm saying. So I think it was into here around $90, thinking that this might have been, yeah. So if I zoom back out, this would could, yeah. So this makes
That's
sense.
like way
So,
last
yeah, it would have been like this into here. So the beginning of this year, made some moves into XBI there. We were able to buy some down into here. We don't get the very low. We're into here somewhere 75s or so. Maybe it might have been even this little dip area there, 80. Anyways, either way, we're going to be out of this, but you're still bumping your head around the 50 period and the 200, and it just looks like it wants to get going one way or the other. And to me, this actually looks like it wants to break lower. So this 200 period moving average on a daily chart, you want to stay above that before you can really start recommending buys. And yeah, not great. It feels like it's catching literally a falling knife. This was when RFK, you know, there was a talk again, you know, Moderna. I mean, you can look at Moderna's stock. That's going to be a piece of this as well as that continues to go down. I mean, the guy literally is, I don't know too much. I know both of his kids are vaccinated, but he's recently talked down the effectiveness of mRNA vaccines and things like that. So again, not being a doctor and not having too much skin in this game, I think that it's a problem, especially in the current administration. So I don't know if I like biotech names. You can also get involved. And you guys let me know in the chat right now if there's a biotech that maybe is a little bit better. Some of the ones that you may want to do, you know, oncology, things like that, cancer-related drugs, but vaccines and working on that kind. I mean, yeah, you have Viking up there, but mRNA, just to have a quick look at how badly that name's been beat up. I mean, this was like a $300 or $400 name, I feel like, at one point during COVID. But anyways, yeah, absolutely.
That's going to be in textbooks.
What? I mean, this has been, this is actually, Neil, a lot worse than I thought. I didn't even realize
this is going to be in textbooks about the,
there it is, 175.
like the COVID high.
This was not even that long ago. This was May of,
yeah,
what? May of 24, we were 180?
That's what I'm saying. Like that is.
Okay, so in 1 year.
It came back to life.
Yeah, you're down $160.
Like Pfizer, when Pfizer died off COVID, it just died. What was crazy about Moderna is while Pfizer just died, Moderna. Oh, sorry, I have Viking. Yeah, keep on that chart. Thank you. I thought you went to my chart. I have something else up. No, like Moderna tried again and then died again, which is almost. It's not. It's sometimes it's almost worse because it traps like a second round. Whereas like if it's just downward trending, it's so much easier to get away from something if it never breaks the trend and just keeps on going down.
They down 0.46.
And I'll give an example.
Bye bye Marvell, hopefully.
Viking. Which, look, it held the 50-period moving average and broke away. So I think like last week we mentioned that I started nibbling into this when it finally got back above the 50-period moving average and held. It has a chance to break the 200-period moving average. Now, that said, I feel like the only reason it's up is not a reason that I like. And that's because somehow everyone's taking this Eli Lilly thing on their oral, which again, they're ahead of these guys by a couple of years, but they're taking the bad, quote unquote, bad results, I'm using air quotes, it's my opinion, the bad results with their oral as good for their competitors. I don't see how it's that good when these guys are behind them. And on top of that, Viking just flat out isn't big enough and doesn't have enough money on their own to fully roll this out, even when they get their oral through. So like they'd have to partner with somebody, raise more cash, get bought out, which is kind of what I'm looking for, ideally in this trade. If it loses the 50 period, I want to get out because I think their best bet is to get bought out, in my opinion. And if that's the case, you don't want to hold on to it forever. I can't say too much is happening right now in the market, and we've seen this. Look, we know the afternoons in August. That's how it's always been. Although statistically, when we started trading, August was easily the worst month in terms of volume and volatility. That's not actually true anymore. I believe in recent years that moved to like February because we've had a few good Augusts.
Okay.
And so February tends to not be as good. So if you only think of it that way.
Thing is, with that guy dancing around like that, man, every single month.
Exactly.
That's the other thing.
That's what I was going to say. Like, you never know anymore.
Yeah,
you can always have excitement.
I was going to interrupt. I didn't want to interrupt, but I was going to say that, like, now with all the algos and all the games that are always played, and like sometimes it's meme time, and sometimes it's, you know, we get these crazy earnings and things that happen out of nowhere. So I just think you always got to be prepared, and that's why we come in every single day, and you can find us here live every single day, bringing you guys hopefully everything that you guys need. All right, Marvell. Yeah, we'll just go sirens way, keep it up a little bit, as Neil said. It's 3:20 already. So we have just a bunch of outs here. And look, I'll try a little short again if it comes back up into here, but we're just getting lighter on this. Doesn't really look like it wants to go. I wish this thing would tank and we could have like a decent win for you guys here, but I'm not in the business to impress anybody or anything like that. If it goes down, we're here. If it goes up, we have our stop, and that's what we're trying to do right now with Marvell. So hopefully that will come back in a little bit. I'm just, this is the E-signal hot rate right now. A little bit distracted. All these coaches I have two assistant coaches on the girls team. I can't make it tomorrow. We have a practice again tomorrow night, so they're running by all these
drills.
Yeah, that's literally what they're doing. So he says, let me know if we should work on anything else. This is what I think we should work on. This is my coach, Mark, says this. Batting the most. He says partner throws. We always do that to warm up. Stretching, basic base running, yes. So this pisses me off when they don't run as fast to first. And they don't run as hard. So
and they don't run through the bag?
They don't run through the bag. Yeah, look, they're 11 and 12 and they're still doing that.
I know, like here's my biggest beef on the base running. It's when there's not a reasonable play at first. So what they'll do is they'll run and they jump onto the bag in excitement. It's like,
okay, wow.
Look, and I'm just like, I want you to look. I know there's not a play, but you've got to have that Mamba mentality. I don't say Mamba mentality because they don't really know Kobe, but you say you've got to practice like you.
But they probably know who Hulk Hogan is.
Maybe they do. Yep. A couple of Aaron does. My daughter knows about wrestling. I don't know about the others. They also
that was just something for them.
No, but you've got to take it seriously so that when there is a play, you're accustomed to running through the bag. That's what you're supposed to do. Run hard every single. I was always I'm gonna random. I was always raised, and every coach I was blessed to always have good coaches. I think it's like, look, run out every single ground ball. You absolutely never. You just don't know. Like you don't want to. Hey, look, I'm not gonna just don't be the Yankees. I'll leave it at that. Don't be the Yankees, because they all
I started, man. I just
absolutely terrible. Very quickly, I got one scalp trade out when we bounced on Nvidia, but now it's flushing back in. So you know where my stop is going to be almost every single time. I'm not going to differentiate from that. It continues to go to the downside. Looks like there is nothing left. Someone asked me my opinion on brief opinion on Intel. So this is as brief as I can get. It stinks.
Yes.
So
what does that mean from? Which one was
it's
that?
The Critic. I forget the guy's name. It was a cartoon. There's a comedian.
Family? That's the Family Guy?
I don't remember the comedian's name, but he had a brief show called The Critic, and that's all I remember. Anyway, let's go to Adara. I gotta remember John Lovitz. Thank you in the chat.
Lovitz.
John Lovitz.
Yeah, great guy. He's Canadian, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Second City and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, John Lovitz. That's who it was. Yeah.
John Lovitz is actually hilarious. I saw him. I heard him on a Bill Burr podcast like maybe a year ago or something like that. The back and forth between those two. Very, very funny guy, John Lovitz for sure. All right, yeah, that's the ticket. Okay, let's go back. Was that a call? All right, A. Yeah.
Yeah, things are rough for Intel when, as I showed an infographic earlier today, the two interim CEOs that took over from about December to March, they actually had a better stock performance than Lip-Bu Tan has had so far for INTC. So rough look. That being said, let's talk about these expected moves for tonight for earnings, because it's another pretty good round. Shocking, probably not too many people. SoundHound, the largest expected move tonight by a decent margin, 16% expected move. There are a lot, though, in the double digits. Pinterest, Twilio, The Trade Desk, and Atlassian, or TEAM, all expecting here a more than 10% move. So is XYZ or Block Inc. So lots of earnings excitement. If you want to see these earnings, check this out on X at TTV Research. And this handy guide will give you a little bit of a sense of when things are going to report, how much they'll move. And make sure to watch the aftermarket show with Sean and myself, that market recap for all of your breaking news updates with regards to these reports. Back to you.
So shout out to Pug Life.
Yeah, before.
Pug Life goes, where is it? Hey, now some of us work at Intel and may get offended. LOL. I don't know. Like, do you actually look? You can be joking around. This is YouTube. Do you actually work at Intel? I'm just curious. And if you, and in all honesty,
wow, Neil, how dare you say such bad things about people's employment?
Man, I still have some shares of the stock. I'm genuinely curious what like the inside thoughts are with regard to their current production issues. Like you can't say it is what it is, but if you do want to, feel free. You probably can't say, and it speaks for itself. But Adara, when she had that infographic, which I don't think she flashed for long enough. I know you flashed it. I know, but I'm just going to leave it up for a quick little second. Some of the timing of how different CEOs do has to do with how the market is doing. That being said, it really does stand out that it wasn't too bad with the intern CEOs when they just didn't make a pick. It's been a rough ride. My only question is...
Isn't that amazing that Intel was up just as much in those 3 months as it was between May of 05 and May of 13? This guy, Paolo Tellini.
Yeah.
Look at that, down, that's for 8 years.
8 years.
Stock sat there, and it was some of the best years in the market.
05 to 13,
Crazy.
Which is crazy.
Nvidia probably went from $2 to like $1,000 during that time.
Yeah, like it's because that's the thing. Like what you need to always look at is how that CEO performed, probably against like the SMH or something like that, which would be certainly helpful.
There's
but there's benchmarks. But at the same time, like I'm no longer sure what gets this going again, because it was supposed to be this push back into foundry, and then eventually they would catch up in terms of advanced chips, and like neither one of those things seem to be working out right now. And with TSM pushing production into the U.S., so they don't have any issues, and Samsung pushing some production into the U.S., so neither one of them is going to effectively get punked with these new tariffs. Like, where does it leave Intel? And all that the Chip Act money that everyone thought not all that even went out. And you had a bunch of I mean, I don't know how many elected officials there were, but certainly there were multiple elected officials who were like, why are we giving money to a failing company like Intel and subsidizing them, which is pretty valid. Like, I get it, you want production at home, right? But if you're subsidizing a failing company is the wrong word. If you're subsidizing a company that's falling behind, why are you doing so? You should be trying to back your best, and it is what it is. I'm not sure anymore what gets us going outside of the low that's in right now at about $18.50. I think that's your cover, is that it's not breaking lower for a while, and as long as it continues to bounce, it gives you something to work off of. But why you don't want to be comparing this to a Lucid chart. This is what, like, I've said this about Lucid. You've been able to get away like gangbusters just buying this company at $2. But that's not the comparison you want to make with Intel. You don't want to be doing that. You want to be looking for actual growth instead of just hoping it does a small cap bounce.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, there's a little talk on Intel there. I mean, we could probably go for that for a while, as we do. But just to talk a little bit about trading again here, we'll go Yahoo stock. Yeah, so there it goes, man. It's 20 cents. It's not anything other than a trade. And as many of you have pointed out before, or at least one person did there when they were talking about the Fly IPO, and it was that, you know, there's certain trades here that work for prop floors and certain trades that work for swing trades or long-term trades or whatever. And then just right here for me right now, this trade on Marvell, I'm scalping it out. I hope I made it clear on what my intentions were on this trade, and it just continues to be the same thing. So there it is, man. We just got a 26 fill there on Marvell for 20 cents. So just into that level. We're getting lighter and lighter on this stock as the day goes. So yeah, pretty happy with this, just sort of topping it off. I wish there was a little bit more movement, but you know, as we had mentioned before, you can't get blood from a stone, at least the stones I know. And right now, there's not much going on in this market at all. If anything, we were talking about potentially fading the market, which is what we did by choosing Marvell. I mean, there might have been a better short with Nvidia or something like that, but again, yeah, I guess so, just because it's so much more violent. We would have about $1 if we shorted the same time we shorted Nvidia rather than Marvell. So that's you know, a little bit of something there as we'll look forward to potentially another trade there. As we go, though, let's just wait to see if Marvell wants to go lower. Remember where our stop is. It's come all the way back up. We're almost out of this name now. Yeah, so base running to first. Yeah, make them stop midway as if they're rounding. I think that's a good drill. Okay, so we talked about that. Oh, the quick hands, that's a thing for me for sure. Sometimes you drop the ball, quickly pick it up, things like that. Getting comfortable, getting the glove from the ball to the hand. Clockwise, counterclockwise, throwing around the bases. Yeah, that's okay. Work on 6-4-3, 5-4-3 double plays. Okay, we make a couple double plays every now and then, but it has to be right.
Do you have them throw around after
strikeouts?
No, after an out.
After an out,
We don't in game. We did that. We started doing that at
Strikeouts,
practice.
yes.
Because what we'll do is if we're doing a practice and then we have base runners, we're practicing fielding. We'll have actual runners. Like so, no one's hitting, but they're just doing. People are running around. So you have someone to throw out. It's just a little bit better for practice. If they get somebody out, I'm like, throw it around the infield. Like the pros do. Like you wouldn't do it. We don't do that at a game because it's whatever. It's lower level.
On
ball.
strikeouts, they throw it down to third and they do that whole thing. But that's good. Yeah, we could do. I think we might do it.
It gets you one of those like you're essentially it's that thing in baseball where it's like the team did something good, let everyone touch the ball.
Right.
And I always love that. And we have them cheering everybody else when you have to bat. You're cheering your teammates and that stuff, which I think is fantastic. I wanted to get to this super chat. Look, I don't know Sezzle very well. I don't really know Sezzle. Look, I don't know Sezzle at all. Sezzle Fielder we know, but Sezzle. I'm calling Sezzle S-E-Z-L. So Charles McIver asking about this one, much appreciated. They're up for earnings as well tonight. What my first question would be, it's always like, what are you looking for here? Because if I'm inclined to say that if I had bought the dip here, let's just imagine, I'm guessing you buy it when it quadunks and then on volume picks up here. I would 100 million% if I was a swing trader buyer after stock doesn't move like this and I buy it anywhere in this move, if it breaks down on earnings here, I'm for sure taking it out. That's just 100% how I roll. Lose the 50 period after failing to get to the 200 when you get a nice little bounce play. That's what I would be doing with it. I have no idea what you want me to look at with this stock, but like I don't try to hit home runs. Like the only sort of swing trade I did like this was probably too long ago on snow that I don't know if it's gonna show up or show up at all. If the chart even wants to load here on Snowflake, I should have just gone right to eSignal on a weekly. Yeah, it's just easier to go over to Snowflake on a weekly. Like when this broke, there's your downtrend. It finally came back. It failed at 240. It came back underneath. I think I got out somewhere in like the 190 range. It ended up bouncing again and doing the same move. But like if I take a shot at something off of the lows, the second it shows me failure that we're not following through, I'm like, yeah, forget about it. I get out of it. So going into earnings, that would be my take on Sezzle for sure. We're going to go up to the desk. Adair's got news.
Keep an eye here on the market. We actually do have a potential nominee for the new Fed board position. It's not been official yet, but I'm seeing a lot of reports here circulating. The White House is going to be nominating this individual, Stephen Moran. Now, he would not be nominated for the Fed chair position, but he could be nominated to replace outgoing Fed Governor Adriana Kugler. That would take place, I guess, immediately. We know Trump indicated he'd like to announce a replacement for Kugler by the end of this week. Now, this individual, Stephen Moran, for a bit of pedigree, I actually mentioned a quote that he made earlier today where he said that Waller is the only person in the Fed not suffering from, quote, tariff derangement syndrome. So we know where he stands on rate cuts, i.e. he wants them. It's worth noting, apparently he's not really being viewed as a replacement for Powell. He's only really viewed as a short-term replacement to fill the Kugler seat. That will be then, I guess, emptied again in January 2026, which is when Kugler's position was set to end. I also want to let you guys know he's currently serving as the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, so he's already connected to the White House in that regard. Again, this is not official, it's just a report, but he's likely not going to have a huge impact. He's going to serve for maybe 6 months. Back to you.
I was curious, so I immediately started looking him up as well. He was pretty critical of essentially the stimulus during COVID. So that's also very interesting. So I think that might give you a little bit of a hint as to what you might be getting with the Fed. Because if you weren't behind all that stimulus, if you're getting someone along those veins and we go into a recession, I think he's not going to be the Fed chair, so maybe it doesn't matter all that much, but certainly you're getting a different potential look with the Fed. I think that could be interesting for us. How that bodes for something like rates going forward. At this point, it's a done deal in September. The odds are saying it's a done deal in September. That's the better way to put it. I should hit the refresh, but it was at 91% before. Let me just double check. Again, like I said, I'm going to hit refresh because still 91%. It's a done deal. At this point, the market is saying that we're going to get something. Those labor numbers that we got, too much of a shock forcing the hand. It would be, political opinions aside, it would just be weird if after all that weakness in the labor market, they didn't move to lower rates. It's like, well, then what are you looking for? You can't say you're data dependent and then have that kind of weakness show up in the labor market and completely ignore it. So I feel like that's what the market's pricing in. That said, as a trader, sometimes it's nice when you get a surprise. I don't know that this is a surprise we want, not getting a cut in September. I'll just leave it at that. That's a surprise we do not want to have. Oh, look, Troy in the chat saying CPI could change that. It's possible. Possible. I'm going to bank on that being relatively stable enough. Right now, I've been saying for a while, I think the labor market's going to determine the next move more than anything else, and I kind of still believe that. So anything can happen. I don't necessarily agree CPI is going to move it, but it's certainly possible. And that's the fun of these things, for sure. That you can have pretty much any opinion you want, but ultimately you got to watch out for what's going to happen with the IWM. Like we had this week, more than 1/3 of the Russell reported. Or reports, because the week isn't over, like 37% of the Russell reports this week. And we've seen a lot of volatility around this. The Russell instantly bouncing. The second those rate hike odds went up, I mean, clean bouncing off the 200 period, the 50 period, support at $215. And so as long as that stays higher and nothing really changes course, and it hasn't been that great today as the market's going to the downside, but I think this is one sector to watch for that breakout. And also, if that is, let's say, imagine if I'm dead wrong and CPI is something, and we actually get a print on CPI that lowers those odds back again, this might be the first place you look for a short. Because a lot of that bounce really just, the second those odds went up, IWM was like, whoops, we're bouncing. That's how it's going to play. These companies, if you're a small cap company, of course, you're a little bit more rate sensitive. I think we all understand that. So yeah, you got to watch out for the IWM. Still can't seem to break out though. And I don't know what's going to take it to the next level because the one cut might not even do it. Your water?
I went and got a water, and then did I not bring it back? I was talking to somebody in the lunchroom. I might have left it there. Okay.
Every time someone says water, I just need to...
Yeah, who knows? Okay, so it looks like the chips are running right now. So it's a good thing that we took some of these out, and we talked about it as we were doing it. So far, so good there. We did just get punched into AMD. I should have done a better job of sort of watching out for this. I'm just going to, it's not a big position, but I'm just going to get out. I don't want to risk anything here. I did like this break right there long. There it is. You left it. I left it right on top of the water, right?
On top of the water bottle? Oh,
yeah, on top of the water.
The cooler. That's what I'm looking for. I do that. Yeah, I do that a lot. I used to leave it.
Silly me.
I used to leave it when there was a desk on the bridge.
Comes Marvel.
Like I'd walk and I'd leave it at that desk to go talk to the guys or whatever, and then I'd come back and there'd be like 3 bottles by the end of the day, and I'm like, and they're always mine. Tesla breaking through the volume weighted average price. Oh, it's 330, past 330. Early looks.
Yeah.
Just in case. What do we have here? CX. RLX, only 2 names over 1 million shares on the early look, and I don't know Cemex, RLX. Yeah, those aren't big ones. TSLZ, for what it's worth, is a buy of 700,000. So kind of a nothing burger on the early look for the imbalances there. Nothing at all.
So I just want to explain to everybody there. So I had a stop order in for AMD, and I was like, if we wind up breaking that level there, we've made all of our money today on AMD. I mean, sure, Palantir is good. Obviously, Marvell, we just started putting that on. Disney, we could talk about that. That was not good, and I had no problem talking about it. And we will do that maybe after this. But there's the break right there for AMD. But again, with only 10 minutes left until imbalances, I was a little silly getting into that, so I'm gonna sneeze, and I punched out of that immediately. Just if you don't like a trade, even if you purposely took it, like this, not a fat finger or anything like that, just punch out immediately. You gotta have, we talk about that all the time.
If it looks wrong. Someone, who was it? Shoot, Yannick? I think it was Yannick in the chat, was talking about this. They had an order to take the fly long. Yeah. It was out there. Like they were going to take the long, and then just what they saw, whether with the imbalances, just the book that you can look at the book as it's about to getting closer to open, didn't like the liquidity and pulled the order. So like you can.
And that's exactly what we just.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you just something about it doesn't look right. You just don't have to do it. Like I might like look any IPO. If all of a sudden you look at the book and it's like it might open the next 10, 15 minutes. Let's just say it's getting close to 1 o'clock, whatever it might be, and you're like, man, this looks like where's all those big bids that are supposed to be there? You can just decide that doesn't look right, and if it wins, it wins. Or if it would have won, that's fine. Like, you're not married to no position is a position all the time. I was so happy to have seen that Yannick said that, because a lot of times you just locked into I'm going to do this, especially a gimmicky trade like the IPO trade. Yeah, I'm just going to take it. The other thing you should consider, sometimes it doesn't work out, is you can just lower size. On CoreWeave, I think it was CoreWeave. I think I lowered, based on what it was looking at, it lowered my size like 4 times. Ultimately, it was the wrong decision to have done so, but that's fine. Figma, on the other hand, looked great the whole way, and I might have lowered it once, but when it was over like $100 to tap, and then brought it back once it was back under. But at the end of the day, I think you have to have some kind of an ebb and a flow with reaction to the market. You were saying the chips are going up. NVIDIA is exactly where it was when I got out.
No, they're not. I mean, I just punching it out of AMD. It's going the other way.
I was going to say that if they are, they're doing it without NVIDIA. Because NVIDIA is exactly where it was. The market's bouncing. NVIDIA is exactly where it was when I punched out at 179.
Randy is gone right now, Hypercube, unfortunately. The fact Randy will never pretty much be here past 2 o'clock.
He's got
but I'm sure the boss around here also wants a camera on Randy all the time to see exactly what he's doing. But yeah, shout out to
cameras everywhere.
Shout out to Randy.
But he has a big commute, so he tends to. He's here early and he gets out of here.
Yeah, sure, he's all that. Yeah, shout out to you guys wanting to know the best of Randy. Yeah, someone there in the chat. What's up to Bobby Hill? Yeah, what kind of pizza do I like?
Bobby Hill.
You know, a great pizza is pear and prosciutto, but that's might be a little bit next level. I kind of like it simple. I'm liking more now. Like, you know we've had. Have you ever had like a Thai pizza before?
Yeah,
you get like
actually,
the sweet, like the.
No, I never made
chicken.
it myself, but I ordered it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Those kind of things, you know, like I said, anything with a prosciutto on it.
But if you do homemade pizza, what do you make?
I like to put on black olives. Right, Ramin?
Olives, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, man.
My daughter. My daughter only.
I feel like I'm most connected. I mean, me and Ramin, I think we have a lot of similar likes and dislikes around here. We both hate people. No, just joking. Only I do. But no, so I like barbecue sauce a little bit on some pizza.
That'll work.
But yeah, like Luca used to like something very similar to me. He likes soppressata.
Hot soppressata.
Yeah, with an olive a little bit on there. Yeah, that kind of stuff. A good cheese goes a long way, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I just like to keep it simple. But yeah, making it at home. Well, generally, you know, Marissa will buy a bacon and we'll sort of cook up a bacon, slice it up, put it on there. You got that going on. You got again, without olives, I really like olives. In case anyone's guessed on that one, mushrooms.
That's a yeah.
Like I could go with basically any meat, a mushroom and an olive.
Yeah,
Fabian, get over here. I want to ask
That's
you
an absolute standard, but I love the hot soppressata. My daughter won't touch that stuff though.
Fabian, give me. I want to know what the Ute these days, which is what you are, youth.
Do I count?
Yeah.
I'm nearly 30.
You're almost 30 years old?
Yeah, I'm 28.
That's not nearly 30, my guy. You got a lot more time to go on that one. So, all right, almost young enough to be my kid. What do you prefer on your pizza?
I love a good pepperoni, mushrooms, some chicken. That's about it.
Pepperoni, mushroom, and chicken?
Yeah, those are my go-to.
Okay, that's an interesting combo. I don't mind the chicken.
But I do like Hawaiian. I do appreciate it. It's more of like refreshing,
Invented
sweetness.
in Canada.
It's different. It's, but it's not my
Greek
go-to.
guy.
I'll eat it, but it's not my go-to.
No. Yeah. Okay.
See, I cannot say anything.
And then for you, what about you guys? Or not? What would you have? Not what you make. At
Damn
home,
sure not pepperoni. I'll tell you that much. Another sort of pineapple.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, but actually, no. If we're making at home, then it's straight up pepperoni because it's for my daughter. So we'll usually pepperoni, bacon, and then she does like green. She has green olives. I like both.
Green olives.
I use both. but she will only eat green olives. So that's what we'll do when we're making a pizza at home. But if
At least she's eating olives, man. That's like a win.
But if I'm ordering, I love like sun-dried tomatoes.
Yes, that's a good one.
That's one thing. I'm a big fan of sun-dried tomatoes on there, for sure. In Pug Life, no. Pineapple, absolutely not. I don't like it might have been invented in Canada, but you don't have to like everything. That's the thing. It's something for everybody. But for everybody, we have a dare at the desk.
So Steve Moran here, as I mentioned, that is the leader of the Council of Economic Advisors.
Heard of this guy.
Donald Trump has just announced that he will be the new member of the Federal Reserve, replacing Adriana Kugler. So this was reported about 20 minutes ago before Trump confirmed it. But Stephen Moran, that individual I showed on screen about 10, 20 minutes ago, will now be a member of the Federal Reserve until January 31st, 2026. So serving the exact same amount of position that Adriana Kugler would have served, because her position was set to end at that time. He did say as well that they're going to continue to search for a permanent replacement to take over when Adriana Kugler's position would end at the end of January 26. So yeah, good look there for, I guess, Stephen Moran. We'll see how this impacts the Fed. I want to mention as well, keep an eye on these banks. We do have Donald Trump signing some executive orders with regards to the spending of taxpayer dollars, and also making sure that federal regulators don't promote policies and practices that allow financial institutions to deny or restrict services to any group. So interesting look here, but I think most of note, the fact that we do have a new Fed board member, at least temporarily, Stephen Moran. Back to you.
I know how that all went. It was like, okay, well, you pretty much agree with anything I have to say. The guy goes, yes. The guy's like, but are you afraid that no one's ever heard of you? No. Yeah, and then it's just like, okay, so there it goes. And, you know, again, it's not, I don't know, no conspiracy theory or anything like that, but when you're able to nominate people.
But that's, look, man, it's not political. Those nominations are partisan. You're gonna, because right, why wouldn't they, like, who would have that power and not use it in that way? Like, it's just, of course it's gonna lie. What I kind of take away from this is there was so much talk about potentially whomever got this nomination would at least be in the running for the chair nomination.
Okay.
This seems like that's not the case, because I seriously, I would doubt that it's a person we wouldn't all know off the top of our heads, which he's not. So I don't think this is remotely someone that's going to be at the chair position, but it does give another voice that's aligned with the president's views. There's only 2 minutes till the imbalances roll in. Last look at the early look imbalances, not much of anything. I'm going to throw Fly up there. Fly is still holding that same level at the bottom. Wow, it's sometimes what happens on day one. So the early look imbalances, there's nothing. Imbalances in a couple of minutes. Sometimes what happens is the underwriters do not want it, like whether it's the open price or if it ever gets to the issue price or just whatever the low is, they don't want it breaking the low at the end of the day. I don't wonder if they didn't do a good job defending this. And if that's the case, maybe that bid's not there tomorrow at 61 on Fly, if you look at my chart. So the buy that's in here, if they just hold it, not making a fresh low, tomorrow, if it's underneath that at the open, it could be a short. We have to pay for locates here at Real Trading. They're generally pretty cheap. They're actually cheaper than they used to be. I feel like when we used to pay for locates on IPOs, like years back, it was much better than like whatever the 2-3 cents per share that we're paying now. I feel like it used to actually cost, and you'd think twice about paying it. Now you don't need. It's like, am I going to trade the stock today? If answer yes, doesn't even matter if I'm only going long. I'm going to pay for the short anyways because it doesn't cost anything. Like, it's costing you a couple bucks if you get 100 shares. It's like, okay, I'm pretty sure it used to cost you more than that. Like, we're to the point where you're like, I better actually want to short this.
Yeah, it definitely got a little bit cheaper. We had asked some questions about SoundHound. SoundHound is reporting after hours. We do have the imbalances in only 20 seconds. The problem with SoundHound, again, is they're just the intense competition. I mean, they rely on partner deployment and development or implementation of their voice AI software. And now you have major competitors like Amazon and Microsoft and all these guys sort of pounding at that market. Okay, here we go. I'm not into anything, but let's just see what happens. The imbalances are now out. Looks like we got an Intel sell of 1.8 million. That's not going to do anything. It's a 115 million so far in balance, so not really doing too much there. Tesla was there.
That's Paramount's
Tesla's a buy, so there it is, man. It's battling with that 320, and it's got no problems hitting that level, as that's going to go right there to the upside now with 1 million share on the buy side. IQ is nothing. Amazon right there, 800,000 to buy. That's trying to get back to Greensville. Oh, the market's green again. Yeah. We like to see that one right there. Nvidia now something, but there's nothing on here. These are all minimal, right? And so Apple is not going to do anything with that move. Apple is kind of disappointing to me actually all day, where Apple just kind of sat here and didn't do anything. But all right, there's really no path to profitability for SoundHound. They still are looking for a -5 cents. For me, I don't want to invest in anything that's not EPS positive as an investment. Maybe as a swing, as we've talked about 14 to 15% short float could wind up being something and hitting this name. So if you were looking for negative spin on it, maybe I was looking at its high stock valuation based on no EPS, but that hasn't really stopped stocks in the past. If you're looking for some bull reasons here, again, potential announcement like they had with NVIDIA, partnership deals for SoundHound. It's not the easiest place to get into when you're talking about making models, voice models and all that, and training that. So, customer service, things like that, maybe they can get tied up with a company, but I don't know too much about SoundHound, and we're going to find out with Adair and I at 4:15 what those numbers look like, expecting an EPS of just 5 cents. And just the way it's come back in, could be some kind of value play into here as it keeps on. The lows are getting higher, so that's always nice. So you got a low rate there of $6, then again of 7, and then I guess right there is held at 9, and right now we just bounced off 10. So the implied move though for SoundHound, and I know Adara has that wicked graphic, but it's 15. Oh, I should have.
I was going to say 12, but
yeah, so good enough guess right there, 15 to 16% right there for SoundHound. So it's just a $10 name. So we'll look for a $2 move or so on SOU, and that's probably the one that has a lot of interest. There's a lot of retail names or retail traders in that one. RKLB, another one. Rocket Lab has had a huge move up, and we're going to see if it can hold its value there as well. Again, you want to guess this?
Hey, you think someone was selling today in front of earnings? Look at the same line of resistance
44.
the entire day on that stock.
Here, 44.
Yeah, somebody was selling shares.
44,
Rocket Lab,
50.
I'll go more than 12. Let's go 16%.
12%.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, so you're right there. You had it.
I got to say this. If this move in Bitcoin has anything to do with this new Fed member, then I like him.
Hello.
I have absolutely no idea if this has anything to do, but Bitcoin, it probably doesn't, let's be real. No, Bitcoin on volume, breaking out and heading higher. Let's go to Adair and see what's going on, but we like it.
So Donald Trump signed that executive order that Bloomberg had reported he was going to sign earlier. This was basically going to be easing the path for private assets in 401ks. That includes alternative assets. So this confirmation, sending this to the upside, certainly keep an eye on that. Also, guys, I just want to let you know as well, this is going to be up on X very shortly. I've already added Stephen Moran to my giant Fed roster, so you're going to be able to check that out on X at TTV Research once I post it. He will be temporarily filling the position vacated by Adriana Kugler. Back to you.
He's already on the board.
Temporarily.
Yeah, temporarily.
That's fine,
Well, we'll see, But that's not news we want. We knew this was happening, so if it's just putting pen to paper that we knew was going to happen already, that's a little bit less exciting, and it's already starting to pull back over there on Bitcoin. Let's see what's happening in. There's nothing really in a minute to reverse on the imbalances with nothing really big. But Coinbase, that didn't really even do anything.
Uber is the one to talk about right now. I don't know if there's any news on this one, but this is just absolutely skyrocketed. I'm actually going to be covering some of my Uber. I am way long this name in the 60s. And we talked about it. This is not something where we just bring up all the time. If you guys watch the show, I talked many times about this Uber, and it's actually this is when I bought it right here when I was in London last summer, and I came back and bought the stock. So, and we were already long, but I added to it because I was really impressed there with the Uber boats up and down the Thames River. So that was really nice. But 64, 65 bucks. So yeah, back in here, I felt bad that we had missed that top, and then we had sort of double topped again here at 92, 93. So Uber with a nice move up. We'll wait to see what the news is on it. We're not just going to necessarily jump right in. So Darren's not really seeing anything, so we'll hold off on that. And I'm going to just load something up here so I can talk to you quickly about Trade the Pool. So you've seen Trade the Pool with us many times. Now you get to scan that QR code and get a free ebook. They've created it just for you. It's featuring now 4 proven swing trading strategies, proven, Neil, swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside you'll see, maybe it's that Vicente guy, maybe you'll see exactly how they approach the markets and how they manage risk. So, what setups they look for, how you can learn to grow. And look, whether or not you're a swing trader or not, I do think it's a great idea to download these things, have a look, get the more information, download it now, scan that QR code on your screen, or check our link in description. And there it is, the swing. I actually like that. I didn't even notice that, the swing code. So go grab it. Yeah, go grab it. It's a great name right there. Unleash the swing trade in you with Trade the Pool and the swing code. You want another one there, Anish? You got it, man. Another one. You said you want another one for Palantir.
Another one. Another one.
Yeah, look, love the name, man. I mean, look at this long that we had right there off the open. He is off the open, but we traded it, let it battle itself back down. Silly to have not reloaded that. I don't know what we were doing there, but yeah, good move there for Palantir off the jump. We tried it right here at 180. It failed. We got some out, then it failed, so flat trade right there, but nice move off the open there, off 180, and there goes Palantir. A name that I haven't gotten any out of on the upside. I said I would look to do some of that, and I did not. So we'll wait to see if we are lucky enough to get get a little bit out there of Palantir at some point. Hopefully we're able to do that. But yeah, Palantir, a nice move up to 183 again. Again, if you like the stock, you're with me on that one. We really do like it. I have an offer still at 195. Hopefully that can fill. That was off earnings, and earnings was great, up to 170, and now we're up to 182, 183.50, or 184.50, sorry, the high of the day. So I never thought that when we were buying this thing on its direct listed price of 10, 11 bucks, I think it was either 920 or 1120. That I think it was 920, that we were going to see 190 in this name just a few years later. But Palantir, just one of those names. We've talked about it before. Quantum names have also flew through. There's been many, many names, but Palantir there now 6 or 7 quarters of
but
EPS.
actually making money.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I think it's
EPS growth.
Look, I like the moves in the quantum stocks. You can't complain about it. Like QBTS was a $1 stock that's now
it's 20
going nuts.
17.
But their revenues, we were joking about it. If you look at their revenues, an average baseball player makes more money. Maybe not an average baseball player, but like an average level of player is probably the best way to think about it. Like some dude that you don't know on your own team, that guy makes more money than QBTS has in revenue in the year.
Right.
And that kind of says something. It's a very different story. Palantir crossed the $1 billion mark. So it's just, percent moves can be the same, but it's not the same thing. CoreWeave is temporarily done going down. 10% today on CoreWeave. This stock has been flushing for a while. This is a clean trend break on CoreWeave. We mentioned it. I know we mentioned it yesterday, and it didn't end up breaking that. Like, it never broke out on the trend line yesterday. That's what happens. It's testing the trend line. The day it breaks the trend line, it doesn't break out. You don't look at it the day after. The day after is when it goes. And so it was the day after that it finally made the break. But this could be a nice continuation long tomorrow. Only about a minute to go here, everybody.
That's it. Okay.
There was nothing on the, like I said, there was nothing on the locator that mattered. For a brief second, you would have seen Paramount Skyworks, which is now, that's the merger that happened. So that's what P-Sky was. But that's paired off. Kenview's in there, but nothing really too crazy at the end of the day here. Oh, that fly, it did break the low of the day and then came right back. So it is just barely trying to hold on to closing at the lows. I know it says up 34%. That's because they reference it to the issue price, which was at $45. But like, if you bought it at any point today, outside of 2 seconds ago, you're out of the money. But if you bought it just now, congratulations, you're in the money by a couple of pennies. So Sky, not a very successful trading IPO, but I'm sure they're happy They're probably happy with the money that they raised. I would assume so. Not necessarily the best first day for them. Let's get on over to Adair. We got the closing bell brought to you by Beta Pro. Shout out to them and their triple leverage ETFs for savvy Canadian investors. Let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. I don't even know who was running through. Was that? Oh, Fabian running through, darting through like an absolute ninja. Fantastic day today, and I hope you guys really enjoyed it. Lots to go over, of course, and then we still have lots of earnings tonight, pretty much now. And whether it's reviewing trades, whether it's going through live earnings, the only place where you're going to find it is right here at Trader TV Live. It's your market recap show. Sean, Adara, a whole host of earnings as well. Go get them. It starts now.
Adara and I just talking. Hey, everybody. Just went over here real quick. What's up? What's up to Adara? What's up, everybody? Yeah, good show. Thank Neil for throwing it back over here. Now we talk about earnings, and we were just talking. Adara and I were just talking about fly and how wild that was. Yeah. Not a fly trade for me. We lost 75 cents on that one, but I know it was a good one for many, especially if you're playing off some key levels. So we'll look at that. We'll talk some Figma maybe as we go. But for right now, we're looking for Trade Desk. We've got a bunch of names that we're looking at right now. Trade Desk, Gilead, Pinterest coming through, Block coming through tonight. Clean Spark, Twilio, Take Two. Take Two, Fabian. You know, well, let's see what happens with that one as we wait for Red Theft Auto. Oh, Expedia. Why? I didn't notice that one on the list today. Expedia now reporting. Let's go see if EXPE, what they have right now. So there's Expedia Group. Wow, nice move higher. Wow, there it goes right now for Expedia up to 191 and change. We have a 1-minute chart here, so you're going to be able to watch out what's going on with Expedia. I'll put this up right here. This is going to show you the extended hours change. I actually don't think that that's, oh, there it is right now. Now up 2%. So there goes Expedia, 191.30. A little bit of a better play there. I guess the market cap's not that huge for Expedia, but nice move now trying to pull back in. They're trying to do it okay. Right there, 194. I've used Expedia before. I don't mind it. Nice, easy app to use. Expedia, the first name out there. We wait for XYZ. Of course, that's going to be Block shares. We're going to wait to see what that comes up with very, very soon. We're looking for a number out of Block, and that number would be 68 cents if that can come through. We talked about MP Materials. That should be a good one as well as, sorry, MP Materials, right. This name, very, very government related. We've seen some big bumps up for MP, so they're coming through soon too. They're actually not making money, and they're looking for minus 19 cents there.
I have Salesforce News, but I don't have Expedia.
Okay, we're looking for SoundHound as well. There it goes, man. We talked about the bull case for Sound a little bit here. Let's see if that goes out. That is now out. It looks like SOUN right now. I mean, we can talk about the Salesforce if you want to. It's not doing anything.
I also have TDD as well. So Salesforce just acquiring a company apparently. The company's called Y.
The Trade Desk is getting.
Let's talk about TDD because I do have those numbers, Sean.
Yeah.
Q2 revenue, $694 million, beating estimates of $685.3 million. GAAP earnings of 18 cents per share. Net income, $90. Pre-tax profit, this might be the issue, Sean, $133.2 million versus estimates of $197.3 million. Their adjusted earnings did beat estimates, 41 cents versus 40 cents expected, but the pre-tax profit, not necessarily a great look for TTD. If I see any other numbers, I will let, I just saw Expedia numbers. That's a double beat here. Q2 adjusted earnings of $4.24 per share, well above estimates of $3.90. Sales, $3.786 billion versus $3.701 billion expected.
Okay, so good. Yeah, the Trade Desk right now, right there. Nice move. If you're short on the Trade Desk, now giving up 27% right here. Points, former Salesforce board member Alex Kayal as new CFO. So maybe their CFO is gone right now. No, their current CFO transitioning to a non-executive officer, I'm seeing. So maybe that's part of the problem here. If your CFO is kind of stepping aside, we'll see if there's any problems here with TDD. XYZ is now out. Block now comes through right now with their report. We might get a fail on Block right now to the downside. They're adjusting EPS of 62 cents. We talked about what they were waiting for, that 68 or 69. But there it goes. Okay, now we're starting to go up to the upside. Now going right back down. Wow, we get excited for no reason there. Block goes up to 80, now back to 76. This is a wild one here in the after hours. But yeah, the Trade Desk revenue beats, but I guess they don't like that CFO leave. We'll get more information on that one. SoundHound, do you have those yet, Adara? Because
SoundHound's 410, I thought.
Yeah, I didn't think it was out yet, but we just go from 1080 up to 1120. Not out yet. We'll wait to hear. I thought maybe NVIDIA might have pulled some of their investment in SoundHound, so we'll wait.
That was a while back.
That was a while back, so we'll wait to see if there is an increased investment from somebody in SoundHound. I hope so for the longs. I mean, we talked about it, just a voice over AI and things like that. Not great. XYZ, they're just hearing that they are expecting an acceleration of growth. So there it goes. Okay, so now Block, XYZ finally starting to get that bump up. We'll have those numbers momentarily when we get them. But right now, Block, nice little move to the upside. I do want to mention.
TSLA just popped. Yeah.
I do want to mention everybody. We do have the chat going, so I'm looking at there all the time, man. I see you guys want to know about CLSK. Pinterest as well. It should be a good one. Dara's got Block, so let's go get that Block party.
Q2 adjusted earnings missing estimates 62 cents versus 69 cents expected. That is a miss. Cash out profits $1.5 billion. Square GPV there is going to be $64.25 billion, and their fiscal 2025 gross profit guidance $10.17 billion. They're expecting 19% growth here for the end of the fiscal year. It looks like. What else do we have? Expedia guidance better than expected for Q3. I don't have any other new numbers yet here. But yeah, I don't have anything on CLSK guys yet.
I don't think Pinterest is out. I think Pinterest has a good opportunity. We did see some good, obviously some good flow through numbers from Reddit, some good numbers from Meta as far as social media and these websites that base their sales per click and things like that. So we'll wait to see if Pinterest gets going. I'm not sure that's out yet. We are waiting for NewScale, of course, which is SMR right now floating around. That's only 1% right now. So those numbers I do not expect to be out, but it's XYZ is holding for today. That is a bang, the bang, 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 as Adair and I go through the stock blitz. There it is, man. We're blitzing right now. $85 goes XYZ. What goes bump in the night? It's XYZ. PayPal, see if they're feeling any of this. No, they are not. PayPal flat in the aftermarket. I don't know why we still compare both of them when they're much different at this point, but there goes XYZ up to $85. We'll see if that can go. There it is. We got a nice little super chat. I don't know what DOPs are, but we'll take 500 of those any day. Thank you so much. Any news on Sizzle?
They're reporting today.
Yeah, so we'll get that. Adair's on top of that if and when we get that. LYV, Live Nation, also reporting right now as well. Revenues of 7, estimate of 6.8, so they'll beat their Live Nation and Ticketmaster. Man, those prices that these guys continue to charge every single day when you buy a ticket is absolutely ridiculous, some of those fees. I think for the Oasis concert, it was like $500 a ticket, and it was like 100 and something in Ticketmaster fees. I don't even understand what's going on there. All right, we'll still wait for MP Materials. Soon. That doesn't look like they're out yet, guys. SoundHound is what we're waiting for as well. When that comes out, right now there's SoundHound. Maybe they're out now, Adair, because we are getting
like no numbers.
Yeah, still seeing no numbers on Sound. Again, we are expecting 410 for that. If and when we get it, we'll get that going as well. Rocket Labs. I'm just going nuts here with all these names. I'm going to try to go over as many as possible. They're not out yet. XPE, Expedia kicked it off this morning or this afternoon in the after show with a big beat. So there goes Expedia. They're up 14%. So congratulations on anybody that's got Expedia. Yesterday's play, or the 2 days ago, we had Oscar Health. We really like that one. They closed out today around 5:15:20. We're long this name at 13.60. We bought that live on the show. All right, now SoundHound now up 8% and still going. Seems like they're going to be out very, very soon. Does anybody use GoDaddy? GoDaddy right now, EPS of 141, beating 139, sales beating as well. GoDaddy, someone over there likes it. The market don't like it. Nice downside move there, but not much today. Block is now off the highs of the day. Adair, if you have anything.
Yeah, I have CleanSpark.
Okay, go with CLSK.
CLSK, I accidentally pulled out the wrong one. Okay, these keep moving, so give me a second to get the CleanSpark numbers out. And now my whole, thank you, Benzinga. Give me a moment, guys. Sorry about that. Things have, there we go. Things have vanished on me, but they're back. So CleanSpark, let's talk about CLSK. This is, of course, a crypto-related play, doing quite nicely here off of earnings, and they did have a double beat. Q3 earnings of 78 cents per share, well above estimates of 10 cents per share. Sales, also a beat, 198.644 million versus 191.548 million expected. I forgot to mention Trump is expected to talk at some point right now, too. So I'll let you know when that happens. That's going to be at 4 p.m. But knowing Trump, even though he calls Powell too late, he himself is often late. So we're going to be patient. Stone Coast, some people were asking about, that's a
STNE.
Yeah, that is going to be a sales, STNE.
Yep.
So that was a sales miss there and an EPS beat. They're kind of choppy. Someone was asking about it. I thought I'd mention it. I'm not seeing anything else of note for us right now, though, Sean.
Yeah, people want to know how many more days I have left off. A few. So get ready for. I didn't take like a big time off yet this year. So I've only been here for 25 years. So I have a couple in the bank. That's for sure. Okay, so we'll watch out for that. XYZ looks like they're going to be the big winner here today at Dara. So I'm just going to quickly talk about them. MNST Monster Beverages. I'm so used to MNST Monster Beverage. MSTR is like whenever I have a 4.
I can't type Microsoft because of MSTR. I always
right,
type MSTR.
and so look at this, what's happening right now. We take a look at that. MNST, Monster Beverages, earnings of 50 cents, so that's outpacing the expectation. Ooh. They're right back to this level of $65. If you're in this, there it is. They just beat by 2 cents there.
Get it, Monster.
MSTR, yeah, get it, Monster Beverages right there. But yeah, it is XYZ starting to create this big movement here today. They did just pull back a little bit there for Square, but still up 8%. Probably the most widely held name out of all of this. We still wait. We don't have SoundHound yet, the numbers yet, but it does look like they're doing something right now, up 9% and starting to go. So I don't know if there's a whisper number out there or anything like that, but there goes SoundHound. And again, we talked about it. I'm waiting for them to announce some sort of a deal with somebody, and then we'll get that going. There's some acts. Hey, what's up? I have no idea your name, man, but what's up to Nitsubashi, whatever. Where's Pinterest? Yeah, when we get that, we're going to come up with that right away.
I haven't seen any numbers on it.
Yeah, once we finally get Pinterest. I know yesterday's Blue Jay game was 20-1.
I saw
for the
that.
Jays
I think
over
I
the
saw it on
Rockies.
your X, actually.
Oh yeah, I think did I post it? I just put yeah. So over there, I just posted that on X. I was like, what the? Yeah, so it doesn't look like Pinterest is out yet again. So once it does come out of there, we will obviously review that. I feel like today, if we're looking at what's been reported there, the trade desk was the biggest disaster. They're down right now 27%. TTD, just not a great number being posted there. Actually, I thought the number was actually okay for TTD. They came in with revenue expectation beat, 717 versus 714 right there as well. Their adjusted EPS was 41 cents in line, but I'm guessing the guide wasn't that great, but I don't really see anything on the guide.
TDD?
And they do
the
announce—
guide was in line.
Okay, and they do announce a new CFO. So for me, it's like, if that's really what the news is here on the trade desk, I don't mind the business. It was actually working out pretty well. This is a 600-minute chart just so we can get a better look. It just goes back to April. But if we're just going to look at it daily for the trade desk, again, it's had violent moves before, right? This was actually an earnings play that they went down from $130 all the way back into 84, and we've been able to sort of bounce back off of that. But today it runs right into its 200-period moving average on the daily there at $89. So now you're all the way back down to 65 for TTTD, so not really that great. Real just reported right now. They just reported a better than expected loss. So they reported 6 cents versus 8 cents. Again, I believe this is used like a pawn shop. Real, so there it is, man. Real, starting to go back to the upside right now. And yeah, when you're shopping at a pawn shop, you do hope that there is real good stuff there. Yeah, it's higher end stuff. So yeah, not just selling like, you know, fake whatever, Lulu or whatever they sell there. You don't really need to fake Lulu. Maybe it was Prada or something like that. Randy? No, he's not back right now. Yeah, so we can have a quick little look. I mean, Adair's going to go over everything.
Card. People want to talk about card. I can talk about
Instacart report.
I have those numbers, and I don't have numbers on a lot of things. So let's talk about it. Earnings of 41 cents per share. Just missing estimates of 42 cents per share. Revenue. $914 million versus $896.5 million expected. That is a beat. It's up 11% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA also up 26% on a year over year basis, and it's also above estimates. Gross margin actually a little bit lower than estimates, though, 74% versus 76.1% expected. Their adjusted EBITDA guide for Q3 beat estimates, as did their GTV guide for Q3. I don't have any revenue or EPS guide for next quarter.
Okay, good. Thanks, Dara, for all of that. Today we had a little bit of a sort of topsy-turvy. Once we get SoundHound, you know, Dara, we're all over this, man. As soon as we get it,
I just don't have it.
We'll bring it to you. We just don't have anything. We don't want to report something that's not out yet and then mislead everybody. But it was up 9% at one point, now pulling back just a little bit. Real is actually going, man. 740 at the high. What in the... I don't know, man. Up 30%. right now for the real. It must have the real good stuff over there. Crocs, I don't know if we didn't talk about this. It wasn't on our watch list. There was not much talk about Crocs today, but look at this move, downside for Crocs, down 30%. Today and not well received. More inventory, stacks of inventory, more than expected. We've seen that with Nike, unable to get rid of some of the product that they've sold. And again, you know, when you don't make in the United States and you got to ship back, you have tariff worries. Not a great guide either for Crocs. Come to the chart here. Nice downside play. We'll go look at it on a daily chart right here on the bottom for Crocs. And there it is right there. Well destructed now on Crocs to the downside. We'll wait to see if that 75 can hold, but a day 2 play, maybe more short coming for Crocs. I just want to look quickly at the stock heat map to see what was going through today. We didn't have a great moment for finance today. JP Morgan down 1.5%, Visa down 2.5%. Berkshire continues to not be able to find its footing. That's down 1.6% today as well. But I don't see much to cheer about here in financials, and I'm not really sure why those have been downside. We did get some negative talk yesterday. Donald Trump, or a couple days ago, was talking about this name right here, BAC and JP Morgan.
Yeah, and how they wouldn't let him bank.
And then they had done him dirty right there. I think those were similar to his words.
Interview.
Yeah, isn't every interview? Capital One there, a Kramer fave, that's down 2.63% as well. So that goes to the downside. So, but you know, what leads every single day? It just seems like the big boys, right? I mean, there's Nvidia, there's Apple, 3%. I thought Apple would be more than that today. And they didn't do too much. Broadcom as well. Honeywell, again, more in manufacturing, their downside. Honeywell might be worth picking up on any weakness as well. And then Intel, poor Lip Bhutan gets thrown under the bus today by President Trump, and we're not really sure why, other than his connections with China, which we sort of knew beforehand.
Did you hear what I said during the midday?
No.
Based on the timing, I didn't see this myself. Someone on X actually pointed this out, who's like, I guess, a journalist. But so Trump posted that on Truth literally 5 minutes after Fox News covered the story, and he used basically the same wording as the Fox News story, to the point where he didn't even really know Lip Bhutan's name. So basically, it seems like he heard something on the news, and he was like, I'm going to post this on Truth. So that's kind of the vibe.
I actually joked about that when I came in, and we had a note on it, and I said, there's no way Trump knows this guy's name.
He doesn't, and I don't think he really knew the story either. But like, we've seen this happen in the past as well. Like there's an odd, you know, consistency with the timing of a Fox story, and then Trump posting about it in almost the same words.
Yeah, there was something, I thought the Fox News was also sort of talking something about the tariffs and just how, and then Trump came in and said that he was watching news earlier that day, and that was the day that he came in and said everybody needs to just kind of relax. Or I don't forget the words that he had said there, that it was being overplayed on some of the major news sources, and then the stock market kind of went to the upside there. So, hey, look, I mean, you know, I'm not, regardless, you know, the president's not, I guess, not supposed to be mulling in the stock market, but maybe they are, or he or she is, and, you know, we're going to wait to see if the market can, again, regain all-time highs. And I think we're very close to that right now. NASDAQ winds up positive today. I mean, just to talk about what the NASDAQ has been doing, here's the triple Qs right here on e-signal as you continue to sort of climb higher. This is a daily chart right here, and you know, you're moments away from a new all-time high. NVIDIA earnings, 2 weeks yesterday, so we're going to come in not next Wednesday, the Wednesday following, we'll have NVIDIA earnings, and we'll see if that can continue the upside play. I mean, it's Microsoft, it's big names that continue to hold forward here in the market. Microsoft has had a pullback since their earnings report, but again, 520, like if we're playing anything, this might be a decent pullback. We've seen Amazon get to its 200 period and then battle back as well. There's Amazon dipping off of that, now battling back. We saw Google go for its own little run as well earlier on this year, right here to the downside down into 140, then had a problem breaking, and then finally when we did, there it goes back there to the upside. So you just want some of these to get figured out and then upside. I think there's a lot of money and a lot more runway for a lot of these names, but XYZ continues to go higher. If you have those numbers, we can review those as well.
It's weird how I'm not getting numbers for like a lot of these names, and no one on X has them.
Really?
I don't have them for like Benzinga. Like, guys, this is really, really bizarre, because usually I would have on at least one platform. I have them on neither. I will talk about XYZ because I have those. They actually missed on EPS, guys, 62 cents per share versus 68 cents expected, as I mentioned earlier. Sales, oh, I hear Trump in my ear, so I guess that talk's going to start soon. Okay. Sales, $6.054 billion, also missing $6.249 billion expected. So that's a double miss for XYZ. And I don't have any other numbers we really wanted, guys.
Do we know what Trump is talking about, or is it just open mic? Oh, the economy. So this should be juicy. All right.
And that's all I have.
Yeah.
Oh, no, actually, it's supposed to be honoring Purple Heart recipients, but then the White House also said he's going to talk about the economy. So I don't know if he's talking about the economy now or at some point, but right now he is ostensibly honoring recipients of Purple Hearts and possibly talking about,
Thank you
I
very
don't know,
much, Dara.
the economy. Thank you, Trump.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you for that, Adara. And yeah, so we have some questions about Atlassian right here. Team is the symbol.
I don't have that.
We don't have them yet. I don't have them yet either. They're not here on the Benzinga Pro platform. So yeah, we'll give you all these when they come out. It does look like it did get an early spike up to 180 and then back in. Today's percentage change down 8% on Team. We'll wait to see there.
I think
looks
I have
like
Team.
it's within risk of breaking a lot lower right now into 178. I mean, this is a $320 name. Its 52-week high was 326. That's been chopped in half almost. So we'll get those numbers. I just got Team right now myself as well, Adara. 98 versus 86. Did you want to review them? Because
yeah, it's the same numbers you have there. 98 cents versus 86 cents expected. Then sales there of 1.348 billion versus. Sorry, 1.384 billion versus 1.357 billion expected. I'm sorry, guys, I do not have pins. I don't know why I said cat. I don't have pins. I do not have MP.
You don't have Caterpillar? What that?
I mean, yeah, they already reported.
Yeah.
And someone asked about Reddit earnings. They don't report tonight, guys. They actually reported last week. But if I do have any more of these numbers that people are looking for, of course, I'll let you guys know. I do apologize. And I don't even, like, these are just popping up on X now. I saw, like, TEAM. You saw, Sean and I saw it at the same time. So for whatever reason, they're not disseminating at the rate they usually do. And that's X and Benzinga.
Yeah, and we also don't have... I'm waiting for this one. I'm pretty excited about Grand Theft Auto. I mean, I want to see about the money that Take-Two has spent into this name. They spent billions, apparently, into this name. It's been 13 years, or I don't know how long. It's been since Grand Theft Auto 5. I guess this is GTA 6. Over 10 years right there. So let's see if we get an update on them.
It's been like 12.
Yeah, 12 or so years. Oh, I was pretty close with... Yeah, they're still getting ready for that. But I think that's going to be a huge game. Obviously, that's not rocket science, but we'll wait to see what happens with Take-Two Interactive. It's not out yet. I always thought that they were a potential buyout candidate, but I don't think anybody's going to buy them out, 8 months out of this game coming through. I mean, they should not accept a buyout, because if the game's absolutely huge, then hopefully there's some payday right there. It's not really moving around. It's up 3% here. I have it marked down at 405 for these earnings, and we don't have those yet. Same as... Excuse me, I just chugged that water. Same as Pinterest as well. We don't have anything out on this yet, but this to me looks like it's out, but we don't have the numbers to give to you yet. But the trade desk did report, and they are losing their CFO. So I don't know exactly if that's part of it, because everything we've seen. Oh my God, we had Wynn Resorts today too, Adara.
Yeah.
All right, so there goes Wynn Resorts, short $1.09 versus $1.20 right now. Revenue ahead, but miss on earnings for Wynn Resorts. They've had a nice move up. This is a name. There you go. Now Pinterest, we're getting them right here. I'm hearing them in my ear that they may now be out. So a nice little spike up to 40. Here you go. 33 versus 35, so a little lower on the EPS now for Pins if you guys are listening to it. So there it goes, the downside. We just reported that it was at $39. Now it's at 37. There it goes, 37.50. Wow, man, we just broke that for you right here. We gave you that before this move. Now we're going to find out what's going on with Pinterest. Looks like it's a downside play now, 37.20 now for Pinterest. Nice move to the downside. Apparently, yeah, Adara's going to get those numbers, but MP right now as well.
Everything coming out now.
Everything coming out now for some reason. There might have been a problem with the reporting today. I don't know.
Maybe.
Dropbox is now out. MP is now out. They're up 6%. Adara, dealer's choice. What do you want to talk about?
Let's start with Pins. Yeah, they beat on revenue, as you mentioned. They didn't miss on EPS, though. 33 cents versus 35 cents expected. Global monthly active users beating estimates. 378 million versus 352.8 million dollars. Revenue guidance 1.03 billion to 1.05 billion versus estimates of 1.03 billion. So slight beat, mostly in line. Their adjusted EBITDA guidance for Q3 was also in line. Let's talk now about TWLO, and then we'll do MP. Where is Twilio? These are moving so fast I can't even grab the stories. There we go. I got him. It's like a Pokemon. Got to catch them all. Q2 adjusted earnings, $1.19 per share versus $1.05 expected. That's a beat. Twilio also beat on sales, $1.228 billion versus $1.188 billion expected. And let's talk about MP quickly, Sean, if you do not mind.
Yeah, go.
MP, double beat here. Smaller than expected loss per share. They reported losses of 13 cents per share. versus estimates of an 18-cent per share loss there. So good look. Sales, $57.393 million versus $46.307 million expected. MP popping higher on that double beat. We had Gilead too. Someone was asking about JFrog earlier, so I'm going to do that for that viewer. FROG, 18 cents per share earnings versus 16 expected. That's a beat. Sales, $127.22 million versus $122.75 million expected. Double beat for FROG.
Okay, so yeah, MP, again, going higher right now. I'm going to actually call up a 30-second chart for everybody so we get a little bit more detail on that one.
Rocket Lab.
There it goes. Yeah, okay, so RKLB now out as well. They're just telling me here. So we'll see what's going on with Rocket Lab right now. Pretty flat on that initial move. Did SMR come out and unexpectedly? Okay, oh no. Right now down 5% right here for SMR NewScale. Not well received over the last little while. NewScale had those highs in and around $54, $55, as you can see right down here. Now you're starting to fade a little bit here on SMR for NewScale. So I want to pick up some on weakness, but that weakness has to fall at least into this $30 mark where we were back in June. So again, nice little move down there for SMR on the daily, but yeah, not great there. 22 not 22, I just saw that in the chat. SMR right now, $42. That's where it looks like it wants to bounce off of right there for SMR. So basically, just to review, trade desk bad, right now down 29%, trying to kick near the bottoms now, $61, $62, not good, giving it all back and actually going back again to May levels for the trade desk. Some of the beats today, we'll go with XYZ, of course, Block. That's a big one, man. I think there's a lot of traders that might be in this name, especially after their recent inclusion into the S&P 500. So there goes, was it S&P or NASDAQ for Block?
Block, SPY. They're not even on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I got one right.
From a trading perspective.
Right there, yeah. Financials, they're not going to add that too much to the NASDAQ.
Well, they're also an NYSE name. That's what I mean. They can't be added to the NASDAQ because they're NYSE.
Oh, yeah,
like
that's
their
right.
ticker,
Yeah,
.NY.
Huh.
It's
because
weird,
Palantir moved from New York to NASDAQ.
So did Shopify, and then they both got added to the NASDAQ.
That's a smart play, actually. So that could be something else that XYZ
I did an
could
infographic
do.
on that once, actually.
Yeah, that is what XYZ could actually do there. Good point. Okay, SoundHound was also going to the upside a lot. It's pulled back a little bit. You're only up 4% right now on SoundHound, so 1170 was its most recent high. You know, you're still trying to, this is again an 800-minute chart, not necessarily, not a daily at all. But right here, SoundHound, you know, looking to get above that 13 would be nice. It's not doing too much, kind of plain, to be honest with you. So that SoundHound up 4%. XYZ up 12%, MP now up 12%, so that's going to be a good one. Those are a lot of the winners there today. Pins was heading southbound, that was down 13%, now down 10%. Nice little bounce off, $32. Again, the 200 period moving average, $32 back into play. June lows, $32. Looks like you want to say something.
Yeah, Rocket Lab just broke down. Sorry, I just want to mention this.
Yep.
Also, Trump's whole announcement seemed to just be so he could show off his chart showing that, yes, the BLS numbers were rigged. He answered like 2 questions, and then the lady was like, thank you, press, thank you, press, thank you, press, kicked everybody out, and then the screen went like black. So honestly, one of the more bizarre press conferences I've ever seen from Trump. But regardless, Rocket Labs missing here on earnings, larger than expected loss. 13 cents per share versus 11 cents per share expected. Sales, 144.498 million, beating estimates of 134.532 million. But Sean, they did actually miss their product revenue estimates, apparently. So mixed look. Q3 sales guide mixed here as well, kind of midpoint, 145 million to 155 million versus 148.899 million expected. Let's talk here about TTWO, Take-Two Interactive. They reported here Q1 sales of $1.423 billion, beating estimates of $1.307 billion. I had more numbers here somewhere. If I can find them, I don't know where they went. There they are. So the Q1 revenue in general, as we said, they actually beat net bookings, $1.42 billion. That's where the sales number comes from. Net loss here, $11.9 million. That comes to a loss of 7 cents per share. They're guiding Q2 revenue between $1.65 billion to $1.7 billion. They're guiding their net bookings between $1.7 billion and $1.75 billion. And they're guiding losses of 60 to 75 cents per share, not seeing how that guidance compares to estimates. And they get along this for the $5 super chat about RKLB. Just went over those earnings. Sorry, guys, it's been a little bit of a wild ride. For whatever reason, I think a lot of these reports were released late, and it's not a matter of being distributed late because I didn't see them on any platform I used. So really weird look, but we're always here for you guys through the thick and the thin and the wild. wild west of these markets.
Hey, there. If anything, it made people stay longer. So we'll take it.
Look at that. Would you look at that?
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. People asking about USAR, probably just shrapnel from MP. I mean, they're up 3% right now. USAR, again, rare earth play, similar to MP. So MP with the move higher. USAR also up that 2%. So that would make sense. Here's MP right here, right now. We want to thank everybody for joining us again. I think we just reviewed pretty much every single name that we had on our docket today into the
talk
close.
about Soundhound?
So yeah, Soundhound's out right now. I actually just called it up. It looks like it's only just moving around 4%. It did have a nice move upside, and we did talk about it up to $13. I don't know if we actually have those numbers or anything yet.
I was just wondering because I have not.
I'll search for it as well. Soundhound, no, I don't have those yet either. So again, just looking forward. A lot of these numbers will come out, and again, we talked about the valuation. Valuation only seems to matter when you miss, right? When you beat, then it justifies some of those, guides and some of those raises and people paying more for it because, hey, quite frankly, you're beating the street and you're going higher on that. When you're a name like Rocket Lab or Soundhound or some of these other high PE names, maybe even like a TTD, and you wind up coming out and missing, then you're going to get punished for that because then they're going to say that the valuation is a problem. And it is a problem when you miss. You got to hit your numbers and you got to guide properly. And if you don't do that, that's really hit the market quite well moving forward. And I just think we saw that with Eli Lilly today. Although Eli Lilly, let me just see, didn't it sort of get bumped up?
Not really.
Not really. It's still down there, 14%. Yeah, $644. It did make. I was going to say, did it eventually break 650? But it didn't. Got back to 649. Closes the day at 644. I'm willing to bet this is higher tomorrow. We'll wait to see if that does come into play. But Take Two, we already reviewed that. Anything you want to talk about before we go? Because it's 4:31.
I think today was wild. I think tomorrow will continue to be pretty wild. There's lots of day 2 earnings plays. There's some day 1 earnings plays, of course, as well. And what I think that's been great about this earnings season last week was a lot of big tech. This week, it's kind of dealer's choice. You have smaller names, you have meme names, you have all of the above, a cornucopia of trade opportunities. So I do wish everybody the best of luck tomorrow, and we will see you there. But Sean will be enjoying his day off. So
Tomorrow we have day off. We're excited. We're going to get home tonight. We don't have much going on tonight. So what we were actually thinking about was a movie night because we haven't really been together as a family. We've been together as a family a lot. We've been traveling around. We all went to Ottawa.
We're not like chill.
We all went to Boston, but there's things happening. So we haven't sat down and watched a movie. What I was thinking about watching was there's a John Cena, Idris Elba called Head of State, I believe. It's on Amazon. So I was thinking about watching that, probably kid friendly. But me and you always have something fun to do.
I like that.
And today this is a movie, and it's your most recently watched one. Can you remember what that is?
I went to the movies over the weekend.
Perfect.
Superman.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
How
I
was?
actually really liked it. I'm a DC nerd. Like, this is the thing people don't expect about me. I'm not a Marvel nerd. I'm a huge DC nerd. I think generally they did a good job.
Okay.
James Gunn did some weird things. I'm like, I don't know why you did that. 100%, generally speaking, I really enjoyed the film.
Yeah, okay, good. I said that to Marissa. I was like, why don't we go to the movies? And I was going to recommend Superman.
There is some, potty mouth in that movie.
Potty mouth is fine.
But not as bad as,
You should hear my wife speak. Okay, right here. Some of you I haven't done in a while. Let's do roll call. I want to thank my good friend CompuCare. He's like, yo, my guy, let's do some roll call. There it is right here. Hey, what's up, CompuCare team? You want, we can put it on the screen when you get a second there. Fabian, yeah, no rush. We'll just do this and then we'll get out of here. So there it is right there, CompuCare. Forgot about doing it the last couple times, so shout out to this. We started the roll call. It's been taken over by Sharif, who does a wicked job at it. So shout out to everybody that continues to support the show. So let's do a roll call right now. All right, Gorev is here. What's up, Gorev? What's up, Bennett there? What's up, Donkey Trader? What's up, Marlon? What's up, Ron Miller is here as well. Adara's here, I just saw. What's up, Mike P. DeRida? We riding, baby. Damien as well. Seeking Alpha. Hojo. Mig Raj is here. Stock is here. Green Day's here. Pelican Man. Bob Knob. Bob Loblaw is here. Streamlabs. John, the owner of Loblaws is here. Bob Loblaw. Marty is here. Everybody. Dungeon. I can't keep track of all of this. But Adara, you're making me work past my time.
Yep.
You've got Soundhound.
I'm sorry.
So why don't we give the people what they want?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. What's Soundhound got up to?
Let's make some sound for Hound. Losses of 3 cents per share, better than the expected loss of 9 cents per share. They also beat on sales, 42.683 million versus the estimates of 32.883 million. I'm guessing the sound that the Soundhound Bulls will be making tomorrow is buy, because it's actually a pretty good looking stock.
Right. Let's get this out of here and yeet this thing like we've never done anything before. And we will see everybody tomorrow. I won't. I will see everybody on Monday. But, again, Obi will be in for me, which is absolutely fantastic. We love some Obi. We love Neil on the show. And I asked Joe, Sharif, everybody here, Fabian here tomorrow, I hope. No. Well, congratulations, Fabian. You got your day off as well. So Andre, Ramin, I'm assuming that will be here. Thank you to Mark and thank you to everybody in the background, Rob and everybody that's been helping us build this wicked studio that is about to hopefully blow everybody, including our minds.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly how
Oh my
this
God,
is
Obi just hopped in the chat. That's
Oh God,
wild.
what's up, Obi?
Hello. He
Is
said,
that Obi?
Oh boy.
Oh, there
Yeah.
he is. Okay, he's in there tomorrow. Obi, thank you so much
He's preparing.
for covering and everything. And yeah, he's preparing right now.
boy.
So we're getting ready for that tomorrow. Maybe some Amazon, maybe some Figma. Who knows what this guy's going to be trading? But we do know that we're live tomorrow at 8:30. So Adara, let's go. Thank you so much for joining one more time today. I'm joining her. She's not joining me. Thank you again. I'm Sean. This is Adara. Ciao. Till next time.
See y'all.